Chapter 311 Arrangements by Old Lady 1. Early the next morning, Zhu Pingwang came with his stuff, along with the old man whom Wan Lauer had met yesterday. The old man was Zhu Pingwang's father, and Zhu Pingwang's craftsmanship was passed down from Old Man Zhu. So in terms of experience, Old Man Zhu was more experienced than Zhu Pingwang. This time, Old Man Zhu specifically asked to come and see, as he hadn't done this job for 5 or 6 years. But this time the situation was special. Even if the boss said he would pay even if he couldn't dig out water, Old Man Zhu didn't want to ruin his reputation. And he didn't want the first customer this year to fail to dig out water, which would also affect their business. If it got out, people would think that the level of their Zhu family had declined. Brother Zhu, you're here. Come in. Zhu Pingwang and Old Man Zhu followed Wan Lauer into the yard. After saying hello, sister-in-law Wan Er hurried to make tea. There is tea at home, which was brought back by the eldest brother Wan. But Mrs. Wan is not used to it. She can't sleep at night after drinking it, so she has kept it in the cabinet. However, it seems that tea can't be kept for too long. During the spring festival, when guests came to the house, Mrs. Wan asked them to brew some, and she consumed a lot. At this time, Old Man Zhu took a look at the luxurious house of the Wan family and the furnishings at home. He knew that the Wan family must be a wealthy family. Now they were still using tea to entertain them. Old Man Zhu became more cautious and hoped that water must be dug out this time. After drinking tea, Old Man Zhu couldn't sit still. He was impatient. If he didn't do his job well, he couldn't taste the delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Young man, take us to the yard now. Let me see where the water source is. Wan Lauer knew that he had experience in his own field, so he quickly took the father and son to the yard. Old Man Zhu walked around the yard, pinching a handful of soil and smelling it from time to time. Wan Lauer watched Zhu Laohan grab a handful of soil next to the chicken coop and smell it, and his face suddenly turned red. That place was where Xiao Fubao went to urinate every morning. It was strange that since moving to this house, Xiao Fubao would urinate in the same place every morning, and a pit had been created in that place. Wan Lauer blushed as he watched Zhu Laohan take out a handful of soybeans from his pocket and put a soybean in each place where he thought there might be a water source. Then he said to Wan Lauer, "Young man, cover all the places where I put soybeans just now with a bowl, and I will come to check at this time tomorrow morning." Wan Lauer knew that this was the way people surveyed water sources, so he nodded without asking any more questions, and soon covered the soybeans with a bowl. After seeing off the Zhu family father and son, Wan Lauer couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Grandma Wan also laughed, but little Fubao asked in confusion, "Daddy, Grandma, what are you laughing at?" Fubao wanted to laugh too. Grandma laughed at our Fubao for being lucky. Maybe our well will have to rely on our little Fubao to determine the location this time. Fubao also laughed happily after hearing this. Great. Fubao can help. Fubao is so happy. Grandma Wan put little Fubao on the ground, and Hoha took her out to play. Mrs. Wan asked Wan Lauer, "I don't think the harvest of the wheat you tried to plant last year was very good. Is it because the winter here is too cold, and a lot of wheat was frozen to death? It seems that the idea of planting 2 crops of wheat this year is still not feasible. The spring here is 2 months later than ours in the past. The weather is different every 10 miles. Let's not bother with it. If you have the energy, you should study how to increase the harvest." Speaking of the wheat planted last year, Wan Lauer was also a little depressed. Originally, he wanted to try the planting method of 2 crops a year in the pass at the border, but he underestimated the degree of damage to crops in the winter at the border. Half of the wheat he tried to plant last year was frozen to death, or the temperature was too low, and many of them could not sprout. Wan Lauer was honest now. It was more reliable to choose high-yield wheat seeds. Increasing the yield per moo is the magic weapon to increase the yield. "Mom, I won't plant this year. I will plant sesame after the wheat in the field is harvested. The last time I went to the county town, I heard that there was a spice called Arabian fennel from Fanwai. I heard that it grows well here and can be sold at a high price. The pharmacy also buys it. I plan to get some seeds and try to plant an acre of land. If it works, our village can plant it. Everyone will be rich, and our family will not be conspicuous. Otherwise, people will always miss us. I always worry about my family when I go out." Grandma Wan knows what Wan Lauer is thinking. Several brothers now have their own careers and achievements, but he is the only one who is still digging for food in the field. He always thinks that he can make some achievements. so that he can have a good reputation even if he has no money. Okay. You can plant it if you want. Anyway, the land is in your hands now. You can do whatever you want. But you have to ensure that you can pay taxes after the autumn harvest, and that our family has surplus food. This is the bottom line of Mrs. Wan. As long as it is above this bottom line, she doesn't bother to care. However, Mrs. Wan soon thought of the 30 acres of wasteland she just bought, and asked, "What are you going to do with the 30 acres of wasteland you bought?" "The land is thawed, and it's time to open up the wasteland and make the land. And you want to plant all potatoes. Where are you going to buy the seeds?" Wan Lauer had already thought about what Mrs. Wan said. "Mother, I'm going to go to the village to hire people to open up the wasteland later. I don't know how much the wages are for hiring people at the border. I have to ask the village chief to prepare to open up the 30 acres of land in 3 to 5 days. It's best not to delay spring plowing." "Okay. You just know it yourself. I'm old and don't want to care about so many things. Since you have your own ideas, just go and do it." "Mother, after I get the well at home ready, I go to the county town to buy potato seeds. If there are no potato seeds in the county town, I go to the prefecture town. Anyway, this year's potatoes are. You must plant it. If you plant it today, you won't have to rush around next year. You can reserve seeds first, so you don't have to buy seeds everywhere next year, which saves a lot of trouble." "Oh, you know what? Buying seeds may not be available in the county town. If you go to the prefecture town, it will take half a month to go there and back, and our spring plowing will be delayed. You have to think carefully." Wan Lauer now wants to split himself in half, but there is no other way. Spring plowing only lasts for 2 days. After spring plowing, the solar term will be over, and the harvest will be much lower if you plant anything else. "Mother, how about you and the child's mother take care of the well digging at home? I go to the town to call the third son back and ask him to take care of the work in the field. It will only take half a month. I'll be back soon." Didn't the shop hire 2 more people? It shouldn't have much impact if the third son is away for a while. After all, everyone is busy with spring plowing. I think it's okay. Don't wait until tomorrow. Pack up your things and hitch your ox cart to the village chief's house now. Ask the village chief to help you find someone to open up the wasteland. You can give this job to the village chief and give him some money. After all, the village chief has been helping our family a lot. After handing it over to the village, you can go directly to the town to tell the third son to come home quickly. You can hire a carriage in the town to go to the prefecture and bring enough clothes and money. Wan Lauer thought it was okay, but his mother was quick and arranged it clearly. "Okay. Mother, I leave now." Chapter 312, Digging the Spring. Sister-in-law Wan hurried to pack things for the second elder Wan, after being gone for half a month. "I don't know what the climate is like in the capital city. Is it warmer than here?" Sister-in-law Wan packed all the clothes for the second elder Wan, and brought 100 taels of money, which she sewed on his inner clothes. She also brought him some loose silver for his travel. These are all the family's belongings, which are the dividends brought back by the third elder sister-in-law Wan and her family before the new year. After the second elder Wan left, there were no adult men in the family, and the women did not leave the house. In the afternoon, the village chief came to the Wan family. "Aunt, Jean Zhu told me today that your family is looking for temporary workers to open up wasteland. I set the wage at 10 cents a day. The wages at our border are low, and you don't have to leave home to go far to open up wasteland. So I think 10 cents is fair. If you think it's suitable, I will start to let people pass on the message. If you have any ideas, you can also tell me. It's very suitable. How can I not trust the village chief to do things? This wage is fine. There are many people. As long as it can be opened in 2 or 3 days, turned over and dried several times, and it doesn't delay spring plowing." The wage offered by Jean Yo was a few cents lower than what Grandma Wan expected. She remembered that the hard labor outside the border seemed to be 15 or 18 cents a day. But this wage is indeed not expensive, and their family can afford it. "Village chief, there are only a few women in our family now. The second son's wife is busy all the time and has no time to rest. The fourth son's wife is taking care of the children. I am old and can't help much. Only the third son is at home, and he doesn't know how to cook. How about this? My family doesn't provide lunch at noon. Each person can buy 3 big steamed buns with an extra 3 cents. That's even better. Let them bring their own lunch from home. You don't have to prepare lunch at home. Let them bring their own tools." "Thank you so much, Village chief. Let's do it. After Mrs. One sent the village chief away, the big stone in her heart finally fell. In the evening, the third son drove the ox cart back. When Mrs. One saw her third son coming back, she felt relieved. Although the third son was not as good at farming as the second son, he was also a man who worked hard in the fields. He could do anything with those temporary workers. As soon as the village chief sent out the news that the One family was looking for people to help with the land reclamation in the afternoon, dozens of people came to sign up. Within an hour, enough people were recruited. The village chief did not take all of them, but carefully selected 15 people from them. These 15 people were usually diligent, capable and honest people, and the village chief trusted their character. Early the next morning, One Lausen brought the money directly to the village chief, and he also went to the fields with him. He had cows at home, so he was much faster than people in the land reclamation. One Lausen himself also worked and ate with the land reclamation team. Firstly, to supervise these people who were slacking off, and secondly, the boss's presence was also a spur to these people. The Zhu family father and son came at noon. Today was a good day, and they drove the ox cart here, which was earlier than yesterday. Big sister, are you at home? Zhu Pingwang knocked on the door and shouted into the yard. Hey, I'm here. Wan Ersao heard the voice and quickly looked through the crack of the door. She found that it was Zhu Pingwang and his son, and quickly opened the door. Brother Zhu, Uncle Zhu, you are here. Come in quickly. Zhu Pingwang parked the ox cart, got off the ox cart with his father, and moved all the tools for digging the well into the yard. The first thing Zhu did when he entered the yard was to check the beans he scattered yesterday to see if there were any changes. Finally, he was surprised to find that 2 beans were a little swollen, and the one next to the chicken coop was the most swollen. It's rare. It's really rare. I didn't expect that there is such a water source in Shitsi village. It's better than the collective water source at the entrance of your village. I looked through the notes handed down by my ancestors, which recorded the digging process of the well in your Shitsi village. It was really not easy. There are really not many places where we can dig water at this border. I didn't expect that there is a water source in your yard. This is a great event. You should know that water use at the border is really a headache for every household. Their Shitsi village is not the worst. Those more remote mountain people can only collect dew and rainwater and store them for slow use, which is more difficult than their Shitsi village. After hearing what Old Man Zhu said, Old Lady One smiled brightly. That's God's blessing. Since there's water, shall we start digging today? Old Lady One didn't know how difficult it was to dig a well until she came to the border. Every time she dug a foot deep, she would have to dig up stones. Unlike in the interior, in Yonglu village, they could dig water anywhere. Drinking water was not a problem at all. As long as the family was well off, they could dig a well. Yes, we start digging today. If everything goes well, it will be done in 3 to 5 days. But your family still needs to prepare stones. After I dig out the water, I build up the side of the well with stones to prevent it from collapsing and muddying the water. I know this, Brother Zhu. Don't worry. I will ask my third son to go get some stones in a while. There are many stones in our Shitsi village. Just pick them up casually. What Old Lady One said was not wrong. Then Old Man Zhu took out a bag of food and handed it to Old Lady One, saying, Sister, this is the lunch for me and my son. Please warm it up for us when you cook lunch. We are old and can't eat cold food like the young people. We can't stand it here. Old Man Zhu patted his belly as he said this. Old Lady One quickly took it and agreed, we are old. And the things here are also old. We need to pay more attention. I will take it to the kitchen and tell my second daughter-in-law. Old Man Zhu is very disciplined. He asked his son to prepare lunch in advance when he went to work in any house, so as not to take advantage of the employer, because lunch was already included in the 2 taels of silver, and the employer didn't have to take care of the meal. For 3 days in a row, the Zhu family father and son came at Chinshur and left at Yushur. When they came, the owner had already had breakfast, and when they left, the owner had not had dinner yet. Even Mrs. One admired the character of the Zhu family father and son. Anyway, digging a well is a contractor, and the work is not calculated by the day. As long as water can be dug, it's fine. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, good news came. Dad, water is coming out. It seems there is a spring below. It took 3.5 days to dig 5 meters deep, which shows how many stones there are below. But it was still smooth. although there are stones. It is much smoother than the well at the entrance of their village, because there are no particularly large stones, and no need to crush stones. Old man Ju pulled his son out of the well. Water is coming out. It's much faster than I expected. I expected it would take another day to get water. Old man Ju also had an excited smile on his face. Now he was relieved that their family's signboard was saved. The happiest people were Juan Urseo and Mrs. Juan. Oh! Is there really water coming out? Juan Urseo quickly handed over 2 bowls of water to quench their thirst. There is water coming out. And the water is quite large. But I have to quickly build up the well wall. Otherwise the bottom will be submerged in the well in a while. And it will be troublesome to work. Old man Ju was surprised and said, Is the water so big? Zhu Pengwang nodded. Yes, Dad. It seems that we have dug a spring. And the water is flowing out. I have been digging wells at the border for so many years. But I have never seen such a scene. It is really eye-opening. Zhu Pengwang drank the last sip of water, handed the bowl to Juan Urseo and smiled. Your water is not as sweet as the water from your well. Juan Urseo was stunned for a moment. Then she understood what Zhu Pengwang meant. And she was even happier. Chapter 313 Juan's well is completed, benefiting the village. It took another half a day for Zhu Pengwang to build the well wall beautifully. Sister, the well is ready. But the water will have to wait a few days before it can be used. There are extra stones here. I will help you build the well mouth. Isn't your third brother a carpenter? Let him make a pulley to make it convenient to draw water. Okay. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Juan's second wife hurriedly thanked him. It's okay. It's just a side job. The news of Juan's well digging in the past few days has been spreading in the village. Every day, there are curious people who come to visit to see if Juan's family has really got water. After all, the difficulty of getting water is already a hurdle in everyone's mind. Especially some elderly people in the village. They usually don't go out much. But this time, they came to Juan's house in groups of 3 or 2. This is the first time that Juan's family has welcomed so many elderly people in the village. Digging a well is indeed a matter of life and death for people at the border. Now that water has come out, the most excited are the old people. They have suffered from not having a well all their lives. Now that water has been drawn, some of them excitedly walked to the well and kowtowed to it. Mrs. Juan may not understand this feeling. After all, even if she had experienced famine before, it was only 2 or 3 years. But these people have been short of water all their lives. Old man Ju sat aside and smoked welding smoke, looking relaxed. After all, the news of digging a well for the Juan family today would spread quickly. Within half a month, the whole county would know that a spring had been dug out of the Juan family's well. This is a great thing for their Zhu family. After all, he personally decided this location, which shows that he is still sharp and experienced. Sure enough, in the next few days, more and more people came to the Zhu family to ask about digging a well. Juan Lao San took advantage of the fact that the well water could not be used in the past few days, and hurriedly made a windlass. After it was installed, the well water was just usable. The old and young of the Juan family excitedly gathered around the well, and watched Juan Lao San draw the first bucket of water. Old Lady Juan couldn't wait to scoop half a ladle with a ladle and taste it. Oh! This water is really sweet. As if sugar is added, it tastes really good. Everyone heard this, and tasted it one after another. Little Fubao was anxiously circling around the adult's legs, and couldn't get in. Mom, Fubao wants to drink too. Fubao wants to drink sugar water too. Second sister Juan turned her head, and saw her daughter scratching her ears and cheeks anxiously. She burst out laughing, quickly squatted down, picked up little Fubao from behind, and sat her on her legs, and fed her a mouthful of well water. Wow! So sweet. Fubao wants to drink more. The well water in early spring is still warm, although it is not piercing. But you can't drink too much. My dear, wait until Mom boils it before you drink it. Okay? Children who drink too much cold water will easily get a stomachache. Fubao looked at the water in the bucket eagerly and nodded reluctantly. Okay. After that day, people from the neighborhood came to the Juan family to fetch water. Old Lady Juan was never stingy. As long as she was at home, she would let others fetch as they pleased. In Old Lady Juan's heart, this well must have been created by the blessing of little Fubao. It was for the poor people at the border. It could benefit the people in the village. Old Lady Juan would certainly not stop such a blessed thing. And the people who fetched water from the Juan family were not ungrateful people. The simple folk customs were greatly interpreted at that moment. Some of them quietly went to help the Wan family turn the soil. Some saved money and gave their eggs to little Fubao to eat. Some put a bundle of firewood at the door of the Wan family. And some dug a basket of wild vegetables. Although they were all insignificant things, Old Lady Wan was full of emotion in her heart. This is the folks and the hometown feelings. One well connected the whole village. And no matter how the water was used, it always remained half a foot below the wellhead, which was magical. The water output was several times more than that of the big well outside the village. Now there were fewer people going to the village entrance to fetch water, and everyone could get water faster. The two wells greatly relieved the water pressure of the villagers in Shitsi village. A month passed in a flash, and Wan Lauer finally came back from the capital. Mother of the child. Fubao, I'm back. Wan Lauer brought back a mule transport team, each mule carrying 2 baskets of nearly 400 kilograms, which immediately attracted the attention of the villagers. Jinju, you have been away for so long. What good things did you bring back? You were not at home even when your family dug a well? A person who was usually familiar with Wan Lauer asked with a smile. Wan Lauer did not intend to hide it, because his goal was to get rich first, and then drive the whole village to get rich together. Only when everyone's interests were tied together, no one would betray. After harvesting these 30 acres of potatoes, he would build a workshop and hire people to help. Instead of letting everyone inquire about it, it would be better to let everyone join in. He has already told the recipe to Wan Sansa, and Wan Sansa also made delicious food according to the recipe. It was tried out in the store for 2 days, and the business was booming. But the quantity was only enough for 2 days. Many customers didn't get to taste it, and felt very regretful. They were waiting to see when new food would be available. After this test, Wan Lauer's confidence increased greatly. If they become the source of production, they can produce in large quantities, and sell them all over the country. Therefore, Wan Lauer said directly, this is potato seeds. Everyone knows that my family has bought another 30 acres of land. I plan to plant potatoes on all of these 30 acres of land. Oh my god. Potatoes? 30 acres of potatoes? Jinju, you don't have a fever, right? That thing will become poisonous if it is left for a long time. Why don't you plant this on your 30 acres of land? Because everyone has been using water in the Wan family during this period. The relationship with the Wan family has become much closer. And they are also thinking about the Wan family when they speak. After all, 30 acres is not 3 acres of land. If these are planted, the potatoes harvested at that time will be pleasing. But in the end, they will go bad and have to be thrown away. It is really distressing and sad. The people at the border especially value food, and they don't want to see such a scene. After the first person persuaded Wan Lao, there was a second, a third. Wan Lauer knew that everyone was doing it for his own good. But he had only been gone for half a month. When did everyone start to care so much about his family? Everyone listen to me. I have a plan. I accidentally got a secret recipe, which is to turn potatoes into something else that can be stored for a long time. If I succeed in harvesting this fall, everyone can follow me to plant next year, and I will harvest as much as everyone has. Wan Lauer's words exploded like a spring thunder among the crowd, and everyone was excited for a while. Chapter 3:14 Harvest. Jinju, are you telling the truth? You will harvest as much as we plant? You are not lying. Are you? A woman's face was so surprised that she twitched. Of course it is true. When did I, Wan Lauer, ever boast? But I have to succeed in this trial. If I fail, don't plant it next year, Wan Lauer said, and asked people to unload the potato seeds and move them into the house. The surrounding villagers also began to help spontaneously. After all, this was related to whether their family could plant crops next year. People at the border knew that planting this crop was high yield, much higher than grain yields. But they also knew that it was difficult to preserve. Even the government could not do anything about it. Otherwise the government would not watch the people starve. After unloading the potatoes, Wan Lauer paid the manager, and he left directly. Wan Lauer bought nearly 10,000 kilograms of potatoes this time. If 1 mu of land requires 300 kilograms of seeds, then 30 mu of land would require 9,000 kilograms. He bought nearly 10,000 kilograms. After the villagers dispersed, Mrs. Wan pulled Wan Lauer back into the house to ask, Lauer, why did you go for so long? Shouldn't you be back in half a month? If you've been gone for a month and don't come back, I let your eldest brother go to the capital to look for you. Wan Er's wife also sat aside and listened. After all, She was also very worried. When Xiao Fubao heard that his father was back, he and Hohot also ran back. Daddy, Daddy. When Xiao Fubao saw Wan Lauer, he rushed over and hugged Wan Lauer's thighs. Wan Lauer picked up his daughter and kissed her hard a few times. Then he held her and sat on the Kong. Mom, this time I went to buy potato seeds. It wasn't so smooth, but it was smooth at least. I met a noble person who helped me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to buy them in another month. Old Lady Wan was surprised for a moment. Oh, met a noble person? Yes. Mom, I met Boss Shen. Didn't his family move to the capital city? I went to the capital city where I didn't know anyone and was confused. I asked around and planned to find the place my sister mentioned and ask her for help. Didn't she say she and Sect Master Wang also moved to the capital city last year? But when I found the place according to that address, there was no one there. They said they moved again. I was confused at the time. Accommodation in the capital city is much more expensive than in our town. One night. The worst place is only 1 or 2 taels of silver. How can I afford it? I thought it was no use to waste time. So I was ready to go back. But I was seen by the leader of the city gate. Shen. He stopped me and took me to his new home. Mom. His wife gave birth to a big fat boy. The leader of the city was so happy that he boasted to everyone that he had a son. Old Lady One was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Great. Thinking about last year, Mrs. Shen was secretly harmed by a villain. And the child almost didn't come out. Now he is born safely. And he will be blessed in the future. This child was born in such a family. Just like being born with a silver spoon in his mouth. So he is definitely blessed. Second sister-in-law One also sighed. Old Lady One nodded and looked at old Second One. It's just that you went in a hurry this time and didn't bring any gifts. Which was a bit rude. After all, Boss Shen is so good to our family and gave Xiao Fubao so many gold, silver and jewelry. Alas, Mom, I bought a small gold lock. I spent 50 taels of the 100 taels of silver. And the remaining 50 taels bought a small one. It can be regarded as our heartfelt gift. This is a good thing. Although our family is poor, we can't let people think that we are rude. Besides, it was an accident that we met Boss Shen this time. Next time we have the opportunity to go to the capital, Mom will definitely come to congratulate him in person. Old Lady One took this matter to heart. Then she asked Wan Lauer, what about the potato seeds that Gang Leader Shen bought for you? Mother. Gang Leader Shen followed the path of his cousin. Prefect Shen. It's a coincidence that this is also the time for our family to catch up. A batch of potatoes shipped from the interior of the country to be sold to the Hanu people were left in the city. Wasn't it because of the war with the Hanu last year? The world is in turmoil. And the merchant simply abandoned the potatoes and ran away. And these potatoes don't last long. I bought them at a very low price. Anyway, it's a 5-book deal. The government can get some money. Otherwise, it would be a pity to throw them all away. Oh, then how much did you spend on these? Old Lady One asked curiously. It's less than 10 taels of silver. And they sold it to me at 1 penny per pound. I guess they did it for the sake of Boss Shen. Right? My God, that's really cheap. This kind of seeds must be much more expensive than potatoes. Now they're sold to you at 1 penny per pound. We've really made a fortune. Grandma One clapped her hands and was very happy. It took Wan Lauer a month to go back and forth. And most of the spring plowing in Shitsi village had been planted. The winter wheat planted by the Wan family last year had a serious reduction in yield. Now less than half of it survived. But it occupied half of the land. Grandma Wan felt a little distressed. This half of the land would be harvested and nothing could be planted. It is already mid-April, which is the season for planting potatoes. The next day, Wan Lauer started to plant potatoes. Because the spring plowing in the village was basically done. The people in Shitsi village were also idle. They just weeded the fields, which was not much work. Moreover, a few days after the seeds were sown, it rained a little bit. People in the village were happy to talk about this year's harvest, which would definitely exceed last year's. Early in the morning, the door of Wan Lauer's house was surrounded by people watching the excitement. Because now everyone would come to the Wan family to fetch water in the morning. And the affairs of the Wan family could not be hidden. And it was easy to become the focus of discussion in the whole village. Jinju, I have nothing to do. I'm here to help you. You are going to plant these today. Right? The two brothers Chansheng and Chengfu walked directly into the yard. Saw Wan Lauer loading the ox cart. And hurried to help. Yes, it's just right to plant now. And it can be harvested in July and August. Changsheng and Chengfu had also planted potatoes before, and knew how to plant them. They helped Wan Lauer work skillfully. Soon more villagers joined in. Everyone was used to farm work and did things neatly. Moreover, Wan Lauer's potatoes were related to whether everyone could be rich next year. Those who had nothing to do came to help. And they did it voluntarily and for free. As a result, in less than 2 days, all 30 acres of land were planted. It rained on the 3rd day. From spring to autumn, the whole village went to see Wan Lauer's potatoes every day, as if they were planted at home. Finally, after the spring wheat was harvested, the potato harvest came. This year's wheat harvest was dozens of kilograms more per moo than last year. And Wan Lauer used the wheat seeds specially reserved last year and adopted last year's planting method, which produced an extra 100 kilograms of grain per moo, which immediately caused cheers from the whole village. Some people went to Wan Lauer to exchange wheat seeds on the same day and kept them for planting next year. When harvesting potatoes, everyone in the village came to help. It took 5 days, and nearly 50,000 kilograms of potatoes were harvested from 30 acres of land. This output shocked the villagers of Shitsi village even though they had experienced it before. Chapter 315 Letter from the Capital. After all the potatoes were collected, the Wan family simply couldn't store so many potatoes. Wan Lauer could only borrow the Wanching Mo family, where the Yu family lived next door. And these potatoes are related to the future life of the Yu family of 3. So the Wan family can rest assured to put them in the yard next door. Lauer, now that the potatoes are harvested, what are you going to do next? What do you think? Mom, I plan to ask the village chief to buy a piece of land, build a workshop, and then hire someone to do it. And our family has to buy jars. At least 20 jars. Old Lady Wan was a little worried. Your relatives come to do it. What if they leak the recipe? We haven't made money from the recipe yet. And the recipe has been sold. Have you thought about it? Wan Lauer certainly thought about it. So he wanted to sign a contract with these people who came to work. Mom, I've thought about all this. This is the first year. And only our family makes money. Others will be jealous. So I want to sign a contract. When everyone makes money next year, do you think anyone will spread the money they make? And even if they know the process of making noodles, they don't know how to use the noodles and what delicious food they can make. Making noodles is the first step. The key is how to make noodles into a profitable business. They definitely can't do this. When they sell all the noodles to our family, we will be the only one in this border. The interests of our entire village are tied together. I don't believe anyone will give away the money they have earned, even if someone is willing to do so. Others will not agree. Wan Lauer seemed to have suddenly come to his senses and thought everything through clearly. Wan Lauer felt that Wan Lauer had grown a lot during this period and was no longer a farmer who only knew how to farm. Wan's family hired someone to buy a foundation and build a workshop. It was built in less than 5 days. It was on the open space opposite Wan's family, so it would be more convenient to use water and so on. And there is another reason why Wan Lauer dared to do this. That is, his family has a well, and the water can be used freely, which is not a condition for every family. On the day when the workshop was built, the Wan family received a letter from the city. Jinju, your letter was sent from the city. Jinyo came to Wan Lauer with a letter and shouted at the workshop at the gate. Wan Lauer was asking the hired people to help move the purchased largemouth jars into the workshop. Hearing this, he quickly patted the dust on his hands and walked out. Village chief. I'm here. Jinju. Your letter. The other party said it was sent from the city. You should take a look quickly. Is there anything wrong? I didn't expect that your family in the city still knows someone. It's really a big deal. Jinyo patted Wan Lauer's shoulder with envy. Wan Lauer was wondering who sent the letter from Fuqing. He only knew Shen Qinghan and Xiao from Fuqing. But Xiao had already moved. Could it be that they wrote to tell him about the move? But they had moved for several months, so it was unlikely that they would write to him now. Wan Lauer thanked the village chief, and the two exchanged a few words. The village chief ran to the opposite side to see the workshop. This was the first workshop in their 10 miles and 8 villages, and it was the honor of their Shitsi village. Wan Lauer took the letter back to the yard. He found Wan Erseo and Wan Laotai and opened the letter. After reading the letter, Wan Lauer was shocked. He saw a portrait before he saw the content of the letter. It was exactly the same as the one from a year ago. Mom, isn't this the portrait of Fubao last year? It's only been a year. How come it's out again? Wan Lao I was drinking water. When she heard this, she dropped the cup in her hand to the ground and broke it into pieces. What? How is it possible? The kingdom of you discovered it so quickly? Old Lady Wan's eyes were a little cloudy, and she stared. Sister Wan rushed over and took a closer look at the portrait of Xiao Fubao. It was indeed the same as last year. Oh my god! What should we do? Sister Wan was so anxious that tears came out. Old Man Wan didn't know what to do at this time. The person who helped them solve this matter last time was Wan Qingmo. Now they don't know where Wan Qingmo went. And even if they knew where Wan Qingmo was, it would not quench their thirst. Isn't there a letter? Take it out and read it. Old Lady Wan suddenly saw that Old Man Wan was holding a piece of letter paper in his other hand, and hurriedly urged him to read it. Old Man Wan also unfolded the letter paper with shaking hands, and finally saw the handwriting on it. The letter was not long, but a few words explained the reason. It turned out that this letter was sent by Shen Qinghan. A month ago, he went to the interior of the country and found a portrait of Xiao Fubao in a city in the interior of the country. He had seen Xiao Fubao's appearance when she was a child, and recognized the little girl in the portrait at a glance. He saw that it was a missing person notice with a very high reward. So he asked Jian Hu to secretly bring the portrait back, and sent the letter back before he came back. It was also to remind Wan Lauer that someone was looking for Xiao Fubao. He remembered that a portrait of Xiao Fubao appeared in the town last year, but it disappeared soon after. He didn't pay much attention to it. Who knew it would appear again this time? He didn't know whose child Xiao Fubao was, but he knew that the Wan family would not harm Xiao Fubao. After hearing the letter, Old Lady Wan quickly bowed in the direction of the prefecture, saying thank you repeatedly. Thank you, Boss Shen. Thank you, Boss Shen. Old Lady Wan has calmed down now. He gently patted Wan Erseo's shoulder and said to Old Lady Wan, Mother, I think the fake Fubao that Moer brought to you must have been exposed and did not bring blessings to you. Yu's national teacher should not be a vegetarian. We underestimated the other party's strength. After all, they are the royal family. Now what we have to do is to hide little Fubao, or move to a place where people have never seen what little Fubao looked like when he was a child. Wan Erseo quickly raised her head. Yes. Move. Move away. Move back to the interior. Buy a yard in the town. Hide little Fubao, and no one will find it. I won't. Believe it or not, the people of you dare to come to our daki to snatch people? Old Lady Wan shook her head. No. This is unfair to Xiao Fubao. What's the difference between hiding her and letting her go back to you and be locked up in the palace? I believe that Xiao Fubao can come to us because of fate. We don't need to be too anxious now. Let's see how this matter will develop. Don't panic. But with a reminder from Boss Shen, we can make preparations early. We won't go to the capital city in the future. In 2 years, even the people in the village will forget what Xiao Fubao looks like. After all, this is not you, but Daki. If the people of you want to find someone in Daki, they will definitely be restrained. This is our advantage. After saying this, Old Lady Wan was no longer panicked, and she also comforted Wan Erseo a little. Let's keep this a secret for now. Lao Er, quickly destroy this portrait and the letter. Don't let anyone find out. Just pretend that this incident never happened. Fu Bao is 3 years old now, and the portrait still shows him when he was 1 year old. Not everyone will remember it. Wan Lao Er quickly destroyed the letter, but he was worried for the next few days. He was absent-minded and even lost interest in running the workshop. Wan's grandmother was afraid that Wan Lao Er would delay the workshop, so she asked him to hand it over to Erguzi. Chapter 316. Wan Erseo's medicine cures the disease. Erguzi has been helping the Wan family for half a year. Old Lady Wan likes this hard-working and capable young man more and more. Whenever she cooks delicious food at home, she will ask Wan Erseo to send a portion to the Yu family. Hohad has become more and more stable in the Wan family in the past 6 months. Originally, Old Lady Wan thought that after Hohad got familiar with the Wan family, she would treat this place as her own home. But Hohad is very smart. She knows her position and reminds herself of her identity all the time, and does not allow herself to overstep her boundaries. Even if no one in the Wan family treats her as a servant, she has her own principles, which she has realized after coming to the Wan family. Hohad learned to raise rabbits. Now all the livestock in the Wan family are handed over to her to raise. Wan Erseo always praises Hohad in front of Old Lady Wan, saying that this girl is really capable, especially good at raising poultry. Now the rabbit cages in the Wan family are not enough. Wan Lauer has asked Wan Laosan to make dozens of new ones. But now they are all full again. After the autumn harvest, she will prepare to slaughter a batch of rabbits and take them directly to her shop to make spicy rabbit hot pot. The business will surely be booming. Now that the incident with Xiao Fubao has happened, Wan Erseo is in no mood. She is worried all day long, fearing that Xiao Fubao will be snatched away suddenly. After a period of time, Wan Erseo fell ill. And this time, she was sick for a long time. She was bedridden for several months. And Xiao Fubao did not go anywhere, but stayed at home with Wan Erseo. Mom, the medicine is ready. Take the medicine. Xiao Fubao is already 3 years old, and he is more sensible in speaking and doing things than before. He helps Wan Erseo take medicine every day, and no one can take this job away. Wan Erseo sat up from the Kong, looking at Xiao Fubao coming in from the door with a smile on her face. But she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. My dear, go slowly. Be careful not to burn your hands. Mom, I'm fine. Sister Hohan has put a cloth to cushion me. Don't worry. I won't be burned. Fubao, blow on it for me, and I can drink the medicine after it cools down. Little Fubao put the medicine bowl on the table beside him. Slowly stirred the black medicine juice inside with a spoon. Waited for a while. Then dipped some of the medicine juice with a spoon and tasted it with his tongue. And his little face immediately wrinkled into a ball. Mother, you drink such bitter medicine every day. Fubao feels so bad. Can you get better soon? Wan Erseo looked at her daughter's big eyes with tears flashing, and felt even worse. Where could she find such a filial child? Okay. Mother will get better after drinking the medicine today. In the future, Mother will not drink bitter medicine. Fubao will not feel uncomfortable. Okay? Yes. Mother. The medicine is cold. Fubao prepared maltose for Mother. Mother, eat a piece of maltose after drinking the medicine, and your mouth will not be bitter. This maltose was bought by Wan Lauer in the town last time. Fubao has never been willing to eat it, so she kept it for Wan Erseo, just to let her suffer less. Wan Erseo was moved to tears, and she raised her head to drink the medicine. When she looked down, she saw little Fubao holding the maltose in his hand and waiting eagerly. Mother, come on. It won't be bitter after eating the candy. Little Fubao quickly reached out and put his candy into Wan Erseo's mouth. A sweet taste spread in her mouth and also spread into Wan Erseo's heart. Wan Erseo suddenly came to her senses. Fuba, come up to the Kong. Mother asked you something. Little Fubao quickly took off his shoes and climbed up on a small stool, moving as nimbly as a little monkey. Wan Erseo looked at her daughter and couldn't help laughing, and reached out to hold little Fubao's little body. Fuba, when you grow up and know that your current mother is not your biological mother, will you leave your mother and go find your biological mother? Wan Erseo hesitated for several months, but still felt that she should tell little Fubao about this. Little Fubao raised his head and looked at Wan Erseo with some doubts. Mother, you are Fubao's biological mother. Fubao only has you as his biological mother? Fubao, do you really think so? What if there is a more beautiful aunt in the future who says she is your biological mother? Will you go with her? No. Fubao only has you as his biological mother. You are Fubao's biological mother. Little Fubao answered firmly. Wan Erseo burst into tears and hugged little Fubao tightly. Little Fubao quickly reached out and patted Wan Erseo's back, his voice a little helpless. Mom, don't cry. Fubao won't recognize anyone else as your mother. Fubao heard what Grandma and Dad said. They said Fubao is Princess Fuyun, not your biological child. Mom is afraid of losing Fubao, so she got sick. Fubao knows it all. Mom, Fubao will never leave you. If someone comes to find Fubao, Fubao will not go with him. Little Fubao's words surprised Wan Erseo. She quickly let go of little Fubao and asked with a worried look, Girl, when did you hear your grandma and your father talking? It's been a long time. When Mom just got sick, I secretly heard it, but I didn't tell anyone else. I knew that this matter must not be known to others. Otherwise others would spread it out, saying that Fubao is not Mom's biological daughter. Fubao doesn't want to leave Mom, and doesn't want to be a princess. Fubao just wants to live with Mom, Grandma and brothers. Fubao's words instantly comforted Wan Erseo. It turned out that such a young child already knew so much. On the contrary, she, as a mother, had been in a negative state because of this matter. She had not taken good care of little Fubao during this period, and let her daughter take care of her instead. Wan Urseo touched the thin face of little Fubao. Her daughter had a pointed chin. Wan Urseo felt even more guilty. Fuba, don't worry. Mother won't let anyone take you away. Mother will get up and make you your favorite braised pork. Tomorrow Mother will take you to the county town to have fun. Wan Urseo's cheering made little Fubao very happy. She quickly hugged Wan Urseo's neck and said happily, "Great. Fubao can eat braised pork again." Fubao hasn't eaten the meat made by Mother for a long time. Fubao is greedy. He can also go to the county town to play. Fubao is so happy. Wan Urseo listened to Fubao's happy laughter from the heart and what Fubao said, and finally had a comfortable smile on her face. The sudden improvement of Wan Urseo's condition also improved the depressed atmosphere at home. When she heard that Wan Urseo was going to take Fubao to the county town to play, Grandma Wan also agreed. As long as her daughter-in-law could get better, she would be happier than anything else. Okay, since we are going, let's all go. It's almost the new year, and we should prepare New Year's goods. Let Lao Er catch the ox cart tomorrow, and we will all go shopping and stay overnight at the old man's house. It just so happens that we have made a lot of potato flour. Doesn't Lao Er want to let the county magistrate see it? This is a good opportunity. Grandma Wan made the final decision. During the time when Wan Urseo was ill, she rarely heard about what was happening outside. And Wan Lao Er didn't tell her when he came back. She only now knew that the workshop had become large-scale. The more than 30 acres of potatoes planted in their own fields produced tens of thousands of kilograms. Dozens of women in the village were invited to process all the potatoes into starch in 2 months. Moreover, Wan Lauer himself made these potatoes into vermicelli according to the recipe given by you, and also made several kinds of delicacies. But they were just in appearance, not delicious at all. After all, Wan Lauer was not proficient in tea and food. Chapter 317 talking about the prophet. After knowing this, Wan Urseo took out a bag of potato flour from her home at night, and made several dishes according to the recipe given by Wan Lao Er. There were jelly, fish noodles, potato vermicelli, and hand-rolled potato noodles, and several toppings. Old Lady Wan asked Wan Urseo to invite you to eat together. After all, the recipe was used, and now that the result was out, she must let her family know. When you heard about it, she was overjoyed. She had waited for nearly a year and finally got the result. She did not refuse and came with her son and daughter. When she saw the table full of food, her eyes were wide open. This white food was made of the same flour. Was it really made by those things that grew in the soil? This was incredible. Oh my God! It really worked. Am I dreaming? You covered her face and cried. This year, the three of them lived on borrowing money and grain. In the most difficult times, you thought about selling the house several times, but was persuaded by Guzi. After all, the favor was already owed. At most, they could get 10% less when the time came to divide the profits. But the recipe must be kept. This is the hen that lays golden eggs. You, come and sit down and try what your brother and sister-in-law made. Old Lady Wan quickly let you in. You also felt that it was not good to cry in someone else's house. So she quickly lowered her head and wiped her tears and walked over quickly. Her leg injury had been healed for such a long time, and it finally healed. Now she is not lame when she walks. After everyone was seated, Old Lady One picked up the chopsticks and asked everyone to eat quickly. Second Sister One was afraid that you would be reserved, so she took the initiative to serve you a bowl of noodles and pour the braised pork topping on it. Sister-in-law, come and try what I made. I don't know how it tastes. This is my first time making it. If there are any shortcomings, please point them out and I will change them. It looks delicious and the smell makes people salivate. How can it not be delicious? You couldn't wait to pick up the bowl and smell it. A bowl was also placed in front of Mrs. Wan. When Mrs. Yu saw Mrs. Wan start eating, she started to eat. It was springy and chewy, which was very different from ordinary noodles. It was smooth and could slide down the throat. And with the meat, you felt that she could eat several bowls. Little Fubao was also happy to swing his legs on the chair, and his big eyes narrowed as he ate. Looking at her daughter, Mrs. Wan felt even more guilty. She really treated her daughter badly these days. Mrs. Wan kept picking up dishes for Little Fubao until Little Fubao's bowl was full of food. Little Fubao was sensible and didn't say anything, but kept lowering her head and eating hard. Occasionally, she raised her head and grinned at Wan Urseo with her greasy mouth. Little Fubao had heard Mr. He teach his brothers and said that the gift from the elders should not be refused. Although she was young at that time and couldn't understand what it meant, she had a good memory and always remembered it. Now that she is older, she can figure out the meaning by herself. Just like now, Juan Urseo picked up some food for her. Although she felt that it was a bit too much, she knew that if her mother was happy, she would be happy. So what she had to do was to eat it all, and eat it cleanly. And her mother would be happy. After the meal, it was dark, and Lu quickly collected the bowls and chopsticks. Yu and Juan Urseo wanted to move, but she stopped them. Okay, I do this little bit of work by myself. You all take a break. Especially sister-in-law. You've just gotten better, so don't get tired. You've been cooking for half a day today, and I can't help it all. You're still trying to take this little bit of work from me. Lu smiled and took the bowls and chopsticks away. You didn't leave either, wanting to hear what Juan Lauer planned next. Sister-in-law, now we have studied everything in this recipe. Tomorrow I'm going to go to the county town and bring a bag of potato flour to show the county magistrate and tell him my ideas. If we can sell this, we can promote planting throughout the county. And we buy it all. Juan Lauer has sent the potato flour from his home to the shop in the town this month. I heard that it's selling very well. The things made by Juan San's sister-in-law are definitely better than those made by Juan Ayer's sister-in-law. What Juan Ayer's sister-in-law studied today are all home-cooked, unlike what Juan San's sister-in-law makes, which are all for sale. And the side dishes are more particular. After a month of trial sales, Juan Lauer was sure that this thing had a huge market. So he decided to follow the county magistrate's path. But this thing can grow so fast in the soil. If the whole county promotes planting, can we do it? What if it goes bad? Don't worry about that. We will build a workshop and hire people to make it. But will the recipe be leaked? Don't worry. We will only ask the villagers of Shitsi village to make it. All of them will sign a confidentiality agreement. And only the water from our well is delicious. Others can't make this taste even if they imitate it. Juan Lauer has tried it. The 100 kilograms of potatoes he bought years ago were made with water from the village. Now, the potatoes they make are made with water from the well in the Juan family's yard. Obviously, the process is the same. Only the water is different. But the taste of the food is very different. Juan Lauer doesn't know why. So he attributes the problem to the water source. You didn't understand. And finally said, then everything is up to you. Brother, I don't understand much either. You can make your own decision. If you want to discuss it with me, just tell Erguzi. He is grown up now, and his brain is better than mine. He has also helped you manage the workshop for a period of time, and is more familiar with the process than me. Juan Lauer nodded, sister-in-law. Don't worry. I will say the same thing to Erguzi in the future. Erguzi was there, and when he heard both of them mention him, he stood up and said, Uncle Juan Air, my family has been taking care of you this year. Now that the recipe has worked, let's draft a contract for the future. This will be good for both you and me. As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. I don't want the harmony between the two families to be damaged because of this matter in the future. In my heart, I have always respected you. Erguzi's words are also what Juan Lauer wanted to say today. Now everything is basically on the right track. And it's time to sign the contract. Okay. You can do things. Uncle is assured. Clean and neat. No drag. You are the material for big things. So the two of them said some things in the contract in front of everyone. Finally, the two were deadlocked on the division. Erguzi said, Uncle Juan, our family only needs 20%. Because we only provided the prescription. And did not pay any costs. I already feel a little embarrassed to take 20%. If you give me more, I will really be ashamed. How can that be? Without your prescription, I can't do anything. If you take 20%, people will know that I am bullying you orphans and widows? Uncle, if I say no, it's no. This matter is settled. You draft the contract as soon as possible. And I will sign and put my fingerprints. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you to rest. We will wait for your good news at home. Erguzi said goodbye and went home with you and his sister. Juan Lauer was a little dumbfounded. He sent the family to the door, looked at the family's backs, and sighed softly, this child. Alas. Chapter 318 Family Dinner. The next morning, Juan Lauer harnessed the ox cart and took his family to the county town. Arriving at the city gate in the evening, Juan Lauer walked in with ease. The group first came to the Juan Lao family. Wan Lao had not left the government office. One who had not left school. And only Shin was at home. Madam. The old lady and the second master are here. And they are at the gate now. Since Shin came back from Shitsi village after the new year. It has been nearly a year since she last saw Mrs. Wan. She was very surprised to hear that. And quickly tidied her dress and hurried to the gate. Mother. Second brother. Second sister-in-law. Fourth sister-in-law. You are here. I missed you so much. Shin came up to support Mrs. Wan, holding Wan heir's wife with one hand. And her face could not hide the joy. Big brother's wife. I see you look good. Are you doing well? Mother. Why not? I just miss you a little. But Huzi has to go to school, and I can't leave him. Otherwise, I would go to Shitsi village to see you. Shin said sincerely. Huzi's studies are the most important thing. When I went back for the new year, I saw that Huzi has changed a lot. Not only has he grown taller, but he has also become more sensible. This is all your credit. Big brother should thank you very much. Old lady Wan was also happy. She was worried that Shin would treat Wan Hu badly. Now it seems that she was overthinking. Shin is a pretty good person. The few of them talked and laughed and entered the inner hall. After sitting for a while, Big brother Wan and Wan Hu came back one after another. Mother. Second brother. You are here. Grandma. Sister Fubao. I'm back. Old lady Wan heard Wan Hu's voice from a distance, coming from the corridor. After a while, she saw a strong young man running over and rushing towards old lady Wan. Grandma. Huzi misses you so much. Why don't you come to see Huzi? Have you forgotten Huzi? Grandma Wan quickly hugged Wan Hu's heart and looked at him carefully. He was a head taller than during the Chinese New Year, and his body became stronger. The clothes he wore were all made of good materials. There was also a book boy following him, who was about the same age as Wan Hu. Grandma Wan didn't understand the affairs of the rich and educated people, as long as her grandson was well. Oh, Huzi. Grandma misses you too. But Grandma is old. It's not so easy to come to the county town. This time, Grandma will have to rest for a few days to recover after returning home. When you pass the exam to become a scholar, Grandma will live in the county town. Okay, Grandma. This is what you said. Huzi really took it seriously. Grandma Wan smiled and nodded. Grandma said it. Brother Huzi. Don't you miss Fubao? Little Fubao slid off Wan Erseo, ran over and held the corner of Wan Hu's clothes, and said coquettishly. Wan Hu turned around quickly, took out a piece of candy from his body, peeled off the sugar coating, and stuffed it into Xiao Fubao's mouth. Sister Fubao. I think about you every day. I bring all the delicious food with me, thinking that when you come one day, I can let you taste it quickly. This piece of candy was given to me by my uncle, the county magistrate. He said it was brought from the capital, and is very delicious. As soon as Xiao Fubao opened her mouth, Wan Hu stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth. This candy was indeed different from the maltos she usually ate. It was sweeter, and had a faint floral fragrance. After eating it, there was still a floral fragrance in her mouth. Xiao Fubao instantly liked this taste. Wow! This candy is so delicious. Fubao likes it so much. Thank you, brother Huzi. Xiao Fubao's big eyes smiled. And she had lost a lot of weight during this period of time, so her big eyes stood out more on her palm-sized face. Sister Fubao. You are getting prettier and prettier. Prettier than any other girl in the county. The guy surnamed Shui in our school brags to me every day that his mother gave him a beautiful sister. I take you to them tomorrow to show them what beauty means. After hearing this, Wan Lao quickly picked up little Fubao. Huzi. Your sister is not for comparison with others. We just need to know that your sister is beautiful. Okay. Wan Lao wanted to hide his daughter, but this guy wanted to let the world know. Wan Hu scratched his head embarrassedly and was pulled over by Wan Lao Tai. Wan Lao looked at Wan Lao again. Brother. I came here this time to ask you for a favor. I brought some things and want to show them to the county magistrate. If possible, I want the county magistrate to promote them throughout the county. However, I have to wait until I meet the county magistrate to discuss the details. I don't know if this will work, but I think it has great potential. Wan Lao only gave a rough idea, and Wan Lao was a little confused. He asked for some details and learned that Wan Lao had already made potato flour and planted 30 acres. Wan Lao was a little surprised and immediately agreed. Lao you can leave this matter to me. But this matter should not be reported to the county government. I will invite you to my house for dinner. You can use food to demonstrate it. Isn't it more convincing? The second son of Wan Lao thought that the first son of Wan's method was better. So he readily agreed and quickly asked the second son of Wan's wife to borrow the kitchen of the first son of Wan Lao to make several kinds of food made of potato flour. It took the first son of Wan Lao half an hour to invite Shen Jinyuan. Tomorrow is the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, which is the day every month to publicize and educate the people at the gate of the county government. Shen Jinyuan always prepares carefully. In the past 1 or 2 years since he became the county magistrate, the people in the vicinity have obviously improved a lot in quality, and their minds are more open. When the first son of Wan Lao invited Shen Jinyuan, the second son of Wan's wife had already made several kinds of food, all of which were flavors that ordinary people could eat. And she did not make several kinds of toppings like she did at home yesterday. As soon as Shen Jinyuan came in, except for Shen and the first son of Wan Lao, everyone knelt down to pay their respects. Old lady, please get up quickly. We are having a family dinner today, so there is no need for so many etiquette. Shen Jinyuan raised his hand falsely, and Shen quickly helped the old lady of Wan up. Shen Jinyuan glanced at the second son of Wan Lao. I heard from my brother-in-law that you have something good to show me. What is it? Sir, please move to the flower hall. Mrs. Shen had the men's table of food placed in the flower hall, and the women's table placed in the living room next to the flower hall. The windows on both sides were opened, and the curtains were lowered so that the voices of people next door could be heard. Shen Jinyuan was led into the flower hall by Boss Wan, and felt that the flower hall was warm as spring. There were 2 pots of charcoal fire, and a stove in the flower hall, and wine was being scalded on it. The mellow smell of wine spread in the flower hall. The flower hall was not big, and could only seat 7 or 8 people. The county town paid attention to building houses, and they would not build houses too big, because everyone paid attention to the fact that small space could gather chi, which was more conducive to promotion and wealth. At this time, a table of exquisite food was placed on the 8 immortals table in the flower hall. But some of the food was a bit out of place and a bit rough. Shen Jinyuan immediately understood that this was probably the highlight of the day. Chapter 319 Shen Jinyuan's Plan. Sir, this is what I said. But my mother's cooking skills are not good enough, so the food she made may not please you. Please forgive me. Wan Lauer bowed his head respectfully after saying this. Shen Jinyuan waved his hand and sat down with interest. This way, you can taste the original flavor better. A servant wanted to come up and serve the dishes, but was also waved away by Shen Jinyuan. Shen Jinyuan picked up some of each and tasted them carefully. You said these are all made of that potato? This is more chewy and delicious than noodles. And it tastes smooth and chewy. And it is easy to fill your stomach. This is really a good thing. Wan Laoda and Wan Lauer looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. Wan Laoda waved his hand at Wan Lauer and asked him to hurry up. Wan Lauer also stepped forward at the right time. Sir, these are all made from potatoes. But this recipe is from someone else. I am just borrowing flowers to offer to you. If you think it's okay, can I tell you in detail? Yes. Yes. Sit down and talk while we eat. Wan Lauer quickly sat down on a stool nearby, and Wan Laoda also sat down opposite Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer told how much flour a pound of potatoes can produce, and how much flour a pound of wheat can produce, and also told about a set of methods he had thought of to utilize waste to raise livestock. Shen Jinyuan was overjoyed after hearing this. This is a major matter that benefits the people and the country. You just suggested that I promote it throughout the county. Are you sure you can collect so many potatoes? According to the market price of 1 penny per caddy, 1 mu of land is 1.5 taels of silver. Do you know how many people will plant potatoes at that time? I'm afraid your capital is not enough. I have a better suggestion. Why don't you listen to it? Shen Jinyuan has already formed a plan in his mind, and it is more feasible. Sir, please speak. Wan Lauer wanted it very much. He also felt that his tone was a bit too big. If he really promoted it throughout the county, he would not be able to collect so many by then. Wouldn't he be criticized by thousands of people? Although he can guarantee to make a lot of money, he must also do what he can. My suggestion is that I plan to implement a pilot project in your town in the first year. All potatoes planted by everyone will be collected by your family. But the price cannot be calculated according to the market price, but 80% of the market price. If someone wants to raise chickens and ducks, they can go to you to buy back the potato residues. and you sell them at 30% of the purchase price of potatoes. In this way, everyone can make money. Right? You don't have to worry about too much residue. One Lauer silently calculated in his mind. His purchase price is 8 cents. And the price of selling residues is 2 cents and 4 cents. But 1 caddy of potatoes cannot produce 1 caddy of residues. About 3 caddies of potatoes can produce 1 caddy of residues. Which means that he has to spend 2 cents and 4 cents. And then recycle 2 cents and 4 cents. One Lauer did not underestimate these 2 cents and 4 cents. Isn't it a matter of cents for businessmen? And he can make a lot of money because he purchases a lot of potatoes. However, before Shen Jinyuan finished speaking, he continued, even if everyone in your town grows potatoes, you should be under a lot of pressure. As far as I know, your town has about 40,000 mu of land. Because our border is sparsely populated and the land is vast. Each household has an average of 20 to 80 mu of arable land. Do you think you can harvest so many potatoes? One Lauer was already very uneasy. This is much more than the arable land in their border. One Lauer wiped his sweat. Fortunately, Lord Shen did not promote it directly throughout the county as he said, giving him time to buffer. Otherwise, he would definitely become a criminal and might even go to jail. Thank you for your advice, sir. I was reckless and didn't know that there were so many arable lands in one town. It's not your fault. Everyone has their own expertise. I also learned this from my master. But I believe that as long as you can successfully purchase potatoes from one town next year, you can purchase potatoes from 2 towns the following year. One day, our entire county will be able to promote it. You have made a great contribution. Shen Jinyuan felt that it was a wise decision to return to the border to be a county magistrate. Meeting the Wan family was his lifelong luck. Not only did he find his only relatives in this life, but now he was also delivering political achievements to him. He said he would help the Wan family no matter what. One Lauer didn't think about whether to make merit or not. He just thought it would be good to save more dowry for his daughter. If you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to come to the government office to find me. I will issue an order when I go back. As long as you tell me your name, no one will dare to stop you. Just go directly to the back hall of the government office. I will definitely help you get this done. Anyone who hinders the promotion of planting will be arrested. After hearing what Shen Jinyuan said, Wan Lauer's hands were shaking with excitement. He wanted to pour wine for Shen Jinyuan, but almost spilled the wine on Shen Jinyuan's clothes. Seeing this, Shen Jinyuan took the wine glass and poured a glass of wine for Wan Lauer himself. I would like to thank you on behalf of the people at the border. Wan Lauer stood up in fear. How could he dare to ask the county magistrate to toast him? Sir, you are too kind to me. I should thank you. I will toast you with this glass of wine. The 3 of them were very happy and drunk. Shen Jinyuan was sent back to the county government office by Shen's people. It was already midnight. The next day, Wan Lauer got up late. Wan Laotai and several other women had been chatting in the warm room for a long time. Mother, sister-in-law, are you here? Second brother, come in and warm up. It's very cold outside. Shen quickly asked someone to serve hot tea. Sister-in-law, I just had breakfast. You don't have to work. I'm not thirsty. Wan Lauer rubbed his hands and sat on the chair. The chair was covered with thick leather. It was warm and comfortable to sit on. Mom, should we go to the county town this time to buy some New Year's goods to take home? We won't come to the county town before the new year. Of course, the county town has more things than our town. Last year, because of the war, the plan for the trade center at our town was shelved, resulting in it not being popular now. Mom, maybe it will be better after the new year. Isn't the army stationed at the border now? The enemy will definitely not dare to act rashly. I think our town will be lively soon. Maybe next new year we can buy good things in the town that are not available in the county town. Okay, that's fine. It's next year's matter. Let's go and have a look today. As the new year approaches, there are more thieves, and we can't always be alone at home. Fortunately, it's winter now, and there's not much water. The villagers don't drink water so often. Otherwise they will definitely go to the well outside the village to fetch water on the day we leave. Now that Mrs. Wan is familiar with the people in Sheetsi village, she likes the hustle and bustle even more, especially since there is a well at home. The door of her house has become a place where the old people often come to talk. Everyone says that the Wan family can hit the spring because the Wan family is a spiritual place, and the old people are willing to sit here and chat. In addition, The potato flour workshop is opposite the Wan family, and people come and go. It is also the most lively place in the village. This time, Hohat said that she would not come with her no matter what, and she wanted to watch the door at home. Mrs. Wan was also a little worried about her little girl at home. At this time, Hohat did encounter difficulties. That is, her stepmother Chin threatened Hohat for the recipe. Chapter 320. Chin climbed over the wall and was chopped. Hohat was alone at the Wan family, always locking the door and not going out. But at night, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Hohat was a little scared, and quickly ran to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife and put it on her body. She didn't say anything, but hid behind the door and looked out through the crack of the door. But it was pitch black outside, and she couldn't see anything. There was no moon today. It was cloudy. Knock knock. Knock knock. Hohat didn't say anything, but the knocking on the door became more and more urgent. Hohat was so scared that she didn't dare to breathe, and she turned around and ran away. She grew up in the village since she was a child, and she knew more about the border than the old lady Wan and others. Every winter when the new year was approaching, the number of thefts would increase, and people's homes would be robbed every day. But that was 2 years ago. Since the border has been prosperous in the past 2 years, everyone's harvest has been good. As long as they are frugal, they shouldn't starve to death. The people outside heard the footsteps of Hohat and shouted quickly, "Hohat, I'm your father. Open the door for me." Hohat was stunned for a moment when she heard the voice, and then ran faster. Her father? After Hohat was sold to the Wan family by Chin, her father never came to see her, and she rarely asked about her father's situation. Seeing that the new year was approaching, her father came to find her, and it was at night when the Wan family was not at home. Hohat knew that her father had bad intentions. Lu Lauer waited outside for a long time, but did not hear the door open, and continued to knock on the door. "Hohat, you dead girl. I know you are in there. Open the door quickly. I am your father. Even if you are sold to the Wan family, your surname is Lu. You are my child. Your mother sold you. But I didn't agree. If you don't open the door, I will come to the Wan family tomorrow to make trouble, and ask the Wan family to return you to me. I will sell you to a rich family as a maid. It is better than staying in the Wan family. I can also get some money." Lu Lauer's voice came from outside the door, and Hohat stood in the yard and was scared. She is living happily in the Wan family now. The people in the Wan family treat her like a relative and don't treat her as a servant at all. She heard that servants in wealthy families have strict rules. If they make mistakes accidentally or their masters are in a bad mood, they will take them away to vent their anger. Some even beat them to death. She can't be sold again. "Hohat, open the door quickly. As long as you open the door, Dad promises not to sell you. I will let you stay in the Wan family forever and let you eat delicious food and drink spicy food every day. Okay?" Seeing that Hohat didn't respond, Lu Lauer softened his tone again. Hohat carefully moved behind the door, wanting to see who else was outside besides Lu Lauer. But it was too dark outside, and she couldn't see anything. Hohat couldn't help but tighten the kitchen knife in her hand, and summoned up the courage to shout to the outside, "You are no longer my father. Don't even think about framing me. Uncle Wan Heir has told me that the indenture has been officially stamped. If you dare to take me away from the Wan family, you will be sent to prison for human trafficking." Lu Lauer was overjoyed when he heard Hohat's voice behind the door, but he was also a little scared after hearing Hohat's words. "Father, are you stupid? We are not really going to take this dead girl back? Don't forget the purpose of our visit today. What are you thinking about?" Hohat suddenly heard Chin's voice and stepped back in fear. She knew that Chin must have a hand in this matter. "I heard what you said. Go back quickly. I won't open the door. You don't know what you are up to. You just saw that I was alone at home today. You want to steal. I tell you, don't even think about it. If you don't leave, I will call people and let the whole village know that you and your wife are thieves." Hohat's words made Lu Lauer very angry. If they really made a scene, they would be the ones who suffered. Lu Lauer looked up at the wall of the Wan family. It was more than 1 person high, and he couldn't see the situation inside at all. Is it great to be rich? Why build the wall so high? It makes me unable to get in. Lu Lauer looked at the wall that was more than 1 person high and spat at it fiercely. He roared at Chin, who was standing at the door. "Lazy. What are you doing standing there? Why don't you come to help?" Chin hurried over after hearing the words. Hohat heard no more sound at the door, and thought the 2 men had left. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. And the knife in her hand slipped to the ground. At this time, outside the wall, Lu Lauer was stepping on Chin's shoulders and preparing to climb into the yard. But Chin was thin and could not stand up at all, and could not support Lu Lauer. And both of them fell to the ground. Lu Lauer's butt was almost broken into 8 pieces. He stood up while holding his butt and kicked Chin's butt. Stinky woman. I work hard outside and give you all the money I earn. You can't even support me. What do you do? Where did you eat? Sooner or later, I will divorce you. Chin was kicked by Lu Lauer, but she didn't dare to talk back. She rubbed her butt silently and stood aside with her head down and didn't say anything. Lu Lauer started to make plans facing the wall. He glanced at Chin and reached out to pull her over. You step on my shoulders to climb up. And after you climb in, you go open the door from the inside. And I can go in. Chin nodded quickly. As long as she didn't get beaten, anything would be fine. This time, Chin was lifted up by Lu Lauer smoothly. Chin directly rode on the top of the wall. But it was pitch black below, so Chin didn't dare to jump down. Master, I'm scared. It's too high. I don't dare to jump. Chin's voice immediately startled Ho-Hot. She ran out of the porch in fear and came to the yard. With a faint light from the sky, she saw a person riding on the top of the wall. It was Chin. Ho-Hot was so scared that she almost lost her voice. She opened her throat and shouted, "Someone! Catch the thief! There's a thief!" Ho-Hot shouted more than 10 times in the yard. But it was the coldest time of the year, and everyone had gone to bed early. It was windy outside, and Ho-Hot's voice was quickly drowned in the wind, and it had no penetrating power at all. Ho-Hot was a little desperate, and a determination to die instantly surged into her limbs. She tightly grasped the kitchen knife in her hand and ran towards Chin. The suffering she had suffered at Chin's hands over the years. The scenes were all over her mind at this moment. And the anger made Ho-Hot lose her mind. And she wanted to die with Chin. Chin's legs were shaking with fear from Ho-Hot shouting, "Master! That damn girl is yelling. What should we do? Let's go back quickly. What if we get caught? The eldest daughter of the Wan family is a constable in the government office. What are you talking about? It's so cold and windy. Who can hear her yelling? Why don't you just jump down quickly? If you don't move, I won't care about you anymore, and I divorce you when I get back." Lu Lauer wanted to pull Chin down and beat her up. Chin was already flustered and threatened by Lu Lauer, so she jumped down as soon as she closed her eyes. Chin felt at ease when she stepped on the ground. She quickly touched her body and found that she was not injured. She was very happy. But at this time, Ho-Hot was already holding a kitchen knife and slashing at her frantically. The yard was dark, and she couldn't see anything. Chin didn't notice that Ho-Hot had rushed towards her. As soon as she stood up, she felt a sharp pain on her face, followed by Ho-Hot's heartbreaking shouts of killing. "You beast! I'm going to kill you today!" Chin staggered to the ground in fear, the blood on her face flowing down her face into her neck. Chapter 321. Lu Lauer was locked in the yard. Lu Lauer heard Chin's screams from outside, and he stretched his neck and shouted in, "Lazy woman! What's wrong with you? I was chopped by this dead girl. Boss, come and save me. I'm going to die." Lu Lauer was scared when he heard it. Fortunately, it was not him who went in just now. Otherwise he might be the one to die. But soon he became ruthless. "Dead girl. You dare to hurt people. You wait to go to jail." Ho-Hot couldn't listen to Lu Lauer's threats at this time. She dared to take action. And she didn't think about getting better. Chin sat on the ground with her face covered, screaming. The wound on her face hurt so much that she wanted to roll on the ground. Ho-Hot saw that Chin was seriously injured, threw away the kitchen knife in her hand, and fetched a stick from the corner of the wall, and started to beat Chin randomly. "I beat you to death. You bitch. Today you also have a taste of being beaten and being called a bitch. You're a stepmother who didn't raise me. Why do you order me around? Why do you beat me? Why do you abuse me? My food and drink come from my father. It's my father who beats and scolds me. I beat you to death today. Anyway, I don't want to live anymore. At worst, we can die together." Chin was beaten to the ground by Ho-Hot. Ho-Hot usually worked hard, and her hands were stronger than those of ordinary children. She was also holding back a lot of anger in her heart. If she couldn't get rid of this anger, she would feel uncomfortable. It just so happened that Chin became her punching bag at this moment. Ho-Hot's stick fell on Chin like raindrops. Ho-Hot couldn't see Chin, But she relied on Chin shouting, and the stick followed her like a shadow. After beating for a long time, Chin was silent. Hohat was also tired of beating, so she threw away the stick and sat on the ground panting. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Hohat, this is Erguzi. Are you home? What happened at home? Hohat heard Erguzi's voice, as if she had found her backbone. She quickly got up from the ground and ran to open the door. Brother Guzi, why are you here? I heard some noise in your yard, and I opened the door and came out and didn't hear any sound. I stood in the yard and listened for a while before I heard the sound again. What happened? Hohat suddenly burst into tears. Brother Guzi, there's a thief in my house, and I think I beat her to death. What should I do? Hohat was a little panicked now. Erguzi was also nervous. What? Where is it? Where is the thief? Hohat pointed to the wall, over there. Erguzi ran over and was almost tripped by Chin. Hohat, turn on the light quickly. Hohat was in a panic, and when she heard Erguzi's words, she had no time to think. So she just did it. It would have been fine if she and Chin had died together. But now she is fine. But Chin was beaten to death by her, and she is now scared. Hohat ran into the house, quickly lit the oil lamp, and covered it with a lampshade so that it would not be blown out by the wind. Brother Guzi, didn't you see anyone outside when you came? No. What's wrong? Is there an accomplice? Erguzi listened to Hohat's words and felt something was wrong. So he asked quickly, there is an accomplice, and there is another man outside to meet him. I didn't see him. Maybe he was scared away by me? Erguzi used Hohat's lamp to see clearly that the person lying on the ground had blood all over his face. And he was an acquaintance. Isn't this your stepmother? Hohat, how did she get in? Erguzi reached out and touched Chin's breath, and found that she was still breathing. So she must have fainted. It's okay. She's not dead yet. She just fainted. Go get a rope. Let's tie her up and send her to the police tomorrow. I can testify for you that she's a thief. Erguzi was cautious, and just in case, he quickly said to Hohat, Hohat, you look after your stepmother first. I go call Uncle Changfu. Erguzi was afraid that they were both children, and when they saw the police, they wouldn't believe them. Well, thank you, Brother Guzi. Lock the door, and open it when I call you. Hohat nodded quickly, holding the lamp to send Erguzi out of the door, and quickly turned back to lock the door. A hand suddenly stretched out and blocked the door that Hohat was about to close. Hohat was like seeing a ghost, and the lamp in her hand fell to the ground in fear. Hohat, I'm your father. You little bitch. You dare to chop your stepmother. You're really an unfilial son. Hohat couldn't hear anything at this time, and she just wanted to lock the door quickly. But no matter how strong she was still a child. Compared with an adult man, she was just a weakling. Hohat resisted for less than a breath, and the door was pushed open by Lu Lauer from the outside. Hohat was also knocked out by the door. Help! Someone come! Brother Guzi. Hohat retreated on the ground, shouting at the top of her lungs. But Lu Lauer did not do anything to her, but went straight to the upper room of the Wan family. His purpose was very clear. That is, to take things, and he had thought of an excuse. And when the time came, he would put the blame on Hohat, saying that Hohat gave it to him, so that he would not be a thief. He had been observing for more than a month. The Wan family treated Hohat better than his biological father. He thought that the Wan family would not hold Hohat accountable for losing some property. Otherwise Hohat would be sent to prison. Lu Lauer's calculations were very clear. But Hohat also woke up at this time. Just now, she was suddenly frightened by Lu Lauer's outstretched hand. Now she came to her senses, and watched Lu Lauer stride towards the upper room. The corners of Hohat's mouth rose slightly. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me. Hohat ran out of the yard and locked the door from the outside. She had the key on her. As long as she called the whole village to testify, this matter had nothing to do with her. At that time, it would be Lu Lauer who would go to prison. Hohat ran very fast, and soon arrived at Changfu's house next door. Brother Guzi, Uncle Changfu, my father went into Uncle Wan's house to steal things, and I locked him in the house. Please help me watch the yard first, and don't let him out. If he climbs over the wall, you can poke him in with a stick, and make sure to trap him in the yard. I go and call the village chief. Changfu was getting dressed and walking out, and Erguzi was standing at the door. The two of them quickly agreed. Ho-Hot ran to the village chief's house. The village chief's house was a distance away from the Wan family. But for Ho-Hot, she could run to the village chief's house with her eyes closed. This distance didn't take Ho-Hot much time at all. Uncle Village Chief. Uncle Village Chief. Open the door quickly. I'm Ho-Hot. Ho-Hot knocked on the door of Jinyo's house. And the sound was so loud that Jinyo couldn't help but hear it. Soon Ho-Hot heard the sound of the upper door opening. Is it Ho-Hot? Jinyo walked out wearing a cotton jacket, stood at the door of the main room, and asked loudly towards the yard. Uncle Village Chief. It's me. Ho-Hot. Please open the door quickly. There's a thief in my house. When Wan Lauer left, he told Jinyo that he would not go home at night and asked Jinyo to take care of him. When Jinyo heard Ho-Hot say there was a thief, he didn't have time to turn around and put on his hat. He quickly put on his clothes, picked up his shoes while walking, and quickly opened the gate. Ho-Hot, what did you say? There was a thief in your uncle's house? How did you get out? Ho-Hot saw Jinyo and didn't have time to explain in detail. So she pulled the corner of Jinyo's clothes and ran away. Uncle Village Chief. There's no time to explain in detail. Please come with me quickly. Brother Guzi and Uncle Chongfu are watching there now. I locked the thief in the yard. Ho-Hot explained in a few words. And Jinyo quickly followed Ho-Hot and walked towards the Wan family. Chapter 322. Lu Lauer fell into the manure pit. Ho-Hot was trotting in front, and Jinyo was following behind. When the two arrived at the gate of the Wan family's yard, more than a dozen people had gathered, holding torches, and the gate of the yard was brightly lit. These were people near the Wan family, including Chongfu's family, Yu, and several other neighbors. These people were awakened by the voices of Chongfu and Guzi. After Ho-Hot left, Lu Lauer did not hear the sound of Ho-Hot locking the door. Seeing that Ho-Hot did not catch up, he was too lazy to care about Ho-Hot to avoid her getting in the way. Without Ho-Hot's obstruction, Lu Lauer went directly into the room of Mrs. Wan, groped on the Kong, and opened the Kong cabinet. Lu Lauer found some broken silver and a pair of bracelets in it. He quickly stopped while he was ahead and ran out. Ho-Hot, where have you been? Help me get your mother back. Lu Lauer shouted in the yard. But no one came. He ran to open the door, but found it was locked from the outside. Lu Lauer kicked the door hard in hatred, cursing, Bitch! Dead girl. Don't let me catch you later. I will chop you into pieces and let you harm me. Lu Lauer turned around and ran to the wall of the yard. He vaguely saw Chen's shadow and kicked her. One or two of them are useless. They can't even subdue a yellow-haired girl. They usually blow pillow talk. Hurry up and get up. Don't lie like a corpse. Lu Lauer kicked Chen hard and went to find a way out. It was much easier to go out than to come in. After all, there were things that could be stepped on everywhere in the yard. And Lu Lauer also found the ladder that Wanjia had placed inside. Lu Lauer quickly placed the ladder at the base of the wall, tested its stability, and then climbed up. But as soon as he showed his head, he saw a bright fire below, and several people holding torches were waiting for him below. Lu Lauer only showed the top of his head, and he quickly shrank back in fear. Fuck you. Lu Ho-Hot. You are so good. You dare to call people to arrest your father. You wait for me. If I don't deal with you after today, I will take your surname. Lu Lauer is now a turtle in a jar. If he wants to go out, he will definitely be caught by those people outside. But if he doesn't go out and goes out at dawn, he will be caught as a thief. And he will definitely be sent to the government. Lu Lauer. We see you. You hurry out. Don't think about resisting. What else can you do? Why do you want to be a thief? Lu Lauer was in a mess when he heard Chongfu's voice. Lu Lauer was even more panicked. How did these people know it was him? Has Ho-Hot sold herself out? Lu Lauer hurried down the ladder. It seemed that this way was not feasible. He squinted his eyes and looked around the yard. He found that the roof of the cowshed was lower than the other ones. He quickly climbed down the ladder and ran towards the cowshed with the ladder. He was going to flip out from the cowshed. As far as he knew, the Wan family's house was newly built, and he often climbed on the roof of his own house to repair the house. He was familiar with the roof structure. He was sure that he could flip out from the roof of the cowshed. And it was unexpected. They were all waiting on the other side of the wall. Who would have thought that he could flip out from the kitchen? Lu Lauer snorted in his heart. A bunch of idiots. You just stand there and wait. I go first. The cowshed is on the west side of the yard. After flipping out from here, there is a small path. On the other side of the path is Changfu's yard. When Hohot and the village chief came over, they didn't see Lu Laor come out. And the people who were surrounding him didn't see Lu Laor show his head again. Changfu. What's wrong? Where's the thief? Did you see who the thief was? Hohot didn't explain it to the village chief. And the village chief didn't know that the thief was Lu Laor. Erguzi stepped forward and said, Village chief. The thieves are Lu Laor and Chen. Chen climbed over the wall first. And Lu Laor squeezed in when Hohot closed the door. We saw Lu Laor's head just now. When he saw that there were people outside, he was scared and shrank back. There has been no movement for a long time. Hohot's eyes rolled. And she quickly took out the key to open the door. Village chief. It's bad. He must have run away from somewhere else. I opened the door. And everyone hurry in to catch him. Hohot quickly unlocked the door with the light of the torch. A dozen men and women swarmed into the Wan family yard. The light of the torch quickly illuminated the yard. And everyone saw a ladder next to the cowshed. No. Look. Lu Laor is on the roof of the cowshed. Go out and intercept him from outside. Don't let him run away. Changfu shouted. And Erguzi and several other men immediately ran out of the yard. Lu Laor's movements were originally quite steady. But he was frightened by the sudden influx of people and immediately became flustered. He was riding on the roof of the cowshed at this time. And was clearly seen by the people in the yard. He was still thinking that the Wan family was really rich. And the cowshed was built better than his house. Otherwise, he would have trampled a hole in the cowshed long ago. Seeing so many people, Lu Laor was thinking about not being caught. He gritted his teeth and was ready to risk it. He closed his eyes and slid down from the roof. Fortunately, he did not fall on the ground. There was something soft under his feet. Lu Laor did not have time to think about what it was. As soon as his feet landed, he hurriedly ran north. Because the south was the direction of the Wan family's courtyard gate. He would definitely be caught if he ran there. When Erguzi and his friends rushed over from the yard, they did not see Lu Laor's people. When they were thinking about letting this bastard run away, they heard a splash and something fell into the water. Erguzi and his friends hurriedly held torches to check and found that there was a person struggling in the manure pit outside the Wan family's yard. That can't be Lu Laor? How did he get into the manure pit? A man held a torch and laughed. The manure pit of the Wan family was newly dug a year ago. It was not very deep. Only as deep as an adult's thigh. Usually, Wan Laor was very diligent and would pick up the accumulated manure water on the ground. But now it is the coldest time of the year. The water in the manure pit has been accumulated for a while. And it is almost full. Lu Laor fell into the manure pit. Drank a mouthful of manure. And now he is standing in the pit vomiting with disgust. Come and see. Wan Laor fell into the manure pit. Erguzi shouted happily at this time. His voice full of joy. At this time, the village chief and others also rushed out. And when everyone saw Lu Laor in the manure pit, they also laughed. Village chief. How can we do it? The smell on his body can be scraped 2 miles away. I am about to vomit the overnight meal when I smell it. Cha Sheng covered his nose with disgust. Chapter 323 Escorting Lu Laor to the county town. The village chief looked at Lu Laor standing in the manure pit and felt a little disgusted. But he couldn't let him run away. Although Lu Laor was a little disgusting now, he still had to be dealt with. Erguzi. Go find some long sticks. And we will surround him with them later. Cha Sheng. Go get some buckets of water from Jinju's house and give him a bath. Don't dirty Jinju's yard. Just wash it outside. Jinyo and several others surrounded Lu Laor to prevent him from escaping. Soon Cha Sheng came out with a bucket of water and poured a bucket of water on Lu Laor, who had just climbed out of the manure pit. Village chief. The sticks are here. Erguzi ran over with a long stick and gave each person one. Several people stood on both sides of the path with long sticks and blocked the road tightly with sticks. Lu Laor was shivering with cold at this time. Fortunately, the well water was warm. Otherwise Lu Laor would have been frozen into an ice stick. Lu Laor. Can you walk now? Lu Laor's upper and lower teeth were already chattering with cold. How could he speak? He felt that he was going to die. The village chief also saw that Lu Laor was not right, and quickly asked someone to go to Lu Laor's house to get a quilt. Quick! Go to his house and get a quilt, as well as a set of cotton-padded clothes and trousers. Here, Jinyo quickly asked someone to take Lu Laor to a sheltered place. The wind in the corridor was particularly sharp. Erguzi. Go and make a fire and warm him up. This man cannot die in our hands. Send him to see the officials tomorrow morning, and let the county magistrate decide. Erguzi ran to the potato flour workshop and made a fire. The workshop is just opposite the Wan family. It is now idle and empty. It has become a good place for the elderly in the village to gather and chat. There are still a lot of dry firewood in the workshop, which are brought by each household. Village Chief. The fire is ready. The village chief has already stumbled over with Lu Lauer on a stick. Lu Lauer was so cold that he lost consciousness. As soon as he walked to the door of the workshop, he fell to the ground, and the things in his arms fell out. Village Chief. Look! Lu Lauer stole the silver and Grandma Wan's silver bracelet. I saw Grandma Wan wearing it once. Erguzi quickly squatted down and picked it up. He didn't care about the dirt and smell, and reached into Lu Lauer's arms to take it out. Sure enough, he took out a few pieces of silver. Village Chief. Lu Lauer stole more than 10 taels of silver. Keep the stolen goods safe, and bring them to the county magistrate tomorrow. Since Shen Jinyuan became the county magistrate, he has reduced the authority of the town mayor. Anyone who commits crimes must be handed over to the county government, and no one can interfere. Erguzi took all the things to wash them with disdain, wrapped them up in an old handkerchief, and put them away carefully. After several people's rescue, Lu Lauer survived, but he had frostbite in many places and almost died. Village Chief. There is another Chen in Uncle Wan's yard. She is still unconscious, but her body is getting cold. I don't know if it's because of the cold. Do you want to bring her over to watch over her? Bring them over. Tie these 2 people up with ropes. Erguzi. Let's take turns to watch over them for the night. Jinyo didn't plan to go back, so he just stayed in this workshop for one night. Hohat had been following behind, and upon hearing this, she quickly ran back and brought her own blanket to cover Erguzi and Jinyo. Uncle Village Chief. Brother Guzi. Use this quilt. Don't get cold. The village chief patted Hohat's head and asked with a smile, Hohat, this is your father. Are you willing to let him go to jail? Uncle Village Chief. I have nothing to do with him now. I was sold to the Wan family. I am a member of the Wan family. He must be punished for doing bad things. Grandma Wan said that bad people will be punished by heaven. Now someone has finally dealt with him. I am so happy. If he hadn't beaten my mother wouldn't have died. He deserves it. The village chief sighed and said, You are an upright girl. You are a person who can send your father to jail with your own hands. However, Hohat hesitated and said, Uncle Village Chief. Then you say, if I kill Chen, should I also go to jail? Jinyo glanced at the 2 people trapped together by the fire. Chen did have a knife wound on her face, but she was no longer bleeding, and the blood that flowed out was frozen. Are you afraid of going to jail? Hohat nodded and shook her head. Yes. Who wouldn't be afraid of going to jail? But in order to protect this family, Hohat will protect the things in the family even if she kills Chen. Grandma Wan and the others are so good to me. I can't live up to their trust in me. Jinyo nodded and patted Hohat's arm. Okay. Your sentence doesn't count. Tomorrow you and Uncle will go to the county town together. If the county magistrate says you are not guilty, you can come back and go back to sleep quickly. Lock the door. If there is anything, just shout. Uncle and your brother Guzi are here to guard. Yes. After a night of guarding, at dawn, Jinyo rented a bullock cart in the neighboring village and took Lu Lauer, Chan, Hohat, Erguzi, Cha Sheng, and Chengfu to the county town. Before the group reached the county town, they met Wan Lauer's family, who were returning from the county town halfway. Village Chief. What are you doing? Hohat? Why are you here too? Wan Lauer quickly jumped off the bullock cart, and Wan Heir's wife also got off the bullock cart. At a glance, Wan Lauer saw Lu Lauer and Chen on the bullock cart opposite, and a bad premonition came to her heart. Sure enough, she heard Jinyo get off the bullock cart and explain what happened. Wan Lauer was frightened and asked, Village head, are you all okay? What happened to my family? Hohat, are you okay? Nothing happened to your family, but some of my aunt's belongings were lost. But they are all here. I will present them to the county magistrate as stolen goods later. But now that I have met you, you can see whether you want to pursue Lu Lauer. If not, just release him and verify the number of things lost in your family. Old Lady One said directly, No. Send him directly to the county government office. Let's go to the county government office now. Hohat got off the ox cart and ran directly to Wan Lauer, with tears in her eyes. Hohat, who had been holding back all night, seemed to see her relatives at this time. All the grievances and fears turned into tears. Hohat, what's wrong with you? Are you scared? Come. Uncle will carry you to the ox cart and sit with your sister Fubao. Wan Lauer carried Hohat to the ox cart, and old lady Wan quickly hugged Hohat. Hohat, you are great. When we go to the county town later, Grandma will buy you flowers and delicious food. Your father is not a good person. Stay away from him in the future. Run away when you see him. Go home quickly. Grandma Wan was afraid that Lu Lauer would hurt Hohat in the future, so she reminded her in advance. Grandma, I am not afraid of him. Can he kill me? It's just that I was alone at home last night and was a little scared. But I protected our family. Grandma's good boy. I won't let you stay home alone in the future. Nothing happened this time. It was all God's care. Grandma Wan was also a little scared. This little girl, who was only a few years old, could subdue her biological father and stepmother, two adults. It can be seen that this little girl is not ordinary. Sister Hohat, are you hungry? This is the cake I brought for you. It's delicious. Little Fubao crawled to Hohat and stuffed a piece of cake in Hohat's hand. Hohat hugged Xiao Fubao and cried loudly. At this moment, she felt wronged, touched, and happy. Fortunately, Shin sold her to the Wan family. The group went to the county town together. Wan Laodao looked at the old lady Wan and others who had returned, and was still puzzled when he saw Wan Lauer hurried over. Brother, there was a thief in our house, and the village chief caught the thief. Wan Laodao heard this and glared. There is such a thing? You wait. I will report it to the adults now. Chapter 324. The Trial of Lu Lauer. Wan Laodao entered the inner court, and Jinyo and others came over to whisper to Wan Lauer. Jinju, your elder brother looks completely different now than he did in the village. I dare not recognize him when he walks on the street now. Look at his aura. He really has the style of a constable. Wan Lauer laughed. Village chief, my elder brother is now a popular person in front of the county magistrate. But we just need to know it ourselves. And we can't go out and talk nonsense. The village chief looked envious, looked up at the plaque of the county government with awe in his eyes, and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at it again. Osmanthus was normal at first, but when she arrived at the gate of the county government, she was a little flustered. Grandma, do you think I will be sentenced to jail? I killed my stepmother. Does it count as a murder case? Old lady Wan held Hohat in her arms and comforted her in a gentle voice. Hohat, don't worry. It will be fine. Let's see what the adults say later. Old lady Wan's words did not comfort Hohat. Hohat was still in a state of anxiety. She kept staring at the entrance of the county government office with fear in her eyes. At this time, a pair of small hands gently held Hohat's hands. Sister Hohat, it's okay. The county magistrate is a good official. He will not wrongly accuse you. He will definitely make a decision for you. Hohat looked down and saw that it was Xiao Fubao. Thank you, Sister Fubao. Sister believes in you. Old Master Wan came out quickly and ordered to go to court. The Wan family, Jinyo and his group, and Lu Lauer and his wife were all taken to the county government hall. After a while, Shin Jinyuan, dressed in official uniform, strode out from the back hall and sat on the high hall. There was a plaque on his head with 4 big characters, a clear mirror hanging high. Pa! Shin Jinyuan slammed the gavel, and a majestic voice rang out in the hall. Who is kneeling in the hall? What's the matter? Do you have a complaint? Jinyo cowed out quickly. I am Jinyo, the village chief of Shitsi village, Jinwu town. I am here to meet you. Sir, I am a witness. Today I brought the thieves Lu Lauer and his wife to ask you to make a decision for the Wan family. Then Wan Lauer told the story again. Sir, I stayed in the county town last night and did not return. There was only a young girl at home to watch the door, who knew that Lu Lauer and his wife climbed over the wall in the middle of the night and wanted to steal. Fortunately, my young daughter found them and captured them with her wisdom. Later, the village chief and neighbors watched over the thieves for a night. They were sent to the county town early this morning. Please make a decision for me. After Wan Lauer finished speaking, he kowtowed. Although Shin Jinyuan knew the general cause of the case, he did not know the details. So he asked Wan Lauer, where is your little girl? Wan Lauer hurriedly pulled Hohat forward. Sir, this is my little girl Hohat. She was originally Lu Lauer's daughter. Later, her mother used her to pay off debts and sold her to my family as a servant. But my family has never used Hohat as a servant. We always treat her as a daughter. When Lu Lauer saw that our family came to the county town yesterday, he took the opportunity to threaten Hohat and asked Hohat to open the door for him. Hohat refused. So he helped Shin climb over the wall to enter the courtyard. Shin Jinyuan looked carefully and found that it was indeed a little girl. He was very shocked. How did this little girl capture 2 adults? Where is Hohat? Hohat was nervous. It was her first time to come to the county government. At this time, her legs were a little weak. When she heard the people above calling her name, she was so scared that she wanted to turn around and run. Hohat, don't be afraid. Just answer truthfully. Grandma is here. Hohat heard the voice of Mrs. Wan behind her. And then she felt more at ease. I'm here. Hohat's voice was soft. But Shin Jinyuan still heard it. Tell me everything you did last night. Don't hide anything or omit anything. Did you hear it clearly? I know. I will tell you everything. Please help me. Hohat told me everything in detail. She had a good memory and expressed it clearly. Shin Jinyuan's original doubts were resolved. Shin Jinyuan glanced at the defendant Lu Lauer and his wife again. Does the defendant have any rebuttal? After a night of recovery, Lu Lauer had recovered his spirits. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, Sir, I am innocent. I wanted to go find my daughter Hohat. I work part-time outside all year round and rarely go home. It's almost the new year. So I thought about going home to see my child and wife. I didn't know that a lazy woman, actually sold Hohat. Usually, the Wan family is at home. So I feel embarrassed to go. I took advantage of the fact that the Wan family was gone and wanted to talk to my daughter, but was mistaken for a thief. You are lying. You have been back for more than a month. Erguzi heard Lu Lauer's clever words, and was so angry that he pointed at Lu Lauer and scolded him. Pa! Shin Jinyuan slammed the gavel again. No roaring in the court. Erguzi was so scared that he quickly lowered his head. Lu Lauer, let me ask you. You said you wanted to talk to your daughter. Why did you go in the middle of the night? Why not go during the day? Lu Lauer was speechless for a moment. And because of his nervousness, he didn't know how to answer, and his mind went blank. Lu Lauer, you are full of lies. The evidence is solid. You still dare to quibble. Where is the witness? Sir, we are all witnesses. And there is evidence. This is the stolen goods that Lu Lauer stole from the Wan family. Please take a look. Jinyo raised his hands above his head and presented the silver and bracelet wrapped in a handkerchief. Wan Laoda quickly took it and put it in front of Shin Jinyuan. Shin Jinyuan picked up a pair of silver bracelets and asked the Wan family, Is this your lost property? Mrs. Wan looked up and immediately replied, Sir, this is the silver bracelet of the common woman. And there are more than 10 taels of silver with the silver bracelet. Shin Jinyuan took a rough look at the silver in front of him. It was indeed as Mrs. Wan said. These things were definitely from the Wan family. At this time, Lu Lauer shouted, Sir, it's unfair. These things were not stolen by me. They must have framed me. They stole them from the Wan family, but framed me. I have never entered the Wan family's house. So how could I steal? Jinyo was anxious. Sir, these things were indeed found on Lu Lauer. He was guilty last night and jumped from the roof and fell into the manure pit. When he climbed out of the manure pit and we washed it with water, we found the property that fell from his body. You can smell it. There is still a smell of manure on the silver. Jinyo lowered his voice at the end, and he was a little nervous. After all, he, a villager, dared to let the Lord of Justice smell manure. Jinyo was a little panicked at this time, and quickly lowered his head. Shin Jinyuan did not get angry, but really raised the handkerchief and put it under his nose to smell it. Sure enough, there was still a faint smell of manure. It might be that after being washed with water and wrapped in a handkerchief. The smell was very light, but the smell on the handkerchief was still very strong, which was enough to prove that Jinyo and the others were not lying. Chapter 325 Verdict. Bold Lu Lauer. You still dare to quibble when the evidence is solid. Come! Drag him away and give him 20 strokes of a cane. After last night's ordeal, Lu Lauer's face had turned pale, and he was only half dead. If he was beaten with 20 more strokes of a cane, he would have to die here. Sir, I confess. I did steal the silver. Lu Lauer was held by 2 constables. He was almost scared to death, and quickly admitted loudly. Lu Jinyuan waved his hand, and the constables let go of Lu Lauer. Since that's the case, then sign and seal it. The master immediately took the confession to Lu Lauer and asked him to sign and seal it. Lu Lauer sat on the ground like a puddle of mud. His mind was blank, and he had only one thought in his mind. It's over. It's all over. He suddenly saw Hohat kneeling in front of him on the left. And he hated this unfilial daughter. No matter what. She was his child. But she actually sent her father to jail. Sir, I want to file a complaint. I want to file a complaint against Lu Hohat for intentional murder, injuring an elder, and being unfilial. Are you accusing Lu Hohat of injuring Chen? Shen Jinyuan looked at Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, Chen, raise your head. Chen slowly raised her head. Sure enough, there was a scar on her left cheek that was so deep that you could see the bone. The bleeding had stopped at this time, but the skin and flesh were turned outward, which looked very scary. Hohat was so scared that her little body almost shrank into a ball. She knelt on the ground and buried her head in her arms. Old Lady One looked at Hohat's back from behind, feeling very uncomfortable. This girl was also for their family. Old Lady One also counted and said, Sir, please sympathize with Hohat's young age and fear at the time. She only hurt people out of self-protection. Please be lenient with her. Shen Jinyuan pondered for a moment, discussed with the master beside him, and then pronounced the verdict. The defendant Lu Lauer is guilty of burglary. The evidence is solid. He is sentenced to 3 years in prison. The sentence is immediate. Come! Take Lu Lauer away. Shen Jinyuan slammed the gavel, and immediately a constable took Lu Lauer away by force. Chen was so scared that she hid aside and dared not look at Lu Lauer. Chen was guilty of attempted burglary, but she was conspiring with Lu Lauer to commit theft. She was sentenced to tattooing and 20 strokes of the cane as a warning to others. She was released without any resistance. Chen was like a deflated ball. She let the constable drag her out without any resistance. Although Lu Hohat hurt people, she was not convicted and released without any guilt due to the situation at the time. Moreover, she was both wise and brave, and loyal to her master. She deserves to be rewarded. A plaque of loyal servant is specially given to her as a reward. Thank you, sir. You are really a great judge. The people from the Wan family and Shitsi village cowed out quickly. After Hohat was nervous, she burst into tears. She hugged Old Lady Wan and cried loudly. Old Lady Wan gently patted Hohat on the back and comforted her. Good child. Don't cry. When you go home, Grandma will ask your second aunt to make you delicious food to reward our wise and brave little Hohat. Hohat smiled shyly after hearing this. After tossing around for so long, it was dark. Old Master Wan invited Jinyo and others to stay at his home for one night. The next morning, everyone rushed to Shitsi village. It was close to the new year, and there were many things to do at home. And there were many thieves. It was really unsafe to stay overnight outside, especially since the Wan family was already a well-known wealthy family. Many thieves wanted to target the Wan family. However, after Lu Lauer's disturbance, it was estimated that the nearby thieves would think twice. When the ox cart arrived at the entrance of the village, it was surrounded. Everyone had heard about Lu Lauer's story. Chen was brought back by Jinyo in an ox cart. She was beaten with 20 boards and had a big thief tattooed on her right forehead. Chen could never live a decent life. Wherever she went, she would be looked down upon and criticized. Village chief. Where is Lu Lauer? Why didn't he come back? Do you even need to ask? Of course he went to jail. Oh, is this Chen? How did she become like this? Why did she have a tattoo on her face? What is that word? The villagers talked a lot, but few of them knew how to read. Jinyo saw that there were many people, so he took the opportunity to educate the villagers. He stood on the ox cart and pointed at Chen. Fellow villagers, everyone be quiet and listen to me. The villagers, who were originally noisy, gradually quieted down and looked at Jinyo. I think everyone has heard about what happened the night before yesterday. Lu Lauer and Chen went to the Wan family to steal, but were caught by Hohat. Hohat locked Lu Lauer in the yard and called me to catch the thief. Lu Lauer has been sentenced to 3 years in prison, and Chen was tattooed with a word and beaten with 20 sticks. If you don't want to be like Chen, with the word thief tattooed on her face, you should all live a law-abiding life. Chen's fate is an example for all of you to be vigilant. Tell your family members to take good care of themselves and keep your hands and feet under control. After Jinyo finished speaking, the villagers started talking again. Oh my god! Won't everyone know Chin is a thief wherever she goes? Go back and teach your children well. Don't be like Chin in the future. It's so embarrassing. I think their family is finished. Chin was beaten with a stick. Lu Lauer was in jail. And there are several children at home. The new year is coming soon. They can't celebrate this year. Why is Hohat so cruel? After all, he is her biological father. Even if her stepmother treats her badly, she has the heart to send him to jail. If it were my child, I would beat him to death. How can this be called cruel? You know how Hohat lived at home before. We all live in the same village. We don't know whose family it is. After Hohat was sold to the one family, you can see that she has gained weight now. The clothes she wears are better than your child's. The village chief saw that his words had taken effect. So he waved his hand and dispersed the people. Okay. Let's go. Little Fubao held Hohat's hand and whispered, Sister Hohat, you are the best. Don't listen to their nonsense. Your father is not a good man. You are doing this to make him a good man. You are not wrong. Hohat was moved and hugged little Fubao. But she laughed happily. I am not sad. Thank you, Sister Fubao. I am so happy. I finally avenged my mother. They said this to me because they are jealous of my good life in your family. I will not be hurt by their words. Let's go home. Grandma Wan also nodded with a smile. This girl is quite open-minded. After returning home, Grandma Wan found that her com was messy, and there were several footprints. Wan Urseo and Lu quickly helped to change all the things on Grandma Wan's Kong. And Grandma Wan felt less disgusted. It's safer to open this lock with a bigger one. Wan Lao remembered what Wan Lao Ai said. And the next day, he changed her a bigger lock. Wan Lao Ai hung the key close to her body. It was the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, which was the little new year. Wan Lao Ai came back late this year, and he had to attend social events in the county town. The business in the town shop was also very prosperous, and he had to work until the 28th day of the 12th lunar month before closing. There was only the second family, Lu's mother and son, and Wan Lao Ai at home, which seemed a bit deserted. After dinner, Wan Lao Ai rested, but she had a nightmare. She dreamed that her eldest grandson Wan Quan was covered in blood and called her, Grandma. Help me. Wan Lao Ai suddenly woke up. It was still the middle of the night, and after waking up, she was no longer sleepy, and sat against the Kong cabinet until dawn. Chapter 326 Wan Quan was attacked. Wan Urseo got up early. She first boiled some hot water, and prepared for the whole family to wash and brush their teeth. Then she checked whether the Kong in Wan Lao Ai's room was still warm. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Wan Lao Ai sitting by the Kong cabinet. Mom, are you awake? I boiled some hot water. Do you want me to bring it to you? Wan Lao Ai didn't say anything. Wan Urseo found something wrong and took a closer look. Mom, what's wrong with you? Wan Urseo saw that Wan Lao Ai was in a bad mood and was drowsy. Wan Lao Ai slowly opened her eyes and glanced at Wan Urseo. Her voice was tired and listless. Ah? Is it the second son's wife? What's wrong? Mom, are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want the head of the family to take you to the town to see a doctor? I think you're not in a good mood. Wan Urseo took off her shoes, quickly climbed onto the Kong, touched Wan Lao Ai's forehead, and found that Wan Lao Ai did not have a fever, but was in a bad mood. So she was relieved. No, I'm fine. I just dreamed of Quan at night. He was covered in blood and called for help. Do you think Quan will be okay? Wan Urseo's heart also sank. She had heard that people tend to dream before they die. Could it be that Wan Quan really had an accident? And Wan Quan had been in the army for more than a year, and he hadn't sent a letter back. No one in the family knew what was going on with him now. But now Wan Urseo didn't dare to say anything. She tried to comfort old lady Wan by saying something nice. Mom, we have little Fubao at home. Don't worry too much. Since Fubao came to our home, we have always been safe and sound. Even if something happened, it was all over safely, without any loss. And have you forgotten? When Wan Quan signed up for the army, he was holding little Fubao? If there was really danger, would little Fubao let her elder brother take the risk? Wan Urseo's words really worked. Old lady Wan felt relieved after hearing them. Yes, you are right. We still have Xiao Fubao. Nothing must happen to her elder brother. Maybe I am old and have wild thoughts. After Mrs. Wan relaxed, she felt sleepy and couldn't help yawning. Mom, have you been sitting here for half a night? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Mrs. Wan nodded. She was really sleepy at this moment. Juan Urseo quickly helped her lie down, covered her with a quilt, and then quietly left. Juan Urseo looked back at the room and turned to find Juan Lauer and Lu. Boss, fourth brother's wife. Mother is not feeling well. She dreamed of Quaner last night, saying that he was covered in blood and called her. I thought this was not right, so I didn't dare to say too much. I comforted Mother a few words. She fell asleep again now, and was not in a good mood. How about eating and asking to see if there is any news from the northeast? Is Mother okay? How is she now? Juan Lauer was anxious when he heard it, and wanted to go to see Mrs. Juan. Lu was also a little worried. She's already asleep. Don't disturb her, Lu said worriedly. Second brother, second sister-in-law. Mother is old now. I think it's better for someone to accompany her at night. Now there are only two of us at home. Otherwise we can take turns to accompany Mother at night in the future. Tonight I will take you to accompany Mother first. If something happens at night, it can be discovered in time. This method is okay. You still have a child. It's not very convenient. You can take 1 day, and I can take 3 days. Okay? Then thank you for your consideration. Second sister-in-law. After the two sisters-in-law discussed it, they started to take turns. Juan Lauer had dinner, and drove the ox cart to the town. He wanted to go to the post station to inquire, and see if there was any letter from them. At this time, Juan Quan did encounter a life-and-death disaster. He joined the army for less than a year, and Wan Qingmo asked him to be under his command. With Wan Qingmo's deliberate cultivation and Wan Quan's courage, Wan Quan became a captain of 1,000 men after 1 year of enlistment. Originally, everything was going well, with Wan Qingmo, a fierce general, and Wan Jinchu's more steady command. They controlled the one-sided situation as soon as they went to the northeast. However, the war had been in a stalemate for some time. But after the winter, heavy snow began to fall in the northeast. The neighboring countries outside the pass had no food, and a large number of cattle and horses were frozen to death. In addition, this summer, the grassland was dry and no rain fell, and the grass was eaten by cattle and sheep. They set their sights on Qi. At that time, Qi was in civil strife. The emperor was seriously ill, and the princes were fighting openly and secretly. It was a good time for them to go south. So when the new emperor ascended the throne, it was the time of defeat. A few days ago, Wan Qingmo saw the opportunity and wanted to lead a team to go around the enemy and directly cut off their food and grass. The war had lasted for more than a year, and the enemy was almost out of ammunition and food. They were a little anxious at this time. Once they were anxious, they would be exposed. This was the opportunity that Wan Qingmo had been waiting for. So Wan Qingmo led Wan Quan and a small team of 1,000 people to circle for 7 days. They were about to reach the enemy's rear, but some accidents happened. Just 3 days after they set out, it snowed heavily. This year's snow was particularly heavy, and the terrain originally marked on the map had completely lost its effect. The team led by Wan Qingmo got lost and encountered a pack of snow wolves, and they lost 20% of their troops. At this time, there were still more than 700 people in the team, trapped in a relatively sheltered valley. If they wanted to get out, they had to have a local guide. General, I am willing to lead people to find a guide. It is better than all of us being trapped here. If I don't come back in 7 days, don't wait. Wan Quan knelt on one knee and asked Wan Qingmo for instructions. Wan Qingmo looked at Wan Quan with complicated eyes. He didn't want Wan Quan to go, but it seemed that there was no one here who was more suitable than him. After all, Wan Quan was trained by him personally. Although it was only 1 year, Wan Quan was a natural soldier who adapted and learned quickly. Finally, Wan Qingmo weighed the pros and cons and nodded. I wait for you. With these 3 words, the lives of hundreds of people were handed over to Wan Quan. Wan Quan left with 10 people. They walked southward according to the wind direction. After 4 days, there was still snow all around. 3 people lost their sight due to snow blindness, and 2 people fell into a bottomless snow cave. Now there were only 5 people who could fight under Wan Quan, but they encountered a local patrol team of 100 people. The enemy surrounded them. After a fight, the remaining people sent Wan Quan out of the local encirclement, but Wan Quan was seriously injured. After running out of the enemy's pursuit range, he fell down. In such cold weather, within an hour, the person was gone. Wan Quan felt that he was going to die. He took out the personal jade card that Xiao Fubao gave him. His face was full of blood and his original appearance could no longer be seen. But he was still smiling. Sister. Brother is gone first. We will be brother and sister in the next life. Wonkwon lost too much blood, and his hand holding the jade card slowly slipped, and he fainted. Chapter 327 Suspected Old Friend. At this time, a caravan was riding a sled in the snow. Madam, there is a person over there. A man in fox fur pointed at Wonkwon in the snow and turned his head to shout. The sled behind stopped immediately. A tightly wrapped woman sat on the sled. Her eyes were covered with a black veil, and her face could not be seen at all. A circle of fenders were nailed around the sled, which was wrapped with leather. A total of 8 hounds were used to pull the sled. The woman was holding an exquisite hand warmer in her hand. She was wearing a thick cotton jacket with a goose yellow silver pattern embroidered with hundreds of flowers and butterflies, and a heavy fox fur coat embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns on the outside. The woman stretched out her hand slightly, and immediately a maid came forward to help her get off the sled. The windshield on the sled was a little short, so the woman had to bow her head to get out. But her movements were extremely elegant, and she was obviously from a wealthy family. Where is the person? Madam. Over there. But it looks like he's frozen solid. I wonder if he's still breathing. The woman looked from a distance and saw that the other person was covered in blood and was still wearing a Dachi battle robe. It was obvious that the other person was a Dachi soldier. The woman hesitated. They were now between Dachi and Beiliang. Their destination was the capital of Dachi, but they encountered a war between Dachi and Beiliang, so they had been wandering on the border between the two countries and had no chance to enter the capital of Dachi. Why do I think that person is a Dachi soldier? Let's not meddle in other people's business, so as not to get into trouble. The woman's voice was clear and gentle, and she sounded less than 20 years old. Yes, madam. The woman turned around and sat back on the sled. The sled started moving quickly. The caravan happened to pass by Wonkwon not far away. At this time, the sun came out from the clouds. After more than 10 days of heavy snow, it was the first time to see the sun today. The caravan was in a good mood, shouting at the hounds all the way, and moving forward at full speed. The woman glanced at Wonkwon through the small window, but was blinded by the bright light on Wonchuan's chest. Wait! Stop for a moment. The woman quickly told the woman driving the sleigh in front. The woman reined in the hounds, and the sleigh slowly stopped. Hongmei, go and see if there is anything reflecting light on that person. Yes, madam. Hongmei got off the sleigh and walked over with difficulty. Sure enough, she saw a jade token on Wonchuan's chest. And this jade token seemed to be the jade token that the madam had given to a little girl before. How could it be on this person? Hongmei was puzzled in her heart, and her face showed a deep puzzlement. Hongmei reached out and pulled off the jade token, wiped the blood on it with a handkerchief, and returned to the woman. Madam, this is your jade token. Hongmei handed the jade token to the woman through the small window. The woman was surprised for a moment, took it, took a look, and knew that it was indeed hers. She had never seen the little girl since she parted with her last time. In the vast sea of people, she was from Yu, and the little girl was from Daki. Although she often traveled between Daki and Yu, it was extremely difficult to see the same person. She also tried to pass on the message through the shopkeepers of various shops to keep an eye on the little girl using the jade token. But the jade token seemed to have been used only once and never appeared again. To this day, she actually found the jade token directly, but did not find the person she was looking for. Anan, go and see if that man can be saved? If he is really dead, help bury him. Yes, ma'am. Anan waded through the snow and felt Wonchuan's breath. He found that he was still breathing very weakly. He quickly rubbed the snow on Wonchuan's face until his face became redder and his breath became stronger. Then he stopped. He then carried Wonkwon up and walked back. Ma'am, this man doesn't seem to be dead yet and can be saved, but he has lost too much blood and needs to stop the bleeding immediately. The woman immediately said, take off his clothes first. Change into our clothes. Find a place to heal him, and make sure to save him. Yes, ma'am. The sled traveled for most of the day and came to the foot of a mountain. Maybe they were really lucky. They actually encountered a small wooden house. This should be a hunter who often comes to the forest to hunt and builds it. It is a bit shabby and looks a bit old. The roof of the wooden house is made of thatch and is now covered with thick snow. However, it can be seen that the wooden house should have been repaired. Otherwise it would have collapsed long ago with such heavy snow. Now it is difficult for them to enter the wooden house because the snow is too heavy, causing half of the wooden house to be buried in the snow, and the door cannot be opened. Madam, it's dark. We have nowhere else to go. This is our only place to stay. This person will die if we don't save him. Anan walked up to the woman and asked respectfully. Then we stay here for one night. And we dig a path together and open the door. The woman sat on the sled and did not get off, and ordered with a hint of anxiety in her voice. Anan answered yes, and took out the weapons they carried with them from the sled, used them as snow shovels, and started digging snow. There were more than 20 servants in the caravan, all of whom were very skilled, and their main job was to protect the women's safety. It took half an hour, and the snow in front of the wooden house was finally cleared. At least the threshold could be seen. Madam, the snow has been cleared. Please get off the car. Hongmei hurried forward to help the woman get off the sled gently. The woman was wearing a pair of deerskin and cotton boots, which made a very light sound when walking. Hongmei helped her all the way to the door of the wooden house. The lady looked at the big lock on the wooden house, frowned and looked at Anan. Why hasn't it been opened yet? Anan immediately stepped forward and smashed the lock with the spear in his hand. Then he pushed open the door of the wooden house with both hands. The wooden house was a little dim, and the furnishings inside were not very clear. The woman was supported by the maid and slowly walked into the wooden house. She looked around and could roughly see the layout of the wooden house with the help of the snow outside. This wooden house is not very big. There are 2 rooms in total, one for cooking and living, and the other for rest. Half of the outside room is full of dry firewood, and there are stoves, tables and chairs, and nothing else. The inside room is separated by wooden boards. It is not very clear, and only a bed can be vaguely seen. Anan, send people in quickly and light the fire so that everyone can warm up. Yes, madam. At the woman order, the servants outside began to act. The old woman who drove the sleigh came in with some items used by the woman and cleaned up the room inside with the maid Hongmei. There was only a bed with hay on it, and hunting tools hanging on the wall. Nothing else. When everyone came in at the same time, it seemed a bit crowded, and the servants did not dare to enter and leave the bedroom at will, and they were busy in the room outside. At this time, the servants built a fire on the ground of a room outside, and there was a fire pit on the ground outside, with ashes from the previous burn. The servants cleaned it up a little, and it was ready to use. Chapter 328. The Tong Family. The richest family in Yu. Madam, everything is ready. Can you take a rest first? Hongmei stepped forward to help the woman take off her cloak, her hat, and face towel, revealing a face as beautiful as a lotus. The woman held the heater in her hand, glanced outside and said, Hongmei, ask Anan to bring the injured boy in for immediate treatment. Madam, isn't this bad? How can there be so many rules when you are away from home? This person is very important to me. He must be related to that little kid. Maybe that little kid is my sister's lost daughter. When I saw her that day, I felt that the little kid was particularly kind, and there was something familiar between her eyebrows. After returning to you from Daki, I found out that my sister's child was actually lost. The age of the little kid is similar to that of my sister's child. Do you think there is such a coincidence in the world? The woman's name is Tong Rui, the youngest daughter of Tong Hongji, the richest man in Yu. Tong Hongji has 2 daughters. The eldest daughter, Tong Yin, is extremely beautiful, and was chosen by the emperor to be a concubine in the palace. The second daughter, Tong Rui, inherited Tong Hongji's business acumen, and is a business genius. She inherited her father's huge family business. After she took over the Tong family business, she used her swift and decisive means to intimidate the Tong family's side branches, so that they dared not covet it. 5 years ago, Master Tong married a husband for his youngest daughter. He was an orphan of a famous family in Yu State. 2 years ago, Tong Rui was inspecting shops in Daki. At that time, she was forced to give birth prematurely by the villains. Fortunately, she was rescued by Xiao Fubao and Wan Xingmo. Tong Rui later returned to Yu State and learned that her sister had given birth to a princess, but she had not seen the child since she was born. Later, she was abducted and has not been found to this day. Tong Yin cried every day in the palace. She was depressed. She was sick because of missing her daughter, and she was haggard all day long. The emperor has now completely ignored her, and has not set foot in her palace for 2 years. Tong Rui felt that as long as she could help her sister find her daughter, she might be able to save her sister's life. Tong Rui once secretly brought a female doctor into the palace to check Tong Yan's pulse. The female doctor said that Tong Yan had a heart disease, and heart disease needed heart medicine. If this continued, Tong Yan might not live for more than 5 years. Now it has been 2 years since the child disappeared, and she doesn't have much time left. Hong Mei listened to her master's words, and knew that this matter was of great importance. She was Tong Rui's personal maid, and a child of the Tong family. She knew Tong Rui's affairs best. Miss Tong Yin is now the concubine Yin, and she also knows a little bit. Madam. Even so, it may be inconvenient for you to stay here. Why don't we move to the outer room first? Tong Rui nodded, and the maid quickly helped her move to the outer room. Brother Nan. Madam ordered to carry the injured boy in for treatment. Anan is the head coach of the Tong family's guards, and the person Tong Rui trusts the most. Otherwise, Tong Rui would not walk outside all year round, and always bring him with her. Anan has been the assassination for Tong Rui no less than 100 times. And Tong Rui's life is entrusted to Anan. Madam, there is no need to be so troublesome. We brought blankets and there is a bonfire outside. I will burn some mugwort around to heal the wounds without dirtying Madam's bed. Anan stood up and replied respectfully. Tong Rui's eyes turned slightly, and she saw the injured boy lying next to the bonfire. In that case, I do as you say. Just use the herbs we brought. Don't be stingy. You can bandage him first. I let Granny who take his pulse later. Granny who is the woman who can drive the sleigh. She is the doctor that Tong Rui must bring with her when she goes out. She can treat difficult and complicated diseases. Granny who is the nanny that Master Tong had prepared for Tong Yin to bring into the palace. But Granny who suddenly fell ill for a while, which delayed her entry into the palace. Master Tong gave her to Tong Rui. Tong Rui has been running around outside since she was 12 years old. Master Tong was worried and had prepared a female doctor for her. However, the female doctor's medical skills were obviously not as good as Granny Hu's. Yes, ma'am. Tong Rui ordered the cook to cook some hot rice for everyone. There was a ready-made stove and dry firewood in the house. They brought their own rice, bacon and dried vegetables. The servants were not idle along the way. They took all the pheasants, hares, roe deer, and so on they saw and peeled them. They were frozen hard overnight and would not go bad. Anan personally cleaned Wan Chuan's wounds, applied medicine and bandaged them. No one was more skilled than him. He was often injured, so he was very good at dealing with external injuries. Ali, you take people to set up a tent behind the wooden house. Drive the hunting dogs in. Wait for the cook to cook. Cook the roe deer, and feed the hunting dogs. We still have a long way to go tomorrow, and it all depends on them. Brother Nan, leave it to me. After saying that, Ali directly pointed out a dozen people, opened the door and went out, took a pile of oil paper cloth from the sled, and took a pile of ropes, and went to the back of the wooden house. The roof of the wooden house soon rose with smoke, which seemed particularly warm on this cold winter night. Madam, the wound has been bandaged. Granny who can come and take your pulse now. Anan stood at the door of the bedroom and reported loudly. Soon, the footsteps of several people came out. Grandma Hu, please help me. I just said that this person is very important and must be saved. Grandma Hu nodded slightly and walked over. Grandma Hu came to Wan Chuan's side, took a look at Wan Chuan's face, squatted down, touched Wan Chuan's wrist, and stood up. A quarter of an hour later, she turned back to Tong Rui and bowed slightly, saying, Madam, this person's internal injuries are not serious. The main injuries should be external injuries, because of excessive blood loss, blood and qi deficiency, plus long-term hunger. He has fallen into a coma. I will prescribe a prescription now. We have all the medicinal materials. Boil it and feed it to him. Then feed him a bowl of rotten meat porridge. He will wake up tomorrow morning. Tong Rui's heart was relieved after hearing this. She waved her hand. Okay, Grandma. Just go and boil the medicine. Grandma, who turned around and went out to the sled to get the medicinal materials. Tong Rui told the cook, Aunt Li, you will make a bowl of mushy meat porridge for this man and feed him. Yes, ma'am. After a day's journey, Tong Rui was a little sleepy, so she took a nap on the fur that Hong Mei had laid out. It would take some time for the cook to cook for dozens of people. After Hong Mei served Tong Rui, she came out to help Aunt Li. A lamb and 2 rabbits were being roasted on the bonfire, and there was a pot of white rice and dozens of steamed buns in the pot. The steamed buns were frozen like stone eggs, and needed to be steamed for a while longer. An hour later, the meal was finally ready. Hongmei cut a plate of mutton and rabbit meat with a knife, and took a bowl of rice to the inner room. Everyone gathered around the bonfire outside and began to feast. The conditions were simple, and it was good enough to be full. After Granny, who gave Wan Quan a bowl of medicine juice, she also ate with everyone around the bonfire. But he didn't notice that Wan Quan's eyelids moved. Chapter 329, Testing each other. Except for Tong Rui and Hongmei, who were eating in the bedroom. Everyone else was eating and talking around the campfire. And no one noticed that Wan Quan had woken up, because Granny, who estimated the time to be tomorrow morning. No one cared about Wan Quan's condition. After all, his life was not in danger. But they underestimated Wan Quan's willpower. Wan Qingma's training of Wan Quan was a devilish training. Otherwise Wan Quan would not have grown so fast in a year, which made Wan Quan have a stronger willpower than ordinary people. In this year, he has been dealing with the enemy, and has learned to be more cautious in unfamiliar environments. So when he heard that everyone around him was saying words that he was not familiar with, he did not open his eyes immediately, but continued to observe secretly. After these people had finished their meal, Hongmei came out to deliver the tableware and told Antli, the lady said that you should feed him the meat porridge while it is hot after it is cooked. Okay. I know. I come right away. Antli hurriedly ate the last bite of the barbecue, wiped her hands on her apron, and went to see how the meat porridge in the pot was cooking. As soon as the lid of the pot was opened, a unique aroma of meat porridge immediately spread out. Wan Quan, who had been hungry for a few days, couldn't help but feel his stomach growling at this time. The sound was particularly clear in the narrow space. Especially Anan, who was closest to Wan Quan, had better hearing than ordinary people. In addition, he was close to Wan Quan, so he was the first to hear Wan Quan's stomach growling and realized that he had woken up. Young man, are you awake? If you are awake, open your eyes and eat. Wan Quan saw that he couldn't pretend anymore, so he slowly opened his eyes and saw a group of strong men. They were dressed a little strangely and didn't look like people from Daki, but rather like people from Beilong. Wan Quan was a little nervous. Did he fall into the hands of Beilong people? Then why is he not dead yet? Wan Quan lowered his eyes and looked at his clothes. The style was the same as theirs. Could it be that they saved him? At this time, everyone was staring at Wan Quan. Everyone's eyes were full of scrutiny, which made Wan Quan a little uncomfortable. But he was more concerned about where he was now. The young general was still waiting for him to bring people back. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. If the time was too late, it would be a big deal. Wan Quan was very anxious, but his face was still calm. He wanted to sit up, but when he moved, his body felt like a needle prick, and it hurt everywhere. Young man, you better not move. I have just bandaged your wounds. If you don't want them to split, just lie down obediently. Otherwise you will bother me again. I have a bad temper and don't like being bothered often. When I have a bad temper, I will hit hard. I'm afraid you can't bear it. Wan Quan ignored Anan's warning and still sat up stubbornly. Sure enough, several wounds on his body burst open. But Wan Quan was wearing cotton clothes, so his wounds couldn't be seen from the outside. Anan smiled. Okay. Young man, your temper is as stubborn as mine. But you are asking for trouble. Why torture yourself? It's not good now. Right? Anan spoke in Daki dialect, but his accent was not Daki's, which means that he is very familiar with Daki and has at least been in Daki for a long time. Wan Quan has been secretly looking at this group of people. Seeing that they did not speak with the accent of Beilong people, he was slightly relieved. As long as they did not fall into the hands of Beilong people, there is still hope. Thank you for saving me. What's your name? Big brother? Why did you save me? My name is Anan. Everyone calls me Brother Nan. You can call me Brother Nan. 2. I didn't want to save you. One more wounded person in this weather would be very troublesome for our caravan. It was our wife who was kind and found that you were still alive. So she saved you. Madam? Where are you from? I heard that your accent doesn't sound like Beilong or Daki. But you can speak Daki Mandarin, which means you often appear in Daki. Anan looked at Wan Quan with appreciation. Young man, your mind works very quickly. We are from Yu country. We follow my wife to do business outside all year round. Dachi is half of our wife's business, so we go in and out of Dachi all year round. It is normal for us to speak Dachi official language. How can we do business with you Dachi people without speaking your Dachi official language? Hong Mei had already entered the bedroom to report to Tong Rui. Madam. The boy woke up. Awake? So fast? Didn't it mean that he will wake up tomorrow morning? Tong Rui had just taken off her shoes and was about to go to sleep. At this moment, Hong Mei helped her up, put on her shoes and hurried out. Wan Quan only felt a figure appear at the door of the bedroom. He looked up inadvertently and was stunned on the spot. Why does this person look so familiar? He seems to have seen him somewhere? But it's impossible? She is obviously from Yu country. He has never seen a Yu person. Nor has he dealt with a Yu person. How could he know a Yu person? But this familiar feeling was really strange. Wan Quan stared at Tong Rui's face for a long time until he heard a cry. You bold scoundrel. So rude. Hong Mei stood aside and saw Wan Quan staring at her wife. She was immediately angry and spoke in a bad tone. Wan Quan knew he was being rude and lowered his eyes to apologize. Madam. Please forgive me. I offended you. Thank you for saving my life. I think it's useless to save you. If I had known you were such a playboy, I should have thrown you in the snow to let you die. Hong Mei was still angry and scolded Wan Quan. Tong Rui looked at Wan Quan, not knowing what she was thinking. Then she raised her hand to stop Hong Mei from making things difficult for her. Instead, she asked Wan Quan with a smile. Young master, you were staring at me just now. Do you think I look familiar? That's why you acted so rudely? Wan Quan was surprised for a moment. This woman was so smart. But then he regained his composure and replied calmly. Madam, you misunderstood. It's just that I often hang out with men and have never seen a woman as beautiful as you. I was shocked by her beauty and lost my mind. Please forgive me. Tong Rui laughed out loud. She was different from ordinary women in the boudoir. Her knowledge and wisdom were different from those of ordinary people. Seeing that Wan Quan was unwilling to admit it, she did not continue to ask. It can be seen that the other party was very vigilant. If she needed to ask something from him, she needed to take it slowly and ask indirect questions. In fact, just when Tong Rui asked Wan Quan if he looked familiar, Wan Quan suddenly had a pair of big eyes that were the same as Tong Rui Wan Quan's. It was Xiao Fubao, whom he thought about every day. Wan Quan was able to survive for more than a year, largely because of the jade pendant given by Xiao Fubao. It was the only thing he brought from his hometown, and it held all his thoughts about his hometown. Whenever he saw the jade pendant, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Fubao and his family. The belief of returning home in glory has always supported him to keep going. So Wan Quan thought of Xiao Fubao's big eyes at that moment, which were exactly the same as the person in front of him. As long as you find the common points, it is not difficult to find other similarities. It can be said that Xiao Fubao is a smaller version of the beautiful woman in front of him. Wan Quan, who is used to being cautious, did not dare to answer Tong Rui's questions easily. So he chose to conceal it and see the other party's intentions first. He didn't believe that the woman in front of him would be so kind and would save him for no reason. Wan Quan subconsciously touched the jade pendant on his neck and found that it was gone. He was instantly panicked. Chapter 330 Deal. Tong Rui had been observing Wan Quan's every move. When she saw him touch his chest, she knew that he must be looking for the lost jade token. What are you looking for? Did you lose something? Wan Quan's face was a little pale. He looked at Tong Rui and nodded. But he didn't say what he lost. He didn't want to be controlled step by step. Wan Qingma said that you should not answer the other party's questions easily. Otherwise it would be easy for the other party to take the initiative, and you would be led by the nose unconsciously and fall into the trap dug by the other party. Maybe the things you lost are with me? Why don't you tell me what you lost? Wan Quan turned his head away and didn't say anything, but he was very anxious. On the one hand, he wanted to find the jade token back, and on the other hand, he wanted to leave quickly to find a guide. Don't talk? Forget it. Anyway, this thing is useless to me. Just throw it away. Tong Rui held the jade token in her palm and prepared to throw it into the fire. Wait. That's my stuff. You took it without asking and it's stealing. Now you want to throw it away in front of me? Wan Quan was like an angry wolf cub. He rushed over and tried to snatch the stuff from Tong Rui. But he overestimated his physical condition. He just took a step and felt dizzy. He fell to the ground with a plop. And then his back was stepped on by a strong foot. Boy, don't be ungrateful. Our wife saved you. Let alone a jade token. Even your life belongs to our wife. What right do you have to be arrogant? Be honest. Otherwise, I will throw you out the same way I saved you. Wan Quan felt extremely humiliated at this moment. But he had no power to resist. His hands hung weakly at his side. His eyes were red. And his face was pressed to the ground by Anan. Anan. Let him go. He is not even as good as a woman now. He is no threat to me. Tong Rui looked down at Wan Quan. And there was no emotion in her eyes. Anan took his feet away and stood aside, alert at all times. Tong Rui handed the jade token to Hong Mei and asked Hong Mei to put it in front of Wan Quan for him to confirm. Look carefully. Is it this jade token? Hong Mei squatted down, put the jade token in her palm, and put it in front of Wan Quan. Wan Quan looked at the familiar jade token. Tears flashed in his eyes, as if he saw the appearance of little Fu Bao. Let me ask you a question. Who gave you this jade token? As long as you answer this question, I can meet any of your conditions, including sending you back to the Dachi army. This condition was too tempting for Wan Quan. But he felt that this matter was unusual. Why did the other party value this jade token so much? Could it be that the jade token given to him by Fu Bao had any origin? Wan Quan was full of thoughts. And then he asked a question, in this case. Then I will also ask you a question. If you can answer it truthfully, I will answer your question. Excuse me, Tong Rui said without thinking. Do you know the owner of this jade token? Wan Quan looked at Tong Rui with some expectation in his heart. Tong Rui's expression did not change. She still smiled lightly, and said gently, it is indeed an old acquaintance. The owner of this jade token once saved my life. Otherwise, I would not have saved you. It was this jade token that saved your life. Tong Rui wanted to try to get closer to Wan Quan and let him let down his guard. She felt that Wan Quan's guard was too heavy. Sure enough, Wan Quan was somewhat moved, and his tense nerves also showed signs of relaxation. Can you answer my question now? Is this jade token the little girl's? Wan Quan saw that people had mentioned Xiao Fubao, so there was no point in him hiding it. After all, Xiao Fubao also saved this woman's life. Wan Quan would not doubt this. After all, Xiao Fubao could bring good luck to people. Although she didn't know when Xiao Fubao saved this woman, Wan Quan was sure that the matter of saving people would not be false. Yes, it's a little girl. Wan Quan nodded, and didn't say anything else. What's your relationship with the little girl? Tong Rui was a little anxious, and asked quickly. Wan Quan's vigilance, which had just been relaxed, rose again. Wan Qingma told him that Fu Bao's real identity was the princess of Yu. He also knew that Fu Bao was not his biological sister. Wan Qingma also told him to keep Fu Bao's identity secret, and not to reveal it to others easily. This is another question. I can choose not to answer it. Wan Quan lowered his head lightly after saying this, and didn't say another word to Tong Rui. Tong Rui's face flashed with helplessness. This kid is really a hard bone to chew. He is worthy of being a soldier of the Qi. His vigilance is not ordinary. In this case, I will also fulfill my promise. Is there anything you need me to do for you? Tong Rui did not give up. Although she could not get the answer she wanted from the boy, she was not completely unsuccessful. At least she knew that the boy and the little girl were connected. Since there was a connection, as long as she kept a close eye on the boy, she would definitely be able to find the little girl. Anyway, she still had some time to waste with him, so she was not in a hurry. Wan Quan looked at Tong Rui with some suspicion. I didn't give you the answer you wanted. Why are you still willing to help me? No reason. I am willing. I am a businessman. Businessmen are trustworthy. Since I already know that the owner of this jade card knows you, then we are also destined to be together. I have repaid her for saving my life. Although Wan Quan was a little skeptical about Tong Rui's words, he had no better way now. These people could travel between the battlefields of Dachi and Beiliang, which showed that they were not ordinary businessmen, and they must have certain strength. So could he use their power to help Wan Qingma out of the predicament? If you can help me rescue one person, I will tell you the relationship between the owner of the jade card and me. Tong Rui did not comment. Now, it was not so important for her whether Wan Quan said it or not. After all, she already had a backup plan in her mind. If Wan Quan told her directly, she still had to find out where Wan Quan's hometown was in order to find the little girl. And the trouble in the middle was not saved at all. The important thing was that she had to gain Wan Quan's trust now, and gradually disintegrate this kid's defense. Deal? Tong Rui agreed readily. After the two reached a deal, Tong Rui told Antly, feed him well. Otherwise he won't have the strength to go on the road tomorrow. Yes, madam. Tong Rui said nothing more, and turned into the inner room. Adley served Wan Quan a bowl of mincemeat porridge. The rich aroma made Wan Quan drool. "Young man, come and eat it while it's hot." Wan Quan took it, and said thank you and drank it with Wan in his arms. He finished a bowl of porridge and a few mouthfuls. "Anything else? You are a great cook." Adley was praised and felt happy. With a smile on her face, she took the bowl from Wan Quan's hand. "Yes, it's enough." Wan Quan drank 3 bowls of porridge in a row, and the burning sensation was relieved. Chapter 331 Getting ready to go. Wan Quan was full and sleepy. The medicine that Granny Hu gave him had a calming effect, so Wan Quan quickly fell asleep by the fire. Hong Mei took out a blanket and covered him with it. "Madam, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. He's so uncooperative. Why should we save him? Just throw him away. Do we really want to help him?" Hong Mei went into the inner room and saw that Tong Rui hadn't fallen asleep yet. She was sitting on the bed, holding the jade token, and staring blankly. She complained angrily. "Hong Mei, this guy is very useful. Whether my niece can be found depends on him. So you must not show any flaws in front of him. This guy is very vigilant. He must have received special training. And his willpower is much stronger than ordinary people. What we need to do now is to gain his trust and find out where his hometown is. We have been wandering around the border between Daki and Bailiang for a year. Isn't it to find the whereabouts of Fuyun? Now hope is in front of us. We can't give up all our efforts." Hong Mei stepped forward to take the jade token from the lady, carefully wrapped it with a handkerchief, and put it away. "Madam, I know it's getting late. You should rest. We have to travel tomorrow. I don't know who the guy who asked us to drink is. What if he wants us to break into Bailiang to rescue people? I think we should forget it. We don't have the ability to do that. It shouldn't happen. Although this place is located between the battlefield of Daki and Bailiang, it is closer to Daki. Bailiang people dare not roam around here. But he must have a mission when he appears here. As for what to do, we will make a decision after listening to what he says tomorrow. If we can help, we will help. If we can't help, we can't do anything." Hong Mei helped Tongrui cover the blanket and lit a brazier in the bedroom. Grandma Hu stuffed a hot water bottle under Tongrui's blanket and watched Tongrui close her eyes. Then they spread the blanket next to the brazier on the ground and closed their eyes to rest. Nothing happened that night. Wan Quan woke up early the next morning. He gritted his teeth and sat up. The wounds on his body were scabbing, a little red and swollen, and his body was full of soreness and pain. He looked around and saw that everyone was still sleeping. In the room, which was not spacious to begin with, there were dozens of people squeezed side by side. He was squeezed in the middle, and there were snoring all around. Wan Quan climbed up from his blanket, carefully staggered to avoid others, and it took a lot of effort for him to reach the door. "Awake? Why don't you sleep a little longer? You are so badly injured. There is no place to rest today." A voice came from the corner of the door, which scared Wan Quan. He quickly looked up and saw Anan sitting against the wall of the inner and outer rooms near the door, with his arms folded and his eyes closed. But Wan Quan was sure that the voice just now was made by him. "Are you talking to me?" Wan Quan stood up and looked at Anan. Anan stretched himself. He was on duty in the second half of the night, so he didn't sleep, but just took a nap against the wall. However, he was very clear about the movements in the room, including Wan Chuan's awakening. "Is there anyone else standing in this room?" Anan also stood up from the ground, holding his spear in his hand, and slowly walked to the door. Anan stretched out his hand to open the door, and a biting cold wind came towards him. The cold wind rolled up the snow foam and hit people's faces, making people instantly more energetic. "Let's go out and wash our faces and practice a little," Anan said and walked out first. There was no snow last night, and the road they cleared last night was still there, so they could basically play at the door. Wan Quan followed Anan out and saw Anan casually inserted the spear into the snow hole, bent down and grabbed 2 handfuls of snow on the ground, rubbed it hard on his face, and then let out a roar, yelled, turned around neatly, held the spear, and started practicing in the snow. Wan Quan was a little jealous. When he followed Wan Xingmo, he also practiced shooting every day, but now his body is not suitable for fighting. Otherwise he would also like to compete with Anan. The movement of the two startled the people in the room, and soon everyone got up. The servants did their own things. Adley started to make breakfast, and Hong Mei helped Tong Rui to dress and wash. After a quick breakfast, Adley prepared dry food for everyone for the day. Tong Rui called Wan Quan in to ask about the details. What's your name? We still need to communicate. How should I call you? Wan Quan. Tong Rui nodded, looked at Wan Quan, and saw that although he was seriously injured, he still stood straight, and couldn't help but feel a little admiration in her heart. Wan Quan, you asked us to help you rescue someone yesterday. Can you tell me more about it? I want to see if we have the ability to rescue him. And you need to tell me the identity of the other party. I can't get involved in the war between Daki and Beilong. I understand this. But I can't tell you my friend's identity. I can only tell you that he is from Daki, not Beilong. And I won't get you involved in the war. My friend is now trapped in a place and lost his way. I need a guide to rescue my friend. Tong Rui lowered her head and fell into deep thought. She was considering the credibility of Wan Quan's words and whether he had lied to her. How do you prove that what you said is true? When we found you, you were wearing the Dachi's battle robe. It was obvious that you were a member of the Dachi military. Moreover, you were seriously injured. It should not be injured by friendly forces, but by the enemy. You still say that you were not involved in the war? Tong Rui's words were all about the key points. If Wan Quan's answer could dispel his doubts, she would be able to save people. Now it depends on whether Wan Quan's answer can dispel her doubts. I did go to Beilong to carry out a secret mission and survey the terrain. But because of the sudden heavy snowfall, the original terrain was completely covered. So we got lost. I took 10 people out to find a way out. But I didn't expect to meet the patrolling Beilong people. They desperately protected me to break out of the siege. But I was seriously injured and couldn't hold on. Wan Quan's half-truth made Tong Rui believe 80%. Okay. In that case, I helped you once. But according to you, you've been out for a few days. Are your friends still waiting for you there? Yes. I will. As long as I rush over within 7 days, I will definitely find them. Tong Rui didn't actually hold out much hope. After all, it was too difficult to survive in this vast sea of snow. Wan Quan saw that Tong Rui didn't believe him, and hurriedly said, "We walked out because the road was difficult. In fact, we didn't walk very far, and I left our unique marks along the way. Don't you have hunting dogs? Your sled can cover our 3-day journey in 1 day. And the hunting dogs have a keen sense of smell, which will definitely get twice the result with half the effort." Since Tong Rui had already promised Wan Quan, she decided to give it a try. So she immediately ordered her subordinates, "Pack up your things immediately and get ready to go." Yes. Chapter 332. Wan Xingmao is in danger. Wan Quan, you said you left a special mark. What is it? How else can we find your footprints in this vast snowfield? If you go in the wrong direction, you may be 100 miles away. Before setting off, Anan asked Wan Quan, "Please bring my battle robe." "My things are in the battle robe." Hongmei quickly took out a bundle that she had put away yesterday and handed it to Wan Quan. Wan Quan nodded in thanks, opened the bundle, rummaged in his armor for a while, and found a medicine bag. "This is it. I sprinkled this on the road along the way. This is made by our Daki with a special method. Even if it is buried several meters underground, as long as there is a hound, it can be smelled." Tong Rui took it, opened the medicine bag, poured out a pill, put it under her nose and smelled it. There was a faint fragrance, the smell of agarwood mixed with the smell of medicine, and Tong Rui couldn't smell it all. However, since these were made by someone else in secret, she did not want to look at them for too long. After taking a look, she returned the bag to Wan Quan. "Anan, give this medicine bag to the hounds to smell so that they can remember the smell." Everything was ready, and the team began to move forward. With the help of the sled, they drove effortlessly on the snow, and ran dozens of miles in half a day. Wan Quan was arranged by Tong Rui to ride on the same sled with Anan, so that Anan could take care of Wan Quan. Today was cloudy, and the cold wind made it hard to open one's eyes. But Tong Rui's team was fully equipped. Everyone was covered tightly, without an inch of skin exposed, and even their eyes were covered with the most expensive black gauze of their country. So they walked on the snow for many days. But they did not suffer from snow blindness. "Madam, the hounds need to rest. Shall we stop and rest for half an hour?" Tong Rui nodded. She was also tired of sitting, and wanted to come out to stretch her muscles. The team stopped behind a hillside. The wind here was relatively small, so everyone could rest for a while. Edley took out the dry food prepared in the morning and distributed a steamed bun to each person. Edley wrapped the bun with a quilt and a blanket outside, so it didn't freeze into a stone. However, if you don't eat it quickly, it will freeze into a hard bun that can hurt your teeth. Everyone swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. Even a lady like Tong Rui, who usually has a dignified manner, swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. Otherwise they would starve. It's impossible to make a fire in the ice and snow, and it's harder than climbing to the sky to eat something hot. Fortunately, they only have one meal at noon to make do with. Wan Quan, how do you feel now? Can you still hold on? Tong Rui walked to Wan Chuan's sled and saw that Wan Chuan's face was not very good. A little pale. I can. Madam. Don't worry. I will definitely make it. Wan Quan seemed to be answering Tong Rui's question, and seemed to be cheering himself up. With a firm tone. Madam. It's bad. It seems that someone is coming over there. About 100 people. And they look like Beilong people. What should we do? A lie. Who was on duty? Rolled down the hillside. Looking nervous. Tong Rui frowned slightly. How could it be such a coincidence? They have been wandering here for so long, and have never met Beilong people. They didn't expect to meet them today. What they feared will come true. A lie. You continue to inquire, and see who the other party is? The others quickly packed up, and waited on the spot. A lie turned around and climbed up the hillside, crawling on the ground, watching the team coming towards them. Wan Quan clenched his fists tightly at this time. It seemed that he was about to succeed. Why did Beilong people appear at this time? Damn Beilong people. The team was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one made a sound. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, a lie finally came back. Madam. They turned a corner in front of us and went back. Tong Rui's heart finally settled down. Although she was not very afraid of meeting the Beilong people, she brought a large sheep people with her. If she met the Beilong people at this time, she would definitely not be able to explain clearly, causing a lot of trouble, and even fighting. Now that they don't have to meet, they save a lot of trouble. After the Beilong people leave, we will set off immediately. The team waited for half an hour in place. The Beilong people had already left, so they set off. This time the journey was smooth, but before dark, they still did not reach the place. Wan Quan said, Madam, it's getting dark. If we continue to walk, it may be dangerous. Let's find a place to stay. Shall we? Wan Quan was a little anxious. Brother Nan, I think we are almost there. Let's walk for another half an hour. If we are not there after half an hour, we will rest. Anan glanced at the sky and hesitated. He was also undecided and looked at Tong Rui. Just believe him for once and continue on the road. The group drove for another half an hour. And suddenly, there was a sound of fighting in front of them. Madam, there is something going on ahead. Anan stopped the sled first, and all the sleds behind him stopped. Protect, madam. There are a large group of snow wolves ahead. Ali, who was exploring the way ahead, looked very bad. He shouted loudly and fell into the snow pit. Ali! Anan shouted, and he saw a snow wolf rushing towards Ali. Swish! Just as everyone was staring at the snow wolf nervously, a sharp sound of a sword being unsheathed rang in everyone's ears. Then a silver light flashed, and a sword flew out of the air, and the snow wolf rushing towards Ali fell straight into the snow pit. Everyone came back to their senses, and found that Wan Quan was holding one of his arms, with cold sweat all over his head. Boy! Good sword. Anan patted Wan Quan on the shoulder with gratitude and praise. Someone immediately went to rescue Ali. Brother Nan, there seems to be someone ahead. Many of them died. That's my friend. Wan Quan heard it, regardless of his injuries, and rushed out. Stop him! Tong Rui shouted. But Wan Quan had already rushed out of the crowd. He was running very fast at this moment. When he passed the corpse of the snow wolf, he directly drew out the sword and rushed to the opposite valley. It was too late for Tong Rui's people to chase him. What are you all standing there for? This person must be saved for me. Whether the eldest lady can survive depends on this person. Tong Rui's eyes turned red with anxiety, and she yelled at the servants, completely losing her usual dignity. She was also very angry in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would have knocked the man out and taken him away. Even if she used coercion and inducement, she would definitely be able to get the whereabouts of Fu Yun from this kid. Anan yelled, kill them. Dozens of people rushed out like arrows from a bow. There was a valley on the opposite side, and they went down very quickly, like dumplings, rolling down one after another. Chapter 333 Wolf King's Sneak Attack. The valley was filled with a strong smell of blood. And there were corpses everywhere, including the corpses of snow wolves and the corpses of Daki soldiers. The scene was very heroic, like a Shura field. After Wanquan rushed down, he was quickly submerged in the crowd. Anan and Ali didn't see his shadow for a while. Wanquan's wounds were all torn open at this time, and the blood had soaked his inner clothes. But he didn't care at all. "Little general, where are you?" Wanquan yelled at Wan Qingma while shuttling between the crowd and the wolf pack, occasionally helping his injured comrades to kill a snow wolf. "Have you seen the general?" Wanquan grabbed the nearest person and shouted loudly. But before the other party could answer, a snow wolf rushed straight towards his back. "Captain, be careful." The soldier instantly threw Wanquan to the ground, and the snow wolf pounced on nothing. Immediately turned around and pounced on the two again. Wanquan rolled on the ground with the soldier in his arms, avoiding the snow wolf's counterattack again. Unexpectedly, he fell into the pincer attack of the other two snow wolves. Why are there so many snow wolves suddenly? Wanquan and the soldier were back to back. Wanquan was already bloodthirsty, but looking at the bodies lying on the ground, he felt that the situation was not good. "We don't know either. An hour ago, the patrol suddenly ran back and said that a large number of snow wolves appeared. We didn't have time to prepare, and the snow wolves had surrounded us. Everyone was exhausted. Fortunately, the snow house built by the general blocked us for a while. But there were too many snow wolves, and we lost a lot of brothers." The soldier looked at a snow wolf in front of him with hatred, wanting to cut him into pieces. "Where is the general?" In order to lead the snow wolf pack away, the general went there alone. Now he should be in danger. Wanquan looked at the soldier pointing in the direction of the valley entrance, and his heart gradually turned cold. "No. The general is very skilled in martial arts. When we were exiled to the border together, he could kill dozens of wolves by himself. These wolves should not be enough to kill him. But the general has not eaten for 3 days." Wanquan said nothing more. He picked up the sword in his hand and swung it. His desperate fighting style would soon cause him to fall down due to exhaustion. However, with the participation of Anan, Ali and others, the situation was reversed in an instant. The dozens of servants brought by Tong Rui were all extraordinary. 1 against 10. The snow wolves were almost strangled. If the soldiers had not been hungry for several days and had no strength to fight, these snow wolves would be no problem for them. Just when the killing in the valley was in full swing, the Wolf King set his sights on Tong Rui on the hillside. Tong Rui was holding a hand warmer at this time, standing on the hillside, overlooking the situation in the valley, and did not notice that a Wolf King was ambushing behind the right rear. The Wolf King's figure was very different from that of an ordinary wolf. It was slender and strong, covered with silver white hair as flawless as the purest ice and snow. Its eyes were deep into the night sky, and its pupils flashed with a light of wisdom and coldness. The hair in the middle of its head formed a natural silver crown. Its limbs were extremely strong and powerful, and its claws flashed with cold light, which could easily tear the hardest ice. At this time, it was slowly coming towards Tong Rui and his servants, exuding an indescribable leadership temperament, and every move revealed calmness and confidence. When it was still 10 feet away from Tong Rui, it suddenly accelerated, and its whole body flashed like a silver light. Its strong hind legs lightly stepped on the snow, and its whole strong body flew into the air, leaped forward, and pounced straight behind Tong Rui. Sword! Just as the front paws of the snow wolf were about to grab Tong Rui's back, Tong Rui screamed, and the heater in her hand slipped out of her hand in an instant. At the same time, the fox fur coat on her body also fell off, leaving only the light yellow jacket and skirt inside. She stretched out her right hand and caught the sword thrown by Hongmei. A cold light flashed, and the silver sword was unsheathed. Tong Rui's figure was light, and she flew into the air on the spot, holding the sword in one hand and pointing it directly at the vital point of the snow wolf. The snow wolf was first attacked by the heater. Just as it dodged the heater, it saw Tong Rui coming with a sword. The snow wolf jumped to the side and avoided Tong Rui's attack. 1 man and 1 wolf fought on the hillside. Tong Rui's kung fu was not as good as Anan, but she was still confident in dealing with a wolf. After dozens of rounds, the Wolf King was defeated and turned around and ran away with his tail between his legs. Tong Rui did not chase after it. This stray dog would not dare to come back after escaping. Awoo! Then everyone heard a loud wolf howl. It was the Wolf King who ran to the opposite hillside to send a signal. The few remaining wolves in the valley evacuated one after another, Wakwan was dragged up the hillside by Anan. At this time, he had fainted due to excessive blood loss. Tong Rui looked at the man who looked like he had been fished out of a pool of blood, and couldn't help frowning. Grandma who? Go and check on him. Is he dead? Anan put Wakwan on the sled, and Grandma, who helped to diagnose his pulse. After a while, she said, Madam, he needs to stop bleeding immediately. Otherwise even the gods can't save him. But this place is not suitable for healing now. If you really take off his clothes, he will become a popsicle in less than a cup of tea. Tong Rui was a little anxious. Was the clue that was about to be grasped going to be lost now? This was related to her sister's life. Madam, I just saw a lot of snow houses in the valley below. They should be built by the people of Daki. We can go in and borrow them first. Tong Rui didn't have a better place to stay now. Wakwan couldn't continue to travel in this state. She could only nod, okay. Let's rest here tonight. Anan, check how many people we lost. If there are any injured, let Granny who treat them immediately. Yes, Madam. Wakwan was carried down the valley again. Although it was dark, the view was not blocked because of the vast snow everywhere. At this time, the snow in the valley was all dyed red. And there were corpses of snow wolves, and the remains of Daki people everywhere. It was really a purgatory on earth. Madam, no one lives in the snow house over there. I have already cleaned it up. You will live there tonight? Hongmei pointed to a larger snow house. How is that kid? Is he settled? Already settled. In the igloo next to you. Madam. But many Dachi soldiers are injured. Should we care? Don't worry. We have helped them by killing snow wolves. There is no need to meddle in other people's business. Just take care of our own people. These snow wolves have just died, and are not frozen hard yet. Drag some of them over quickly to feed our hunting dogs. It is difficult to make a fire and cook here. Take down a bag of charcoal we brought and roast 2 wolves for everyone tonight's dinner. Be sure to be alert at night to prevent the wolf pack from counterattacking. Yes, Madam. The valley is full of snow wolf corpses. Just pick them up casually. Chapter 334 Wakwan exchanges information for medicinal materials. The camp was full of groans that night. And some people died during the period. Because of their severe injuries and lack of medicine. They died of pain. When the day was about to dawn, Wakwan woke up. After he saw where he was, he immediately looked around. Seeing that the people around him were still Tong Rui's people, he wanted to sit up. When he moved, he woke up Anan beside him. Boy, you are awake? You are lucky? Anan sat up and took a bowl of warm water from the hanging stove beside him and handed it to Wakwan. Drink some water first. Wakwan was indeed thirsty, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. He barely took the bowl and drank a sip. And then he felt a little weak. What about them? Are they still alive? Wakwan weakly supported himself on the blanket. Shaky. And his face was pale. Are you talking about your people from Daki? Are they dead? I heard another group died last night. There are less than 50 people alive now? Can you call someone for me? I have something to ask them. Wakwan didn't even have the strength to crawl out at this time, and could only rely on Anan. Okay. You lie down first. I go call someone for you. Anan was quite easy to talk to at this time. Anyway, he had already saved the people, so he didn't care about this little thing. Soon Anan brought someone. Captain? You are still alive? Our people, only more than 30 people. The general is missing, and we don't know whether he is dead or alive. When the soldiers saw Wakwan, they immediately cried, as if they saw their relatives. Wakwan could feel his collapse. But when he heard that Wan Xingmo had not returned, the little hope in his heart turned into despair. How are the rest of the people? We are short of medical care and medicine. And the rest of the people are injured. We are all just trying to survive. I wonder if we can live until tomorrow. After hearing this, Wakwan held the blanket tightly with both hands, and a sense of sadness rose from the bottom of his heart. This year, he saw familiar faces fall down beside him one by one. But he still had to keep moving forward. He thought his heart had been tempered. But he didn't expect that it would still hurt now. I know. You go back and wait for news. I will find a way. After Wakwan said weakly. The soldier wiped his tears and left. Brother Nan, I want to see the madam. Can you please tell her for me? Anan guessed Wan Chuan's thoughts and said bluntly, the madam will not help them. You are from Daki. We have lost several brothers in helping you kill wolves last night. We are doing this for your sake. The madam said that she will not interfere in your affairs anymore. It depends on your own luck. Tell the madam that I am willing to tell her everything I know and ask her to save people. Okay? Anan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. I try. Anan went out for about a quarter of an hour and finally came back. The madam said that she can only promise to help you heal your wounds. She can't do anything else because we don't have many medicinal herbs. Okay. As long as the madam agrees to heal your wounds, we will find a way to do the rest. Anan made way, and Tongrui walked in with a bend. The door of the snow house was very small. Adults had to bend over to come in. I have asked Granny who to treat your people, and I also provided them with 10 extra bags of charcoal. There is snow wolf meat here, so they shouldn't starve to death. The wolf's skin can also keep them warm, and they won't freeze to death. You can rest assured. Can you tell me now? Wan Quan looked at Tongrui gratefully. Thank you, madam, for your generosity. One Mao thanks madam on behalf of the soldiers of the Qi. Not necessary. I didn't do anything. We just took what we needed. After today, we will go our separate ways. Wan Quan nodded, lay on the blanket, and said slowly, Don't you want to know what the relationship is between that little girl and me? She is my sister, but not my biological sister. She is my cousin, the little daughter of my second aunt. Where is she now? Tongrui's heartbeat accelerated. Before I tell you, can I ask you a question? Excuse me. I want to know why you are so persistent in finding out my sister's whereabouts. And who owns this jade token? Wan Quan looked straight at Tongrui. If Tongrui hesitated, it would mean she was lying. This jade token is mine. I gave it to your sister. I was kidnapped by a gangster in a county town that day. I was pregnant at the time. It was your sister and another young man who saved me and kept me and my child safe. To thank them, I gave your sister a jade token, which is the one you are wearing. Wan Quan carefully recalled Tongrui's words, and then said, How long ago was that? About 2 years? 2 years? My sister was only 1 year old at that time. Are you mistaken? How can a 1-year-old kid save people? You can't even explain it clearly? Wan Quan was already recalling 2 years ago, when they were on the way to Exile. During the break, they did go to the county town to purchase goods. At that time, it was Brother Wan who went with Fu Bao. Could it be that the young man the lady was talking about was Brother Wan? At that time, there was also a young man holding her, saying that the little girl brought him there. I was not feeling well at the time, so I didn't ask much. But I felt that your sister and I had a good impression of each other, so I directly gave her a jade token to express my gratitude. I guess the young man you are talking about should be Brother One who disappeared last night. Although I don't know the incident you mentioned. We were all on the way to Exile that year, and we went to the county town once on the way. But only Brother One and my sister went there. Although there were others, they were not the young man you mentioned. Brother One? Are you talking about your general? I heard from your people in Dachi that your general led away a part of the Snow Wolf pack and has not returned yet. Wan Quan was still restless when he heard the news again. He felt that Wan Xingmo could not have died just like that. He must still be alive, and perhaps waiting for him to save him. Madam, since Brother Wan is your savior, can you please send someone to look for him along the way? He must not have walked far. At most 10 miles, which is not difficult for you at all. You have a sled, and you can run back and forth in less than an hour. If you don't find him, I will give up. Tongrui was in a dilemma. She was not sure that Wan Xingmo was the one who saved her that year. But Wan Quan should not lie about this. Okay. I promise you. Anan, let a lie take people to follow the traces left by the snow wolf yesterday. It didn't snow last night, so the traces should be fresh. Come back within an hour whether you find him or not. We should set off. Yes, madam. Tongrui looked at Wan Quan again and asked, You said you were exiles. So where are you exiled now? Can you tell me the address? I want to thank your sister in person. You seem to care about my sister. Can I ask why? Wan Quan felt that Tongrui's attitude was very strange. Could she be the biological mother of Xiao Fu Bao? Otherwise, why do the two look so similar? If that's the case, did she go to rob Fu Bao? Chapter 355 Wan Xingmo is dying. Wan Quan felt that this matter seemed to be more complicated than he thought. Did he say it too rashly? If it was really because of his momentary negligence that his sister was recognized by someone else, would he become the center of the Wan family? Tongrui saw that Wan Quan was alert again. So she said, I think the child's eyebrows and eyes are very similar to my old friend. My old friend lost a child who was about the same age as your sister. So I suspect. Madam, you worry too much. My sister was born after my second aunt's pregnancy for 10 months. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. It shouldn't be a big deal if two people who are not related by blood look alike. I still remember the year when my second aunt gave birth to my sister. My grandmother announced the good news to the whole village. She was so happy that she didn't sleep for several days and nights. Because my second aunt gave birth to the only girl in our one family. And also the only girl in several generations. Our whole village can testify to this. Wan Quan smiled weakly. And that expression didn't seem to be acted at all. Tong Rui's heart began to beat. Could it be that she really had made a mistake? But she would not dispel her doubts just because of Wan Quan's words. In that case, can you tell me where you live? When I go back in the spring, if I can pass by your house, I can thank you in person. What's so difficult about this? We were originally exiled to the southwest. After the emperor's amnesty, our family moved. Now we live in Hunan Prefecture, Nanyang County, Yanshi Town. If you can pass by there, you can ask my second aunt in person. Tong Rui smiled and nodded, secretly memorizing the address Wan Quan said in her heart, and was ready to arrange someone to inquire about the situation when she went out. If what Wan Quan said was true, then she had found the wrong direction, and there was no need to waste time here. Thank you very much. Then you have a good rest. I won't bother you. Wan Quan nodded and watched Tong Rui leave, watching Tong Rui's back disappear at the door of the snow house. He let out a long breath. The address just now was the hometown of a good brother in the same camp when he first joined the army. Because the good brother died later, he asked him to send something to his family before he died. So he wrote it down. He didn't expect that he could help him at a critical moment. Wan Quan knew that Xiao Fubao was not Wan Erseo's biological child, and he now guessed that this woman must be related to Xiao Fubao. Before figuring out the other party's identity, Wan Quan would not tell Tong Rui the truth. Tong Rui returned to her snow house and immediately instructed Hongmei. Hongmei, tell Anan to send a pigeon to our people immediately and ask them to go to Nanyang to investigate whether the boy just now told the truth. If he dares to lie to me, it proves that the child is not their biological child, and it is very likely to be Fuyun. Madam, do you not believe what that person said? Humph. I don't believe anyone, especially the people of Daki. No matter how good he says, I have to check it myself before I can rest assured. Hongmei knew that Madam was always cautious, which was also trained by her many years of business. Yes, Madam. I will do it right away. Wan Quan didn't know that Tong Rui had someone secretly investigate, and was still waiting for news from Wan Qingmo. This hour was like a year for him. During this period, Granny Hu came to feed him medicine, and Anan came to change the medicine on his body. After drinking the medicine and eating something simple, Wan Quan fell into a coma again. His physical strength could not support him to wait for an hour, and his eyelids were heavy, as if they were filled with lead. At this time, the sky outside was bright, and the valley was also visible. The battlefield last night was all frozen into ice after a night. The bodies of the snow wolves that had not been processed in time were also frozen in the snow caves. If you want to eat them, you have to dig the snow wolves out of the snow caves. Anan came out to patrol, and saw that the people of Dichi were burying their comrades on the spot with injuries. What's the point of burying them when you are like this? When the ice and snow melt next year, they will still be exposed in the wilderness. It's meaningless for you to do this. It's better to save your strength and live well. Anan stood aside with a spear in his arms and said lightly. A soldier looked up at Anan and said, We in Dichi pay attention to burying them in peace. We can't do anything about their souls returning to a foreign land now. But if we can't let them rest in peace, we will feel uneasy. Stupid. The soil here is frozen at least several feet deep. Even if you dig until tomorrow, you can't dig a pit. Aren't you buried in the snow cave? Anan felt that these people were really stupid and didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. Since they wanted to bury them, then bury them. He looked around and saw the bodies around him. There were at least hundreds of them. Even if they were buried in the snow, they would take several days. Instead of doing these meaningless things, it would be better to avenge them. Anan started to leave, and at this time, there was a noise at the entrance of the valley. Anan turned around and saw that it was Eli who came back with his men. The sled was pulled by the hunting dogs and rushed all the way. The flying snow behind it was like a puff of white smoke. The sled arrived in an instant and stopped in front of Anan. Ali, how is it? Did you find the person? Ali took off the black veil covering his eyes and jumped off the sled. I found it. But I don't know if it is this person. But no one else saw anyone. And this person is almost dead now. He breathes in less and exhales more. I felt his pulse. And it was so weak that I could hardly feel it. When we arrived, there were snow wolf corpses lying all around. So powerful. This snow wolf is much more powerful than ordinary wolves. He can kill so many wolves by himself. It can be seen that he has good skills. Come, give me a hand and send the person in quickly so that Grandma, who can see him. Ali and Aina lifted the person off the sled and carried him directly to Wan Chuan's snow house. General. It's the general. At this time, the soldiers of Daki saw Wan Xingmao being lifted up. And everyone stopped their work and gathered around. It seems that we didn't save the wrong person. It's him. Ali and Ainan walked faster. The soldiers of Daki followed closely and rushed to the snow house. Wan Xingmao was the backbone of everyone. As long as he was alive, everything was hopeful. All of you get out of the way. Don't block the light. Our doctors will treat him. Ainan shouted back. And the crowd quickly parted to make a way. After hearing this, Granny Hu also came quickly. And Tongray also took Hongmei into the snow house. The snow house, which was not very big to begin with, seemed particularly crowded at this time. Madam, Ali and I will go out and wait. If you need us to do anything, tell us. Tongray nodded, and immediately turned to tell Hongmei, Hongmei, go get some hot water and help Granny Hu clean his wounds. Also, wash his face. I want to see his face. Wan Xingmao's face and body were all covered in blood, and there was a deep scratch from his ear to his jaw. At this time, the skin and flesh were turned outward, which looked particularly scary. Chapter 336. Wan Xingmao is getting better. Grandma, who is cutting Wan Xingmao's clothes with a knife. His clothes can't be taken off at all, and the blood on his body has frozen his clothes to his skin. After Grandma, who cut a hole in his clothes with a knife, she could only wipe it with warm water bit by bit, and it took a lot of effort to take off Wan Xingmao's clothes. Hongmei gently helped Wan Xingmao wipe the blood on his face with a handkerchief, and Wan Xingmao's handsome face slowly became clear. But the hideous scar destroyed Wan Xingmao's face. Madam, it's done. After Hongmei wiped Wan Xingmao's face clean, the water in the basin had turned into red blood. Tong Rui stepped forward, lowered her head and looked carefully, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. It was him. He was the one who held the little girl that day. Grandma, you must save this person. I will repay his life-saving grace. Madam, I can only do my best. The rest depends on God's will. Tong Rui also saw Wan Xingmao's injuries, and knew that Grandma, who was telling the truth. After Wan Xingmao took off all his clothes, the wounds on his body were clearly revealed. There were 3 fatal wounds on his chest, 2 on his back, 1 on each leg, and countless other small wounds. Hongmei couldn't help but turn her face away, even though she had seen many bloody scenes. It was the first time she had seen injuries like Wan Xingmao's. The main thing was that this person could still live until now, which was simply a miracle. Grandma, you just do your best to treat him. Don't be stingy with any medicinal materials. I still have a Tian Shan snow lotus and a 1,000-year-old ginseng. If you need it, just let Hongmei get it. I go back first. Hongmei, you stay and help Grandma. Yes, madam. Hongmei bowed slightly and sent Tong Rui away. Hongmei, go get a piece of 1,000-year-old ginseng from the madam. Put it in his mouth and keep him alive. As long as he keeps breathing, I should be able to save him. It all depends on his perseverance. Grandma, who looked at the wounds on Wan Xingmao's body with admiration in her eyes. She has also treated many patients, and many of them have external injuries. This is the most serious injury she has ever seen. After Grandma, who prepared the herbs, Hongmei came in. Grandma, this is the ginseng piece given by the madam. Do you want to put it in his mouth now? Yes, put it in his mouth, and I will clean his wound now. Hongmei squatted down and stuffed the ginseng piece in. Grandma, I will help you now. I will help you get whatever you need. Hongmei and Grandma, who worked for nearly an hour before they finished their work. Grandma, who was sweating profusely, and sat aside to take a deep breath. Wan Xingmao, who was lying on the blanket next to Wan Quan, looked like a mummy at this time, with white gauze all over his body, and even on his face. Don't move him for now. Keep him warm. I go and rest for a while. If he has symptoms of fever, call me immediately. Granny Hu told Hongmei and went out. When the sun set in the west, Wan Quan finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that he was still in the snow house. But he felt that there was someone lying next to him. He quickly turned his head and saw a person next to him wrapped in a fox fur blanket, with gauze tied on his face. Only 2 nostrils and a mouth were exposed, and his eyes were closed. Even so, Wan Quan recognized that this person was Wan Qingmo at a glance. General, Wan Quan was not much better than Wan Qingmo, but his spirit was stronger than Wan Qingmo. Don't shout. He can't wake up now. He is too seriously injured. It's hard to say whether he can wake up. Hongmei's voice sounded in the corner. Wan Quan then realized that in a corner not far from them, Hongmei was sitting by the hanging stove, adding some charcoal to the stove from time to time. What did you say? It's impossible. Brother Wan will definitely wake up. He is an undefeated war god. How could he fall down? Don't fool yourself. The undefeated war god is also a human body. As a human, there will be times when the strength is exhausted and it will always be defeated. Hongmei said in a faint voice without even raising her eyelids. Wan Quan reached out and touched Wan Qingmo's breath. He was relieved and said that Brother Wan would be fine. Hongmei brought a bowl of medicine juice and handed it to Wan Quan. Since you are awake, drink the medicine quickly. Take care of yourself first. If you can save one, it's one. Our Lady will not let him die. Don't worry. Wan Quan thanked her and drank the dark medicine juice in the bowl. Anli brought a bowl of wolf meat porridge at this time. Madam told me to bring you a bowl of porridge if you wake up, and you should drink it while it's hot. Wan Quan glanced at Wan Qingmo and asked Hongmei, Sister, when will my elder brother wake up? Can he eat now? What can he eat in this state? It's hard to feed him a bowl of medicine, and he spills half of it after drinking half. Wan Quan silently took the mincemeat porridge and drank it. In the middle of the night, Wan Qingmo's fingers moved, and Wan Quan, who had been guarding him, immediately called out softly, Brother Wan, can you hear me? Wan Qingmo slowly opened his eyes, still a little blurry, until he saw Wan Quan's face clearly. He found that he was not dead, and the warm feeling around him made him understand that he was rescued. As soon as Wan Qingmo opened his mouth, his throat seemed to be stabbed, hoarse like a drake, and it was difficult to speak. Brother Wan, don't talk. I know what you want to ask. I tell you. You just listen. Wan Quan told him about the situation after he came, and then told him about how he was rescued. When Wan Qingmo heard Wan Quan say that they were almost wiped out, a hot tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Suddenly he heard Wan Quan talking about the jade card again, which he remembered. When he took Xiao Fubao to the county town, he did save a woman. Just as Wan Qingmo was about to speak, he heard other noises in the room. He slowly turned his head and saw a person on the ground not far away. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and signaled Wan Quan with his eyes not to say anything more. Wan Quan quickly understood and did not say anything else. Instead, he stood up and brought the warm porridge over and fed it to Wan Qingmo spoonful by spoonful. Wan Qingmo had been hungry for too long and could not eat dry food. He had to warm the porridge for a few days. After eating the porridge, Wan Qingmo fell into a deep sleep again. After 3 days of recuperation, Wan Quan was able to walk on the ground, and Wan Qingmo could also sit up with Wan Quan to take medicine and drink porridge. The physical condition of both of them was developing in a good direction. Wan Quan, help me go out for a walk. I want to see the fallen soldiers. Brother Wan, are you okay? Don't worry. You won't die. The moment Wan Quan helped Wan Qingmo out, both sides were filled with the Qi soldiers. Some of them supported each other, and some leaned against the door of the snow house. But their eyes were all fixed on Wan Qingmo. Chapter 337. Wan Qingmo tells Wan Quan the truth. Wan Qingmo was supported by Wan Quan, walked in front of each soldier, and silently patted their shoulders. Don't worry. As long as I am alive, I will definitely take everyone back to the Qi. After Wan Qingmo finished speaking, the scene fell into a moment of silence. Everyone was silent, and some began to cry silently. This time, 1,000 people came out, and they were almost wiped out before they even touched the enemy's rear. The remaining people had no ability to fight again. Some were injured, and some were disabled. Even Wan Qingmo and Wan Quan were seriously injured. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to everyone. Wan Quan saw that everyone was in a low mood. and he felt very bad. At this time, Anan and Allie stood at the door of the snow house holding their weapons and watching the excitement. Anan suddenly said, "Aren't you here to survey the terrain? You're surveying the terrain and running to the rear of the enemy. Don't you know?" Wan Qingmo immediately looked up at Anan. His eyes slightly turned, and asked weakly, "Excuse me, big brother. How do you know that we are now behind the Bailiang people? We just came from there a few days ago." "Of course we know. But they seem to have plans to retreat. I see they are already packing up." Anan's words made Wan Quan freeze in place. If Anan's words were true, wouldn't they be guarding the enemy's rear? But waited for so long without taking action, and instead lost their own soldiers? Impossible. Even if we got lost, according to the original distance, it is impossible to reach the rear of the Bailiang people so quickly. Did you see it wrong? Wan Qingmo felt that this was not in line with common sense. I can't be wrong. I was the one who explored the way that day, and I also sneaked into their camp. But what's the point of telling you all this? You can't run away now, and you can't fight either. You are just waiting to die. You should recover from your injuries and return the same way. Right? Wan Qingmo lowered his head and thought for a while, then continued to ask, "Then how far is the Bailiang camp you saw from here?" "It's probably only a day's journey." "Then we should really hurry back to Daki." "Thank you for telling me, brother. I am also repaying you for saving my wife. We don't owe each other anything in the future." After saying that, Anan turned and went into the snow house. Wan Qingmo and Wan Quan looked at each other without saying anything. After comforting the soldiers for a while, Wan Qingmo was exhausted and was helped back by Wan Quan. Anan entered the snow house and immediately reported to Tong Rui, "Madam, we have told them the news we have inquired about. I don't understand why you did this." Tong Rui was holding a heater, holding a book in one hand, sitting by the charcoal fire, with a thick mink blanket under her feet. "Because I want to end this war quickly. We don't have much supplies. We must go to the nearest Achi to rest within half a month. Otherwise our fate will be the same as theirs now. Our Tong family motto is not to make money from national disasters. So I hope that the country can be peaceful. There will be no more wars, and our caravan will be safe when traveling outside. Tong Rui and her group have been trapped here for a while, and she has no choice but to go forward and backward. But now is an opportunity. She saved her savior, and the other party is the general of Dachi. A general cannot appear on the territory of Bailiang without a purpose. So she guessed that they wanted to launch a sneak attack, but failed, and she lost her troops first. Tong Rui decided to give them a push. So during the rest time in the camp, she secretly set Anan to scout the terrain. In fact, they did not pass through the Bailiang camp at all. Otherwise, they would have been discovered and captured long ago. Bailiang people are rough and a bit barbaric. Tong Rui does not like to do business with Bailiang people. They also like to go back on their words, which is also what Tong Rui hates very much. She is in urgent need of ending this war now. And by the way, she enters Dachi in the name of escorting Wan Qingmo, so that she can not only sell Wan Qingmo a favor, but also achieve her own goal. But the boy is so badly injured. Can he fulfill your expectations, madam? So I need you and Allie to help him. I didn't want to get involved in this war before, but now the situation has changed. We need to save our lives first. Allie said that the Bailiang people have begun to expand the search range. If we don't do something, this place will be found soon. We must complete their sneak attack mission before they arrive here to create conditions for us to enter Daki. Don't give up on them unless it is absolutely necessary. We still need them to enter Daki. Yes, madam. Let Granny who take good care of him these days. I think the young general is recovering very quickly. Maybe he can almost walk in a few days. Anan took the order and went out. There were no people outside. Everyone was hiding from the cold in their snow houses. The charcoal they brought was not enough to support half a month. Other supplies could barely sustain. But without fire, it was simply a matter of life and death in this cold north. Wan Qingmo and Wan Quan returned to the snow house. Wan Qingmo was exhausted and fell on the blanket with the help of Wan Quan. At this time, there was no one else in the house. Only the two of them. Wan Quan, I remember you told me a few days ago that the lady asked you about Xiao Fubao's situation. But you didn't tell the truth. I also didn't tell you one thing. Xiao Fubao's real identity is the Fuyun princess of Yu State. And I also met that woman. She is 80% similar to Xiao Fubao. This year, I have also had people keep an eye on the movements of Yu State. And I have also found out some information about Xiao Fubao. Wan Xingmo's words shocked Wan Quan. Although he knew that Xiao Fubao was picked up, he didn't expect that Xiao Fubao's real identity was actually a princess? Brother Wan. What's going on? Don't worry. I tell you slowly. I start with the main point. As far as I know, Xiao Fubao's biological mother is Concubine Yin of Yu State. Concubine Yin is not the daughter of a court official, but the eldest daughter of Tong Hongji, the richest man in Yu State. Her name is Tong Yin. She entered the palace at the age of 14 and later gave birth to a daughter, Xiao Fubao. The national master calculated that little Fubao was the reincarnation of the lucky star. So the emperor of Yu took the newborn little Fubao away and raised him alone in a luxurious palace. Concubine Yin only saw the child once from beginning to end, and she became sick with worry. Later, when little Fubao disappeared, Concubine Yin lost her appetite. It is said that she didn't have much time left. Her sister Tong Rui had a strong talent for business since she was a child. So Master Tong did not marry Tong Rui off, but found her a live-in son-in-law. Tong Rui has been doing business outside for many years, and her business has become the best in the history of the Tong family. In the past 2 years, she has been helping her sister find the whereabouts of her niece. I guess when she gave the jade token that day, she didn't know that little Fubao was her niece. She just felt that she had a good impression of her, so she gave it away. She didn't expect that this was blood relationship, and it also laid the foundation for today. Wan Xingmo's words made Wan Quan unable to accept it for a while, and he hesitated to speak. Chapter 338 Tong Rui helps Wan Xingmo. After a while, Wan Quan raised his head and said, Brother Wan, I told them a fake address. Do you think you can fool them? Wan Xingmo shook his head. Based on the information my people found, this Tong Rui is extremely smart and cautious. I don't think she will trust you so easily. Otherwise, they would have left us long ago. How could they stay here? It is also possible that they can't leave now. Bailiang and Daki are at war. Daki has now restricted trade with Bailiang. Their caravans want to enter Daki from here. It is impossible. Yes, that's why they have been wandering here. Otherwise, why would they run around in this icy and snowy place? There is no business to do? Wan Xingmo pondered and said, this is also a possibility. But I guess they must have sent people to Nanyang to check the address you mentioned. At most half a month. Everything you said will be proven to be false. By then, you will have no excuses. Fubao will most likely be taken away by them. No, Fubao can't be taken away by them. Brother Wan, you know, Fubao is my grandmother's favorite. If Fubao is taken away, my grandmother will definitely. It won't hold on. Brother Wan, what should we do? We are now trapped in the snowfield, and it is unlikely to make any arrangements. But we can negotiate with them. Even if they take Fubao back, they may not be able to protect Fubao from being snatched away by the people in the palace. Now there are 2 ways to choose. First, tell our emperor about Fubao's existence, and the emperor will come forward to protect him. Second, don't tell either side. Let Fubao's mother fake her death, escape from the palace, recognize Fubao, and live in Daki from now on. We can protect Fubao, and they can protect Tong Yin. But both methods are a bit risky. Wan Quan thought about Wan Xingmo's words, and felt that none of them were feasible. But there was still half a month left. What if the situation changed by then? It was better not to panic. These were all speculations of the two. What if the other party did nothing? Brother Wan, we still have half a month to make arrangements. As long as I don't tell them where I live, they shouldn't find Xiao Fubao. I want to wait and see. The most important thing now is the matter of the Bailiang camp that Anan just mentioned. Brother Wan, we have lost so many people. I want to give it a try. Wan Quan said with a firm look at Wan Xingmo. No. With your current physical condition, you will definitely not be able to reach the Bailiang camp. You may die on the way. These unnecessary sacrifices can be reduced. Besides, I promised you, Grandma Wan, to protect you. I have neglected it once, and cannot make the same mistake a second time. Wan Xingmo was very determined and disagreed with Wan Quan going alone to explore the dragon's den and tiger's lair. The snow house fell silent for a while, and neither of them spoke. General Wan, my wife has something for you two to say. Anan stood at the door of the snow house, and shouted to the inside. Please come in. Although Wan Xingmo was very weak, his voice was very cold, and people dared not offend him easily. Anan bent down and came in. and saw two people, one sitting and the other sleeping, both looking at him. Brother Nan, please sit down. I wonder if my wife has anything to say. Our wife is willing to help you to complete the mission of this trip. Won Quan was so excited that he almost jumped up. But his body was really a little weak, so he only moved his buttocks. But the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Wan Qingmo asked calmly, "What are your wife's conditions?" Wan Qingmo's voice could not tell whether he was happy or angry. He was calm and restrained, and looked at Anan with deep eyes. Wan Quan also reacted at this time that Tong Rui could not help them for no reason. His excitement just now also disappeared at this time. And he also looked at Anan solemnly. It's a no-brainer. The general is straightforward. So I be frank. Our lady's conditions are not many. Only one. That after we help the general complete the task, the general can take us into Daki. To be honest, we don't have much supplies this time, and we can only use them for half a month. So we must return to Daki within half a month to replenish supplies. Anan also told them their predicament. There was no need to hide it now. They were now in a situation of living and dying together. Deal. This is no problem for me. But how can you have the confidence to help me complete the task? The lady has asked Lai and me to inquire about it. We also sneaked into the opponent's camp and basically felt the situation inside. Now can you tell me what task you are going to complete? Anan looked at Wan Qingmo with sincerity in his eyes. No comment. Our mission is very confidential. You can't just ask about it. I agree to your lady's conditions. After the matter is completed, I will take you into Daki. But you only need to cooperate with us. Don't ask about other things you shouldn't know. Although Wan Qingmo's words made Anan a little angry, Anan could understand and nodded and said goodbye. Brother Wan, when are we going to act? I go. With their help, I think our chances of winning should be greater. Remember, don't put your hopes on others, and don't trust anyone easily. Not to mention that they are Vietnamese. We don't know them, and we can't trust them easily. Temporarily, we will act in 5 days, and I should be able to walk by then. What? You want to go too? No. You are too seriously injured. If you continue to be stubborn, you may die. This is a military order. If you don't obey, I will punish you by military law. Wan Quan turned his face away in anger. But Wan Qingmo didn't care about him. He was very tired after holding on until now, and fell asleep soon. Wan Quan watched Wan Qingmo fall asleep, then secretly left the snow house and went to find Granny Hu. Grandma Hu, I want to ask, do you have any knockout drugs or something like that? Drugs that can make people fall asleep temporarily. Grandma Hu looked at Wan Quan strangely. What is this kid planning? No. I'm a serious doctor. How can I have knockout drugs? You found the wrong person. Wan Quan felt that people like them, who often travel outside, could not fail to prepare these drugs. Was there something wrong with the way he opened them? Grandma, I really need it. Madam is willing to help us complete the mission in Bailiang. But I can't let the general go. So I wonder if he can fall asleep at that time. Grandma Hu paused for a moment before saying, in this case, this is easy to handle. You don't need to find knockout drugs. Leave this to me. I guarantee that he can sleep for a day. Thank you, Grandma. Wan Quan grinned. As long as the effect can be achieved. It's the same. 5 days later, before dawn, Wan Qingmo got up and put on his clothes to check whether his equipment was fully equipped. Wan Quan pretended to help him. At this time, Grandma Hu brought in 2 bowls of medicine. Before you leave, drink the medicine. This medicine is specially made by me and can help you relieve pain. Wan Qingmo did not doubt him. After all, he had drunk Granny Hu's medicine in the past few days, and it was really useful. He just raised his head and drank it. Wan Quan's eyes were a little weak. He secretly glanced at Wan Qingmo and drank his own medicine bowl. Thank you, Granny Hu. Wan Qingmo handed the bowl to Granny Hu. Granny Hu took it and glanced at Wan Quan. After the two of them communicated silently, Granny Hu left the snow house. Wan Quan, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up. I don't see you dawdling like this usually. What's wrong with you today? Are you not feeling well? Wan Qingmo was ready, but he saw Wan Quan had just put on his clothes and was still sorting out his equipment, with a hint of displeasure on his face. It seems that I have been too lax in my supervision of you during this period. When I come back today, I will give you a good beating. Wan Qingmo walked out, but before he left the snow house, he felt dizzy and fell backwards. Chapter 339 Night Raid on the Enemy Camp. Wan Quan reached out to catch Wan Qingmo from behind, with an apologetic look on his face. Brother Wan, I'm sorry. The Qi can live without me, but not without you. So I can only choose to do this. If I can come back alive, I will let you punish me by military law, and I will have no regrets. If I can't come back alive, I hope you can lead your troops to conquer Beiliang as soon as possible. Wan Quan laid Wan Qingmo flat on the blanket, covered him with a mattress, took out all the equipment that had been secretly prepared, and strode out of the snow house. Anan and Alai had been waiting outside for a long time. They were not surprised to see Wan Quan come out alone. After all, Granny who should have told them. Boy, are you ready? Ready. Let's go. Anan selected a total of 5 people to follow him. If there were too many people, the target would be too big, which would easily attract the attention of the other party. In addition, he had already found out the internal layout of Beiliang and had memorized it in his mind. So this time, he should be familiar with it. There were 8 people in the group, and they used 4 sleds. Each sled was pulled by 2 hunting dogs, so it was quiet and light. Tongray also came out to see them off. Anan, no matter what, you must return safely. The horses of the Beiliang people will definitely not be able to run faster than our sleds. At the critical moment, life is the most important. Thank you, madam, for your instructions. I will definitely fulfill my mission. Tongray watched the group leave and returned after a long time. She was also blocking the way. Yesterday, Anan went to inquire about the news. Wan Qingmo did not tell them the plan. But Tongray was not completely ignorant of the war between the Qi and Beiliang. She knew that Beiliang was about to collapse. At this time, if the Qi people did not take the risk to come to Beiliang for a sneak attack, she really couldn't think of any other purpose. But Wan Qingmo said nothing, and said everything. He promised to take them back to the Qi, which meant that they would also go back. Tongray came to Wan Qingmo's snow house, took a look at Wan Qingmo, and saw that he was sleeping soundly. So she left without waiting. Wan Quan and his group left the valley, and drove the sled all the way. It took nearly a day. When it was dark, they finally arrived at their destination. Stop. We stop here. If we go further, we can't use the sled. We can only walk. You stay and watch the sled, and the others will walk forward. Anan quickly made arrangements, and all 8 people got off the sled. Wan Quan was in the worst condition. His face was a little pale, and it was not very pleasant to sit on the sled for a day. The cold wind blew on people like a knife. Even if they were wearing thick cotton clothes, they still felt the cold wind raging. Boy, are you okay? If not, let's go back as soon as possible, so as not to lose our lives in vain. Anan patted Wan Quan's shoulder. Brother Nan, don't worry. I won't hold you back. If I get caught later, don't worry about me and run. Don't worry. I won't worry about you. But now is the time. Shouldn't you tell me what mission you are going to perform? If you get caught, I can help you complete the mission. Wan Quan thought again and again. We are going to go around the enemy camp and burn their food and grass. Without food and grass, they can't fight. And this war is almost over. Good boy. Don't worry. We will definitely help you achieve your wish. I know where their food and grass are. You will follow me later, and don't walk around. Once you walk around, we will be scattered. Let me make it clear that we will gather here in 3 hours. At most 3.5 hours. If you don't come, we won't wait. Anan solemnly instructed everyone, and everyone nodded. With a gesture from Anan, everyone rushed towards the Beiliang camp. After walking for nearly half an hour, they reached the edge of the tunnel camp. Look, there are the Beiliang troops ahead. In half an hour, it will be time for the change of guard, which is also the best time for us to sneak into the camp. Anan said softly. Wan Quan stared at the yurts in front of him, and could clearly see the troops patrolling back and forth. Brother Nan, where is the food and grass? In the northwest corner. It is far away from us. If we want to go to the food and grass camp, we must cross their camp, which increases the danger several times. If we take a detour, it will take several more hours. We will not have enough time, and it will be dawn by then. Wan Quan knew that this time should be calculated by Anan based on their distance. So he didn't say anything. He silently saved his energy and took the time to rest. He had just marched quickly and sweated a lot on his back. Now that he stopped, the cold wind hit him directly, and he couldn't help shivering. Boy, Are you feeling uncomfortable? If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. Don't enter the camp later. You will faint, and we will have to carry you out. Don't worry. I can hold on. Seeing the opportunity is right in front of me. I will crawl over even if I have to crawl. Won looked ahead with a firm look in his eyes, holding a handful of snow in his hand, squeezing it and making a crackling sound. Anan took out a bag of snacks from his arms and handed it to Won. This is what my wife gave me last night. It is a kind of food unique to our caravan. It has a strong sense of fullness, although it is small in size. You can't eat too much. 2 pieces per person is enough. Anan distributed the snacks to everyone one by one. 2 pieces per person, although it was not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. This snack was made by Tongrue's caravan. Although it was small, it was extremely resistant to hunger. Tongruwe would not take it out unless there was a special situation, because this thing has a high production cost, exquisite materials, complex production process, and low output. After everyone ate it, they felt that the hunger disappeared immediately, and the empty and burning stomach immediately felt full, and the feeling of getting bigger and bigger. Some people couldn't help but burp. Okay. After eating, we can roll up our sleeves and do a big job. Several people waited patiently for a while, and the time for the opposite side to change defense was up. Now, move. Anan was the first to bend down and run out. The wind was so strong tonight that people couldn't open their eyes. The patrolling soldiers of Bailong were shivering and stamping their feet. A few people took advantage of the tents to avoid the soldiers who were changing guards and headed towards the northwest corner of the camp. The Bailong army stationed 100,000 people, and the camp was endless. If there was no one to lead the way, it would be impossible to find food and grass until tomorrow morning. Anan was obviously very familiar with the terrain here. He was worthy of being a frequent merchant. He remembered it so clearly after coming here once. Won followed behind Anan, not missing a step, but he knew that his physical strength was being consumed crazily. Cold sweat was pouring down, and his face was very pale. He gritted his teeth and persisted. It took 3/4 of an hour for the few people to walk less than half the distance, and it took a lot of time to avoid the patrol team during the period. Ali, you take 2 people and go over there. I take the rest of the people and go over here. We outflank them from both sides and attack at the same time. Okay, Brother Nan. Take care. We meet at the gathering place. Anan nodded and took Won and the remaining 2 people to the other side, because the grain camp occupied a large area. It was not easy to destroy it in one fell swoop, and they needed to act separately. Chapter 340. After the 2 groups separated, Anan led Won and 2 other servants to the rear of the grain camp. At this time, they were still halfway to the grain camp. Boy, are you okay? I see your face is a little pale. If you can't hold on, tell your brother not to show off. Otherwise you will not only hurt yourself. Don't worry. I can still hold on. If I can't hold on, I will definitely tell you. Won bent over, supported his hands on his knees, and took a breath. Do you want to rest? Anan felt that Yuan's physical strength seemed to be almost overdrawn. Won waved his hand. No. Let's hurry up. There is only 1 hour, and time is running out. Anan looked at Won worriedly, turned around and continued to walk forward carefully. After walking for nearly a cup of tea, he suddenly heard a sharp shout from behind. Who are you? Yuan's back stiffened for a moment, and he recognized that it was the accent of the Bailong people. Before Won could turn around, he felt a shadow flash before his eyes. A gust of wind rushed past his ears, and then it was quiet. Won could see clearly that it was Anan who had taken action to deal with the other party. Won knew that Anan's kung fu was so good, comparable to Wan Xingma. It's not advisable to stay here for long. They will soon find out that someone has sneaked into the camp. We must speed up our actions. After Anan finished speaking, he bent down and carried Won up. Won was not prepared and was shocked. It was the first time that he was carried on the shoulders of a big man. His face was a little red, but he also knew that he was holding back. Otherwise, they would have almost arrived now. Boy, isn't this much faster? Anan carried Won directly, and used light kung fu in the camp to easily avoid patrols one after another. Won didn't speak, feeling a little ashamed. We're here. On Anan's shoulders. Won felt that time was passing very slowly. Suddenly, he heard Anan say that he had arrived. and he hurriedly struggled to get down. Anan slowly put Wan down. They were behind a big tent at this time. The patrols here were not as dense as those in the east. Maybe they would not expect that someone would sneak attack their food and grass in such weather. Boy, should we light a fire directly? Or what? Wan looked up at the sky. It was pitch black without any starlight. But the snow under his feet made the originally dark sky have a glimmer of light. And he could basically see the area within 10 feet nearby. Now it is blowing northwest wind. And their food and grass camp is located in the northwest corner. If we set a fire here, they will have to go against the wind to put out the fire, which is more difficult. I think it is better to take the opportunity to light a few more fires. Anan had no opinion. After all, he was just assisting them in completing the task. The Baelyong people had built fire breaks between the food and grass camps. If they wanted to burn all the food and grass camps, they really needed to set a few more fires. But the northwest wind is really strong now. If the fire starts, the fire break may not be useful. But to ensure that there is no eventuality, they still acted separately. Well, you set the fire here. I go to the tent over there. And you two go to the other two. Several people nodded and moved quickly. The tents in the grain camp were at least 15 meters apart, which was also to avoid fire. For those who set the fire, it was indeed difficult. After fully estimating that they were all in place, he gently slashed the tent with a dagger and sneaked in. Although there were dense patrols outside the tent, the people inside were sleeping soundly at this moment. And there were only 10 people defending the grain camp. Wan heard snoring as soon as he came in. There was a pot of charcoal burning vigorously in the middle of the tent. Wan glanced at the sleeping Baelyong people, and the hatred in his eyes was like a blazing fire. He held a dagger and slowly approached these soldiers. He raised his hand and cut the knife, and killed one by one. They met the king of hell in their dreams. After dealing with the Baelyong people, Wan shoveled all the charcoal in the charcoal pot onto the grain bags with a shovel. Wan walked quickly to the entrance he had come in through, turned around and watched the food and grass bags behind him all burnt, from a small fire gradually turning into a big fire. He curled his lips and smiled, and left the tent. As soon as Wan left the tent, he saw the tents not far away were also on fire. For a moment, the camp began to get chaotic. There's a fire. The food and grass camp is on fire. Countless soldiers began to rush over here. Boy! Run! Anan and two other servants came at the same time. Anan stretched out his hand to carry Wan up, and they wanted to leave immediately while Baelyong was in chaos. However, the Baelyong people reacted quickly, and had already launched a search throughout the camp. The four were almost discovered, and Anan immediately took the three of them and hid in a tent. There was no light in the tent, and no human voices were heard. Anan put Wan down from his shoulders, and suddenly a long sword was across the neck of a servant. Who are you? How dare you break into my Baelyong camp? The moment the other party spoke, Anan had already pressed his hand on the soft sword at his waist. Without waiting for the other party to make any move, he had already forced the other party to abandon his servants and face him. It was obvious that the other party's skills were not as good as Anan's. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, the other party had already lost. Come on! Before the other party shouted, Anan cut his neck with a sword. At this time, the door of the tent was opened and two soldiers walked in. General, what do you want? Because there was no light in the tent. The soldiers did not notice that there were people in the tent. Anan sneaked up behind the two men and cut their necks. It may be difficult for us to get out now. If we want to get out, we must wear their clothes and get out. It's a mess now. We can pretend to be Baelyong people catching thieves. But boy, do you have enough physical strength? I'm fine. Don't worry. I've almost rested now, and I can still escape. Anan didn't say anything more. He stripped the soldiers' clothes and gave them to Wan and a servant to change first. You two go first. I get 2 more sets of clothes. This man is a general. His clothes are too conspicuous, which is not conducive to our actions. You protect this kid and make sure to send him out of the camp alive. Anan looked at the servant, who had already put on the Baelyong armor, and said, Brother Nan, I understand. The servant nodded. Wan didn't say anything. He knew that as long as he could get out safely, he would be considered to have helped them. 2/4 of an hour later, Wan and the servant finally left the Baelyong camp. The two looked back at the northwest corner of the Baelyong camp, where the fire was soaring into the sky. There were faint sounds of chaos coming from the tent. There was no relaxed smile on their faces, because they didn't see Ali and his group coming out. Ali and his 3 men were fighting with a patrol team at this time. They set the fire smoothly. But on the way back, they met a search team with a total of 50 people because they couldn't avoid it in time. Although the 3 of them had good kung fu, it was still difficult to deal with 50 people immediately. Chapter 341. As time went on, more and more Baelyang people surrounded him. Brother Lai, we will take you out. After forcing back a wave of Baelyang people, the 2 servants worked together to let Ali step on their shoulders and send him to the top of the nearest tent. Brother Lai, hurry up. When a servant was distracted, he was pierced through the chest by a Baelyang spear. Ali looked back, and a trace of entanglement flashed in his eyes. At this time, the Baelyang archers surrounded him and started shooting arrows at the top of the tent. Ali watched the last servant quickly drown in the encirclement of the Baelyang people, and he no longer hesitated and jumped away. The arrows behind him attacked him like raindrops. Ali quickly rose and fell between the tents, but arrows began to attack from all directions. Puff. One arrow hit Ali's waist, and one arrow hit Ali's calf. His body, which was originally flying in the air, fell directly from a high altitude and landed heavily in the snow pit. He did not stop, endured the pain, got up quickly from the ground, cut off the arrow shaft with a sword, and limped quickly into the nearest tent. At this time, the tents were basically empty, and everyone was looking for people outside. He quickly sorted out his wounds, gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow, hurriedly applied hemostatic medicine to himself, tied it up randomly, and was about to go out when he heard a patrol team coming in from the door. The room was a little dark, and Ali hid behind a shelf. This is General Yale's tent. He is outside. It's not good for us to search. Right? He can't be too bad in temper. Let's take a look and get out quickly. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Ali, who was hiding behind the shelf, didn't dare to breathe. Seeing that the enemy was about to come over, a shout came from outside the tent. The thief is over there. Chase him. Found it. Hurry up. The soldier turned back decisively, and a group of people ran out of the tent. Ali suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But he knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time. He covered the wound on his waist. His face was full of cold sweat. He pulled out a dagger, cut a hole in the tent, looked outside, and saw that there was no one outside. So he quickly cut a big hole and got out. After hiding here and there, he finally got out of the camp in danger. Someone came out. Wakwan pointed in the direction of Ali, his face full of joy. Wakwan and the servants ran over quickly. In the distance, they could only see a vague shadow. As they got closer, they found that it was Ali. Brother Lai, you are finally here. The servant hurried forward, but found that Ali was not in a good state. Brother Lai, what's wrong with you? Ali said a word and fainted. Brother Lai. The servant reached out and caught him, and his hand just touched Ali's wound. Blood. Brother Lai is injured. We can't wait any longer. Send Brother Lai back quickly. Let's go! The 2 carried Ali from both sides and ran quickly to where the sled was parked. Wakwan also looked back in the direction of the camp, but still didn't see Ainan's shadow, and his heart couldn't help but sink. The 2 took some effort to drag Ali to the sled. You escort Brother Lai back to the camp first. I wait for Brother Nan here. Wakwan helped put Ali on the sled and said to the servant, Okay. If it's past the time agreed with Brother Nan, you should hurry back and don't stay. The Baelyang people will soon search here. Yes. The servant took Ali and the sled back to the camp quickly. Wan Chuan's other servant who stayed behind to watch the sled waited for another half an hour. Seeing that the agreed time was about to come, they still didn't see Ainan's figure. Let's go back. Nan Gu and the others may not come back. The servant's eyes were red, and he said with tears, No. We can't go. Maybe Nan Gu will be here soon. Let's go to meet him. Wan Quan looked at the servant after he finished speaking. The servant hesitated. They always listened to Ainan. What are you thinking about? It's already this time. When your life is at stake, what's there to hesitate about? Wan Quan rushed out with the sled after he finished speaking. The servant gritted his teeth and followed him. The 2 drove the sled to the place where they had just picked up Ali, but still didn't see anyone. The light in Wan Quan's eyes gradually disappeared. Just then, a shout of killing suddenly came from the front. Catch him quickly. Archers, get ready. Wan Quan immediately looked forward and saw a figure followed by 2 people, running towards them quickly. It's Nan good. Hurry up. Let's go pick them up. Wan Quan was both happy and nervous at this time. He saw a group of cavalry chasing after the three people. The servant and Wan Quan immediately drove the hunting dogs out. As the enemy cavalry approached and was about to surround Anan and his men, Wan Quan and the servant's sled arrived. Brother Nan, come up quickly. Wan Quan stretched out his hand, and Anan grabbed him and flew onto the sled. The servants took the other two. Several people immediately turned around, and the hunting dogs pulled the sled and quickly left the Baelyong cavalry behind. Good boy. I thought that Anan, would die here in this life. But I didn't expect that you were so loyal and didn't leave. You didn't give up on me. So how could I give up on you? We Daki people are very loyal. Wan Chuan's mouth corners rose, and he was in a good mood. By the way, did you pick up Ali? Anan just remembered that they had just escaped and saw a lot of blood along the way. Brother Lai was injured, and we have asked them to go back to the valley camp first. Injured? Is it serious? Just now in the camp, I heard that our people were trapped. So I tried to divert them, which delayed some time. It seems that the man was Ali. But the two people who went with Brother Lai didn't come back. And they probably won't come back. Wan Chuan's voice was a little low. Anan was also in a bad mood. And the joy of escaping death just now was completely gone. The two of them did not speak again along the way. They did not stop on the road all the way back to the camp. Wan Quan saw a figure standing at the entrance of the valley from a distance. It was not until he ran closer that Wan Quan finally saw clearly that it was Wang Xingmo. Wang Xingmo's eyebrows were full of worry. But when he saw Wan Quan jump off the sled intact, his worry immediately turned into anger. Wan Quan, you are so good. You dare to drug me? You wait for me. Wang Xingmo stepped forward and hit Wan Quan hard, making Wan Quan stagger and almost fall to the ground, and was pulled by Wang Xingmo again. You are so weak. And you still dare to show off? I will keep this military law for you. I will remember it for you. I obey your order. Wan Quan smiled and saluted Wang Xingmo. The expression on Wang Xingmo's face finally calmed down. Ali is injured. How are you? We are fine. The mission has been completed this time. We burned all the enemy's food in grass camps. But our place is not safe anymore. They will definitely find us in 2 days at most. We must pack up and leave quickly. Wan Quan guessed that the Baelyong people would definitely not let them go. Even if they evacuated, they would leave some people to search and seek revenge. Well, I have discussed with Madame Tong. Everything is almost packed. Just wait for you to come back. And then we will set off. But what they didn't know was that the Baelyong people came much faster than they thought. Chapter 342 Pigeons deliver messages. Because Ali was injured, Granny who treated his external injuries, and Tong Rui handed a light over to Anan to take care of. Wan Quan had not rested all night, and his physical strength was severely overdrawn. He was a little drowsy at this time, but he still persisted during the critical period of evacuation. Most of the supplies brought by Tong Rui and his party were consumed during this period, and a lot of space was freed up on the sled. Just enough to send dozens of Dachi soldiers back to Dachi. The valley is 8 days away from the nearest city gate of Dachi. But now it is snowing, so it will take a few more days than usual. And it is expected to arrive in at least 12 days. Is everyone packed? Let's get ready to go. Anan stood at the door of the snow house, watching the servants who were still busy, moving things in and out of the sled. Brother Nan, it's almost done. We can set off. A quarter of an hour later, the team rushed towards the valley entrance. Not long after the group left, the Baelyong army caught up here. General, there is something going on in the valley ahead, the scout reported quickly. Let's go and have a look. Yeluxion was the first to get off the sled and walked into the valley. Because the Baelyong people have lived in cold areas all year round, they also have their own means of transportation in the snow. The most commonly used one is the horse sled, because they have a wide grassland, and the most animals are horses, cattle, and sheep. But the animals they want to use on the battlefield must be the fastest horses. So they invented the horse sled, which can pull more than a dozen people at a time. This time, Yeluxion led people to chase them on the horse sled. But although the horse sled can carry many people, it is not as fast as the dog that Tong Rui used to pull the sled. This is why Wan Quan and his men were able to escape under the eyes of the Baelyong people. Damn it. Aren't these people from Daki? How did they get mixed up with you people? Did Daki and you join forces? Yulexiong searched all the snow houses and found the bodies of Daki soldiers buried outside. General, the 2 people we killed don't look like you soldiers, but ordinary people. If they are you people, why are there only 2? Look here. They are all Daki people. And there are also snow wolf skins. Looking at the wounds of these Daki people, it is clear that they encountered a large number of snow wolves before, and suffered heavy casualties. Deputy General Bada also checked and came to a conclusion. Yulexiong touched the stove in the snow house, stood up immediately, and shouted, "Chase them. They haven't gone far. Badu. Their sleds are too fast. Our horses can't run. But I know they are definitely going to Daki. From here to Daki, the straight line distance is the shortest. And our camp is right in the middle. They must take a detour. Let's return immediately and ambush them. It will definitely be in time." Batu immediately responded and shouted to others to return immediately. At this time, Wan Qingma and his group had arrived at the wooden house where Tong Rui and his group had stayed before. "General, it's getting late. For safety, shall we rest here tonight? I think they will have to wait a day or 2 if they want to catch up." Tong Rui glanced at the sky, which was gloomy, as if there was another heavy snowfall. "Okay. Listen to Madam." Wan Qingma looked at the shaky Wan Quan with worry in his eyes. He also wanted to find a place for Wan Quan to rest. The house was still the same as when they left, which meant that the owner of the house had not been here these days. With so many people coming in at once, the wooden house would definitely not be able to accommodate them. Wan Qingma immediately ordered all the people of Dachi to help build a temporary camp. Tong Rui brought a tent, and the people of Dachi only needed to set it up. Wan Quan was helped into the house by Wan Qingma. Granny, who quickly spread the blanket and arranged Wan Quan and A lie side by side next to the brazier. The moment Wan Quan arrived at the wooden house, he finally fell asleep. Everything was in order. Everyone was busy until midnight. They had dinner and began to rest. Wan Qingmo was not sleepy at all. He felt that the Bailiang people would not give up and would try every means to catch them. He heard that Bailiang had sleds, which were not as fast as snow sleds, but not slow either. If they really used sleds, they would definitely be able to catch up now. But there was no movement. Something must be wrong. "Madam, are you asleep? One wants to discuss something with you." Tong Rui had just fallen asleep and heard Wan Qingma talking at the door of the bedroom. So she got up and put on her shoes. "General Wan, what do you want to discuss? Come in." Wan Qingmo walked in. Hongmei and Granny, who stood on both sides of Tong Rui, who was sitting on the bed looking at him. "General Wan, this wooden house is simple. Why don't you just stand and talk?" "It doesn't matter. I just suddenly thought that the Bailiang people seem to have a tool for traveling on the snow, called a sled. Although the speed is not as fast as our sled, it is not slow. But they haven't caught up with us yet, which means they don't plan to chase us. But according to the temperament of the Bailiang people, this is almost impossible." Tong Rui understood immediately. She frowned and said, "So what does the general mean is that they have a conspiracy?" "Madam, you don't know that the route we took to return to Dachi this time bypasses the Baildam camp. If they return the same way now and ambush us on the road we must pass, I think none of us will be able to escape. What should we do? General, do you have any other ideas?" Tong Rui didn't expect that she would be about to enter Dachi. But something unexpected happened. This journey was really bumpy. "I want to borrow Madam's pigeon. I want to send a distress letter to the Dachi camp and ask them to pick us up. Now the Bailiang army is demoralized. If they hear that Dachi has sent troops, they will definitely not ambush us again, and we can return to the city smoothly." Wan Qingma only told part of his plan. As for the second part of the plan, he did not tell Tong Rui. Now Wan Jinshu didn't know that Wan Qingmo had succeeded, and they had been out for too long. So Wan Jinshu must have thought that they were all wiped out. So Wan Qingma had to pass the news of their burning of the local military camp back to Dachi, so that Wan Jinshu could launch a surprise attack at this time. And he would definitely win a great victory and catch the Bailiang people off guard. Tong Rui asked Hongmei to bring the pigeon in without hesitation. "Hongmei, prepare paper and pen for General Wan." "Yes, madam." Wan Qingmo wrote a few lines on the table in the bedroom, tied it to the pigeon's leg, and handed it to Hongmei. "General, have you thought it through? No more information?" "Thank you, madam, for reminding me. I have written it and can send it out." Tong Rui nodded slightly to Hongmei. Hongmei walked out of the wooden house, touched the pigeon's head, and let the pigeon fly out. Madam, I suggest that we set up camp here temporarily, and wait for the right time to set off again to avoid casualties. Listen to the general. But we don't have much supplies. You can see that there are so many of us. It will take at most 10 days. If we haven't reached Tachi in 10 days, we will all starve to death here. Madam, don't worry. It won't take 10 days. Wan Xingmo said firmly that speed is of the essence in war. He believed that his father would definitely seize this opportunity. Chapter 343 Wan Xingmo confesses Fu Bao life story. 5 days later, they received a pigeon letter from the Daki military camp. Hong Mei quickly handed the letter to Wan Xingmo. After reading the letter, Wan Xingmo finally felt at ease. Madam, we can set off now. Tong Rui's heart, which had been hanging for 5 days, finally settled down. Calculating the time, they should have received the letter 2 days ago and replied immediately. So they set out yesterday. Tong Rui immediately ordered people to pack up. After 5 days of consumption, more than half of their supplies were gone. And now they didn't know if the remaining things could last until they arrived in Daki. It would take at least 10 days to reach the north gate of Daki from the wooden house. And their supplies could only last less than 5 days. So they had no place to go for the remaining days. General, our supplies may not last more than 10 days. If we save money, we can only last 5 days. We may starve to death in the remaining days. Madam, don't worry about this. Tachi has sent people to pick us up. Maybe it won't take 5 days. Thank you, General. I should thank Madam. If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't have completed this mission so smoothly. In that case, can I ask the General a question? Wan Xingmo said solemnly. Madam, please ask. Is the little girl you held at ear really Wan Quan's cousin? Wan Xingmo knew that this day would come. He didn't answer directly, but asked, Madam. Someone should have been sent to investigate. Right? Tong Rui nodded and didn't hide it. She just received a pigeon message from the other side yesterday. There was no such person. She knew she was deceived by Wan Quan. Indeed, I have asked my people to check, and they replied that there is no such person. Wan Quan is lying. Tong Rui looked at Wan Xingmo, hoping that he could tell the truth. Madam, you have been investigating Fu Bao affairs. Do you think Fu Bao is related to you? Fu Bao? You said that the little girl is called Fu Bao? Wan Xingmo nodded lightly, and Tong Rui's face was obviously happy. Fu Bao? Fu Bao. This child must have brought good fortune. So the other party named him Fu Bao. It is just like what the national teacher said. Fu Yun is indeed the reincarnation of the lucky star. General, now that things have come to this, I will not hide it. I am the younger sister of the concubine Yen of you. My sister lost a child named Fu Yun. The emperor personally bestowed her with the name Princess Fu Yun, who should be Fu Bao. Now my sister is in danger. Only this child can save her life. Please help me, General, and find a way to let me see the child. I am willing to give away half of my family wealth in exchange for Fu Bao. Wan Xingmo was indifferent on the surface, but his heart was still in turmoil. Half of the family wealth of the Tong family was already enough to equal the treasury of their Daki. Now the treasury of Daki was empty. If he could get half of the family wealth of the Tong family, it would be a timely help. However, Wan Xingmo did not intend to tell the emperor about this matter. He planned to solve it privately. He wanted little Fu Bao to live happily in the Wan family without being disturbed by others. Madam, I have a better suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Tong Rui saw that her proposal did not impress Wan Xingmo, and she was a little hesitant. She could only compromise and said, General, please speak. As far as I know, your sister is not living well in the palace. Although she lives in a magnificent palace, it is no different from living in the cold palace. People in the palace are used to flattering the powerful and bullying the weak. An unfavored concubine's life in the palace is not as good as that of a powerful aunt in charge. Have you ever thought of rescuing your sister from the palace? Tong Rui was shocked by Wan Xingmo's words. Have you checked our Tong family? Wan Xingmo nodded, without comment. You are not the first one to come to our Daki to look for someone. Your Yu Kingdom Emperor took action earlier than you. He posted a notice in Daki to look for someone a year ago. I found out and sent a fake one. But I didn't expect them to find out so quickly. It's been less than a year, and they already know. Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking everywhere. Tong Rui sat down slowly and calmed down, as if she was making some kind of decision. General, if I can get my sister out of the palace, can you agree to let them meet? As long as you can get your sister out of the palace in the name of fake death, I can let them meet. I mean fake death. You don't have to fool me. I can check your Tong family and find out whether your sister left the palace in fake death. Okay. Deal. How do we contact each other? After you succeed, you can send your sister to Daki. I think she will be safer and happier living in Daki than in you. What do you think? Tong Rui pondered for a long time this time. Although this proposal seems a bit cruel, she and her parents will have to go to the ends of the earth to see her sister in the future. Perhaps her parents will never see her sister again in this life. But Tong Rui felt that if her sister was placed in the palace, her parents would not be able to see her, and her sister might even die. After some thought, Tong Rui chose to agree to Wan Xingmo's proposal. Listen to the general. I hope the general can protect my sister's life. You can rest assured about this. For Fu Bao's sake, I will not let her lose her mother. There is one more thing I want to remind Madam. If you don't want your niece to walk the path of your state, please keep it secret, because all emperors will be the same as your emperor. Do you understand what I mean? After hearing this, Tong Rui suddenly smiled. It seems that the general loves Fu Bao as much as I, his aunt. In this case, Tong Rui would like to thank the general for his sincere love on behalf of my sister. Tong Rui bowed slightly. Wan Xingmo nodded slightly, and the two reached a deal. Wan Quan listened to the whole process. After they started to set off, Wan Quan asked Wan Xingmo, General, why did you have to let concubine Yin fake her death and leave the palace? Does this need to be explained? It is almost impossible for her to leave the palace without faking her death. Another thing is that her faking her death is a crime of deceiving the emperor. She has a handle in our hands. We can control them at any time, even if they recognize Fu Bao in the future. They dare not make plans and easily kidnap Fu Bao. After hearing this, Wan Quan suddenly realized that it was indeed his elder brother Wan who was thoughtful. Wan Quan was also very moved. He was also afraid that Wan Xingmo would hand Fu Bao over to the emperor in order to win credit. But in the end, he actually threatened the other party to conceal it together, which he did not expect. It took 4.5 days to travel, and it snowed heavily for 2 days. Finally, on the afternoon of the 4th day, they saw a large group of people and horses with sleds coming towards them. This is also what Wan Xingmo told Wan Jinshu in the letter. Chapter 344, A Great Victory. General, our people are here to pick us up. Wan Quan stood up from the sled and pointed excitedly at the team galloping in the distance. As the distance got closer and closer, the two sides finally stopped slowly. Excuse me, is that General Wan in front? Wan Xingmo got off the sled, walked over, and pulled off his hat and eye mask. The person on the opposite side recognized him at a glance. Your subordinate greets the general. Wan Xingmo bent down and helped the other person up. How was the war? Reporting to the general. A great victory was achieved. The marshal personally went into battle and chased the Bailiang people 100 miles away, killing 50,000 enemies and capturing 20,000 prisoners. But their commander is missing. Wan Xingmo's heart finally had a slight ripple. This war lasted for more than a year. The new emperor ascended the throne and the treasury was empty. The whole country had already used its strength to fight this war. Now it has finally won a great victory. The Bailiang people will not dare to offend the Qi again for at least 10 years. He can go to the northwest border, where there are soldiers he trained himself and people he wants to see. After Tong Rui returned to Dachi with Wan Xingmo, they parted ways. She had to hurry back to you to discuss her sister's affairs with her father, hoping that her sister could wait for her to return. After all, it would take her at least a year to travel from the northeast of Dachi to the southwest of Dachi and then back to the capital of Yu. After the great victory of this battle, Wan Jinshu reported all the contributions of Wan Xingmo and Wan Quan, and only waited for the army to return triumphantly to be honored. Wan Xingmo also submitted a memorial requesting to garrison the northwest border, but it was still unknown whether the emperor would approve it. Wan Quan was finally able to write a letter to his family. He wrote a long letter, telling his family about everything that happened after he met Wan Xingmo, including the matter of Xiao Fu Bao, in the letter in advance, so that they could be mentally prepared. It was 8 months later that the Wan family received Wan Quan's letter. It is said that the war lasted for 3 months, and a letter from home was worth 10,000 gold. Since Grandma Wan fell ill once, Wan Lauer would go to the town almost every few days to see if there were any letters from their family. But after being disappointed again and again, he rekindled his hope. And during this period, he received a letter from Wanwen. Wanwen's letter was to report that he was safe, and also said that he would go to the capital to exchange knowledge with Mr. He. The date has been set, which is March next year. But Wanwen wrote the letter in September last year, and Wan Lao received the letter in April this year, which means that the letter was sent for nearly half a year before he received it. With this good news, the shock that Wan Quan brought to Grandma Wan was reduced a lot. Mom, don't think too much. If Wan Quan really had something wrong, the court would definitely send someone. Now that no one has been sent, it means that the child is still fine. Just after breakfast that day, Wan Lauer saw that Grandma Wan was a little sluggish and had not eaten much breakfast, and he was not happy. Old Lady Wan shook her head. I'm fine. Don't all hang around me. It's already July, and the potatoes are about to be harvested. Do you have the money to spare? If not, I still have some. You can use it first. Also, is the workshop ready? Have you hired people? Mom, don't worry about my affairs. I know everything. As long as you are in a good mood, I will be motivated to do anything. I think Hohot and Erguzi manage the workshop well. But Hohot is young after all, and she is reluctant to give up raising rabbits and chickens at home. Don't tire the child out. If not, don't let her manage the workshop. I have heard some of the dirty words those people said. Auntie, Mother said nothing and kept it to herself. Don't worry if she gets sick after a long time. No, just let her stay at home. Mother, don't worry about this. I will ask Hohot what she thinks. If she wants to go, I can't stop her. I don't think Hohot is as weak as you say. She is sharp-tongued and can make the women working in the workshop speechless. Many people have suffered at her hands. She is a capable person. Better than me and the mother of the child. Okay. I'm old and can't care so much. You can do it yourself. You go out. I sleep for a while. Wan Lauer was about to go out when he heard the chirping sound coming from the gate and the loud beating of gongs and drums. Mother, why do I hear gongs and drums? I haven't heard that there are weddings in our village. Wan Lao hasn't seen such a lively scene for a long time. For a while, she felt better and sat up from the con to go out and see the excitement. Dad? Dad? Grandma? Grandma? The imperial edict has arrived. Come out quickly. Little Fubao, who is almost 4 years old, is becoming more and more beautiful. But her face is still fat. Her big eyes are more lively, and her dimples are more obvious. Wan Lauer quickly caught his daughter, who was running and sweating, and picked her up from the ground. Hey, why are you running so fast? You are so hot. If your mother sees you, she will say you are naughty, and don't know how to be cautious. Although Wan Lauer said this, he had a doting smile on his face, and quickly took out a clean handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe Xiao Fubao's face. Since he had a daughter, he, a grown man, also got used to carrying a handkerchief with him to wipe Xiao Fubao's sweat. Dad, did you hear what Fubao said? The imperial edict has come, and many people are coming to our house. I heard Sister Xiaolan say they are looking for our family. Old Lady Wan heard it clearly. Guaibao, what did you say? The imperial edict has come? It's from our family? Oh, what should we do? Our family has received 2 imperial edicts in total. The first one was for exile. What is this time? Old Lady Wan couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that the dream really came true? Emor and his men lost the battle, and they were exiled again? But where could they be exiled again? Old Lady Wan's legs were a little weak with fear. If she was really exiled again, she didn't know if her old bones could hold on. She might die on the road. Second brother, hurry up and go out to have a look. If you stick your head out, you will be cut by a knife. If you hide your head, you will also be cut by a knife. It is better to die cleanly. Wan's second brother felt that something was not right when listening to his mother's words. Mom, what are you talking about? I heard the sound of gongs and drums. This imperial edict may be a happy event. Why are you still thinking the worst? Really? Oh, Mother is really confused. How could she forget our little magpie who brought good news? Fubao, is it the gongs and drums? Yes. There are so many people. Gongs and drums. It is so lively. And there are carriages. So beautiful. It could really be a happy event. When we were exiled, it was not this grand. Wan's second sister-in-law also ran out of the kitchen and saw several people in the yard. And Lu also came out of the wing room holding the child. Sister-in-law. Mother, Why do I hear the sound of gongs and drums? Is there a wedding in our village? This is quite a big event. What wedding? An imperial edict has arrived in our family. Hurry up and follow me to take a look. Before they left the house, they saw a group of people and horses appear at the gate of the yard. They were dressed in bright clothes and marched in unison. 2 huge dragon flags fluttered in the wind, and the golden dragon pattern shone brightly in the sun. Rows of warriors in golden armor came majestically, with red tassels on their helmets fluttering and long halberds in their hands flashing coldly in the sun. The young and old of the Wan family were so scared that their legs trembled, and they hurriedly supported each other and ran out. Chapter 345 General of the Central Army of Dizhou. Old Lady 1 was supported by Old Second 1. Sister-in-law 1 held Little Fubao, and Lady Lu held 1 Yu. Several people looked nervous and their hearts were pounding. Only Little Fubao had a look of excitement on her face. She had never seen such a grand ceremony since she could remember the last time Wan Xingmo read the imperial edict. They were not at home and did not catch up to watch the excitement. This was also the first time she saw such a grand scene. The little girl was full of curiosity and did not know how to be afraid. Jinju, Auntie, come quickly. The imperial edict came from the court, saying that someone in your family will be a general. Why are you still in the house? Jinyo ran fast and had already run into the yard, helping Old Second 1 to support Old Lady 1. Village Chief, we just got the news. I thought it was someone's wedding, but it turned out to be an imperial edict. Why are you coming out now? Auntie, watch your step and don't be nervous. Although I am nervous, we can't make any mistakes. Jinyo did not forget to remind the Wan family. Oh, I know. Auntie is not confused. How can we make any mistakes? As soon as Mrs. 1 went out, she saw that the motorcade outside was longer and more spectacular than what they saw in the yard. In the middle of the guard of honor was a gorgeous carriage. At this time, a eunuch in gorgeous court clothes slowly walked out of the carriage, holding the imperial edict in both hands, which symbolized the emperor's great grace. Behind the carriage was a group of dancers in colorful clothes. They were dancing with colorful ribbons in their hands, adding a touch of lively color to this solemn scene. The entire guard of honor was grand and spectacular. Wherever it went, the villagers immediately avoided it. Shinjin Yuan did not come this time, and the imperial edict came directly from the capital. Where are the Wan family? Old Lady 1 and second brother 1 hurriedly bent down and ran forward. I am here. I am here. The 2 knelt on the ground cautiously, not daring to raise their heads. Second sister 1 and Lu also put Fubao and 1 Yu on the ground, and knelt behind Old Lady 1 and second brother 1 with the children. The eunuch who read the imperial edict looked down and frowned slightly. Xiao Tianzi, help the old man up. No idle people are allowed within 10 feet. You teach them the rules. Aunt Lu, you help arrange the surrounding venue. Yes. Xiao Tianzi and Aunt Lu hurriedly walked out and bowed their heads. Soon, the people watching the excitement were blocked by the soldiers 10 feet away. Xiao Tianzi took the Wan family aside and taught them the etiquette of 3 kneelings and 9 bows. Aunt Lu led people to clean up the yard and the door of the Wan family, spread a red carpet, and set up tables and candles in the yard. After everything was done, he reported to the chief eunuch, Eunuch, everything is ready. The eunuch who announced the decree then slowly got off the carriage, holding the imperial edict in both hands, with a dignified expression, his back straight, and walked into the Wan family yard on the red carpet. The Wan family was taught by Xiao Tianzi to burn incense and change clothes before receiving the decree. From top to bottom, all the Wan family members changed into their own new clothes, dressed up, and came to the yard again. The chief eunuch nodded with satisfaction, stood in front of the table, and slowly unfolded the imperial edict. One family listened to the decree. Old Lady 1 quickly led her children and grandchildren to perform the ceremony of 3 kneelings and 9 bows, and knelt on the ground to receive the decree. In obedience to the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims, now there is a wise man named Wan Huan, whose courage is commendable and whose virtue is praiseworthy. He devotes all his energy to the affairs of the country. He stands up in times of crisis. He penetrates deep into the enemy's rear with his own strength, burns the enemy's food and grass, and helps our army defeat Bailong. His achievements are obvious and witnessed by all. I am grateful for his merits, and specially appoint him as the Lieutenant General of Dizhou. I hope he will perform his duties in Dizhou, comfort the people, and keep the country safe. Train troops to resist the enemy, in order to repay my trust and benefit the people of one side. I decree this. The Wan family hurriedly followed the etiquette taught by Xiao Tianzi, and immediately kowtowed and shouted, "Long live! Long live! Long live!" It was July, and Mrs. Wan was sweating all over, and the sweat on her forehead kept flowing down her cheeks. After receiving the imperial edict respectfully, Wan Lauer heard the person above him say, "Congratulations, old lady. Congratulations. Mr. Wan, please get up quickly." Wan Lauer then got up from the ground and reached out to help Mrs. Wan. Mrs. Wan didn't understand anything just now, but she knew that the imperial edict seemed to mention the name of her eldest grandson Wan Quan. So it was not easy to ask her son now. "Thank you for your hard work, father-in-law. Please sit in the room and have some tea." "No. We have to rush back to Beijing to report the edict, so it's inconvenient to stay for long." Then Wan Quan saw 2 teams of maids carrying trays and boxes coming in, with a total of 70 or 80 people. The spacious courtyard of the Wan family seemed a little crowded at this time. Mrs. Wan and Wan Quan were also dumbfounded, and they didn't know what to do for a while. These are the rewards given by the emperor to the general of the Imperial Guards. The general of the Imperial Guards will be leaving for Dizhou soon. He specifically asked us to bring these rewards to you, madam, saying that they are his gifts to you. Mrs. Wan looked at the rewards that flowed like water, thinking about her dream, and felt so sad that she almost cried. "Sir, may I ask, is my son Wan Quan okay now?" "Don't worry, old lady. The general is fine. He was just injured during the mission." After returning to Beijing, the emperor allowed the imperial physician to diagnose his pulse, and now he is in good health. "The general asked us to tell you that he is fine, old lady. Don't worry." Old Lady Wan's attention was on the fact that Wan Quan had been injured once, so she said that her dream was not without reason. The Wan family sent away the person who read the imperial edict, and the villagers at the door were finally able to move freely. They immediately surrounded the Wan family's gate in 3 layers inside and outside. Everyone was chattering about the news, and even the village chief asked, "Jinju, what does the imperial edict say?" The joy on Wan Lauer's face never stopped. "My Wan Quan was appointed as the general of the Central Army of Dizhou by the emperor. He has become a general and a high-ranking official." "Oh, my God. I didn't expect your Wan Quan to be so capable. Your family will also be an official family in the future. Congratulations. And your grandson has become a high-ranking official. You must invite the whole village to a banquet?" "Yes. Yes. And it's not right for you not to invite everyone to dinner." Old Lady One was also happy, but she felt more distressed. Her grandson must have suffered a lot to be appointed as a high-ranking official. This position was earned by her grandson with his life. But this is indeed a happy event. She quickly raised her voice. "Please, please, starting from tomorrow, our family will hold a buffet for 3 days. And we need everyone to come and help. Auntie, just tell us where we are needed, and we will all come to help." Jinyo saw that Old Lady One looked a little tired, so he drove away the onlookers outside. "Okay, don't join in the fun. Come and help tomorrow. Bring your own stools, bowls and chopsticks. And come early. We still need to go to the town to buy things." Jinyo took the initiative to take charge of the buffet. Chapter 346 Wan Quan and Wan Shuang's Thoughts. After everyone left, Wan Erseo hurriedly helped Grandma Wan back to the house. Seeing that Grandma Wan looked a little tired, Xiao Fubao and Ho Hot quickly took off their shoes and went to the Kong, surrounding Grandma Wan, massaging her back and shoulders. "Grandma, are you tired? Fubao will massage you, and you will feel better." Little Fubao lay beside Grandma Wan's ear, his voice soft and sticky. His little hands were not very strong, but the massage was quite comfortable. "Grandma, Ho Hot will massage your legs. Can you take a nap?" The bitterness in Grandma Wan's heart because of Wan Quan also dissipated a little. "You two are my sweethearts. I'm much better now. With you two around, I'm not tired at all. Then Fubao must be with me wherever I go. That way, I never be tired." "Ha ha, okay. With your words, I live well." Grandma Wan laughed so hard that all the anger in her heart disappeared. He looked at Wan Lauer, Wan Erseo, and Lu in the room and said, "You don't know that my dream has tortured me for several months. Now Quanner is valued by the emperor and has been promoted. Others see our family's glory. But who can understand that this is what Quanner paid for with his life? Quanner has no mother. This child is pitiful. Now he has finally made a name for himself. Our family can't hold him back. You must be more cautious in the future. Don't let people catch our handle and cause trouble for Quaner. Mom, don't worry. Our family is not the kind of people who bully others by taking advantage of their power. Don't you know that? I know you are all good. Our family is a kind family. But I want to tell you what I should say in advance to remind you. Juan Lauer, Juan Urseo, and Lou all nodded in agreement. Mom, for such a big event, should we notify our eldest brother and the third brother in town to come back? Juan Lauer was thinking about setting up a buffet tomorrow. This was a big event, and it was a matter of honor for the family. Maybe he would also have to prepare for the ancestor worship and inform the ancestors that their family had a successor. Grandma Juan was also a little confused at this time. You said, our family and your eldest brother's family has separated. The imperial edict should have gone to the county town. Why did it go to Sheetsy village? I think this should be Quaner's intention. Mother, Quaner's home in his heart is here, not in the county town. He doesn't talk much, but he knows everything in his heart. Juan Lauer sighed, feeling a little uncomfortable. For such a big happy event, the family became a little sentimental. Okay, our family has a general. This is a great event. Let's all be happy. Lauer, you hurry up and drive the ox cart to the town and inform them to close the shops and come back to have some fun. And then go to the county town and tell your eldest brother the good news. Okay, Mother. I go right away. Hey, haven't you eaten yet? I'm hungry. I go make something to eat. Just fill your stomach. Otherwise you be hungry running around outside. Juan Urseo said anxiously while pulling Juan Lauer, who was about to go out. Juan Lautai was in a good mood at this moment. And she was also a little hungry. It was past dinner time. Already past the hour of way. Okay, let's go after dinner. Juan Lautai leaned on the Kong, holding Xiao Fubao's hand. And Xiao Fubao quickly threw himself into Juan Laotai's arms, hugged his grandmother and rolled around, making the old lady laugh. Juan Urseo saw that Juan Laotai was fine, so she and Lu went to the kitchen to work. After a simple meal of noodles, Juan Lauer drove the ox cart to the town. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in the town, he saw Juan Lauta and Shin also got off the carriage at the door of the shop. Brother? Sister-in-law? Why are you back? I said I would go to the county town to report to you. Juan Lauer was very surprised. Now he didn't have to run back and forth. Juan Lauta quickly ran over and patted Juan Lauer on the shoulder. Second brother, are you here because of Quaner? I already know everything. So I rushed here with your eldest sister-in-law early in the morning. I just heard about it from the county magistrate last night. But the emperor did not issue an order to the county magistrate to assist our family in receiving the order. So the county magistrate did not come. He only told me to come back to see him. So, you know everything. Brother? Quana was appointed as the general of the central army of Dizhou by the emperor. And he will go to Dizhou to take up his post soon. Dizhou is not far from our home. And we can go to see Quaner when the time comes. Juan's second brother became happier and happier as he spoke. But he did not see the slight disappointment on Juan's eldest brother's face. Second brother, why do you think Quaner said the address is Sheetsy village? Obviously I am his biological father. Brother, don't think too much. Quaner may be doing it for mother's sake, and wants to make her happy. Right? Juan's eldest brother nodded and said nothing more. But he was still unhappy in his heart. Maybe in the eldest son's heart. He is not as good as his second uncle and second aunt. It was past dinner time, and there were not many people in the shop. Only one Lao Si was dozing off against the counter. Lao Si, wake up. Pack up and go home. Juan Lao Si woke up from his nap. And when he opened his eyes, he saw his eldest brother and second brother standing in front of him. Big brother. Second brother? Why are you here? Juan Lao Si stood up quickly and walked out from behind the counter. Lao Si, there is a big happy event at home. Our eldest nephew, Quan Er, has been appointed by the emperor as a general of Dizhou. A fourth-rank official. Mother is preparing a 3-day banquet. So I'm here to tell you, go home and have fun. And the shop will be closed for 3 days. Juan Lao Er's mouth was almost grinning to his ears. And his eyes were full of happy smiles. Really? Second brother, you didn't lie to me? Quan Er became a general? Juan Lao Si felt that he was dreaming. And pinched Juan Lao Er hard. Juan Lao Er, ouch, screamed in pain. Juan Lao Si clapped his hands and laughed. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. It's real. Wan Lao Er didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and patted Wan Lao Si's head. You kid. Are you dreaming or not? Pinch yourself. Why are you pinching me? Wan Lao Si didn't care. He was as happy as a child at this time. He hadn't played with his brothers for a long time. And now, he was just letting himself go. He ran all the way to the backyard and told the good news to Wan San Saw and Wan Lao Er. Unexpectedly, the first person to rush out was Wan Shuang. Dad? Second uncle? My eldest brother became a general? Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao Da smiled and nodded at the same time. Wan Shuang clenched his fists tightly, and suddenly squatted on the ground with his face covered and cried. Wan Lao Da and Shen were both shocked. Shuang, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying again? Wan Shuang didn't say anything, and stood up when she had almost finished crying. Dad, I'm happy. My eldest brother finally achieved his wish and became successful. I know he must have paid for it with his life, but he did it and succeeded. Wan Shuang shed tears while looking at the eldest brother Wan. He thought of the words his brother said to him when he left. He remembered them all. Now they can finally spread their wings and fly high. Even if the stepmother has her own children in the future, Hu Zi will not be wronged. He has a general brother. It turns out that in the hearts of the two brothers, because the status of Shen's family is not equal to that of the eldest brother Wan, the two always feel that they are suppressed by Shen's family. Now that Wan Quan has become successful, it means that they can set up their own business in the future, and Shen's family will not be a threat to them. Shen, so this is how you see me? Wrong. Chapter 347, Mrs. Wan teaches her son. The eldest son of the Wan family certainly did not expect that his remarriage, and the unequal family background, would have such a big impact on his two sons. No one could understand Wan Shuang's mood. Everyone thought that he was just happy for Wan Quan. Perhaps only Wan Quan, who was in a foreign place, could understand his mood at this time. The third son of the Wan family and his wife came out from the back. They had heard what the fourth son of the Wan family said. They immediately packed up the things in the shop and took everything home. After all, the shop was closed for 3 days. In such weather, a lot of meat would go bad when it arrived. It happened that the family was going to have a banquet, so it would not be wasted if they took it home. Third son, you still have to go to the butcher's shop with me. We have to order 3 pigs, 20 sheep, and 100 chickens and ducks from the one you often buy meat from. If it is not enough, we will send it in 3 days. This thing is not forbidden now. Chickens and ducks can be sent at once. We can handle it ourselves, and we need them to help handle the pigs and sheep and send the meat. Of course, the third son of the Wan family had nothing to say. Okay, let's go right away. I'm familiar with the butcher. We buy so many things this time, so it'd be cheaper anyway. Wan Lao Da was also happy. Although they were separated now, this was his own son's big happy event after all. He couldn't just stand by and watch. He also said, second brother, third brother, I go with you. Let the fourth brother drive the carriage and take them back to the village first. Wan Lao Er hurriedly smiled and said, brother, it's a good thing you're back. Otherwise, I would have to go to the county town. I really can't get rid of this mess at home. The village chief has helped to deal with it, but we need to do all the shopping ourselves. Since you're back, I leave this thing to you. I don't care. After all, Quater is your son, and you as a father can't be lazy. Wan Lao Da suddenly felt comfortable. Yes, he is Quater's biological father. Wan Lao Da was pulled onto the ox cart by Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao San. The 3 brothers had not been so happy for a long time. Since coming to the border, the family has held several weddings. But this time is different. This is a big happy event. A big happy event that can make people proud, famous, and honor their ancestors. After buying the necessary things, the brothers returned to the village. Everyone greeted Wan Lao Da warmly when they saw him. This made Wan Lao Da feel the pursuit brought by reputation. Everyone said compliments with a sincere smile on their faces. It was completely different from the feeling of dealing with those hypocritical people in the county town. At this moment, he completely relaxed. He could also understand his son's behavior. Hometown feelings and local accents are the most touching places. Returning home in glory is what many people dream of. Wan Lao Er drove the ox cart all the way back home. The door of the Wan family was also full of people at this time. Oh, Jinju is back. And brought your elder brother back too? Jingui, you raised a good son. A great general. You can enjoy the good life in the future. Old One said with a smile. The child is doing well. Thank you for your kindness. Come to the banquet tomorrow. The women and the elderly in the village sat in the yard of the Wan family. And old lady Wan didn't have a chance to rest either. She was surrounded by everyone like a star. And nice words were thrown out like money. Old lady Wan felt her head buzzing. Little Fubao and Hohot also became popular. And the children were all around them. Hohot, you are so lucky. You were sold to Sister Fubao as a slave. Now you are a slave of the general. My mother said that your family will move to the capital in the future. Wouldn't you become a slave of the capital? Hohot is now immune to people saying that she is a slave of the Wan family. She has also put herself in the right position. She was indeed bought by the Wan family. Even the county magistrate gave her a plaque saying that she was a loyal servant. She has nothing to worry about. But little Fubao is very unhappy to hear it. You don't know how to speak. Don't speak. You keep calling me slave. This is my sister Hohot. If you want to come to my house for a feast, don't call me a slave. Otherwise, I won't play with you. You are not allowed to come to my house to fetch water. Fubao protected Hohot behind her domineeringly. The little one was like an old hen protecting her cubs. Fubao words also scared the children around. After all, since the Wan family's well, their parents have found it much more convenient to use water. The most important thing is that the water from the Wan family's well is very sweet. As if sugar has been added. Now Fubao brother has become a general. Fubao will walk sideways in the village in the future. No one dares to mess with her. The children around laughed and pulled Hohot. Sister Hohot, we didn't mean that. We won't say it again. It's all my fault. Sister Hohot, my mother often praises you for your ability, and asks me to learn from you. Hohot became a hot commodity in a short time. Everyone surrounded her and praised her, and never mentioned the word slave. Hohot felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the familiar faces changing so quickly. But she responded with a smile. Hohot held Fubao's hand tightly. She was not particularly happy about the changes in these people. But she was very touched by Fubao's protection of her. The Wan family spent 100 taels of silver to set up a 3-day buffet. Many families sent vegetables grown in their own fields. So the Wan family didn't have to buy vegetables themselves. After 3 days of excitement, everything finally returned to peace. The people of the Wan family were almost exhausted. This was the first time for the Wan family to hold a buffet. During the period, not only people from the same village came to congratulate, but also those powerful people in the town and the county came to congratulate after hearing about it. And they also sent generous gifts. After the buffet ended, the Wan family sat together to calculate the accounts. Mother, this time I spent a total of 158 taels of silver, and received 5,000 taels of silver as gifts. There are also some other antiques, calligraphy and paintings. I have recorded them one by one. They are all in your room. This time, Wan Lao Si became the manager of the family's account book, and Wan Shuang assisted. The uncle and nephew remembered every account clearly. Everyone looked at Mrs. Wan, wanting to know what to do with this thing. Should it be placed in Shitsi village, or let Wan Lao to take it away? After all, Wan Lao Da's family has been divided, and Wan Quan is Wan Lao Da's son. Mrs. Wan looked at Shen, old master's wife. In your opinion, what should we do with these things? I'm not just talking about this gift, but also the gold, silver and jewelry that the emperor gave last time. A total of 80 pieces. All in my room. I haven't even opened the box. And I don't know what's inside. Shen quickly stood up and replied with a smile. Mother, these things, the daughter-in-law has no right to ask. They all belong to Quaner. Since the emperor has sent all the rewarded items to you, it means that this is also Quaner's intention. Then you can keep them in person. And when Quaner comes back one day, you can give them to him in person. Grandma Wan nodded with satisfaction, and looked at the eldest brother Wan. Big brother, what do you think? Everything is up to mother. After the eldest brother Wan and his wife expressed their opinions, Grandma Wan spoke. I mean, these things are all Quaner's, and we have no right to touch them. They were exchanged for Quaner's life, including these few. Those powerful people we know and don't know who came from the past are all trying to get close to our Quana. We should keep the things they sent. How to deal with them in the future depends on Quaner himself. We don't know which ones to make friends with, and which ones to be careful of. Put them all away now. And don't refuse them easily. Otherwise we won't know if we offend people. I tell you again. Boss, you are a constable in the county. And now you are the father of the general. You should be more low-key in the future. Don't drag Quanner down. When you go back, there will definitely be people who come to your house to give gifts. But don't accept them. Don't accept others who use your connections. Don't accept them casually. Do you understand clearly? Boss 1 said quickly. Thank you for reminding me. I remember it. In the room, Mrs. 1 was teaching her son. And a shout came from outside. Excuse me. Is this the 1 family? Chapter 348 received a letter. Wan Lauer was sitting on a chair under the window. Hearing this, he quickly stood up and walked out. Lauer. What's wrong? Wan Lao. I was talking to Wan Lao when she saw Wan Lauer go out. Mom. I heard someone shouting outside. I go check it out. Wan Lauer raised his voice and said something to the inner room. Then walked out. When he arrived at the gate, Wan Lauer opened the door and saw a soldier in a soldier's uniform standing at the gate with a horse. On the chest of his clothes, there was a circular pattern with black characters on a white background, and the word translation was written on it. Wan Lauer looked at the visitor in confusion and hurried out to ask, Sir, who are you looking for? Are you from the Wan family? Yes. I am Wan Jinju, the second son of the Wan family. That's right. Here is a letter for you. It's been a while, and it was almost lost in the mail. Our master recently found it and asked me to send it to you quickly. Thank you. Sir, please have tea inside. No. I have to rush to the next house to deliver the letter. These are all sent from the battlefield. My family is looking forward to it. After the officer said this, he turned over and rode on his horse and rode away. Wan Lauer pinched the envelope, which contained a thick stack of paper. He looked down at the envelope, which had his name and address written on it, but the handwriting was still a little immature. Wan Lauer knew at once that it must have been sent by Wan Quan. But how come the letter arrived later than the imperial edict? Now they received the imperial edict, but only the letter. It can be seen that the people at the post station did not sort out the letters in time, so that it was delayed until now. If it weren't for hearing that Quanner became a general, I'm afraid the letter would not reach them now. Right? Wan Lauer felt a little emotional, then closed the door and went into the house. Lauer. Who is it? Wan Lauer saw Wan Lauer coming in. His face was not very happy, and he stood up and asked. The messenger sent a letter, saying it was sent from the battlefield. I think the handwriting seems to be written by Quanner, but it was only sent now, and our imperial edict has arrived. Wan Lauer muttered and handed the letter to Wan Lao. You stupid young man. You didn't say that in front of the messenger. Did you? Wan Lao glared at her second son. Mom. Of course not. I'm not stupid. I only thought of it after he left. Wan Lauer licked his face and laughed. I can't read. Why did you give me the letter? Hurry up and read it to everyone. Even though she knew Wan Quan had become a general, Grandma Wan still wanted to know what her eldest grandson wrote in his heart. Wan Lauer had almost forgotten the words he knew, and he rarely came into contact with things related to words. Now the most educated person in the room was Wan Laosi. Laosi. You read it. Wan Lauer directly handed the letter to Wan Laosi. Wan Laosi opened the letter and first glanced at the signature. It really had Wan Quan's name on it, and the date was the 28th of the 12th lunar month last year. Mom, this is from Wan Quan. It was written on the 28th of the 12th lunar month last year. It has been 7 months now. Grandma Wan thought that her dream was about the same time, but she still wanted to hear what her eldest grandson wrote in the letter first. Okay. Read it to me quickly. I was always uneasy during that period. I dreamed that Quanner was covered in blood and called for his grandmother. I had a premonition that my eldest grandson would be in trouble. The imperial edict said that he went deep into the enemy's rear alone and burned their food and grass. Isn't that snatching food from the tiger's mouth? Can they forgive him? Mrs. Wan's words made the eldest brother Wan feel ashamed. He seemed to have never cared whether his son suffered, but he cared why his son didn't get close to him. This was probably the reason. The fourth brother Wan began to read the letter. At first, Wan Quan wrote about some trivial matters of his life at the border, and did not mention his injury. As he read, Tong Rui and his group began to appear in the letter, and then it was about Xiao Fubao. The fourth brother Wan paused for a moment and quickly read through the rest. He was shocked in his heart, but he didn't dare to read it again. He just perfunctorily read the part about how Wan Quan attacked the enemy camp and concealed the part about Xiao Fubao. After the letter was finished, Wan Laosi was a little absent-minded. He folded the letter and put it into the envelope. Second brother, this letter is written by Quanner to you. Please keep it first, and make sure to keep it well. Wan Lao Si specifically reminded him. Wan Lao Er did not doubt him and smiled. Of course, I will keep it well. This is the first letter Quanah wrote to our family. Wan Lao Er did not hear the profound meaning of Wan Lao Si at all. He was only happy in his heart. Wan Lao Er received the letter, and Wan Lao San and Wan Lao Do all said that it was time to leave. Mom, the shop has been closed for 4 days. We won't have lunch at home. Go to the shop and clean it up so that we can open it tomorrow. We also need to order meat and other things. It's quite busy. Okay. You all go. The eldest brother has things to do in the government office and can't take such a long leave. You should go back too. There's nothing to do at home. It's just that we have to harvest potatoes in a few days. So the family will be busy too. When the time comes, the fourth brother, you have to come back and help your second brother keep accounts. Just as Wan Lao Si was about to agree, he heard Wan Shuang whisper, Grandma, I want to come back to help my second uncle. The shop cannot do without my fourth uncle. Now I have learned how to keep accounts. And I can definitely help my second uncle. Grandma Wan did not expect that her second grandson would be so successful. So she smiled and said, Okay, you are willing to help your second uncle at home. Of course Grandma is happy. Wan Lao Si also patted Wan Shuang on the shoulder. Work hard. Don't embarrass your master. Don't worry. Fourth uncle, I won't. Wan Shuang's eyes were shining with confidence. He worked twice as hard as others every day. During the day, he studied with Wan Lao Si. And at night, he secretly recalled everything he learned during the day in his mind. He quickly wrote down what he couldn't figure out, and asked Wan Lao Si the next morning until he figured it out. So he only learned all of Wan Lao Si's skills in just over a year. In addition, he was originally smart and learned things quickly. Now he can take on the main responsibility, which was also expected by Wan Lao Si. Wan Lao Do was a little surprised. He had always thought that his second son was just helping out in the shop and running errands. But he actually learned to keep accounts. This time, he and Wan Lao Si were responsible for the accounts of the buffet. It seemed that his son had grown up quietly in a place he could not see. Shuang, can you really do it? This is a big business for your second uncle. It is not the silver you earn every day in your shop. This is tens of thousands of kilograms of potatoes. Don't cause trouble for your second uncle. Brother, don't discourage the child. I believe Shuang can do it. Wan Lao Er pulled Wan Shuang to his side and patted Wan Shuang on the shoulder with a smile. This child was brought up by his second aunt. We know him best. He is calm and smart. Don't worry, big brother. Just go back when you should. Wan Lao felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. He had 3 sons, but 2 of them were not close to him. Instead, he was close to Wan Lao. But what could he do? Okay, you should keep an eye on him. The child is still young. Don't let him get away with his temper. Wan Lao still worriedly told Wan Lao. Uncle, don't worry. Second brother is very capable. I believe he can do it. Xiao Fubao also came over to join in the fun. She felt that second brother seemed to be in a bad mood. It should be because of what uncle said. Xiao Fubao was a protective child. Of course, she would protect her own brother. Chapter 349. Reading the letter. Wan Lao Si concealed the truth. Shen bent down and picked up little Fubao. Our Fubao said Shuang is amazing. So she must be amazing. When your second brother is as capable as your eldest brother, our Fubao will have another capable brother. Right? Yes. That's right. Okay. You guys hurry up and leave. I won't keep you any longer. It's getting late. If you delay any longer, you will be locked out when you return to the county town. Grandma Wan urged everyone to hurry up. Shen smiled and put little Fubao on the Kong. Mom, take care of yourself. We are leaving first. If you need our help, please come to the county town to find us. Shen took Wan Hu by the hand, said goodbye to old lady Wan, and walked out. Wan Hu was reluctant to leave. He missed his brothers very much and wanted to go back to the private school in the town. These days, he slept with the 2 brothers Wan Jiang and Wan Qi. He listened to the 2 brothers talking about the private school in the town. The teacher was very good and knowledgeable, and the things he said were not boring. Wan Hu wanted to transfer back to the school. After all, the teacher in their school was an old man. He had a bitter face every day. He was very strict in class and would hit his hands at any time. He was hit more than 10 times a day, and his palms were swollen. But he didn't dare to go home and tell Shen. Grandma, I don't want to leave. I want to study in the town. I want to come back to see you and play with my sister. Wan Hu said with tears in his eyes. Grandma Wan felt a little reluctant. But it was not easy to persuade him to stay. After all, the child was given to Shin. And Shin had never wronged the child. So she should not interfere. Looking at the aggrieved look of her grandson, Grandma Wan felt heartbroken and could only hug the child. Huzi, look, your eldest brother has become a general. And your second brother has become an accountant. Don't you have to study hard and surpass your two brothers in the future? Grandma Wan coaxed and diverted Wan Hu's attention. Well, I will definitely study hard and surpass my brothers. Yes, if you want to study hard, you have to go to the best school. You are in the best school in our county. How many people want to enter but can't? Why don't you cherish it? Wan Hu knew that he could not return to the town. And he just wanted to throw a tantrum. Grandma Wan wiped Wan Hu's tears and sent Wan Hu to Shin. Okay, let's go. Old Lady Wan turned her face away. If she didn't leave, she would cry. She couldn't stand separation at her age. Little Fubao ran over and took Wan Hu's hand. Brother Hu, I take you there. Don't cry. I visit you often in the future. You must study hard. So you don't have to be like your elder brother, who almost died in order to become a general. Fubao doesn't want anything to happen to Brother Hu. Wan Hu was a little moved and nodded heavily. Okay. I will study hard and get you a top scholar in the imperial examination. So that you can also have a top scholar brother. The two children's words amused the adults beside them. It was just right to go back to the town. And the eldest one could take the third one and his wife for a while. So the second one wouldn't have to drive the ox cart to take them there. Third brother. Third sister-in-law. I will stay at home for one more night. I will go to the shop early tomorrow morning. It should not delay anything. I want to accompany the child. The child does not want me now. Wan Laosi held Wan Yu with a face full of resentment. Wan Yu wished that she could be a million miles away from her biological father. With a pair of chubby little hands, she pushed Wan Laosi's face hard. Ha ha ha. Okay. You stay one more night and accompany your son well. Otherwise, the child will not even call him dad in the future. Wan Lao San laughed. Wan Laosi sent Wan Lao De and Wan Lao San away and carried Wan Yu and Wan Lao Er back to the yard. Wan Laosi's face changed immediately. And he turned his head and said to Wan Lao in a serious manner, Second brother, close the door quickly. I have something important to tell you. Wan Lao was a little puzzled. Laosi, what's wrong with you? Wan Lao saw Wan Laosi's expression suddenly change. And he was a little bit unresponsive for a while. But he still turned around and closed the door and locked it. Laosi, isn't it bad to lock the door in broad daylight? There are many people visiting our house these days. And everyone has to open the door to drink water, etc. Xiao Fubao mother is coming. Wan Lao's words successfully shut up Wan Lao. And he still kept our lip shape. Second brother, I'm not kidding you. I didn't say anything because there were so many people around. Although we are all family. My eldest sister-in-law is the county magistrate's sister after all. It's not appropriate to publicize the matter of little Fubao. Quaner also told us in the letter not to let more people know about Fubao. Especially my eldest sister-in-law. Wan Lao was a little dumbfounded at this time. He quickly took out the letter that he had just stuffed into his arms with shaking hands. His hands were shaking so much that he couldn't open the envelope. Second brother, don't worry. Take your time. Quaner said in the letter that we have to wait for a year or so. Maybe even longer. So let's be mentally prepared first. And he also said a lot of other things that I didn't read out. Now that my eldest brother and the others have left, we have to talk about this matter and ask mother what to do. Wan Laosi looked at Wan Lao Er, who was reading the letter. But he was reading very slowly and anxiously. Second brother, stop reading. Go back and read it. Wan Laosi anxiously pulled Wan Lao Er into the house. And Wan Lao Er's eyes were still glued to the letter. Wan Lao Tai had not rested well these days. She had just driven her sons away, and was about to take a rest when she heard the voices of Wan Lao Er and Wan Laosi getting closer and closer. Laosi? Why didn't you leave? Wan Lao Tai sat up in surprise as Wan Laosi walked in. Lu also stood up and looked at Wan Laosi. Wan Laosi didn't let her see him off just now, saying that he would not leave today. She didn't ask much, but she didn't tell Wan Lao Tai. Mother, I have something to tell you. So I stayed on purpose. What is it? Can't you tell it in front of your eldest brother and sister-in-law? And your third brother and sister-in-law? Wan Laotai felt strange. Mother! This matter really cannot be said in front of so many people. This matter concerns Fubao. Grandma Wan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the people from U State came again? Last year, notices were issued everywhere. But in the end, nothing was done. Could it be that they still did not give up and started again? Grandma Wan quickly sat up straight. Wan Urseo was not here at the moment. And Grandma Wan did not intend to hide it from her. After all, she was Fubao mother, fourth daughter-in-law. Go and call your second sister-in-law. Don't let little Fubao come with you. Let Hohot play with her for a while. Hey, I go now. Lu was also nervous. Because of the matter of little Fubao. The family had been uneasy several times. Lu was also worried. And her feet were faster. Chapter 350 Little Fubao, who loves to fight. Second sister-in-law Wan is making autumn clothes for little Fubao. It is almost the beginning of autumn. And little Fubao clothes are much shorter. Second sister-in-law Wan had cut the cloth half a month ago. But she had no time to do it. Now that the house is quieter, she hurriedly took the time to make 2 sets of clothes for her daughter. Otherwise the house would be busy again in 2 days. Second sister-in-law, Mother has something to tell you, and asks you to go. Lu stood at the door, holding the door frame with her hand, and looked inside without even entering the door. Second sister-in-law Wan quickly put down the needlework in her hand. Little Fubao ran away with Hohot again. Second sister-in-law Wan put away the needlework basket, pulled the wrinkled clothes, and came out. Fourth sister-in-law, what does Mother want to see me for? Second sister-in-law Wan asked with a smile. Lu didn't dare to say it directly, for fear of scaring the second sister-in-law. So she just said, I don't know. It seems to be about little Fubao. Second sister-in-law Wan paused for a moment, and then ran to the room of old lady Wan. Mother, what happened to little Fubao? Exile Wan hadn't arrived yet, but her voice had already reached old lady Wan's ears. Old lady's wife, come in first, and don't shout outside. Old lady Wan was also upset at this time. Exile Wan ran into the house, and saw old lady Wan sitting on the edge of the Kong with a gloomy face, holding the letter that old lady Wan had just read not long ago. But in just 1 hour. How could his face be so different? Dad? What happened? What happened to little Fubao? Exile Wan walked to old lady Wan and pushed him. Her eyes were full of panic, and her voice couldn't help but be anxious. Okay. Your wife is here too. And Fubao is not at home. You can tell me now. Old lady Wan glanced at old lady Wan, who looked distraught, and she calmed down instead. Mother doesn't know either? Exile Wan glanced at old lady Wan and saw her nod. Wan Urseo was supported by Lu and sat on the Kong. The 2 sisters-in-law sat on both sides of Wan Laotai, looking at Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer handed the letter to Wan Laosi again. Laosi, you read it. I read slowly. Wan Lauer didn't want to read the letter again, so he said that. Every time he read it, he felt uncomfortable. Wan Laosi took the letter and put it away directly. He said to everyone, I have read the letter and won't read it. Since the second brother doesn't want to talk about it, I will talk about it. Quanner explained in the letter that this matter must not be known to the eldest sister-in-law, because of the characteristics of the eldest sister-in-law's identity. He is afraid that the news will leak out at that time, so this matter should be concealed if possible. The cause of the matter is like this. Wan Laosi told everyone about Tong Rui's help to Wan Quan to make meritorious deeds. Tong Rui's search for Xiao Fubao. Their fake death plan. Xiao Fubao recognition of his biological mother. And the concealment of Xiao Fubao's true story. After hearing this, Wan Urseo was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. She quickly asked, Old Four, do you mean that Xiao Fubao's biological mother will also come to live in Daki in the future? After recognizing Xiao Fubao, she can only hide her real name in the future. Right? Yes. That's what I mean. Wan Laosi nodded in confusion, wondering why the second sister-in-law suddenly laughed. Is she confused? Wife, what are you laughing at? Are you okay? Even Wan Lao Er felt that Wan Urseo's reaction was a little abnormal. Wan Urseo still smiled and said, Why don't you understand? We were afraid that Xiao Fubao would be captured by the Emperor of Yu from the beginning to the end, so that we would never see Xiao Fubao again. But now it's different. Xiao Fubao's mother is coming, which means that Xiao Fubao will not leave our family in the future. Xiao Fubao still has 2 mothers who love her. Her mother is so rich. Our Xiao Fubao will be a real rich lady in the future. We can't give her, but her mother can. Wan Urseo's words stunned everyone. Everyone finally understood what Wan Erseo's worries were before. As long as Xiao Fubao was in front of her, she was not afraid. Old Lady Wan nodded, and looked at Wan Erseo with appreciation. Old second wife. You are still transparent. It's right to think this way. It's also a blessing for Xiao Fubao to have one more person love Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao is a child who knows how to be grateful and has a kind heart. Even after recognizing her mother, she will not abandon us. I believe in Xiao Fubao. Old Lady Wan affirmed. Daddy, Mommy, open the door. Uncle, Auntie, open the door. Just when everyone was discussing Xiao Fubao, they heard Xiao Fubao and Hohot knocking on the door. Wan Erseo hurried to open the door, but saw the two of them running back with disheveled hair and dirty faces. What did you do? Wan Erseo first checked if the two had any injuries, and found that they were intact. So she was relieved. Wan Erseo saw that the two of them lowered their heads, rubbed their hands, and didn't say anything. Especially Xiao Fubao secretly glanced at Wan Erseo, like a child who had done something wrong. Wan Erseo knew that the child must have gone to fight again. Did you go to fight again? You didn't win this time? Wan Erseo deliberately looked at Xiao Fubao with a gloomy face. Mom, you underestimate your daughter. They were never my opponents in every fight. I beat them all. After Xiao Fubao finished speaking, she realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. She lowered her head again and looked at Wan Erseo's face with her big eyes from time to time. Her face was dirty and covered with dust. Wan Erseo, Poochie, laughed, picked up Xiao Fubao, and put her scattered hair behind her ears. Do you really think you can't win? I'm just letting you go. Wan Erseo pulled Hohot with her on the other side and walked into the yard. Since the county magistrate posted a notice in the spring of this year, saying that their family would harvest potatoes, and they would harvest as many as they could. The whole village has been fawning on the Wan family. When Xiao Fubao goes out to play, the children will not take the initiative to provoke her. Unless they get angry and fight with each other, they will not really hit Xiao Fubao. At most they will pull her hair or clothes. Never hit her face. This situation has happened many times in the past 6 months. Xiao Fubao has good nutrition. Her hair is black and shiny, and it will fall apart with a slight pull, so it is easy to create the current style. As for clothes, let alone, as long as there is a fight, the clothes will roll in the ash nest. 2 sets of clothes a day. Fortunately, the Wan family is not bad. Otherwise, Xiao Fubao will become a beggar all day long. How many times has mother told you? Don't fight. We are little girls, not boys. Always fighting is not good. Do you understand? Wan Erseo patiently educates Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao always looks well behaved and has a good attitude to admit mistakes. But he has a problem. He listens with one ear and forgets with the other. He will roll up his sleeves and fight next time. Wan Erseo has gotten used to this. As long as her daughter doesn't suffer any loss in a fight, she won't worry too much. But now, her mother is coming. She is a real imperial concubine. She always feels a little guilty for raising her daughter like a gangster. I wonder if it's too late to change now. Wan Erseo looked up and down at Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao felt a murderous aura in her mother's eyes. She couldn't help shrinking her neck, and then slapped Wan Erseo on the face to please her. Wan Erseo was immediately dizzy and lost. Forget it. Let it be. It's good to grow up like this. She won't be bullied. Anyway, she has a mother to back her up. What's there to be afraid of? Chapter 351 Fubao picks eggs. The next day, Wan Laosi went to the town early in the morning, and Wan Shuang was left behind. A few days later, Wan Lao went to the field to check on the potatoes, and saw that the leaves had turned yellow, so they should be ready to harvest. The number of people in the village who reclaimed wasteland this year has increased several times compared to previous years, and everyone is working hard. In the past, even if you reclaimed wasteland and planted grain, it was a waste of seeds. Many families' harvests were not even as much as the seeds they sowed, which was equivalent to losing money to make a profit. So later, no one was willing to reclaim wasteland, and only cultivated their own 1 acre and 3 mu of land. After all, every time the grain was filling, they had to run more than 10 miles to fetch water for irrigation, which was too difficult for farmers. But it's different in the past 2 years. The feng shui of the border seems to have changed. It rains a little every few days, and it rains heavily every 10 days or half a month. Everyone no longer has to worry about fetching water for irrigation, and has more time to reclaim wasteland. Almost every household in Sheetsy village planted potatoes. And Wan Lauer provided seeds for everyone. I don't know if it was Wan Lauer's illusion, but he felt that the potatoes this year seemed to be bigger than last year. Wan Lauer strolled around the field, and when he was about to go home at noon, he pulled up a potato and took it back, wanting everyone to taste the newly harvested potatoes. Wan Erseo learned how to make French fries, which is Xiao Fubao's favorite. Mother, I just went to the field to check. The potatoes can be harvested. The leaves are all yellow. This year may be busier than last year. Our family has to hire someone to harvest in advance. I plan to let Erguzi do this job. What do you think? Wow. Wan Lauer squatted by the well, peeled the fresh potato skin, washed it again, and said to Wan Erseo, who was picking eggs in the chicken coop. Wan Erseo was holding a basket, and Hohot and Xiao Fubao were both helping to pick eggs. Okay. You decide for yourself. I don't know anything about this. If you think it's okay, it's okay. I believe you. Wan Erseo smiled and glanced at Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer felt as sweet as drinking honey. His life was fulfilling and happy now. Just like a dream. Mom, I want to eat French fries at noon. Xiao Fubao turned around and saw her father holding 2 oval potatoes. Both of his eyes were shining. She missed the taste so much. Now she was drooling when she saw the raw potatoes. Okay. Mom will make it for you. As much as you want. Potatoes are the most abundant thing in our family now. Wan Erseo wanted to pinch her daughter's little face, but she put her hands down when she saw that her hands were dirty. I'm also craving for the French fries made by Erseo. Lu also came out of the house, with little Wan Yu running in front of her. Okay. I make more at noon today, and you can eat as much as you want. Wan Erseo walked out of the chicken coop with pride and washed her hands with the well water drawn by Wan Lauer. Fubao. Hohot. If you too want to continue picking eggs, just pick up the rest. If you are tired, come out and take a rest, and pick up eggs in the afternoon. Wan Erseo looked at the 2 figures in the chicken coop and gave them instructions. Mom, Fubao is not tired. Fubao likes picking eggs the most. I want to pick them all before eating. And I am not tired either. We will pick them up soon. Wan Erseo smiled and ignored them. Last year, because there were a lot of potato residues, Wan Erseo caught more than 80 chickens. During the day, she let all the chickens go out. At night, the chickens came back by themselves. Some dead trees were placed in the chicken coop. All the chickens spontaneously flew to the dead branches and squatted to sleep, which saved a lot of space. Maybe because of the lucky star of little Fubao. No chickens raised by the Wan family have died since they were small. Next to the chicken coop is a rabbit nest. A batch of rabbits had been sold before the new year. Now the rabbit nest is full again. And it seems that the second batch will be sold soon. All these were taken care of by Hohot. She was busy every day like a hard-working little bee. Never idle for a moment. Unless Xiao Fubao called her out to play, she would not be willing to put down her work. Wan Erseo and Wan Laoai both told her not to hate work so much. But she didn't listen and continued to do her own work. Wan Erseo went to the kitchen to work, and Wan Lauer went in to talk to Wan Laoai. Wan Shuang came out to help Lu take care of Wan Yu. The little guy could walk now, and it was time for him to stay idle. He ran to the front door without paying attention. Like his sister Xiao Fubao, he was a worry. Xiao Fubao was going into the chicken coop at this time. She saw that there was a nest of eggs in the chicken coop. Generally, Wan Erseo would use a broom to pull the eggs out of the chicken coop and pick them up. But Xiao Fubao didn't know how to use the broom. Hohot turned her head and prepared to show Xiao Fubao that she had picked up a super big egg. But she only saw a pair of little feet sticking out of the chicken coop. Fubao, what are you doing? Hohot ran over in fear. The floor of the chicken coop was covered with hay, but it was covered with chicken manure. Xiao Fubao carefully avoided the chicken manure, but it was inevitable that she would touch some of it. However, she didn't want to give up when she saw the egg right in front of her. Xiao Fubao gritted her teeth and continued to crawl in despite the nausea. When she was about to reach it, she showed a happy smile on her face and reached out to grab the egg. But Hohot pulled her legs hard from behind. Xiao Fubao couldn't hold on and fell directly on the meadow with chicken manure all over her body. Ah! Wow! Xiao Fubao loud cries came from the chicken coop. Hohot became even more panicked and quickly pulled Xiao Fubao out of the chicken coop. Xiao Fubao was covered with chicken manure, with a few weeds on his head and an egg in his hand. She pulled him out just like that. Yu was tiptoeing through the bamboo door of the chicken coop to look inside. When he heard his sister crying, he was startled and his little face became anxious. Like a headless fly, he was trying to get in at the door. His white and chubby hands grabbed the gaps in the bamboo weaving and shook it vigorously. Shouting, "Sister! Sister!" Xuan quickly opened the chicken coop door and picked up little Fubao. "Sister! What's wrong with you? You stink." Xuan's caring words suddenly changed. But he didn't dislike little Fubao. But he had never seen his sister so dirty. In his memory, his sister always wore clean and beautiful clothes wherever she went. Second aunt always dressed her up like a New Year picture doll. This was the first time he saw Fubao like this. Although Fubao was small and had a strong manly spirit, she loved to be vain. When she heard her second brother say that she was smelly, she immediately refused. Wow! Fubao can't be kept anymore. Fubao has become smelly. Fubao is not good looking. Wow! Chapter 352 Fubao acts cute. Hohot stood aside, a little at a loss. She felt that she must have done something wrong. She shouldn't have pulled Fubao legs just now. And she shouldn't have fallen. Erseo heard Fubao crying and ran out to see. Old Lady Wan, Old Second Wan, and Lu all ran out. What's wrong? Why is Guaibao crying? Lao I stood under the eaves, looking into the chicken coop, and asked loudly. Erseo had already run in. When she saw Fubao's dirty look, she couldn't help wanting to laugh. But seeing her daughter crying so sadly, she held it back. Fubao rarely cried, and she never cried to complain even if she couldn't win a fight. But this time she cried so sadly, and Erseo felt a little distressed. My dear, stop crying. Mommy will give you a bath. We will use the newly bought soap. Mommy will make sure you smell good. Okay? Little Fubao's big eyes were full of tears after hearing this. He looked at Erseo and nodded. Okay. Mommy. Don't lie. Fubao wants to smell good. Not smelly. You? Fubao imitated others, stuck out his pink tongue, pretended to vomit, and finally made Erseo laugh. Okay. Mommy never lies. Let's go take a bath now. Erseo was cooking. There was hot water on the stove. It was not cold at noon. It was July, and it was still a little hot. Little Fubao should take a bath. Lauer helped to get hot water for his daughter. Erseo saw Hohot standing aside with her head down, pinching the corner of her clothes with both hands, and asked, Hohot, what's wrong with you? Why are you unhappy? Aunt, it's my fault. I was worried that Fubao would get into the chicken coop and touch something dirty. So I pulled him out in a hurry. I really didn't mean it. Erseo laughed after hearing this. Silly child. What's the big deal? Don't take it seriously. How big of a deal can it be? She has been crazy all morning. And it's time for her to take a bath. If you feel embarrassed, can you help wash Fubao's dirty clothes later? Yes. That's great. Thank you. Aunt. Hohot quickly raised her head, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and smiled. Sister Hohot, Fubao doesn't blame you. We are still a perfect couple. We are invincible in the whole village. Fubao was showing off when she was hit on her, but she tried to cover her mouth, but found that she was still holding an egg in her hand. She had to hold the egg with both hands, raised her little head and smiled. Her big black eyes rolled around. She seemed to have said something wrong. Mom, I didn't say anything. Let's go take a bath quickly. Fubao stinks. Little Fubao knew that she had let the cat out of the bag, so she quickly acted like a spoiled child to Erseo, who really couldn't do anything to her. Mom, it's okay. Fubao fell into the chicken coop and cried because of her stink. It's nothing serious. You go back and rest. I go give her a bath. Fourth sister-in-law. You should be busy with the kitchen first. I come later. Second sister-in-law. Don't worry. I do it. Lu responded and went back to the kitchen. Old Lady One laughed when she heard this. She still has a day when she despises me for being so dirty. The sun is really rising from the west. Ha ha ha. Little Fubao was a little shy when everyone laughed at her. She wanted to get into her mother's arms. But when she thought about how dirty she was, she decided not to implicate her mother. Daughter, Daddy has prepared the water for you. You can wash as many times as you want. Little Fubao smiled at Lauer and said sweetly, Thank you, Daddy. Lauer felt like he had eaten honey in his heart. He laughed like Xiong Air and almost tripped over himself. After dinner, Wan Lauer took Wan Shuang to find Erguzi. Zhengyang, are you home? Wan Lauer knocked on Erguzi's door and shouted into the house. Erguzi's full name is Hu Xingyang. Wan Lauer calls him Erguzi privately, but in formal occasions, he usually calls him Xingyang. After all, Erguzi is getting more and more calm and sophisticated in doing things. It's a bit inappropriate to call him Erguzi anymore. Erguzi opened the door and saw Wan Lauer and Wan Shuang standing outside, and quickly welcomed them in. Zhengyang, have you eaten? Uncle Wan I have eaten. Didn't you take a break? Erguzi took them to the main hall to sit down, and poured water for them to drink. Zhengyang, stop working. I have something to tell you today. Sit down first. Wan Lauer smiled and stopped Erguzi from working. Uncle Wan what do you want to talk about? Erguzi sat down on the chair opposite and asked. I went to the field today and saw that the potato leaves have turned yellow. It's time to harvest them. But this year, all the potatoes grown in the town will be sold to us. I may be busy and have no time to harvest the potatoes at home. I want to ask you to help recruit workers to harvest all the potatoes in my field. I will pay you. You can practice first. When I get things done in the field and you are almost ready, you can help me with other things. This recipe is a joint venture between our two families. You are young, and I will hand it over to you when I can't do it anymore. Wan Lauer is paving the way in advance, slowly training Erguzi and Wan Shuang. Uncle Wan when are you going to start harvesting? I can recruit people in advance. It's not difficult to recruit people to work now. I have experience. You don't have to worry. Your land can be harvested in 10 days or half a month. Okay. I think the weather is good now. So let's start harvesting tomorrow. Wan Shuang is our accountant this time. You two can discuss anything in the future. Wan Shuang hurriedly greeted Erguzi, Brother Zhengyang. I will ask you for advice if I don't understand anything in the future. Wan Shuang, don't be so polite. Let's learn from each other and grow together. Erguzi patted Wan Shuang's shoulder. Looking high-spirited, Wan Lauer saw it and was happy in his heart. It's still good to be young. Okay. Then it's settled. You can start working tomorrow morning. I pay you 30 cents a day. What do you think? Uncle, you're slapping me in the face. This is our partnership. How can I ask for wages? Zhengyang, that's not the case. Uncle's potatoes are his own. The cost must be calculated. We can't do it carelessly. Our accountant is still here. Not only you, but also Wan Shuang will be paid 30 cents a day. We must distinguish between public and private matters. Wan Shuang nodded. He also said, Brother Zhengyang, what my second uncle said makes sense. We need to remember every penny clearly, and remember what should be, so that the business can be done for a long time, and there will be no resentment over time. Wan Shuang heard from Wan Lao Si that there were two people doing business together before. They had a good relationship and didn't care so much. But later, one of them was a little aggrieved because of a small matter. So he magnified his usual efforts several times and felt that he had lost. Later, the two broke up unhappily and became enemies. Wan Shuang felt that everything involving interests should be divided in advance, so that there would be no resentment over time. Okay. In this case, then 30 cents a day. Erguzi didn't argue anymore. Erguzi's execution ability was super strong. He recruited more than 30 people that afternoon. They were all workers who had worked for the previous year and had been assessed by Erguzi. These people were serious about their work and did not cheat. So Erguzi gave them priority. Chapter 353. Wan Shuang proposed a better solution. Erguzi only took 10 days to harvest all the potatoes from Wan Lauer's more than 100 mu of land, because it was expected that the potato yield this year would be high. It was unexpected that the potato yield harvested in the end would be even higher than expected. Now the potato yield per mu has reached 1,800 kilograms, and the yield per mu of other people in the village has reached 1,500 kilograms. It can be seen that this year is definitely a bumper year. No one is more eager for a bumper harvest than farmers. When the potatoes were harvested, many people knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, while some people picked up a handful of luz and kissed it, because it was their roots. While Erguzi was helping to harvest potatoes, Wan Lauer was already busy. Every day, a large number of people came to deliver potatoes, resulting in a long queue at the door of the Wan family. Every day when Wan Lauer opened his eyes and opened the door, he could see that someone was waiting at the door. Wan Shuang was also a little exhausted. It was already midnight after dinner that day. Wan Shuang found Wan Lauer, who was snoring loudly, and woke him up. Second uncle. I have something to tell you. Wan Lauer looked listless, with two bright dark circles under his eyes, looking at Wan Shuang in confusion. It was obvious that his eyes were awake, but his brain was not. Shuang. What's the matter? Can we talk about it tomorrow? Second uncle. This matter can't be delayed. If it is delayed any longer, both of us will be physically exhausted. I am young and fine. What about you? Look at how tired you have been these days. Wan Shuang also felt sorry for Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer had no choice but to sit up, rubbed his hair, yawned and said, You say? Uncle is listening. Uncle, starting from tomorrow, we will post a notice at the door, saying that we will collect by region in the future. We will divide all the villages in the town into districts, mark them with serial numbers, and send them to the district number every day. Let them collect all at once, and send them together. They will keep their own accounts. We will only collect the general account and settle the money together, and let them go back and divide it themselves. In this way, our workload will be reduced, and you don't have to be busy dealing with so many people. It's too scattered now. Wan Lauer was about to fall asleep, but after listening to Wan Shuang's words, he was no longer sleepy. He suddenly patted Wan Shuang's shoulder. Oh, my eldest nephew is still smart. This is a good idea. Let's do it according to your words. How to do it specifically? You write a charter and discuss it with Zhengyang. You are young and have many ideas. I think this is a good idea. Wan Lauer was no longer sleepy at this time. Wan Shuang nodded, with dark circles under his eyes, ready to write down his ideas overnight. Shuang, you are still growing taller. Don't work so hard. Just take time to write tomorrow, and rest when you need to. Otherwise you won't be able to marry a good wife. Wan Shuang was teased by Wan Lauer, but he was not shy, but smiled generously. A man should first establish a career. Otherwise, even if he starts a family, he will let others suffer with me, which is not what I want. I want to be like my eldest brother. Although I can't become a general, I also want to achieve something. Second uncle, you should rest early. I am young and recover quickly, but you should take good care of yourself. Wan Lauer was taught a lesson by Wan Shuang, and smiled bitterly with some helplessness. This child has thought clearly about his whole life at such a young age. He is more clear-headed than us at that time. Wan Erseo turned over and covered the quilt kicked off by Xiao Fubao. She whispered, Quaner and Schwanger didn't say it, but they must know how their mother died. Even if the eldest sister-in-law has many faults, the children will feel that they have lost their mother. Even if we treat them well, there is still a layer of distance. They can plan for themselves, which means they have their own ideas. We don't have to worry about them. Humph. It's better not to have such a mother. If it were me, I wouldn't want to have such a mother. Tell me with your conscience. If the eldest sister-in-law was still alive, what would she do now that Quaner has become successful? Wouldn't she show off to the whole village? Maybe she would even go to Quaner and cause trouble for Quaner. It's their blessing to not have such a mother. Wan Lauer pouted and said, then turned his head and fell asleep. Wan Erseo shook her head secretly. It was really hard to say what was going on in this world. Before dawn, Hoha got up to sweep the yard, feed the chickens, geese and rabbits. It took her half an hour to do all these things. She also had to clean the chicken coop and rabbit cage. Wan Erseo didn't let Hoha go into the kitchen. She was the one who did all the kitchen work. So Hoha got up early and usually took care of the chickens and rabbits. Now she had one more thing to do, take a stroll in the workshop opposite. But these few days, Hoha got up early, but she didn't go to the workshop like before, because she was afraid that as soon as she opened the door, she would see someone delivering potatoes. She also wanted Wan Lauer and the others to rest for a while. Hoha had just finished fiddling with the rabbit when she saw Wan Shuang also got up. Second brother, why did you get up so early today? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Hoha followed Fubao and called the brothers in the house in order. Wan Shuang walked to the well and wanted to get a bucket of water to wash his face. Hoha quickly ran over and took a ladle to scoop a ladle of water into the basin. Second brother, the water is ready. A little cold. Do you want hot water? No. Just to wake up. Wan Shuang yawned, scooped up the cool well water and rubbed it on his face. Under the stimulation of the well water, the remaining sleepiness disappeared without a trace. It's so comfortable. Hoha, you get up so early every day. Aren't you sleepy? Wan Shuang has been at home for the past few days and realized that Hohat is so capable. She is almost the first one to get up in the family, followed by the second aunt. Not sleepy. I'm very energetic. Hohat grinned and poured the water that Wan Shuang had washed his face with under the juju tree in the yard to water the tree. Hohat, can you make paste? I'm going to use it to post notices. Wan Shuang wiped his face and asked. Yes. It's very simple. Every year during the Spring Festival, my stepmother asks me to make paste to post Spring Festival couplets. I go, and it will be done soon. Hohat ran away with a smile, as if she would be happy if she was asked to work. After Wan Shuang copied the revised plan last night, Hohat had already made the paste. Second brother. Look. Is the paste made? Hohat brought half a bowl of paste and stood at the door to call Wan Shuang. Wan Shuang came out with the notice, took a look, and praised, Hohat is really capable, and made it very well. Let's go out with second brother. Hohat smiled and followed Wan Shuang out. As soon as the door was opened, Wan Shuang saw a long line outside in the dim light of day. What touched Wan Shuang was that no matter how early these people came, they never took the initiative to knock on the door. Some of them dozed off against the wall, while others brought a bag, spread it on the ground, and continued to sleep, all for the purpose of getting in the line and selling the potatoes in their hands as soon as possible. Chapter 354. Simple People. The people who were napping outside were awakened by the sound of the door opening, and they quickly got up from the ground. Everyone rubbed their sleepy eyes, feeling a little strange. Why did the door open so early today? The figures of Wan Shuang and Gui Hua appeared at the gate, and everyone's doubts deepened a little, because they didn't see Wan Lao Er. Second young master. Is this your second uncle? Today, your second uncle has entrusted you with the task of harvesting vegetables? A man smiled and greeted Wan Shuang. Wan Shuang also replied gently, Second uncle has been tired these days. I got up early today and have something to tell everyone. Let me ask this uncle first. How far is your home from our Shitsi village? When did you get up in the morning? The big man laughed and said, Well, our home is 20 miles away from here. I didn't sleep all night. I just dug these potatoes and rushed to send them here fresh. Your family is a kind person, and we can't go against our conscience. Everyone knows that potatoes will become poisonous if they are left for a long time. So I thought that I could make them as fresh as possible. It's just a matter of less sleep. I can make up for it during the day when I go back. Wan Shuang was a little moved when he heard it, compared with the treacherous faces of those merchants he met in the town. These simple folks are the cutest people. Uncle, you can't do this. It's not safe to travel at night. My second uncle and I have come up with a better way. Can we all listen to it? As soon as Wan Shuang finished speaking, the people behind him gathered around. Hohat took out the hurricane lantern at home and hung it at the door with a bamboo pole. The orange light guided the people behind. Second master, you say. We are all listening. If there is really a good way, we don't have to work so hard. Wan Shuang took out the notice in his hand and read it in public. The potato collection areas are arranged in order, with Shitsi village as the center. We divide the whole town into 8 areas. The east is area 1. The southeast is area 2. The south is area 3. The southwest is area 4. The west is area 5. The northwest is area 6. The north is area 7. And the northeast is area 8. I will then list the villages in this area. You can find them yourself. Those who can't read can ask the area number corresponding to their village. We only accept goods delivered from the area with the order number. For example, today is the 17th. So we only accept goods from the 4 areas of 1, 3, 5, and 7. Each area must deliver goods in a unified manner. Form a team, or use a bullock cart or a cart, and deliver them in batches. I will also choose a manager in your area, and he will keep the accounts. We will pay them directly, and let them take the money back to you, so you don't have to carry it hard every day. Wan Shuang paused, and the people below immediately started asking questions. Second master, do you mean that we don't need to come here anymore? Let the manager you choose bring it all together. Right? Yes, that's what I mean. Wan Shuang nodded. Then the manager will also give us the money? You idiot. Didn't the second master just say that the manager will bring the money to us? Why are you still asking? I didn't make the flour white. Why are you so anxious? Second master, what should we do with the money we sent today? Are you still going to accept it? Why not? Didn't you say it starts from tomorrow? Wan Shuang raised his hand and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Don't worry. Listen to me. We will accept the potatoes delivered today as usual. Please go back and notify your respective villages, so that everyone will not be disappointed. We will select managers for each region in the next 2 days. You don't have to worry about not knowing the managers. We will take the managers to visit each village one by one. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. This method is great. We just need to take the potatoes back home. Wan Shuang saw that everyone was discussing it by themselves. So he motioned Hohat to come over. He brushed the paste on the wall and posted several notices in his hand on the wall. 9 out of 10 of these villagers are illiterate. But there are always 1 or 2 who can read. Those who can read were immediately surrounded. Help me find Jujia village and see which district Jujia village belongs to. Help me see which district Xiapa village is in. When Wan Lauer got up and came out, he saw that the gate, which was quiet in the past, was now surrounded by people. And everyone was looking around and noticed. Second uncle, you are up. I have posted the plan I prepared last night. Everyone is looking for the number corresponding to their village, according to the district. Wan Lauer also leaned over and took a look. But there were too many people in front of him, and he couldn't see clearly. So he didn't move forward. In the next few days, the Wan family implemented Wan Shuang's ideas. Not only did the efficiency improve greatly, but Wan Lauer finally felt a little more relaxed. From dealing with people from various villages to dealing with the manager of one district, Wan Shuang's workload was indeed much smaller. But the work of reconciliation was still necessary. When each manager came to hand in the account, he had to check them one by one. The names and quantities had to be checked before they could be put into the warehouse. After a month of continuous harvest, the potatoes could no longer be piled up. The workshop was busy with potato residues. And the potato residues were pulled to the drying yard in carts every day. Just as Shinjin Yuan said, Wan Lauer sold the potato residues to the people who were willing to raise chickens and ducks at a low price. At first, everyone was still a little worried. But later Wan Lauer asked Hohat to bring those who wanted to raise chickens into the yard to see the chickens they raised. And those people also had the idea of trying it. In addition, potato residues are really not expensive. 10 cents can buy a sack. Because after drying, the stuff has no weight. So it is not worth money. Wan Shuang's workload has increased by 1 more, which is selling potato residues. During this period, some people also secretly learn to make potato flour. But this thing is too water-consuming. And even if they can guess roughly, no one is willing to try it. Many villages have a problem with water supply. So where is the extra water to make potato flour? Only the family of Wan Lauer has a well that will never run dry. So they can use it like this. Jinju, how come your well is so full of water? I see that the water used in your workshop in 1 day is equal to the annual water consumption of our entire village. Why hasn't your well dried up yet? Jinyo was also very curious. He didn't finish his work that day. So he ran to the Wan family and walked around the well several times. Wan Lauer smiled and said, I don't know. At that time, Mr. Zhu said that there was a spring under our well. I didn't think much about it. Now it seems that it is a spring. I think there is more than one spring. Otherwise, why doesn't your water seem to be less? Jinyo is very rare. You know, the border is short of water all year round. For hundreds of years, water has been a problem that troubles the people at the border. Chapter 355 Wan Shuang helps Wan Lauer come up with a solution. Busy time always flies fast. And the scale of Wan Lauer's potato flour workshop has expanded to 200 people. Because Wan Lauer has no better way to preserve potatoes from deterioration. The safest thing is to make all the potatoes into potato flour as soon as possible. Dry them and preserve them. But there is too much potato flour. And the granary of Wan's family and Guzi's family are all full. And there is no sign of sales so far. After breakfast that day, Wan Shuang found Wan Lauer. Second uncle, our family has accumulated tens of thousands of pounds of potato flour. What are you going to do? You can't just produce without selling. Right? Wan Shuang looked at the piles of potato flour at home and was worried. But Wan Lauer was not in a hurry at all. He looked at Wan Shuang and said, Shuang, didn't you say that a man should establish a career first and then start a family? Second uncle is giving you a chance now. A chance to make a career. Do you have the ability to take it? Wan Shuang didn't understand what Wan Lauer was going to say. Although he was happy and excited, he was still a little confused. Second uncle, what do you mean? I plan to open a potato noodle shop. No, not just one, but 10, or even 100. It depends on how capable you are. Potato noodle shop? What is that? What does it have to do with our potatoes? Wan Lauer's words made Wan Shuang even more confused. This is the name written on the recipe of Xingyang's family. Vermicelli made from potato flour is also called potato flour. We use this name to confuse people and make them confused for a while. The real material of potato flour comes from potatoes. What do you think of this idea of Uncle Air? Wan Lauer thought for a long time before deciding not to change the content of the recipe and directly use this name, adding Wan Fu on it. What is the surname of the Wan family? And Fu is the homonym of Hu Xingyang's surname. Together, it is Wan Fu, which is a lucky name. I think it's great. How did Uncle Air come up with this idea? Wan Shuang was very excited. Uncle Air, those white vermicelli-like foods sold in casserole in the shops in our town. Are they the potato flour you mentioned? Wan Shuang asked after realizing it belatedly. In the store, he rarely paid attention to the source of ingredients. He only knew that the store had a new kind of food that no one had ever eaten before. Each person had a small pot, steaming, with various side dishes and an egg. The staple food was white thick noodles, crystal clear, smooth and chewy. Almost everyone in the town tried it, but it was suddenly out of stock. It turned out that it was sold out and there was not enough to sell. Yes. Haven't you tried it? Wan Lauer was a little surprised. He had tasted it at home. Uncle, there's no place for me. The store doesn't have enough to sell. During that period, customers had to line up early every day just to have a bite of the potato noodles you mentioned. It turns out that you have started selling it so early. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was worried about the potato noodles at home that couldn't be sold. Now that I've told you, do you think you can take over? I plan to open 2 stores in the county town and 5 stores in the prefecture town. We will open 2 stores in all the counties under the jurisdiction of the prefecture town. Do you think you can handle such a big stall? Wan Lauer looked at Wan Shuang with a smile. Wan Shuang was a little nervous. He couldn't help but calculate that there were 7 counties under their prefecture town, which meant 14 stores, plus the 5 stores in the prefecture town. A total of 19 stores. He suddenly felt that he had no confidence. Uncle, I feel that I am not capable enough now. And we don't have that many trustworthy people. Uncle Four said that other people's managers are trained step by step from waiters. Or they are directly bought. Otherwise, once they betray the boss may go bankrupt overnight. I really don't know about this. Maybe your uncle really doesn't know how to do business. But this is just one of my ideas. The details need to be discussed by the whole family. Wan Shuang agrees with Wan Lauer's idea. It is better to open a shop sooner rather than later. However, their family is short of manpower now. With Guzi and Wan Laosi, there are only 3 people who can be used. With 1 person in each shop, they can only open 3 shops. Second uncle, I think it's better to call back fourth uncle. He has a lot of experience and a quick mind. Maybe he can come up with a better idea. If we want to open a shop, we have to quickly find a suitable shop to rent and start decorating. Seeing that the potato flour can no longer be stored, it is far from enough to rely on the consumption of these people in the town. Wan Shuang is now worried that on the one hand, there is no place to store potato flour in the family's granary. And on the other hand, all the funds are accumulated on this and need to be recovered quickly. This time, Wan Lauer used the thank you gifts that Shen Qihan gave to Xiao Fubao at that time, as well as all the savings of the family. Shuang, before we open the shop, we need to make dried potato flour. This dried flour can be stored for about 20 days. In order to store it longer, we need to make some moisture-proof bags. I have been thinking about this for several days, but I still have no idea. Can you help me think about what kind of bags can be moisture-proof? Wan Lauer is stuck on this now. Otherwise, he would have set out to look at shops long ago. He also plans to choose a place in the center between the county towns and the prefectural city, and rent or buy a small workshop to specialize in making dried potato flour. In this way, the chefs in the shop will not know how to make potato flour from potatoes. And he can also supply goods on time, which can save a lot of time. Uncle, isn't the thing that can prevent moisture just oil paper cloth? I think we can try to sew the oil paper cloth into the bags that are usually used to store grain. Will it be able to prevent moisture? Wan Lauer's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted Wan Shuang's head and laughed. Ha ha. You are indeed Uncle's good nephew. This brain is really useful. Why didn't Uncle think of it? Wan Shuang was praised by Wan Lauer, as if he were a child. Although he was a child himself, he still felt a little embarrassed and blushed. Shuang, these things at home will be left to you and Jingyang. Uncle is going to go to the town to discuss with your fourth uncle, and buy oil paper cloth and coarse cloth to sew bags. You can also recruit people to work at home in advance. Anyone who is good at needlework can come to earn money. The wages will not be calculated by day, but by piece. Sewing 5 bags will be 1 penny. Ask if anyone wants to do it. Wan Lauer's mind suddenly became bright now, and he arranged the work without thinking. Uncle, don't worry. I have someone to do this. Just leave it to Hohot. I see she likes to run errands, and is very familiar with the ants and young wives in the village. Okay. Tell Hohot that when it's done, Uncle will buy her some candy. Wan Shuang laughed. Uncle, how old is Hohot? Does she still want your candy? I think you should pay Hohot wages. Although the little girl is not very old, she is quick and cautious in doing things. She has helped the family a lot during this period. Haven't we all seen it? After Wan Shuang had more contact with Hohot, he admired this little girl very much. Although he was not much older than Hohot, his tone was very mature. Chapter 356 Big Order. Wan Lauer patted Wan Shuang on the shoulder, smiling. How old are you? You call her a girl? Okay. Don't worry about this matter. Your aunt and I have discussed it. We are already saving a dowry for the girl. She is still too young. It is not appropriate to take too much money. It is inevitable that she will not be able to resist the temptation. But I will find a suitable time to tell her about this matter. Wan Shuang's mouth corners were raised high. He said that his second uncle and second aunt have always been generous people, and would never treat Hohot badly. It turned out that they were already considering Hohot's future. He was worrying too much. After Wan Lauer handed the matter to Wan Shuang and Hu Jingyang, he set off for the town. Because there is enough potato flour, the town can now supply potato flour normally. And the business is booming every day. It was already the end of August. The weather was cool, and there were not enough seats in the Wan family shop. Wan Lao Sen rushed to make a batch of small tables and stools overnight and placed them outside. Even so, there were still not enough seats, and some customers quarreled because they were too busy and made mistakes in the order number. Wan Lao Si also came up with a better method, which was to let them come to the store to pay the money and get the number first, and then call people according to the number. This saved a lot of trouble and basically no more mistakes. When Wan Lao arrived in the town, it was almost noon, and the business was booming. Although Wan Lao had seen the booming scene once, he couldn't help laughing like a fool when he saw it again. Fourth brother, are you busy? Wan Lao pushed through the crowd and finally squeezed to the counter, but was still regarded as a queue jumper by the diners. Hey, are you blind? Don't you know how to queue? I've been queuing here for a long time. Why are you cutting in line? Boss, do you care? Wan Lao had just greeted Wan Laosi when he was scolded by the people queuing behind him. Wan Laosi quickly looked up and saw that it was his second brother. Everyone, please be patient. This is not a customer, but my second brother. Wan Laosi smiled and said loudly to the queue. The noisy people behind him finally quieted down. Wan Laosi dragged Wan Lauer behind the counter. Second brother, why are you here at this time? Isn't your family busy? Can you leave? Wan Laosi asked Wan Lauer casually while collecting money and issuing numbers skillfully. Wan Lauer was so absorbed in watching that he could collect money first and then eat. Second brother, why don't you say anything? Wan Laosi waited for a long time and didn't hear Wan Lauer's voice. He turned his head and saw Wan Lauer looking at the number in his hand. Oh, that's right. I want to discuss something with you. But you're busy now. It seems that I'm not here at the right time. I go do other things first and come back when you're done. Wan Lauer left the doubts in his heart and planned to ask Wan Laosi when he was free. Wan Laosi really couldn't leave at this moment. The store hired 5 more waiters, and none of them had a break. However, Wan Laosi himself didn't have to take care of waiting tables anymore. He became a real accountant and only collected money. Okay, then we talk later. Wan Lauer nodded and smiled at the diners, and then left the shop. Wan Lauer came to another street, which was the original main street. But now their street has become the main street, and the location has become the best shop. Wan Lauer went directly to the cloth shop that Wan Er's wife often went to, because the owner of this shop was kind and the price was fair. and they were regular customers. So they became acquaintances after a few visits. Brother Juan is here. I heard you've been very busy lately. How come you have time to come out for a walk today? You didn't bring your sister-in-law and daughter? The cloth shop owner hurried out to greet Juan Lauer as soon as he saw him. There is no one in the town who doesn't know the Juan family in Sheetsy village. Almost all farmers know the Juan family. Even those farmers who didn't plant potatoes this year often go to the Juan family to inquire about saving seeds in order to plant them next year. Now potato seeds can only be bought at the Juan family, and basically can't be bought on the market. Juan Lauer laughed heartily and said, I'm not here to go shopping today. I have a business to do with you. Hey, brother. Come and listen. Please come in and sit down. The shopkeeper hurriedly invited Juan Lauer into the private room inside. Brother, try this new tea I got. It's from the Jiangnan water town in Guanyi. It's very good. The shopkeeper brewed the best tea for Juan Lauer. Juan Lauer was a little proud in his heart. But he said gently, Don't bother. I came here to order some coarse cloth and oil paper cloth from the shopkeeper. But the quantity is a bit large. I wonder if the shopkeeper has so much stock here. The shopkeeper sat down quickly, his eyes shining. I wonder how much coarse cloth and oil paper cloth you need. Brother Juan? I do have some stock here. If it's not enough, I can transfer more from the head office in the county. It's still in time. I will deliver it directly to your home when the time comes. What do you think? That would be the best. I drove a bullock cart here today, so I can take some back. As for how much coarse cloth is needed, Juan Lauer calculated silently in his mind that one piece of coarse cloth could be sewn into about 18 bags, and one bag could hold about 150 kilograms of grain. However, after the potato flour is dried, it will definitely be lighter than ordinary flour and take up more space. So he calculated it based on 80 kilograms per bag. There are about 10,000 kilograms of flour at home now, and hundreds of kilograms are added every day. So it is estimated that he needs to prepare 20,000 kilograms of bags and oil paper cloth. 20,000 kilograms is divided into 80 kilograms, which is 250 bags, which means 14 pieces of coarse cloth and 14 pieces of oil paper cloth are needed. Boss, I need 14 pieces of coarse cloth and 14 pieces of oil paper cloth for the time being. If I need more later, I will tell you in advance. Juan Lauer calculated silently for a long time before reporting an approximate number. There was no way. He was not like Juan Lao Si, who could use an abacus. He could calculate such a huge number because he had been training for this period of time. He had been collecting potatoes at home for more than a month. He had to calculate the weight and money every day. The data was huge, so his calculation ability was greatly improved. However, it was also Wan Shuang who taught him a lot. Oh, there is not so much coarse cloth. Our town is poor. Many people buy coarse cloth to make clothes, especially this year. The coarse cloth sells very fast. I guess it is mostly related to you making money for everyone. Many people come to buy cloth to make clothes for their families first. Juan Lauer initially wanted to take Shen Jinyuan's advice and settle the accounts after he had some income. Later, he thought about it. It was not easy for the common people, especially when he saw everyone carrying heavy loads to the door of their house before dawn to sell potatoes. He sympathized with these people and thought that he was also in such a difficult situation at the beginning. So he decided to settle everyone's money even if he took out all the savings in the family. Juan Lauer has successfully made all the villages under the jurisdiction of this town earn money. Now whenever Juan Lauer walks on the street, people will come up to greet him. Just now, when he was walking from the shop to the cloth shop, many people came to deliver vegetables to him. The simple folk customs once again touched Juan Lauer. Chapter 357 discussing opening a shop. Listening to the words of the cloth shop owner, Juan Lauer felt full of pride. He felt that he was finally no longer the most cowardly one among his brothers. Boss, how much cloth do you have here now? Give it all to me? I will also take the oil paper cloth back first. Okay. I will have someone load the car for you. Brother, you sit down for a while. The shop owner hurried out. After a while, there was a sound outside. The panting sound of someone moving heavy objects. The sound of footsteps. And the shouting of the shop owner. Juan Lauer could no longer sit still. So he stood up and walked out quickly. Shopkeeper, how many rolls of cloth are left? How many rolls of oil paper cloth? I just counted them. There are enough oil paper cloth. There are only 5 rolls of cloth left. There are still 9 rolls of cloth. I will ask someone to go to the nearest store to get them. I will personally deliver them to you tomorrow. I won't delay you. Thank you very much. Shopkeeper. How much is one roll of our coarse cloth? Wan Lauer then remembered to ask the price. Usually, it was Wan Air's wife who bought the cloth. She asked the price. It was the first time for Wan Lauer to buy cloth himself. The usual price of this cloth is 100 coins per roll. If you buy a lot, I will earn a hard work fee. I will charge you 90 coins per roll. Do you think it's okay? Wan Lauer compared the cloth they usually bought in his mind, and felt that the price was indeed much cheaper. Moreover, the coarse cloth was wear-resistant, and could be used for a long time. Wan Lauer nodded. Okay. It's settled. I will give you a deposit of 1 or 2 silver coins first, and I will settle the rest after all the goods are delivered tomorrow. The shopkeeper had nothing to say and said yes. Well, paper cloth is more expensive than cloth, but it is waterproof and has to be used. Wan Lauer drove the ox cart back to the shop. After wasting some time in the cloth shop, it was past mealtime, and only a few customers were eating in the shop. Wan Lauer was already exhausted and collapsed behind the counter, sitting on a chair rubbing his legs. Fourth brother. Are you not busy now? Wan Lauer came in and looked around, and saw that there were indeed fewer people. Second brother. You are back? How did you have time to come to town today? Isn't the family busy? Can you leave? Wan Lauer stood a little far away from the counter, talking to Wan Lauer while turning his head to look at the ox cart outside to prevent the cloth from being stolen. I have more important things to do today, so I left the family affairs to Shuang and Zhengyang. Wan Lauer saw that Wan Lauer was always looking outside, so he stood up from behind the counter and looked out curiously. Second brother. What are you looking at? Oh, I bought some cloth and oil paper, and I'm going to go home and sew moisture-proof bags to store food. By the way, do you have time now? If you have time. Second brother. Can you discuss something with me? Wan Lauer had nothing to do at the moment. It was nothing more than reconciling accounts. But he was not in a hurry, so he said, there's nothing to do. Second brother. Just tell me if you have something to say. Wan Lauer hurried out, drove the ox cart around to the back door, drove into the yard from the back door, and closed the back door. Then he felt relieved and came to the front. Old 4. It's like this. I've talked to Shuang about opening a store in Fuching. We have a lot of potato flour in our house. Now it's time to think about sales. I thought that our town is so popular, and there are more rich people in Fuching. Let's go to Fuching to open a store specializing in potato flour. What do you think? It doesn't need a big storefront. Just rent a 2-story 2-room store. Decorate it better, and don't be too shabby. After all, it's in Fuching, and many people are snobbish. I can't think of too many specifics. If you agree, I'm going to let you go. Do you think it's okay? After Wan Lauer finished speaking, Wan Lauer immediately became excited. Second brother. Are you serious? Do you really want me to go? When did second brother lie to you? If you decide to go, just finish the work at hand first, and hand it over to your third brother. I think your third brother should have learned a lot here every day. You can let him come to the counter and take him for 2 days. Okay? Wan Lauer has already thought about it. In the future, this shop in the town will definitely hire people to do it slowly, and their people will definitely go to bigger shops. Of course, third brother knows everything now. I can leave tomorrow. Wan Lauer was almost impatient. That's the capital city. Wan Lauer was originally an accountant, with a flexible mind and a special love for accounting. When Wan Lauer said this idea, he quickly calculated it in his mind and felt that it was very feasible. Because he stayed in the shop every day and knew best how popular this new potato flour was. He was confident that it would definitely set the capital city on fire. That would be the best. If you can go back with me today, it would be even better. You can also take my ox cart back. If you go back tomorrow, you can only walk back by yourself. Wan Lauer hurriedly said, Second brother. Wait. I will go and tell the third brother to watch over you at night. I will go back with you. Wan Lauer ran to the back. Wan Lao San was afraid that his wife would be tired, so he would usually help Wan San's wife to work in the back. Third brother. Third sister-in-law. I have good news for you. Second brother is going to open a store in Fuching and let me manage it. I'm here to tell you that I have to go back tonight, and this place will be handed over to third brother in the future. Wan Lao San and Wan San's wife were dumbfounded. What? Go to Fuching to open a store? Did second brother really say that? Wan Lao San was a little unconvinced, and quickly wiped the water stains on his hands and walked out. Second brother did say that. If you don't believe it, ask second brother. Second brother is here. Wan Lao Si turned around and saw Wan Lao Air coming over. Second brother, when did you come? Why didn't I see you? Wan Lao San quickly greeted Wan Lao Air. I just came and saw you were all busy, so I went straight to the front. Since you are all here, I have something to say to you. Let's go in first. Wan Lao Air always comes here, so he simply told Lao San and his wife. I have just told Lao Si that I want to open a shop specializing in potato noodles in the capital. If the business is good, I may also open one in the nearby county. This will be decided after the store in the capital is opened. We are not sure about others. The smartest one in our family is this kid, so I plan to let him go to the capital. In the future, we will definitely not keep this small shop all the time. We will go to a big place. What do you think? Wan San's wife and Wan Lao San looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Second brother is right. It is indeed time to consider expanding outside. Let Lao Si go. I have the store. At most, I can hire another person. Speaking of hiring people, Wan Lao Air also has a headache. If we want to open more stores, won't we have enough manpower? You don't have the ability to clone yourself. Even if you count Shuang and Jingyang, there are only 3 of us, and we can only open 3 stores at most. But there are 7 in our county? Wan Lao couldn't figure it out himself, so he gave this problem to Wan Lao Si, letting him worry about it. But this problem was not difficult for Wan Lao Si. Chapter 358 Capable Osmanthus. Second brother, I used to work as an accountant for someone in our county. I heard from our shopkeeper that we need to train these managers ourselves. It is not only unreliable to find someone temporarily, but they may also turn against us and take away the boss's money. It is best to buy managers and make them our slaves. Wan Lao looked a little complicated. Buy people? Fourth brother, it must be very expensive to buy people? Or managers? Who would buy them? Wan Lao Si nodded. It is indeed expensive. It takes 3 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years for ordinary people to train a capable manager. So we still have to rely on ourselves now. We can also buy some smart ones and keep them with me. But our family has never bought anyone. The only time we bought someone was Osmanthus. That was not considered buying. Her mother used her to pay off the debt. She was not considered a servant in our family. Training managers should be different from those at home. Right? Wan Lao has been dealing with land all his life. It will take some time for him to understand these things. Wan Lao Si is different. He has seen more of the world than Wan Lao Air. Knows more. And accepts things faster. Second brother, if you are assured, leave the matter of buying people to me. Wan Lao Si took the matter in his hands directly. Wan Lao was relieved. But he must not be asked to buy people, now that Wan Lao Si has taken over the job. He is so happy that he can't wait to worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm a million times relieved. You are my brother. How can I not worry? How much money do you need? Tell the second brother, and he will give it to you. By the way, before opening the shop, we still need to sign the contract as before. The money used this time is mostly from Xiao Fubao. So Xiao Fubao will take half of the commission of this shop. The eldest brother will not get a share, but Xuan will get 10%. I will invest money and not participate in management. So I only need 10%. The fourth brother will not take money, but he will also take 10% if he participates in management. Now it depends on what you 3 brothers do. Wan Lao Si thinks it's good that he can get 10%. You know, the gross profit of this small shop has reached 20 taels of silver a day. Not to mention the capital. Wan Lao San will certainly not miss such a good opportunity. He can't provide people now, so he can only provide money. Fortunately, he has saved a lot in the past 2 years. Second brother, fourth brother, I definitely can't participate in the management. I will pay and take 10%. How about that? I and second brother pay the same amount of money. Okay, then it's settled. I go back and ask Jingyang if he's willing. If he's willing, let him take 10%. We're short of people now, and he can manage a shop. The potato flour supplied by the shop in the future will all be included in the cost. It has nothing to do with our shop. These are 2 businesses. The production of potato flour and the production of potato flour are all included in the business of Jingyang and me. When we open a shop and purchase goods, We will pay according to the purchase price. What do you think? Wan Lauer told his plan. Wan Laosi and Wan Laosan both said, it should be so. Wan Lauer told Wan Laosi and Wan Laosan about everything, and was about to rush back. Okay. Laosan. I go back first. If you can take over the shop, I take Laosi back with me. Wan Laosan smiled and said, it's okay. I can do it. I'm familiar with it. It's just that I may be a little flustered at the beginning. I can't do it as smoothly as Laosi. I get used to it slowly. You can take Laosi back. Wan Laosi quickly packed his things and ran out with a bag. Second brother. I'm done. Let's go. Wan Lauer got on the ox cart, and Wan Laosi jumped on it. The two brothers returned to Shitsi village together. The sky in the west was dyed red by the sunset. As soon as Wan Lauer returned home, he saw more than a dozen women and teenage girls standing at the door. They all looked in the direction of the village entrance, with expectations in their eyes. Finally, with the sky full of rosy clouds, Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi's ox carts appeared in everyone's sight. Back, back, finally back. The women's excited shouts spread far away. Second brother. Why are there so many women at our door? What happened? Are they all here to propose marriage to our Kwaner? A smug smile flashed across Wan Laosi's eyes. Since Wan Quan became a general, their shop status in the town has also risen, and many people want to take advantage of their family's blessings. This month, the town has been saying that the Wan family must have great fortunes. Any shop they buy can become a prosperous shop. There is also a general in the family. If they save someone, they can become the brother-in-law of the county magistrate. How come all these good things are taken by their family? Wan Lauer thought for a while and said, it must be Hohat who found them. This girl is really capable. I just told Schwang in the morning. And so many people came to line up to wait this evening. This girl does so much work every day and is still energetic. It's really rare. Wan Lauer was now more convinced that it was the right decision to bring Hohat to his home. Wan Laosi waited until the ox cart was almost at the door and jumped off. Sister Lu, why are you standing at the door? Come in and sit for a while. Wan Laosi walked up to Chongqing's wife and greeted her with a smile. Oh, Laosi is back. I heard that the shop in your town is doing very well. Many people can't line up and can't get food. How come you have time to come back? Sister Lu, I came back to see my wife and children. My children don't recognize me as their father. Ha ha ha. You miss your wife. Right? Don't be shy. Sister-in-law is also an experienced person. I know that you young people can't leave. It's okay. I heard from Hohat that your family wants to make bags and pay by piece. I think my needlework is not bad. So I came to sign up to see if there is a chance to help your family. Sister Lu is very good at talking. Wan Laosi is thick-skinned. Sister Lu's teasing words were quickly thrown out of his mind. Okay. Mrs. Lu. Wait a moment. My second brother has brought back so many pieces of cloth. You guys can get some work. Don't worry. I go and help my second brother unload the cloth. Okay. Go ahead. We're not in a hurry. It's nice to just sit here and chat. After saying hello to everyone, Wan Lauer drove the ox cart inside. Lu heard Wan Laosi's voice from a distance and ran out to see. Sure enough, she saw her husband with a bag on his shoulder. Lu had a lot of questions in her mind, but now was not the time to ask them. She quickly went up and took Wan Laos's bag. Why are you back? Lu muttered softly. Wan Laos's eyes turned slyly, and he whispered in his wife's ear, I miss you. But don't you miss me? You have no conscience. Lu's face flushed, and she looked around nervously. Seeing that there was no one in the yard, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then hit Wan Laosi with her fist, and said coquettishly, You are a frivolous person, and you are not afraid of being seen. I will go back first, and you quickly help my second brother unload all the things. Wan Laosi looked at Lu's fleeing back, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Chapter 359 Inquiry. Wan Laosi and Wan Lauer quickly carried all the things in the cart back. Second brother, those people are here to get cloth to make bags. Should we measure them and take them back to make them? Or let them make them in our yard? Wan Laosi looked at Wan Lauer and asked. Wan Lauer thought for a moment, looked at the sky outside, and said, I think it's getting late now, and everyone has been waiting for a long time. Let's give each person some cloth and let them take it home to make it. After all, we are all from the same village, so they shouldn't take our cloth casually. Right? Wan Lauer thought so and said so. But Wan Laosi said after hearing it, "Second brother, you are right. But if the cloth you take back is different from what you took back, who can we go to for justice?" In Daki, cloth is very valuable. It is usually used as a personal asset reserve. Rich people like to buy cloth and keep it at home. There are also times when rich people give things to poor relatives. That is, old clothes. Because the old clothes of the rich can be worth 1 or 2 taels of silver even if they are pawned. So in Daki, in addition to the currency in circulation, the second most circulated thing is cloth. But the price of these coarse cloths worn by ordinary people is much lower than the silk and satin worn by the rich. So Wan Lauer didn't think too much about it. Then what do you think we should do? Wan Lauer felt that what Wan Laosi said was right. Although the coarse cloth was not worth much, it also cost money. The family was in a difficult period of capital turnover, and every penny had to be spent on the blade. I will negotiate their personal information and the amount of cloth they received, and let them press their fingerprints, so that there is no need to worry about the lack of evidence. We will do business in the future, and we must keep everything in reserve. It is always right to be cautious in everything. Wan Lauer looked at Wan Laosi with admiration. Fourth brother is so powerful. I listen to you. I will leave the things here to you. I will go to the workshop opposite to see how Shuang and Jingyang are doing today. Okay. Leave this to me. Second brother. You go and get busy. Wan Lauer was very happy at this time. And he could bring Wan Laosi back. Otherwise, even if he suffered a loss, he would be embarrassed to argue with those women. Wan Lauer strode to the workshop opposite. The workshop has expanded more than 10 times from the original 2 sheds. And the workers inside have also increased several times. Shuang. Zhengyang. How are you doing today? Is there anything wrong? Wan Shuang was checking whether there were any impurities in the potato flour produced today. When he heard Wan Lauer's voice, he quickly stopped what he was doing. Second uncle? You're back. Come here. I have something to tell you. Wan Shuang quickly pulled Wan Lauer out of the workshop, found a place where no one was, and looked around to make sure there was no one else. Wan Shuang said seriously, Second uncle, after I harvested potatoes today, I found a few unfamiliar faces near our workshop. They are not from our village. They were looking around the workshop. I found them and coaxed them out. Wan Lauer frowned. Are they here to ask for the recipe? The workers they invited now are all men and women from their village. And some old people come to peel the potatoes. Wan Lauer gave them the opportunity to make money for anyone who can do it. The wages are different according to the division of labor. The cheapest one is 5 cents a day, and the most expensive one is 20 cents a day. So everyone works very hard and is unprecedentedly united. I think so. After all, we are harvesting potatoes on a large scale this time. Someone must have been eyeing us a long time ago. It's just that they didn't choose to buy houses openly, but chose to inquire about them secretly. I wonder what their intentions are. Wan Shuang couldn't figure out the other party's thoughts. He didn't know whether those people came today for the first time or had been here for many days, and had already figured out their production process. Because they have been busy harvesting potatoes during this period. The workshop was handed over to the village chief. And the people at home were really too busy. The village chief's wife in the town has quit. And Wan Sen's wife invited several people to help. But she also used the village chief's wife to run back and forth. So Wan Lauer invited the village chief and his wife. One to manage the men's side, and one to manage the women's side. And the wages of the two were calculated at 20 cents per day. Wan Lauer patted Wan Shuang on the shoulder and told him, Don't worry about this matter. Leave it to your second uncle. Go and see if your fourth uncle is back and see if he needs any help. I go find the village chief. Wan Lauer hurried to find the village chief, who was scolding a man who was slacking off. Look at you. You get the same salary as others, but you do so little work every day. If you don't want to do it, get out. Don't just sit here and do nothing. There are many people who want to take over your position. Village chief. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I will do my best. My mother was sick last night. I didn't sleep all night. I'm not in a good mood today. Can you please not tell the boss? The village chief's expression eased a little. In the future, if you encounter such special situations, you should take a day off and don't come to get the wages. It's not easy for the boss. One person supports the whole village. Tell me, do you feel ashamed? Village chief. I remember. I will definitely take a leave next time. The village chief let him go. Village chief. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Wan Lauer walked in, and saw that the village chief looked bad. It's okay, Jinju. I didn't see you today. Did you go out? The village chief came over and asked. Well, I went to the town to do something. Village chief. I came to discuss something with you. Are you free now? The boss wants me. How can I not be free? Let's go out and talk, the village chief said with a smile. The two came to the door, and the village chief asked, What's the matter? Village chief. I just came back and heard Wan Shuang say that there were a few strangers outside our workshop, looking around like these. I guess they came to inquire about our production process here. So I thought we should use the defensive fence we built before and close the door in and out of the village. Except for the managers of each area. Other strangers are not allowed to enter the village. Is this true? I really don't know. But what you said makes sense. Our village is now more lively than the town. We should manage it well. Otherwise, not only will your workshop have problems, but even the food in our village will be coveted by others. Wan Lauer felt relieved when he saw the village chief agreed. Although this is not a long-term solution, he needs time to unite the people in the village and grow up. After he monopolizes the sales of potato flour in all areas of the border, he will be more at ease. At this time, Wan Erseo hurried over with an anxious look on her face. Dad, have you seen Fubao? I have searched the whole village, but I haven't seen him. Hohot hasn't seen Fubao either. I have also asked the children in the village who often play with her, but they all said they haven't seen him. I am so worried. Don't you think it could be? Wan Erseo was almost crying, and the thought of Fubao being kidnapped made her feel as if her heart was being eaten by thousands of ants. Chapter 361 Yu reveals Fubao information. Wan Erseo was halfway through her speech when she couldn't continue. Besides, the village chief was still beside her, so she couldn't say more about some things. But Wan Lauer had understood what Wan Erseo said. Village chief. I will accompany the child's mother to look for her again. This child is a bit naughty. She hid several times, and her mother couldn't find her. Wan Lauer lied and walked away with Wan Erseo. Jinju, if you need help, please tell me. I will ask the whole village to look for her together. The village chief's voice sounded behind Wan Lauer. Thank you, village chief. If I can't find her, I will definitely ask you for help. You are busy first. Wan Lauer turned his head and replied. Then followed Wan Erseo home. What happened? Tell me in detail. Don't worry. Maybe you missed it. Did this child have a lot of fun and fall asleep when he was tired? It has happened before. A few months ago, Fubao fell asleep on someone's haystack, causing Wan Lauer and Wan Erseo to almost dig all the rat holes in the village. In the end, it was the family members who went to pull grass to start a fire and found a child sleeping on the haystack. No, I have looked for it. This time I checked all the firewood stacks in our village, but I didn't find it. Wan Erseo panicked. It was almost time for dinner. Usually at this time, her daughter would run home by herself. But today she didn't come back. Wan Erseo thought that she must have forgotten about it because of playing. So she searched all over the village. As a result, she found that the more she searched, the more panicked she became. The key point was that many people didn't see little Fubao, saying that the girl didn't even wander around the village in the afternoon. Is there anything missing from the house? Is the big white goose still there? Wan Lauer thought carefully and asked. The two just walked to the gate, and Wan Erseo hurriedly said to Wan Lauer, I haven't told mother yet. Don't make it public. I go see if the big white goose is there. There were still people queuing up to get cloth in the yard. Wan Erseo said hello to everyone, and walked towards the chicken coop. After a careful look, she didn't find the big white goose. Wan Erseo hurried out. Dad, the big white goose is not there either. Did Fubao run away with the big white goose? It's not in the village. It must have gone out of the village. Hurry up. Don't stand there. Mobilize everyone to go out of the village to look for it. Can't hide it from mother. Let her and Hohot wait at home. Once there is news, let Hohot notify us. Wan Lauer was really panicked now. He hurriedly said a word and went to find the village chief. Wan Erseo's tears had already begun to fall, and she ran to the main hall. Mom, Fubao is missing. The child's father has asked the village chief to mobilize the whole village to help find him. I asked Hohot to stay with you at home. If Fubao comes back, you should ask Hohot to notify us. Old Mrs. Wan was playing with Wan Yu, and she was frightened by Wan Erseo's words and dropped the ball in her hand. Why don't you go quickly? What are you doing? If anything happens to my Fubao, I will not live. Old Mrs. Wan almost fainted when she stood up and hurriedly supported the edge of the Kong. Wan Erseo wanted to help, but was driven away by old Mrs. Wan. Don't worry about me. Go find Fubao quickly. Fubao is my life. If you can't find the child today, don't come back. Old Mrs. Wan took a deep breath and slowly sat down on the Kong. Wan Erseo looked at old Mrs. Wan with some worry, afraid that old Mrs. Wan would have another accident. What kind of thing is this? Sister. Sister. Just when Wan Erseo was about to leave, she heard Wan Yu's cry. Wan Erseo's heart moved, and she quickly turned back, hugged Wan Yu and asked excitedly, Xiao Yu, have you seen your sister? Do you know where your sister went? Wan Yu pointed outside and said, Bad silver. Bad silver. Sister. Hit. Old Lady Wan also found something wrong and hurried to ask Wan Yu. Grandma's dear grandson. Tell Grandma quickly. Where is your sister? Where is the bad guy? What happened to your sister? Old Lady Wan was very anxious and also pulled Wan Yu to ask. But Wan Yu was less than 3 years old. Just a little over 2 years old. And he couldn't speak clearly, let alone expect him to say any valuable information. But Wan Erseo took him out directly. Point to Aunt Air. Where did your sister go? Wan Yu thought for a while, pointed in the direction of the village entrance, and kept shouting, Sister. Sister. Bad silver. Wan Erseo tried to calm herself down at this time. If she was too flustered, she would scare Wan Yu, and she wouldn't be able to ask anything. Wan Erseo took a deep breath, and her thoughts became clearer. Auntie asks you, did you see the bad guys? Wan Yu shook her head, and her big eyes looked towards the entrance of the village with a little excitement. Wan Erseo asked again, did your sister see the bad guys? Wan Yu nodded. Wan Erseo's mood was a little up and down, and she tried to calm herself down, and continued to guide Wan Yu. Did your sister tell you that there were bad guys? Wan Yu nodded, and suddenly said, Sister. Catch the bad guys. Wan Erseo finally figured it out, and asked Wan Yu with a guess, did your sister tell you that she saw the bad guys, and then took the big white goose to catch the bad guys? Wan Yu quickly nodded happily. Yes. Sister. Let's go. Wan Yu quickly pointed in the direction of the village entrance, and her 2 little hands were dancing from time to time, obviously very excited. It is estimated that in his heart, little Fubao is a powerful chivalrous woman at this time. Wan Erseo quickly took Wan Yu back and gave her to old Lady Wan. Mom, I know where Fubao went. I will take people to find him now. He is probably outside the village. Old Lady Wan glanced at the sky outside. The sun had completely set, and the sunset glow was gradually disappearing, indicating that it would soon be dark. Okay. Go quickly and bring a torch. I think it will be dark soon. Mom. I know. Don't worry. Fubao is blessed. I think she will be fine. Although Wan Erseo comforted Wan Laotai, she herself was unsure. But at this time, she couldn't let the old one go wrong without finding the young one. Wan Erseo called Hohat back and hurried to find Wan Lao. Wan Lao had already told the village chief about everything. When Wan Air's wife came, she told Jinyo confidently, Village chief, let everyone go outside the village to look for it. My daughter took the big white goose outside the village. Yor said that there were bad guys in our village. My daughter went to catch the bad guys. The village chief also became anxious after hearing this. Our village has been a bit chaotic these days. Many people have come. They are all from other villages. But they are all in charge. Everyone knows them. They can't be bad guys. Right? Wait a minute. Jinyo looked at Wan Lauer, and Wan Lauer seemed to remember something. The two said in unison, it's those people. Chapter 361 Fubao Tracking. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Wan Erseo looked at the two people, her eyes full of confusion. But her heart was even more anxious. There is no time to explain. Go quickly. Find someone. Bring a torch. I don't know if Fubao has been captured by those people now. Wan Lauer didn't have time to explain, and hurriedly said something. Ran out first. All the way out of the village. Wan Erseo glanced at the village chief, then looked at the direction where Wan Lao ran out, and stamped her feet angrily. Child's father. Wait for me. Wan Erseo looked at the village chief again. Village chief. Please bring a torch later. I think it's getting late. If it gets dark, we can look for a while longer with torches. Okay. I know. Wan Erseo hurried to chase Wan Lao. And soon Wan Laosi, Wan Shuang, Hu Zhengyang, and Lu all came out to look for him. And everyone shouted the name of little Fubao as they walked. The whole village was full of shouts. At this time, the little Fubao, who was being looked for by the whole village, was commanding her big white goose to fight with several men. Xiao Fubao was originally playing at the door of her house. Because many people came to the house recently, the house became busy all of a sudden, which made Hohot busy too. No one was playing with Xiao Fubao. So Xiao Fubao took Wan Yu to play. She was small and ran around in the crowd. When others saw her, they all smiled and patted her head. Xiao Fubao was used to it because she was so cute and many people liked her. Xiao Fubao was playing with Wan Yu in the workshop today and saw Wan Shuang coming over after finishing his work. The little girl ran over excitedly to find her second brother, but found that her second brother did not enter the workshop. So she quickly took Wan Yu and followed him quietly. Xiao Fubao saw Wan Shuang scolding several strangers. Xiao Fubao remembered people's faces very clearly, and for more than a month, she played between home and workshop every day. Fubao remembered all the outsiders who came to the village, but she had never seen these few. Fubao pulled Wan Yu to a corner closest to Wan Shuang and made a hush gesture to Wan Yu. Wan Yu listened to her sister the most at home, so she squatted on the ground and played with ants. Little Fubao eyes rolled around, listening carefully to what Wan Shuang and the others were saying. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around in our workshop?" Wan Shuang's voice came, and Fubao also wanted to know what these people were doing. We heard that they were hiring here, so we came to see if we could still make money in the workshop." A young man's voice came, sounding a little stuttering. "Nonsense. If you are really looking for a job, just ask openly. Why are you poking your head here like a thief?" Wan Shuang's voice was a little stern. At a young age, he already exuded the aura of a superior. The young man who was a few years older than him turned red and white, and couldn't answer for a long time. "Who do you say is the thief? Who is the thief?" Just then, an older man pushed Wan Shuang, causing her to stagger backwards and almost fall. Xiao Fubao saw all this, and she waved her fists angrily. Her chubby face puffed up like an inflated pufferfish. Xiao Fubao pulled Wan Yu up and ran back. "Brother, let's go back. I will lead my big goose army to teach those bad guys who bullied my second brother a lesson." Wan Yu could understand what Xiao Fubao said, but she couldn't express it clearly. But with an excited smile on her face, she shouted from behind, "Beat! Bad guys! Sister, you are so annoying." When Xiao Fubao rushed over with her goose army, she didn't see Wan Shuang and those people. Xiao Fubao hurriedly looked around, but didn't find Wan Shuang's shadow, but saw those bad guys she thought were walking out of the village. They were talking while walking, but they were far away, so Xiao Fubao didn't hear them. Xiao Fubao followed from a distance behind and left the village unknowingly. After following for a distance, those people suddenly stopped, as if they were discussing something. Xiao Fubao hurriedly took her goose army to hide behind a mound of earth, and lay on the mound with her ears perked up to listen. "Who is that bastard? Why is he so nosy? I heard that Wan Jinju has a nephew, about 13 or 14 years old. The man we just met seems to be similar to the rumors. If that's the case, wouldn't our visit be exposed this time? How can we explain to the master when we get home? How did we get exposed? Who did you say you are? What did you say you were here for? He doesn't know anything. He's just guessing. As long as we refuse to admit that we came here to steal the recipe, what can he do to us?" "That's true. But we didn't see anything this time. The people here are very wary. So we can't find out anything? I don't believe there is no mouth that can't be pried open. If there is, it's because the money hasn't been paid in full. Let's go back and report to the master first and come back tomorrow." After they finished speaking, they were about to stand up and leave, when they suddenly heard a baby voice from above. "You bold thieves! How dare you hurt my second brother and covet my family's recipes? Where can you run?" At first, they were startled. Someone was eavesdropping from behind, and they didn't even notice it. But when they saw who it was, they burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Where did this baby who hasn't been weaned come from? But she looks good. I think she's 10 times prettier than the daughter of the prefect. If she's caught and sold, she'd definitely fetch a good price. Isn't this money delivered to your door? Let me tell you, you're not the first person who wants to sell Ben Fubao. The last person who wanted to sell Ben Fubao has already met the king of hell. I advise you to go back with me and apologize. Otherwise don't blame Ben Fubao for being rude." Xiao Fubao stood on a high earthen slope, with his hands on his hips, wearing a brand new pink outfit, which made him look pink and tender. He had 2 buns on his head, and 2 ribbons of the same color, dancing gently with the night wind. His big eyes were full of anger, and his little mouth was slightly pouting, glaring at the people below. Xiao Fubao thought he looked very intimidating, but he didn't expect that he was so cute in the eyes of others. "Oh, you are so powerful? Let uncle see how powerful you are," the man said, and rushed directly up the hillside, wanting to. Xiao Fubao was caught, but he was tripped by a stone just as he started, and fell headfirst into the dirt, eating a mouthful of dirt. The people behind him wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare, so they had to hold it in. "Why hold it back if you want to laugh?" my brother said. "Laugh when you should, and enjoy life while it lasts. You don't know how to laugh, do you? Let me show you one." Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Xiao Fubao covered his mouth with his chubby hands, sometimes looking up and laughing, sometimes bending over and laughing, making the people below who wanted to laugh angry. Chapter 362 Little Fubao Commands. Goose Army. Fighting bad guys. The man who fell just now looked even uglier after being helped up by the people behind him. He turned around and kicked the stone that tripped him hard. With a sound of click, the man let out a donkey cry, "Aw!" Then the man hugged his feet and jumped on one leg in place, with tears in his eyes. "Uncle Zhong, what's wrong with you?" A young man ran over to help, but was knocked to the ground by the jumping man. The man himself couldn't keep his balance, and the two fell into a ball. The young man's head hit the stone, and soon a big bump appeared on the back of his head, and his arm was also rubbed with a lot of blood. The miserable situation of the two made little Fubao laugh so much that he sat on the high slope and slapped his thighs with joy, and his big eyes smiled into crescents. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch that damn girl. It's all her fault. Otherwise, my toes wouldn't be broken." The man's forehead was sweating from the pain, and he was trembling when he spoke. His fingers were connected to his heart, and his toes were still toes. It was very painful to break them. The remaining 3 people all rushed up the hillside, trying to catch Xiao Fubao. But strange things happen every day, especially today. The 3 of them didn't climb up. "Oh, it's really weird. This slope doesn't look high. Why do I feel like we are sliding down all the time? It's like climbing the slope in place. Are you blind? Do you need to tell me? Can't you see?" As soon as the few people took a step up, they slid down the loose luss, making their faces dirty, and their bodies covered with dirt. Xiao Fubao's big watery eyes were staring at the bottom with a piercing look, and sometimes there was doubt in his eyes. "Bad guys, are you playing any fun games?" Xiao Fubao thought the guys looked funny, but it seemed fun, so he asked in a baby voice. The guys below were sweating profusely, but they were laughed at by the little girl, which made them even angrier. "I don't believe it. If I can't get up here, I go to another side. Can a small hill block my way?" A man angrily kicked the yellow mud below and ran to the other side. The other 2 also ran over quickly. After a long time, the guys finally climbed halfway up. Xiao Fubao didn't have any fun to watch, so he sighed heavily. "Hey, how did you get up? Damn girl. How did we get up? Today I'm going to catch you and sell you," the man said, and rushed towards Fubao. "Humph. You're still too young to catch your aunt? To buy. Or buy. Xiao Bai. Come on. Teach them a lesson." Fubao imitated the way the young wives in the village scolded their husbands or quarreled with others. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at the people in front of her with one hand, and ordered her goose army to charge forward. The big white geese heard the master's order, stretched their necks, made a quack sound, and rushed towards those people like brave warriors with their wings flapping. The 3 of them didn't take the big white goose seriously at all, and pointed at Xiao Fubao and mocked him. "You dead girl. You only have these helpers? Didn't they send us a few more big geese for free? This deal is worth it." Ha ha. When one of the men was laughing with his head raised, the big white goose rushed over and pecked the man's leg with his hard beak, and shouted from time to time, as if saying, "You dead man. Dare to laugh at my master. I peck. I peck. I peck." The man's leg was instantly pecked red by the big white goose. "Ah! What kind of goose is this? Whose good goose pecks so painfully?" The man can only hide now, being chased by the big white goose, and the big white goose is chasing him relentlessly. The man couldn't move freely on the hillside and couldn't run fast. So he was soon caught up by the big white goose and grabbed the man's buttocks. The big white goose pulled the man's pants down with a force, revealing 2 white buttocks. "Ah! You rascal goose! Why are you pulling my pants?" The man was embarrassed and annoyed, and wanted to bend down to put on his pants. But his butt was exposed to Dubai again. Dubai saw 2 white things dangling in front of him, and he bit them directly. And then there was an even more tragic scream. "Ah!" The man's butt turned purple visibly. Xiao Fubao had been standing not far away, waving her little fists, cheering for her goose army soldiers. "Dubai, good job. Bite him. Yes, bite him hard. I make you delicious food when I go back tonight." "Or bye. Great. Xiao Bai. Fly over. Quickly." Xiao Fubao was watching with great interest, and suddenly saw Dubai tear off the man's pants. Everything happened in an instant, catching Xiao Fubao off guard. She reacted and quickly covered her eyes with her little hands, muttering, "Don't look at anything indecent. Don't look at anything indecent. You stinky hooligan. You took off your pants in front of a little girl. I'm going to go home and tell Daddy. You be in trouble." The man was fighting with Dubai, and when he heard Xiao Fubao scolding him, he was furious. "You damn girl. Who is playing the hooligan? It was your goose that pulled my pants. You should call your goose back." "Ah!" The man was not paying attention, and Dubai bit his butt again. Xiao Fubao covered his eyes and said angrily, "Dubai, teach this stinky hooligan a lesson. He is still a little kid. Daddy and brother have said that those who take off their pants in front of girls are bad guys. Fubao, don't look, and teach him a lesson." The man's scream was even more tragic than before. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" 1. Dubai really did not disappoint Fubao, biting off a layer of skin from the man's butt. The man reached out to grab Dubai's neck, but Dubai was very flexible, dodging left and right, and the man couldn't catch him. On the other side, Dubai was fighting with another man. The man was almost rolled down the slope because of Dubai's entanglement. The man was wearing a rope, which was hanging diagonally on his body. He walked with a limp, and it was obvious that his leg was seriously injured by Dubai. Xiao Bai had forced the man he was dealing with directly to the bottom of the hillside. He rolled all the way down. The man's head hit a stone and fainted on the spot. Xiao Fubao slowly let go of his hand and saw that the man had put on his pants. He picked up a stone from the ground and was about to hit Dubai. Xiao Fubao was scared and screamed, "Dubai, run!" Xiao Fubao was anxious and picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and threw it at the man. The stone happened to hit the man's nose bridge. The man's nose was instantly painful and sour. The feeling was even more sour and refreshing than the goose biting his butt just now. He felt that his nose bridge must have been broken by this dead girl. Blood was flowing out of his nose. Dubai took the opportunity to return to Fubao. With a victorious attitude, he raised his head and called out to the man a few times. "Ga." Little Fubao touched Dubai's head and comforted it. Dubai immediately rubbed his head in Fubao's palm like a well-behaved kitten. Chapter 363 Find. After Xiao Bai killed his opponent, he turned to help Dubai. Dubai squatted down, and Xiao Bai fluttered his wings and stepped on Dubai's back. When Xiao Bai stood firm, Dubai slowly stood up. The 2 big white geese actually learned to build a human ladder. Xiao Bai grew a lot taller in an instant, and the range of its attack also became much larger. After the man was attacked by Dubai, his legs were not very convenient, and Xiao Bai bit his chest directly, right on his chest. "Ah! Molestation!" The man slapped Xiao Bai's head randomly, but Xiao Bai didn't let go. The man couldn't stand steadily, and he rolled down the hillside holding Xiao Bai. Xiao Fubao saw that Xiao Bai was also taken down, and was a little worried about Xiao Bai. She sat on the ground and slid down the loose earth slope. It was the first time for Fubao to do this. She was inspired by those people just now. She felt like she was about to fly. Little Fubao seemed to have unlocked a new way to play. She screamed excitedly and slid to the side of Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was being pressed under the man at this time. He fluttered hard, flapped his wings weakly, and made a series of rapid calls from his mouth. Little Fubao was very anxious, afraid that the man would crush Xiao Bai to death. The man had such thoughts at this time. He moved his body slightly and wanted to twist the goose's neck, because most of Xiao Bai's body was pressed by him. Only half of his neck was exposed, and it was easy to deal with at this time. The man was bullied by the two big white geese, Erbai and Xiaobai, and he had been full of anger in his heart for a long time. And he did not show any mercy. The moment the man's hand touched Xiaobai's neck, Xiao Fubao grabbed a handful of yellow soil on the ground and threw it on the man's face. The man's attention was all on dealing with Xiaobai, and he didn't pay any attention to the mischievous Xiao Fubao. A handful of yellow soil was thrown with Fubao anger and entered the man's eyes. The man screamed immediately, and he didn't care to catch Xiaobai. His eyes felt like sand was rubbing on the surface of his eyeballs. The pain came quickly. A dull pain mixed with a stinging feeling, which made the man feel so painful that he started rolling on the ground. Xiao Fubao was quick-witted and grabbed Xiaobai's feet with both hands and pulled them back hard. When the man rolled back again, Xiaobai had stood up from the ground and pounced directly on the rolling man and started pecking. The man endured the burning sensation in his eyes while being bullied by Xiaobai, and he wished he could die on the spot. Seeing that there was no danger, Xiao Fubao remembered the fun slide she had just played. She stepped with her short legs, first carefully stretched out a hand, grabbed the wormwood growing on the slope, and then raised her feet, trying to find a place on the slope where she could exert force. As the climb began, Xiao Fubao's face turned red, like a ripe red apple, especially cute. She quickly mastered the rhythm, and then like a monkey, she quickly climbed to the top of the mountain. There was also a man on the slope, the man whose nose was broken by Xiao Fubao just now. He was a little surprised to see Xiao Fubao climbing up from below. How did this little girl get up? They had just been climbing for a long time, and were spinning in the same place. Before he could react, he saw Xiao Fubao sitting on the ground and sliding down the slope again. Xiao Fubao climbed back and forth more than a dozen times, having a lot of fun, until the sun set and the bright moon rose into the sky. Xiao Fubao realized that it seemed like she should go home. But at night, Xiao Fubao seemed to be a little lost, and she couldn't find the direction of her home. Wow! Daddy! Mommy! Fubao is lost! Fubao is lost! Little Fubao sat on the hillside and cried loudly. 3 big white geese surrounded her in the middle, like a guard, protecting her safety. The man with a broken nose wanted to attack little Fubao, interrupted her fun of sliding down the slope, and was knocked unconscious by a stone thrown by little Fubao. Now 4 of the 5 men have fainted, and 1 is blind. Little Fubao was tired of crying, and she didn't see her parents coming. She fell asleep in a daze holding the big white geese. The big white geese were very warm. They were like mothers, encircling their children. Little Fubao curled up in the middle of the 3 big white geese and slept warmly and peacefully. Fubao, where are you? Not far away. A group of people held torches and shouted as they walked. The voice spread far away in the silent night sky. Dabai heard the movement and quickly stood up to watch. Fuba, I'm your mother. Can you hear me? Wan Erseo was in despair at this moment. She had fallen countless times, but she had not seen her daughter after searching all the way. The hope in Wan Erseo's heart gradually fell into disillusionment. She was like a walking shell at this moment, and her voice was full of sadness. Dabai heard Wan Erseo's voice, and quickly flapped his wings, stretched his neck, and shouted loudly, Ga Ga, Ga Ga. Erbai and Xiaobai also stood up quickly and called with Dabai, and the calls of the 3 geese came one after another. Mother, did you hear the geese calling? Wan Lauer was anxious, but his mentality was better than Wan Erseo. He firmly believed that his little Fubao was lucky and had a long life, because he had seen the human trafficker who was struck by lightning last time. Did you hear it? Where? Wan Erseo's eyes were instantly filled with light, and she grabbed Wan Lauer's arm tightly and asked excitedly. At this time, the people in the same village also stood up and listened carefully. When everyone's shouting stopped, the night seemed particularly quiet. The calls of the big geese spread even further. I heard it. I heard it. It seems to be in that direction. The village chief immediately pointed to the northeast and said. Wan Erseo also heard it. They were the only family in their village that raised geese, so the geese must be from their family. Wan Erseo ran towards that direction like crazy, and lost one of her shoes, which was picked up by Wan Lauer. Slowed down. Wan Erseo didn't listen at all. She didn't even need a torch. She ran all the way in the direction of the geese's calls. Her feet were stained with blood from the stones, but she didn't care. She tripped on the uneven ground after running for a while, and her clothes were scratched by the withered wormwood. All this couldn't stop Wan Erseo's pace. Finally, she stood at the bottom of the earth slope. Fubao! Little Fubao had been awakened by the calls of the geese. But the few people who had fainted were also awakened at the same time. They also woke up at this time. They were also awakened by the calls of the geese. The first thing the one with a broken nose did when he woke up was to catch Fubao. They were so miserable that they would definitely not let the little girl go. Mom? Little Fubao and the big white goose looked at the slope excitedly, and didn't notice the man approaching from behind. The man covered Fubao's mouth and wanted to take Fubao away. But he startled the big white goose. The big white goose turned around and pounced on the man, biting his hand. But the man seemed to be crazy. No matter how the big white goose attacked, he blocked little Fubao in front of it. The big white goose was restricted in its movements because it was concerned about little Fubao. So the man succeeded and ran away carrying Fubao. Chapter 364 Fubao Weakness. One Urseo heard something was wrong and immediately climbed up the slope with her hands and feet. The people from Shitsi village, who came to help search, also followed, and everyone started to climb up the slope. One Urseo went up first, followed by one Lauer. Fubao! One Urseo saw little Fubao being carried on someone's back, sliding down the slope on the other side. One Urseo didn't think about it, and rolled down directly, just grabbing the other person's ankle. Where did you come from? Bitch! Let go! The man kicked out, and kicked one Urseo in the heart. One Urseo gasped in pain, but her hand still held the other person's ankle tightly. Fubao! I'm your mother! Fubao! Little Fubao then saw the person lying on the ground clearly, with messy hair, no shoes on her feet, and several buttons on her clothes torn. Because of the moonlight, she couldn't see clearly. Little Fubao didn't see the injuries on one Urseo's body. But despite this, little Fubao was crying heartbreakingly. Bad guy. Don't hit my mother. Don't hit my mother. One Urseo was Fubao's weak spot. She didn't allow anyone to bully her mother. Little Fubao had been carried on the man's shoulders. And at this time, she opened her mouth and bit the man's neck hard. Little Fubao's millet teeth were very powerful, and she would not let go once she bit the other party. The man screamed in pain again and wanted to throw little Fubao off his shoulder. But Xiao Fubao was very angry at this time. This bad guy dared to hit her mother. She hugged the man's neck tightly with both hands, as flexible as a little monkey. Then the man changed the direction of the force that threw her down. The whole person was attached to the man like an octopus, and her little mouth never let go. The blood on the man's neck was flowing down his neck. But Xiao Fubao was still biting, wishing to bite off a piece of the other's flesh. At this time, one Lauer and a group of villagers came over and surrounded these people. Village chief. There is another one who ran away. Over there. Catch him back quickly. Take him back and interrogate him. One Lauer went up to hold Xiao Fubao down. But Xiao Fubao was obviously a little scared at this time. She felt sorry for one Urseo. Just now, she saw the man kicking one Urseo with her own eyes, which deeply touched Xiao Fubao's little heart. She must avenge her mother. So when Wan Lauer went to hold her, she didn't let go. My daughter, I'm your father. I'm here to take you home. When Xiao Fubao heard Wan Lauer's voice, the accumulated panic and anger suddenly turned into grievance. She threw herself into Wan Lauer's arms and burst into tears. Wan Lauer's eyes were red with distress. He gently patted Xiao Fubao's back and whispered to comfort her, Fubao, don't cry. Daddy is here. And mother is here too. Let's go home. Okay? Xiao Fubao's crying had already stopped a little. But when she heard Wan Lauer talking about mother, her crying became louder again. She struggled to get down. Xiao Fubao usually doesn't cry. She never cries when she fights with people outside. This time, it was completely because she felt sorry for one Urseo. Mom, I want to find you. Xiao Fubao fell down while burping. One Urseo had been helped up by Lu, but she was seriously injured. The man's kick was full of anger and anxiety, so she used all her strength. One Urseo took a long time to catch her breath. Fubao, my dear, I'm here. Don't cry. One Urseo wanted to stand up, but her legs were weak and her soles were aching. She had forgotten the pain because of nervousness and worry. Now that she found her daughter, all kinds of discomfort came. Little Fubao got off Wan Lauer and quickly threw himself into Wan Urseo's arms. Smelling the familiar smell of his mother, little Fubao finally stopped crying. Mom, does it still hurt? Fubao will blow on you, and it won't hurt. Little Fubao's little hands gently rubbed Wan Urseo's chest, and he blew air on it from time to time with his little mouth. His expression was careful and serious. and there was deep worry in his eyes. He looked up at Juan Urseo's face from time to time, for fear that he would hurt her mother. Juan Urseo couldn't bear it. She hugged her daughter tightly, and cried sobbingly. She cried for a long time before letting go of little Fubao. Fubao, you are not lost. So good. The women standing around who helped to find Fubao also had tears in their eyes. They were all mothers. How could they bear this? Some people with low tear points kept wiping away tears. Juan Lauer came over and wanted to pick up Juan Urseo. My daughter, your mother is injured. Dad will take your mother back. Can you let your fourth uncle carry you? Fubao then saw that her mother's feet were covered in blood. The torches illuminated the surroundings, and Juan Urseo's miserable appearance was clearly revealed. Mom, are you in pain? Fubao, it's all Fubao's fault. I shouldn't have run away secretly. Fubao will never leave mother again in the future. Little Fubao hugged Juan Urseo's neck and cried silently. She didn't dare to cry loudly anymore, as her mother would feel uncomfortable. Juan Urseo gently touched her daughter's head. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she tried to smile and said, Mother doesn't blame you. You are the hero of our village. Look, you caught the bad guys. You are my pride. Little Fubao finally burst into laughter. Mother, Fubao is amazing. Fubao and Dabai caught these 5 bad guys alone. They beat up my second brother, and Fubao saw it. Fubao wants to stand up for my second brother. Fubao's face was full of pride and anger, and he glared at the people who were being held by Shitsi village not far away. Wan Shuang, who was standing aside, couldn't help but feel his heart beating fast. It turned out that his sister came out to stand up for him. Wan Shuang couldn't help but clench his fists. From childhood to adulthood, he was the second child, and there were many children in the family. Few people would see him. He was like a transparent person at home. After coming to the border, he gradually grew up and knew the direction of his future life. He studied hard, and was finally reused by his second uncle. But Xiao Fubao's words caught him off guard. It turned out that he was so important in his sister's heart. His heart seemed to be hit hard by something. He swore that no matter how old his sister was in the future, he would do everything he could to pamper her, because she gave him the first warmth. Ah, our Fubao is really amazing. Let's go. Fourth uncle will carry our amazing Fubao home. Can we ask our little hero to give fourth uncle a chance to serve him? Fubao climbed onto Juan Laos's back with a smile, hugged Juan Laos's neck and said, Fourth uncle, let's go. Please send the hero Fubao home. Hee hee. Juan Urseo looked at the little Fubao, who had become quirky again, and she felt a little relieved. The 5 people were taken back to Shitsi village by the people of Shitsi village. The village chief was going to interrogate these people overnight about their purpose of coming to the village. Who ordered them to do so? Chapter 365 Old Lady 1 Goes Mad. Back to Shitsi village. The moon had already risen to the middle of the sky. After sending Juan Urseo home, Juan Lao immediately came out and expressed his gratitude to every villager who helped their family find Fubao today. Because it was too late. Everyone was tired all day and was really sleepy. Juan Lao said to the village chief, you are tired all day today, so you should go back and rest. Tie these people up and lock them up in my firewood room. They are all here, and I think they can't run away. I will interrogate them tomorrow. The village chief felt that what Juan Lao said made sense. He was indeed a little tired. He worked all day and ran for half a night. How could he not be tired? Okay. Then you must keep an eye on the people. This is a major event for our village. The village chief earnestly told Juan Lao. Don't worry, village chief. I will definitely pay the most attention to this matter, Juan Lao said with a smile. These people must be plotting against their family's recipe. How could he not care? The village chief was worried that if these people stole the recipe, it would affect the people in their village from making money. By then, the market would be full of potato flour. Who would buy the one produced in their village? This would undoubtedly ruin the future of everyone in their village. So Jinyo took it so seriously. Juan Lao was very grateful to the village chief. The village chief might have considered the interests of the whole village, but more of it was to protect their family. Okay. You know it. I go back first. You take this person back. Everyone disperse. We hold a meeting tomorrow morning for the whole village. Jinyo went home after saying that. In an instant, everyone dispersed at the door of the Wan family. Juan Lao took the tied people into the yard and locked the door. At this time, except for Juan Urseo and Lu, everyone else in the yard was here. Old second. Is it these people who caught Fubao? Grandma Wan was standing in the front, holding Fubao in her other hand, with a stick in her other hand, and asked in a stern voice with anger on her face. Little Fubao quickly raised his head to correct Grandma Wan. Grandma, it wasn't them who caught Fubao. It was Fubao who caught them. Fubao is not injured. Grandma, look. Little Fubao turned around in front of Grandma Wan. Except that she was dirty. She was indeed not injured. And the dirt on her body was also caused by her slipping. Grandma Wan just saw Fubao coming back, because she was too excited. Before she had time to ask what happened, she heard that the bad guys were caught. And in a hurry, she quickly took her granddaughter out, and took a stick under the eaves, ready to teach those people a lesson. Grandma Wan looked at Old Second with suspicion, and when she saw Old Second nodded, Grandma Wan's face immediately blossomed with joy. Oh, you are worthy of being Grandma's granddaughter. You have the style of Grandma back then. In this case, Grandma will let them go this time. Grandma Wan said, and threw away the stick in her hand. Little Fubao was praised by Grandma and happily jumped around Grandma Wan. Grandma, can't you let him go? They also beat my mother. I want to avenge my mother. Little Fubao suddenly remembered her mother, who was still recovering in the house. But Wan Erseo would not let Fubao go in, and she had no way to accompany her mother, so she could only come to avenge her mother. Ah? They also beat your mother? Oh there. Your wife was beaten. Why don't you say a word? What are you still standing there for? Fight back. Grandma Wan was so angry that she pointed at Wan Lao Er and scolded him. Not satisfied with scolding, she picked up the stick she had just thrown and pointed at Wan Lao Er and scolded again. You coward. People are bullying your wife, and you are still acting like a bastard. Can you be a man? If you don't know how to hit people, Mother will show you how to do it. As Mrs. Wan said this, she was about to raise the stick to hit these people, but Wan Lao Er quickly snatched it away. Mother, take a break. Son is here. Didn't Son see a lot of people outside just now? It's too late. Now let's close the door and beat the drowned dog. You just watch. I do it. Wan Laosi quickly ran in, took out a few rags, and blocked the mouths of several people, for fear of disturbing the neighbors. Second brother, that's enough. Go ahead and do it. And vent your anger for the second sister-in-law. Old Lady One nodded coldly. Fourth brother is right. Second brother, hurry up. Don't hesitate. If you can't do it, give me the stick. Wan Lao Er felt his mother's dislike for him, and felt helpless. He was ready to close the door and beat them. But Old Lady One got the upper hand and scolded him. He felt so wrong that he could only vent his anger on these culprits. After Wan Lao Er beat them with a stick, several people jumped around in the yard, because Jinyo tied their legs at the door of the yard because he was afraid that these people would run away. At this moment, several people jumped up and down to dodge, like zombies being beaten. Soon, several people were left rolling on the ground. Wan Lao Er was tired of beating them, so he threw away his stick and took a rest. Mom, do you think it's okay? If not, wait for me to rest for a while before coming back. Okay. Let out your anger. Don't beat them to death. The most important thing is to interrogate them to find out why they came to our house. Did anyone instruct them? After hearing this, Xiao Fubao quickly told them what he overheard. What? Is there someone instructing them? The master? Which master? Lao Er. Hurry up and pull the cloth out of their mouths and ask what's going on. Wan Lao I was a little anxious. Was there really someone instructing them? Wan Laosi took the lead in pulling off the gag on the other party. Ah! Shut up. If you dare to shout, I stuff it in your mouth again and continue beating you. Wan Laosi threatened. The other party quickly shut up. But he was wriggling on the ground with his teeth bared, obviously in pain. Who ordered you here? What are you doing here? Wan Laosi squatted in front of the oldest man. He was Uncle Zong as they called him, and he was also their manager. He brought them here to get information. Uncle Zhong's toes were broken, and he was dragged back by the people from Shitsi village. Every step he took was like stepping on the tip of a knife. Unexpectedly, he was brought back without being asked any questions, and was beaten first. Uncle Zhong wanted to die. No one ordered us. We are from our town. We heard that Shitsi village is very lively recently, so we came to see it. We didn't see anything. Do you think I believe what you said? Wan Laosi's face was dark, and he yawned. He came back from the town today and was very tired. He would have rested at this time of the day. Today, he had to interrogate these people at night. He didn't want to waste time. He had to leave for the capital city early tomorrow morning, and could not sleep for a few hours. Okay. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Since you're a thief, according to our local rules, it's not too much to just break one leg. Right? Wan Lao Si said, as he picked up the stick that Wan Lao Er had just thrown away. Without saying anything, he swung it down at Uncle Zhong's leg. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this blow would definitely break the leg, and the other party was not trying to scare him. Uncle Zhong was frightened by Wan Lao Si's actions. What kind of people are in this family? They fight over a disagreement. And they fight without saying a word. He was really impressed. There was not a single good person in this family. From the old to the young. They were all first-class ruthless people. Especially the old woman and the little girl. Wait. Why did you just ask once and then start? Shouldn't you ask more than once? Wan Lao Si was so angry that he laughed. But he still interrupted him coldly with a dark face. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Still bargaining? You can talk if you want. But if you don't want to, forget it. If you don't want to talk, there are still a few people left. When your leg is broken, it will be their turn. One by one. There will always be someone who will say it. And then your leg will be useless. Uncle Zhong was sweating profusely. But he felt that what Wan Lao Si said made sense. Chapter 366 Master Zhou is an old friend. After being brainwashed by Wan Lao Si, Uncle Zhong hurriedly said, I say, it's Master Zhou. It was Master Zhou who ordered us to come. What Master Zhou? Why haven't I heard of him? Why did he send you here? Wan Lao Si continued to interrogate. Our master used to have some relationship with the Cheetah sect. But later the Cheetah sect was disbanded. And our master worked alone. However, in the past 2 years, the Cheetah has always been in turmoil. Enemies have invaded. And the borders have been blocked. Our master used to trade goods with neighboring countries and sell them to the interior to earn the difference. But now the business is difficult to do. And it has been a year since it was opened. Recently, I heard that our town is sending potatoes to Shitsi village. So our master sent us to find out if there is any way to do business. Uncle Zhong is an old man in the Zhou family. He knows more about his master's affairs and says a lot. Wan Lao Si suddenly realized. Humph. I don't care what your master is. But if you covet other people's things, you are a thief. You stay here. Okay? I ask you when I think of something. If you dare to play tricks, I chop you up. Wan Lao Si said, waving the stick in his hand fiercely, scaring several people to shake their heads. Okay. Lao Si. Lao Er. Lock these people up. It's getting late. Go and rest. Mrs. Wan was also tired, and led Xiao Fubao into the house. By the way, Fubao should sleep with me tonight. Let her mother rest well. She has suffered a lot today. Grandma, I want to go see my mother first. Okay. Xiao Fubao was a little worried about Wan Erseo. Wan Erseo was afraid that her foot injury would scare Xiao Fubao. So she didn't let her in. At this time, Lu came out with a basin of blood. And she spoke. Fubao, your mother asked you to go in? Go quickly. Lu smiled and waved to Fubao. Okay. Grandma will go with you. It's a good opportunity for Grandma to go see your mother. The two of them slowly went to Wan Erseo's room. As soon as they entered the room, they smelled a faint smell of blood and medicine. It should be that Lu had just applied medicine to Wan Erseo. Wan Erseo had also changed into clean clothes. Mother Little Fubao saw Wan Erseo lying on the Kong and ran over quickly. Fubao, come to mother. Fubao ran over. And Wan Erseo propped herself up and sat up. Her heart still hurt a little. But she didn't show it. She just paused for a moment and didn't dare to let Little Fubao see it. Mom, are you still in pain? Fubao can snore. Can Fubao help you snore? Mom doesn't feel any pain anymore. I'm almost healed. I'll be able to walk tomorrow. But Fubao may have to sleep with Grandma tonight. Okay. Okay. Grandma said to let Fubao sleep with her, so as not to disturb Mom's rest. Mom, have a good sleep. You be fine tomorrow. Fubao blinked his big eyes and earnestly told Wan Erseo like a little adult. Good boy. Go to sleep quickly. Mom is sleepy too. Wan Erseo knew that if she didn't say she was sleepy, the little guy would be reluctant to leave. Second wife. You have suffered this time. Tell me what you want to eat tomorrow, and I will make it for you. You should take good care of yourself. The family has been busy during this period, and you have not had a good rest. It is just right that your daughter wants you to have a good rest this time. Second wife Wan never took her eyes off Xiao Fubao. She touched Xiao Fubao's head and said, Mom, I have not suffered. As long as Xiao Fubao is fine, I can do anything. Grandma, I am sleepy and want to sleep. Let's go quickly and let mother have a good rest. Xiao Fubao ran to Grandma Wan and took her hand and said softly. Grandma Wan gave Grandma Wan another advice before going back. As soon as the two left, second wife Wan felt a burning pain in the soles of her feet, which made her groan in pain. She knew that her injury would torture her all night, so she did not dare to leave Xiao Fubao here. Old Lady Wan and little Fubao returned to the house. Old second Wan and old fourth Wan trapped the people together, tied them up in the woodshed, and locked the door from the outside. Old second Wan saw that the light in old Lady Wan's room was still on, so he walked over. Mom, are you asleep? Old second Wan knocked on the door a few times and asked. No, old second. What's the matter? Mom, I have something to tell you. The door is not locked. Come in yourself. Old Lady Wan was wiping little Fubao's face. She was going to take a bath, but it was too late, and old Lady Wan couldn't hold little Fubao anymore. She could only change her into clean clothes and wash her thoroughly tomorrow. Old second Wan came in and saw little Fubao was already wearing a pink inner dress, sitting obediently on the edge of the Kong, and old Lady Wan was wiping her face and hands. Mom, the man just mentioned Mr. Zhou, which reminded me of someone. Do you still remember the time when we went to the mayor to buy a shop? When Wan Lauer was listening to Wan Laoxi's interrogation, he felt that this person was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. When he suddenly heard the nightingales cry, he suddenly remembered that when they went to buy a shop, they met a man named Zhou at the door of the mayor's house. It seemed that he was indeed related to the cheetah sect, but they didn't ask about it later. After all, they only bought a shop. Remember? What's wrong? Why did you suddenly mention buying a shop? Could this Mr. Zhou be related to this matter? Grandma Wan didn't take it seriously and continued to comb her granddaughter's hair. Mom, I suspect that this Mr. Zhou is the man covered in shit by the old crow that we met at the mayor's door. This town is so small. How can it be such a coincidence? When Mrs. Wan heard this, she finally remembered something. She slowed down her movements and squinted her eyes and said, Well, you know what? I really remember this thing. But isn't that fat Zhou quite rich? He doesn't need to compete with us for business. Right? Would he be interested in our business of digging for food in the fields? Mrs. Wan felt that. How could such a person, dressed in shabby clothes, who can't tell the difference between grains, do a business like theirs? Mom, although we are digging for food in the soil, the profit is considerable. Fourth brother always says that many people in the town have been asking about the situation in our shop recently, and some even buy it back home. I think those people must be trying to figure it out behind the scenes. Oh, if they figure it out, won't all the money we invested be wasted? Old Lady Wan also became nervous at this time. This is not 10 or 100 taels of silver. This is thousands of taels of silver, and her family can't afford to lose it. Mom, don't worry. They definitely can't make it. First, this recipe requires many processes. And there is another most important point. The potato flour made from our well water is particularly white, and the potato vermicelli made is particularly chewy. This is what I just discovered recently. The same potatoes, made with our water and water from outside the village, taste very different. We did it once last year, using water from the village well. This year, we used water from our own well. This year's potato flour is particularly white, and the vermicelli is delicious. Wan Lauer didn't pay attention at first, but Wan Er's wife accidentally said it. Later, in order to verify Wan Er's wife's words, Wan Lauer deliberately used water from outside the village to make some, and compared it with his own home, and found that there was indeed a difference. Chapter 367, Wan Lauer confirmed that the other party was an old acquaintance. Wan Lauer was not too shocked by this. After all, she felt that the well water at home was indeed better than that of others. This was recognized by the people in the village, so it was reasonable that the things made were good. Wan Lauer did not speak, and Wan Lauer continued, Mom, in order to clarify my guess, I plan to go to the town to take a look tomorrow. Wan Lauer plans to force the address of Mr. Zhou's house tomorrow. He will squat at the door of his house for a day. He doesn't believe that he can't find clues. If it is really that fatty Joe, they are really enemies. Okay. Go find out tomorrow. If it's really that person, we should take precautions early. He's not a good person at first glance. He looks like a villain who has succeeded and looks down on others. He deserves to have no business. You say the people of the Cheetah sect are really blind. How can they do business with such a person? Mother, when the Cheetah sect does business, they will definitely cooperate with those who are more valuable and can make them money. Besides, it was a mess at that time. Unlike now, without those gangs and factions, our lives are much more comfortable, and the lives of the people in the village are much calmer than before. Everything is going to a good place. Humph. No matter what. It's all because of my MOR. If he hadn't come forward to solve it, I don't know how long this border would be in chaos. Okay. Go to bed quickly. We have to rest too. Wan Lao Er was directly driven out by Wan Lao Tai. Take good care of your wife. I think she's still not feeling well. Don't sleep so soundly in the middle of the night. Be more considerate of her. I understand. Mother. The next morning, Wan Lao Si and Wan Lao Er got up. Old 4. I just need to go to the town. I take you there. When you get there, you can take a carriage to the county town, and then go to the prefectural city. Not many people go to the prefectural city here. Here is the silver. A total of 300 taels of silver notes. This is all the cash we have at home. If you like the shop, pay the deposit first and rent it. We can't afford to buy a shop now. Let's talk about it when we make money. Second brother, you don't need so much silver. It's not convenient for me to carry so much silver when I'm out alone. I have to come back soon. Just take 100 taels of silver as a deposit. And keep the rest at home. We pay everyone soon. And someone will come to deliver potatoes from time to time. Which all requires money. One old 4 took out a silver note from one old second and returned the rest to him. But when you are away from home, you are poor but rich on the road. This 100 taels of silver is not enough to go to the capital city. You need to bring another 100 taels. We don't know what the housing prices in the capital city are. However, the houses in the town are all 100 taels. So the houses in the capital city must be more expensive. If you can rent it, just rent it directly. No need to bother. Wan Lao Si thought it was okay. So he took another 100 taels. Second brother, what are you doing in the town? Wan Lao Si suddenly asked. I suspect we have seen Mr. Zhou before, as those people mentioned yesterday. So I went to take a look. If it is really him, we need to be more cautious. He is not easy to mess with. Wan Lao Er repeated to Wan Lao Si what he said to Mrs. Wan last night. Wan Lao Si was surprised. What? Know him? How come I don't know? When did it happen? You didn't go at that time. When my mother and I went to the mayor's house. We met Mr. Zhou at the mayor's door. At that time, something bad happened between him and us. But I think this matter should have nothing to do with the last one. He should not know our family. This time is purely coincidental. But if we meet, he will definitely recognize us. So I want to confirm first whether they are the same person. Okay. Second brother, we must be cautious about this matter. After all, we are at a critical moment now. We must be careful in doing things and beware of villains stabbing us in the back. Wan Lao Er nodded and went to the firewood room where the people were imprisoned. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong smell of feces and urine, which almost made Wan Lao Er vomit. You guys are too dirty. How can you urinate and defecate anywhere? Wan Lao Er's face turned black, and he made their firewood room dirty. The faces of several people turned red and white after being humiliated by Wan Lao's words. They all lowered their heads in embarrassment, and their old faces were completely lost. You said last night that your master is Mr. Zhou in the town. Tell me your home address, and I will send you home. Wan Lao looked disgusted, covered his nose, and stood far away. The house was not big to begin with, and it was full of urine smell, which made him very uncomfortable. Several people were overjoyed when they heard it. As long as Wan Lao sent them home, they would bring people to demolish Wan Lao's house. A mud-legged man dared to go against Mr. Zhou. He was simply courting death. Uncle Zhong quickly told the detailed address. He thought he would be taken out by Wan Lao. But Wan Lao slammed the door and locked it again. Master, what do you mean? Didn't you say you would take us home? You lied to us? Uncle Zhong realized that he was fooled by Wan Lao. Humph. Send you home so that you can bring people to avenge me? You wishful thinking. You can just wait to spend the rest of your life in jail. When I go to the town and see your master Joe, I will notify him and ask him to take you to the jail. As for whether the county magistrate releases you or not, it has nothing to do with me. One Lauer said Pooh fiercely to the inside. A burst of threatening and cursing voices came out of the room. But One Lauer had no time to deal with them. He would deal with them when he came back. One Lauer drove the ox cart with One Lousy to the town. When they arrived in the town, One Lauer dropped One Lousy off at the town entrance and took a carriage to the county town, and then transferred from the county town to the prefectural city. One Lauer went to Joe's house. Although the Joe family has not had any business for nearly a year, they are wealthy. And Mr. Joe's hometown is not in the town, but in the city. This is just one of his many houses. One Lauer sat on the ox cart, staring at the door of the Joe family from a distance. But he was lucky. He didn't wait long before he saw a fat man coming out of the house with a bird cage in his hand. What shocked One Lauer was that there were crows in it, which made people feel a little. One Lauer couldn't figure it out. But it didn't stop him from looking at the person. He was sure that this person was Joe Biao, who he met at the door of the mayor's house last time. One Lauer looked at the other person's back coldly, and was about to leave, when he heard Joe Biao's voice asking the housekeeper, "Housekeeper, you sent someone out to get information yesterday, but the person hasn't come back yet? Don't tell me something went wrong. Send someone to check again today. You must find out the situation over there. If it doesn't work, use some extraordinary means." One Lauer sneered and whispered, "Come on. I send you all to jail." After One Lauer determined the target, he didn't stay and drove the ox cart back. He had to go back and discuss with the village chief. It seems that the village entrance will still have to use patrols in the future to verify the identities of people coming in one by one to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 368 Processing Money. One Lauer returned home with a heavy heart. He was thinking on the way. Their family was from a grassroots farmer family. If the other party really wanted to mess with them, they might not be able to resist. After all, no one in their family had ever done big business, and the other party was a master in the business world. Even if he defended the village, could he prevent the other party from doing bad things in the business world? If Zhou Biao and himself had a grudge, he would definitely stab them in the back in the business world in the future, and they had no experience. It would be a tricky matter to deal with it. The more One Lauer thought about it, the more anxious he felt. If their family had an old veteran in the business world to give them some advice. One Lauer was thinking all the way, and he had already reached the entrance of the village. "Jinju, you went out so early in the morning?" The village chief was taking the villagers to repair the fence around the village. "Yes, I sent my fourth brother to the town to do some things this morning." "You are all busy now?" One Lauer drove the ox cart to the village, and got off the cart. "After you told me yesterday, I thought about it, and decided to set up a patrol team for our village. However, we don't need too many people. After all, we are just guarding against strangers. I think 4 people will be enough every day. 2 in a shift, taking turns. At night, we will close the door to the village so that outsiders can't get in. What do you think?" "That's great. I will pay for the wages of these 4 people, and provide them with a meal. What do you think, village chief?" "Okay. If you tell others about this, there will definitely be a lot of people who will sign up," the village chief said with a smile. One Lauer looked at the fences that were half a person high. They were all temporarily built when they defended against the sudden attacks of refugees. They were all made of whole wood, and were very strong. Now they just need to be repaired a little. One Lauer pulled the village chief aside and whispered, "Village chief, I have one more thing to tell you. I went to the town this morning to find someone. Last night we forced out the mastermind behind the scenes. It was Mr. Zhou in the town. I went to see him today, and heard him instruct his housekeeper to send people to continue to inquire about the situation. If necessary, extraordinary measures must be taken. I thought that just in case, everyone who works at our workshop should sign a contract, and not disclose the information of our workshop to anyone. Those who violate the contract will be fined 1,000 taels of silver. If they don't have money, they will be sold." Although Genio agreed with One Lauer's approach, he hesitated and said, "Isn't it a bit too cruel to sell people? We are all from the same village. It's not to the point of selling people." "Right, village chief. This is also. It is a constraint on them. As long as everyone does not violate the contract, nothing will happen. If they violate it, they will be the sinners of our whole village. Then no one will make money. He will harm us all, which shows that this person is evil by nature. Well, what you said makes sense. By the way, we had a meeting this morning. I have explained the interests to everyone. Everyone knows that your workshop is the lifeblood of our village. During this period, because your family opened a workshop, everyone has made a lot of money and tasted the sweetness. Many people said that they are finally willing to buy meat and new clothes. One Lauer smiled and nodded. This is also the reason why he is sure that the people in the village will sign the contract. He has already calculated that now everyone in the village, from the old to the young, basically works in their workshop. Some families come with 5 or 6 people. On average, a family can earn 100 or so coins a day. This is a huge sum of money for their poor boarder. Everyone works very hard, for fear that the village chief will find out that they are lazy and drive them away. I will go back and draft the contract, and ask everyone to line up and press their fingerprints one by one. I will also trouble the village chief to inform the workshop. Okay, no problem. By the way, village chief, you may have more things to do in the future. I have discussed with my family and plan to pay you 1 or 2 silver coins every month. Our workshop is so good. All thanks to the village chief, who helps me keep an eye on it. One Lauer also had a sudden idea, but he couldn't say that. He now found that the village chief's role is really not small. If he keeps the village chief, he can manage the whole village well and save trouble. Jinyo was surprised. He was now paid 800 won a month, and he didn't have to work. He just walked around and looked around. He already felt guilty about it. Now he was asked to pay more. How could he accept it? Jinju, I can't accept it. I didn't do any work. You've already given me enough. Our family is doing so well now. It's all thanks to your family. To be honest, our family is now catching up with our clan leader's family. It won't be long before our family will surpass theirs. Although my father is the village chief and I am the village chief, in their eyes, it's because of them that my father and I became village chiefs. Deep down, they always think that we rely on them to survive. I feel aggrieved. Now I can finally hold my head high. Wan Lauer could understand Jinyo's mood. He sighed and patted the village chief's shoulder. Village chief, don't worry. Let's live a better life together in the future. The village chief felt that he was full of energy at this moment. Village chief, then you go ahead and do your work. I go back and draft the contract. The rest of the things will depend on the village chief to deal with them. Otherwise everyone will feel uncomfortable. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Go back quickly. Wan Lauer drove the ox cart back to his home and felt that the silver was worth spending. As soon as he arrived at the door, Wan Lauer saw Guzi talking to Wan Shuang, and he remembered that he hadn't told Guzi about opening a store yet. Shengyang, are you all here? Come in. Uncle has something to discuss with you. Guzi smiled and agreed, and then went into the yard with Wan Shuang. Wan Lauer moved a few stools and placed them under the juju tree in the yard. Come, sit down and talk. Uncle, what's the matter? Guzi is now more calm and sophisticated. Not the young boy he was before. And he speaks and acts like an experienced adult. Wan Lauer couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This child from a poor family really has to take charge of the family early. If you hadn't broken her leg at that time, this child might have joined the army like Quanner, and maybe even got a position. Now he is doing business with him at home. Although life is good, after all, businessmen and officials can't be compared. Shengyang, Uncle is going to open a potato flour shop. But now we lack people to manage it. Do you want to manage a shop? Uncle will give you 10% of the dividends. Wan Lauer thought Guzi would agree directly. But unexpectedly Guzi asked back, Uncle, should the potato flour be processed first and delivered to each shop? Yes. I plan to choose a place that is about the same distance from the prefectural city and other county towns. Set up a workshop, and specialize in making dry potato flour for easy delivery. Does it also need people to manage it? And I think this is our core. And we should use our own people. Guzi smiled and looked at Wan Lauer. Chapter 369, Mrs. Wan teaches her son. Wan Lauer looked at both of them and thought for a moment. This shop business is his own, so it is not convenient for Hu Xingyang to participate. However, the production of potato flour is a collaboration between him and you. So Hu Xingyang should be the manager. It is not appropriate for Wan Shuang to go. Shengyang, I think it's more appropriate for you to go. Let's make it like this. You can take some time to go there in the next few days. The workshop doesn't need to be on the street. Just rent a yard. But this person must sign a death warrant. This involves our core secrets, so we must be cautious. Uncle, I understand. Don't worry. I will always live in the workshop, and I will control the workers. If you want to open a potato flour shop, you must make potato flour first. And I think we can study how to prolong the storage time of dried potato flour, so that we can transport it over long distances. I think dried things can generally be stored for more than a year. For example, our dried vegetables. My mother wrapped them in oil paper cloth and put them in a cool place. They can be stored for more than a year without going bad. I think this is also true. Wan Lauer felt that Hu Zhengyang was indeed smart and solved the problem from the root. Okay. You can do it. Then we must ensure that the vermicelli is dried after it is made. I'm relieved to leave this to you. Uncle, there is no time to lose. I will start tomorrow. We can produce hundreds of kilograms of potato flour every day. I think you will be under a lot of pressure if I don't start. You have paid cash for the potatoes during this period. Although you didn't say it, I know that you must be short of money now. What we need to do now is to quickly turn these things into money. Wan Lauer looked at Hu Zhengyang with satisfaction, smiled and patted his shoulder without saying anything. Wan Shuang said to them at this time, Second uncle, Brother Zhengyang, after I finish my work here at home, I plan to go to the capital city to help fourth uncle open our first store first. After the first store is on the right track, I will open the second one. What do you think? Okay. That's it. You guys go and get busy. I still need to write a contract. I went to the town today and found that an old acquaintance of mine, Mr. Zhou, wanted to find out about our family's recipe. He will send someone in the next 2 days. I have discussed it with the village chief. The entrances and exits of the village will still be used when refugees attacked in the past. Patrol personnel will be placed to strictly check outsiders. In addition, contracts will be signed for the workers working in our workshop to prevent the recipe from leaking out from 2 aspects. Hu Zhengyang happened to be signing a contract for someone at that time, so he stayed to see how Wan Lauer wrote it. Uncle, I just want to learn. I want to see how you write. Okay. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. None of us understand much. Let's discuss it together and see if there are any loopholes in what Uncle wrote. You can fill them up. Wan Lauer hurried into the house to get pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and put them on the small round table in the yard. Wan Lauer wrote down everything he thought in his mind. Hu Zhengyang also learned a lot of words with Wan Lauer this year, because he was hardworking. He would take time to practice writing with branches on the ground every day when he went home, so he could read the words written by Wan Lauer. Second uncle, although the terms you wrote are good, we don't know the laws of our De Qi. I think it would be better if someone who is familiar with the laws of De Qi gave us some advice. What do you think? Hu Zhengyang felt that even if their contract was written with good constraints, if there was no such clause in the laws of De Qi, the county magistrate would not stand on their side if there were any problems. Now that you mentioned it, I remember that the mayor seems to be familiar with the law. How about I go to the town again this afternoon and show him what we wrote? Well, we can feel more at ease after seeing it. And we can also use it as a template for the contract we sign with workers in the future. As long as we recruit people or open a new workshop, we can restrict them according to this. Okay. Let's do as you say. Wan Lauer couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This generation is really better than the previous one. And the young are really formidable. Wan Lauer was full of relief. After the contract was settled, Wan Lauer went into the house and called Wan Laofei. Mom, I've bought all the things you asked me to buy this morning. What do you think we should do? Old lady Wan was sitting on the con twisting hemp rope. She put down her work and said, Since we bought it, it's just right. Almost every household in the village is working in our house. Let's send this thank you gift directly to the workshop. You and I will thank them in person for helping to find little Fubao yesterday. Mom, should we give one to each household or to everyone who helped? Just give one snack to each household who helped. Although this snack is not valuable, it is also our family's intention. Everyone was very tired helping to find Fubao last night. We can't go without giving some thanks. We all live in the same village, and we must attach importance to interpersonal relationships. This time everyone went for your face as the host. Next time it depends on your character. If you are too stingy, who will be willing to help you? Helping you is a favor. Not helping you is a duty. What we need to do is to maintain the favor and maintain the people's hearts, which is stronger than any contract. The contract only restricts their bodies, but favor can restrict everyone's hearts. My son has learned his lesson. Mother, let's go now. Okay, let's go. Old Lady One brushed off the debris on her body, gathered her hair, and walked out. Mom, don't you want to change your clothes? Wan Lauer saw that there were still patches on Old Lady One's clothes. His mother was usually frugal. She was reluctant to throw away the clothes she'd brought from her hometown. She picked up the ones with fewer patches and still wore them. Don't change. This way you can get closer to everyone. You should learn from her. We all live in the same village. You are silk and satin, which is easy to make people jealous. Others feel that they are not on the same level as you. They are only afraid of you. And there is no closeness. Do you think our family can't afford to wear new clothes? Of course not. This shows that our family's living conditions have improved. But people are still the same as before. This place has not changed. Old Lady One patted her chest. No matter what position a person is in, he must keep his original intention. Clothes and other things are external things. Mother doesn't care. Let's go. Old Lady One tried to straighten her back. Wan Lauer seemed to be inspired and hurriedly followed Old Lady One out. Mother, should I change clothes too? You? No. You are fine like this. You are their boss, and I am the boss's mother. Our identities are different. No matter how much this mother says, it is useless. You have to figure it out by yourself. You have to have a good relationship with everyone and have dignity. This has been a difficult subject since ancient times. Mother doesn't know much. You have to rely on yourself. After all, Mother is just a rural old lady. Wan Lauer muttered to himself. You are not an ordinary rural old lady. Chapter 370 Fubao is a good baby who loves to help. Grandma Wan walked to the gate and thought of little Fubao. Old second. Have you seen little Fubao since you came back? Since you are going to express gratitude, you should bring little Fubao with you, so that she can learn to be grateful from a young age. This child is spiritual and can understand things at a glance. She is 100 times better than you as a father. Grandma Wan did not forget to complain about her son. Wan Lauer quickly laughed and said, Mom, you are really funny. Little Fubao is not a root of our family. He must be better than me. You are right. Grandma Wan glared at Wan Lauer fiercely. What is Hu Qin? Wan Lauer realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly looked around. Seeing that there was no one else in the yard, he was greatly relieved. Be careful with your words in the future, especially in front of Fubao. Although that girl is usually careless, she knows everything in her heart. If you make my Fubao sad, I will break your legs. Grandma Wan severely scolded Wan Lauer. And Wan Lauer subconsciously took a step back, fearing that his mother would really break his legs. Mom, I know. I just said something wrong just now. Don't be angry. I will never say it again in the future. Wan Lauer gave himself a slap in the face. Grandma Wan snorted, and the expression on her face eased. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go and find my good boy? Wan Lauer ran away, as if he had been pardoned. He really couldn't stand his mother's eyes, and felt that his back was almost pierced by his mother's eyes, and his steps became faster. Wan Lauer went back to the house and looked around, but didn't see Xiao Fubao. He tiptoed to the bedroom, and saw that Wan Erseo was sleeping soundly. There was no trace of Xiao Fubao in the room. He slowly left the room, and closed the door quietly. Mom, we didn't find the girl. I guess she saw her mother was asleep, and she was afraid of waking her mother at home. So she ran out to play. Okay. Then we go. But we still have to look for her quickly. The incident yesterday can't happen again. You also said that Zhou Biao will send someone. We have to keep a close eye on Fubao. This girl loves to fight for justice and is fearless. She is just a fool. As Mrs. Wan said. She was amused by Xiao Fubao. She sighed and walked out. At this time, Xiao Fubao was running around behind Hohot. Sister Hohot, can I help you? Xiao Fubao saw Hohot sweating from working so hard, and hurried up to help. Hohot was in the drying yard, putting potato residue in a bag. The family needed a bag of potato residue every day to feed the chickens. She was small and couldn't carry too much at once, so she had to carry it home in 2 or 3 times. Sister Fubao, don't move. It's dirty. Just watch from the side. I be done in a while, Hohot said, and quickly pulled little Fubao aside. Fubao was wearing a light yellow outfit today, like a fresh little yellow flower. Her chubby little face was pink and tender, like a peach, which made people want to pinch it. There was a circle of lace on the collar and cuffs of the clothes, which added a bit of playfulness and cuteness. The fat trouser legs below kept shaking as she walked, making little Fubao even more adorable. Ho-Hot dared not let such a little Fubao do the work. But she thought what she wanted. How could little Fubao be afraid of hardship and fatigue? She didn't care about her clothes. No matter how beautifully Juan Urseo dressed her up in the morning. Before going to bed at night, her clothes were not clean at all. Her hair was loose, and her face was full of marks left by sweat and dust. Her bangs were wet and stuck to her forehead. The Juan family was used to it. Sister Ho-Hot, do you look down on Fubao? Fubao can help? If you don't believe me, just look. Fubao was stubborn and no one could stop her. She had to help. She squatted down and poured half a dustpan of potato residue into the bag with a small dustpan. She did it in a proper manner. But there were only a few potato residues that could be poured into the bag, and they were all spilled outside. Fubao stuck out his tongue in embarrassment, with a bit of embarrassment on his face, but soon turned into a flattering smile. Sister Ho-Hot, look, can I help you? I can help you hold the bag. Ho-Hot was still a little hesitant. Fubao, this dress of yours was made by your second aunt. It's not good if you get it dirty. Fubao looked down at the new clothes on her body. Her expression was a little tangled. Yes, this was made by her mother. But she was sloppy every day. Didn't her mother blame her? Sister Guifa, it's okay. Mother won't say. I'm helping with the work. Mother will praise me. Let's work quickly. The sun is getting bigger. It will be hot soon. Ho-Hot finally couldn't resist Fubao's stubbornness. Just let her hold the bag. Fubao immediately became happy. She was very happy to be able to help. This drying yard is the largest one in the village. It is now used to dry potato residues. There are many children running around on the drying yard. They like to roll around in the dry residues and play hide and seek in the surrounding hay piles. The drying yard is the most lively place in the whole village, with the cheerful shouts of children everywhere. Juan Lauer never cares. After all, it doesn't affect anything. So he just lets the children play. Fubao, it's done. Let's go home. After Ho-Hot filled half a bag with residue, she put down the dustpan, tightened the bag mouth, squatted down and carried it on her back. Sister Ho-Hot, is it heavy? Do you need Fubao help? Fubao is a strong man. Little Fubao waved his short arms while speaking. Ho-Hot was amused by Fubao's cute appearance. No need. Fubao, I can carry it. If you want to help, just take the dustpan. Ho-Hot felt that if she didn't let this little girl do something, she would always chase after her and ask if she wanted help. So it would be better to let her do some work. Sure enough, Fubao happily picked up the dustpan on the ground with both hands, and followed Ho-Hot happily. She told Ho-Hot about her heroic deeds of leading the big white geese to fight the bad guys last night. The two talked and listened, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. But there was a discordant voice that broke the harmonious atmosphere. Ho-Hot, stop! A voice came from behind. Ho-Hot and Xiao Fubao stopped at the same time and turned their heads to look back. Ho-Hot's face suddenly darkened, and she quickly pulled Xiao Fubao back. Sister Fubao, let's go quickly. Ignore that person. She is a thief. Let's not talk to thieves. Xiao Fubao was a little confused, with confusion in her eyes. She remembered that it was Sister Ho-Hot's stepmother, but she was very good at observing people's expressions. Seeing that Ho-Hot was unhappy, she didn't ask, and her legs moved quickly to keep up with Ho-Hot's footsteps. And she didn't look back, and went straight home. Chapter 371, Chen's Entanglement. But how can two children be as fast as an adult? Not to mention that Ho-Hot was carrying something on her back? Ho-Hot felt her back sink, and the bag on her back was grabbed by someone. Because of the other party's strong pulling, she was almost pulled to the ground. In the end, because she couldn't hold on any longer, Ho-Hot had to give up the bag on her back and prepared to run with Xiao Fubao. But Chen seemed to have predicted Ho-Hot's thoughts. The moment Ho-Hot put down the bag, she reached out and grabbed the back of Ho-Hot's collar. Ho-Hot was running forward, and her back collar was suddenly grabbed. She breathed hard and almost couldn't breathe, so she stopped quickly. You dead girl. I called you. Why are you running? Am I a jackal, tiger or leopard? Can I eat you? Chen's panting sound came from behind. Ho-Hot's face darkened, and she said with a dark face, let go. If you have something to say, just say it. You are so old, but you still touch me. If you don't let go, I will call someone. Ho-Hot was also annoyed and shouted loudly. Sure enough, Chin behind her looked around nervously and saw that there were only children on the drying field, but no adults, and she was secretly relieved. You dead girl. Why are you shouting? I let go. Don't run, or I won't let go. Hohat nodded unhappily, and Chin let go, and Hohat pulled Xiao Fubao around. Are you Sister Hohat's stepmother? Why do you have the word stealing on your face? Are you a thief? Xiao Fubao looked at Chin's forehead with doubt in his clear eyes. Chin quickly tidied up her bangs that were blown by the wind, covering the tattoo on her forehead. Her face turned red, and she glared at Xiao Fubao angrily. Hohat immediately pulled Xiao Fubao behind her like an old hen protecting her chicks. Why are you glaring at me? If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'm still busy and don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Hohat stared at Chin coldly. If she was not young and couldn't beat her, she would not want to talk nonsense with Chin here. Chin was a little angry when she saw Hohat's cold attitude towards her. Hohat, no matter what, I am also your mother. Even if I didn't give birth to you, I have the grace of raising you. If it weren't for me, would you have grown up so big? If I hadn't sold you to the Wan family, would you be here today? Chin looked at the clothes Hohat was wearing. There was no patch on them, and the fabric was fine cotton. One set of clothes on her could buy 2 sets of clothes for herself. Chin's words were a little sour. Hohat was so angry at Chin's words that she laughed. Why? Should I thank you for selling me out? Why are you so thick-skinned? Even a spear can't pierce you. Right? Why don't I send you to the battlefield? You're more useful than a shield? When the enemy's spear pierces you, you can still move by yourself. Chin was scolded by Hohat. Her face was blue and red, and she wanted to hit Hohat, but she thought that she had something to ask her, so she held back. Hohat, no matter what, you are here today because of me. Otherwise you won't be able to eat 8 dishes in your next life. Do you have shame? I am here today because of the Wan family, and it is the Wan family that gave me the good life I have now. What does it have to do with you? If you have nothing else to do, don't bother me. Hohat was too lazy to argue with Chin anymore, and bent down to pick up the bag on the ground and leave, but was quickly held down by Chin. Hohat, Mother has something to ask you. Can you listen to me before leaving? Seeing that Hohat was about to run, Chin quickly told her purpose. Hohat paused for a moment, with a half smile on her face, looking at Chin, and then stood up straight. Oh, you still need to beg me? Tell me, what's the matter? If you want to work in my uncle's workshop, don't ask. I can't make the decision, and I won't plead for you. You can give up this idea. Chen's face turned pale, and she said in her heart, this damn girl. How did she know what you were thinking? But Chen didn't give up. With a flattering smile on her face, she wanted to reach out to pull the corner of Hohat's clothes. Hohat quickly stepped back and said coldly, just talk. Don't pull and tug. I don't want to have any contact with you. We don't have a blood relationship. And after you sold me, we have no relationship. You'd better talk nicely. Hohat's eyes were indifferent, and she didn't want to pay attention to Chin at all. But she couldn't leave, and she was holding her breath in her heart. Chin stretched out her hand but missed. Then she took it back awkwardly, and after a moment of thinking, she began to cry and wipe her tears. Osmanthus, however, as soon as Chin started to cry, she was scolded by Osmanthus. Shut up and speak properly. I want to live 2 more years. Don't cry for me. Chen's voice got stuck in her throat, and she looked at Osmanthus blankly. She was neither able to speak up nor down, and was scolded by Osmanthus. Chen sobbed and said, Hohat, you sent your father to prison. We mothers have a hard time. I have just recovered from my wounds, but our family is on the verge of starvation. Your father's big money is gone. If I don't find a way to make a living, we will all starve to death. It doesn't matter if I die, but your brothers and sisters are still young. Can you bear to watch them starve? Hohat glanced at Chen. First of all, let me correct you. I didn't send my father to prison. You? Saying this is slandering my reputation. If he hadn't been dishonest and had bad intentions, how could he have been put in jail? There are so many people in the village. Why don't others have ideas about my uncle's family? You are the only ones who have evil ideas? Aren't you thinking that I can go along with you? In the end, your wishful thinking failed. So you threw a bucket of dirty water on me. What? You two have taken all the good things? Hohat has never lost in a quarrel. Her thinking is clear. Her tongue is sharp. And she left Chen speechless. Hohat, Mother was wrong and deserves to be beaten. Please help us and tell your master to let me work in the workshop. You can't force me to death. Right? I am in this situation now. Even if I go to the city to work, they won't want me and drive me out. I thought about it and came to you for help. Your brother and sister haven't eaten for 2 days. Please be kind and find a way for us to live. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have been so mean to you. But your brother and sister are your blood relatives after all. They are all innocent. Humph. You know you are wrong now? If you make a mistake, you have to bear the consequences. I remember that your family still has a few acres of land. Other families know how to grow potatoes and sell them for money. Why don't you grow them? My father is working outside. And you can let the fields grow weeds at home. The weeds are taller than people. And you don't know how to clean them up. You deserve to starve to death. You help in emergencies, but not in poverty. Now the whole village has become rich. And you don't want to make progress. I think there is no point in living. Don't come to mess with me in the future. Hohat said decisively, and carried the bag and left. How could Chen let go of such a good opportunity? On weekdays, it is rare to see Hohat alone. Today, she finally caught her. And she would not let her go so easily. Chapter 372. Hohat prepares to buy steamed buns to help her younger brother and sister-in-law. Chen was about to stop Hohat. But suddenly, she felt a pain in her leg. She looked down and saw that little Fubao was biting her thigh. Ah! You little girl. Are you born in the year of the dog? Chen screamed when she was bitten by little Fubao. And quickly let go of Hohat's bag and reached out to grab Fubao hair. Chen grabbed Fubao little hair directly. And Fubao's scalp was numb with pain. But he just didn't let go and bit even harder. Chen was so angry that her hand strength became stronger. What are you doing? It's fine if you bully me. But you also bully other people's little kids. Are you still a human being? Hohat went up and quickly pulled Chen, trying to separate the two. Fubao, let go quickly. She is dirty. Hohat broke Chen's hand while pulling little Fubao. Little Fubao finally let go and was quickly pulled behind Hohat. However, the small tuft on her head was pulled apart by Chen, and one side of her hair was scattered, looking like she had just had a fight. Hohat quickly bent down. Fubao, hurry up and spit it out. How many days has she not changed her clothes? She hasn't taken a bath? How can you bite her? Little Fubao still looked unconvinced. She was still unhappy because she didn't do it to Chen today. But Sister Hohat was right. She quickly spit a few mouthfuls of saliva on the ground. Hohat stopped entangled with Chen, and carried the bag and left. If you dare to follow me again, I will call people, and say you want to steal the child. You also want to go to jail. And I will fulfill your wish. Chen was so scared that she stopped her foot that had just been raised. She thought of her children. Without her, none of them would survive. Chen was extremely anxious. She watched Hohat disappear in the drying yard. But she was helpless. She squatted down and cried. She regretted that she shouldn't have instigated the head of the family to steal things from the Wan family. But where in the world can you buy regret medicine? She is just reaping the fruits of her own labor. Little Fubao walked all the way home, looking up at Hohat's face. Seeing that she looked not very good, little Fubao asked carefully, Sister Hohat, do you really not care about your brothers and sisters? Your stepmother's words are quite pitiful. How about we secretly send them some food? Fubao is also a child. Fubao knows that being a child is the most difficult. You have to listen to adults in everything. And adults have to sell children when they have no food. The children are so pitiful. Fubao's words slowed down Hohat's pace. She put down the bag on her back and said, Fubao, I didn't. I planned to ignore my brothers and sisters. They were innocent after all. They were just born in the wrong body and crawled out of Chen's belly. I couldn't watch them starve to death. But I couldn't let Chen know that I was easy to bully. Otherwise, she would come to me every now and then to ask for food. I wouldn't be doing a good deed, but indulging her laziness. She thought that if she could rely on me, she would be like before. Xiao Fubao seemed to understand. But she knew one thing very well. That is, Hohat would not let her brothers and sister starve to death. Xiao Fubao ran back happily. Sister Hohat, let's go back and get some food. Shall we? I know where the snacks are at home. Shall we take them to share with your brothers and sisters? Hohat quickly caught up with Xiao Fubao and said seriously, Fubao, no. Those snacks were bought by your father. They are not cheap. I don't have that much money to pay. I want to use the money to buy some food with Grandma and secretly give it to them. After all, your family bought me. Not my family. You promised me. Don't talk about this when you go back. Okay? Xiao Fubao doesn't care. As long as no one starves to death. Anything is fine. Okay. I listen to you. Shall we go back quickly? Hohat nodded. And the two returned to the Wan family hand in hand. But there was no one at home. Hohat finished the work in her hands, washed her hands, and went back to the house. She was in the Wan family, and every month Wan Lauer would give her wages. But it was only a small part. The bulk of it was kept by Wan Erseo. When Hohat grew up, she would give it all to her as a dowry. But Hohat didn't know about this. Wan Erseo didn't tell her. Otherwise, according to Hohat's temperament, she would definitely work harder. Wan Erseo didn't want to put so much pressure on her child. Hohat took out a money box from her Kong cabinet, which she begged Wan Lauer to make for her. Although it was a bit rough, Hohat liked it very much. She opened the money box and found a box of copper coins in it, which was heavy, with thousands of them. Hohat took out 20 copper coins from it. She remembered that the steamed buns in the town were 1 copper coin each. She planned to give 20 copper coins to Old Lady Wan, and buy a few steamed buns every day to secretly give to her younger brothers and sisters. As for Chun, she didn't want to care at all. After Hohat made up her mind, she put the money box away and went to find Old Lady Wan. Old Mrs. Wan had just returned and was asking little Fubao where he had gone to play. Little Fubao did not hide anything and told her about Chin's incident in vivid detail. After hearing this, Old Lady Wan's face darkened. This Chin was still haunting her. Grandma, can I ask you a favor? Hohat stood at the door and looked inside. She asked with some uneasiness in her voice. She was not sure whether Old Lady Wan would agree to her doing so. After all, Chun was considered to be an enemy of the Wan family. Hohat, come in. Grandma has something to ask you. Old Lady Wan waved at the door and asked Hohat to come in and talk. Hohat clutched the corner of her clothes and walked in with small steps. There was some uneasiness on her face. She was completely different from her usual straightforwardness. Grandma, what do you want? Hohat stood under the Kong, lowered her head, pursed her lips, and did not dare to look up at Old Lady Wan. Hohat, Fubao told me about Chin's incident just now. You are right. Such people must not be allowed into our workshop. However, your brothers and sisters are innocent. For your sake, we will send some food to help them through this period. If Chin still does not repent, we can't save them forever. Don't you think so? Hohat looked up at Grandma Wan in surprise, with tears in her eyes. Grandma, aren't you angry? Chin did something wrong to our family. Are you still willing to save Chin's children? Silly child. Chin is Chin. Her children are still so young and innocent. If they are guided well, they will not be bad in the future. After all, you, as a sister, are not bad. How bad can they be? What is the saying? I always hear one and others recite what people are called. What kind of good? Grandma. That is, people are inherently good at the beginning. Little Fubao quickly followed. Yes. 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 People are good at birth. They are still young. But they were led astray by Chin. You should teach them well in the future. They will definitely help you. It is difficult for women in this world. They always have a backer with their mother's family. Osmanthus was moved and rushed over to hug Grandma Wan. Grandma. Thank you. You are so kind. Grandma. Good people will be rewarded. And you will live a long life. Xiao Fubao also ran over and hugged Grandma Wan's neck. And the two girls made Grandma Wan laugh. Okay. I ask your fourth aunt to steam more steamed buns at noon. And you can secretly send some over. Don't let Chin find out. Grandma. I have to pay. Although I don't have much money, I can still afford the money for these steamed buns. If you don't want money, I will go to the town to buy them. Or go to someone else's house to buy them. Osmanthus was very stubborn and put the 20 copper coins in her hand on the Kong. Old Mrs. Wan accepted it with a smile. And she would return it after paying Hohat more wages next month. She didn't think much of it. Chapter 373 Hohat beats Lu Debao. At noon, Lu really made a lot of extra steamed buns and picked up a dozen for Hohat. Hohat, here, are these enough? If not, there are more in the pot. Enough? Fourth aunt, these are more. Just give me 5. I let them share them. And I give them more after they finish eating. Hohat went to the kitchen to pick up some more. Hohat thanked again. then ran out with the oil paper bag. She didn't go home to find someone directly, but asked a good friend to bribe her with a penny, so that she could find Chin's children under the pretext of finding someone to play. Chin was in no mood to take care of the children now. She was so hungry that she was panicking. After finding Hohat in the morning, she pulled for a long time and had no strength left. At this time, she felt dizzy and lay on the bed too lazy to move. The only thing she could drink at home was water. It was useless for her to drink a bellyful of water. She was hungry soon. She lay on the bed and thought about the children. Instead of everyone starving to death, it would be better to sell a child to get through this period. At least they could survive. Otherwise, everyone would die. And winter was coming soon. The autumn at the border was very short. It was already the end of August, and it would be September soon. In September, the weather would be much colder. It might snow in October. It would be cold and hungry at that time. No one would know if their mother and daughter died at home. After all, everyone stayed at home in winter, and no one wanted to come out. Especially in the past 2 years. There were several heavy snowfalls at the border every year. Unlike before when it rarely snowed. The more Chin thought about it, the more anxious she became. But now she needed to rest. Chin fell asleep on the bed. The oldest of Chin's children, Lu Debao, was 6 years old. And there was another daughter, Lu Xiaoyao, who was 4 years old. The youngest, Lu Erbao, was only 2 years old. Hohat asked her good friend to call the 3 children out. Lu Erbao was led by his sister. He was wearing ill-fitting clothes that hung loosely on his body. He was basically naked underneath, with bare legs and no shoes on his feet. His hair was not combed. He was malnourished. His hair was dry and yellow. And there was not much hair. It was tied in a knot and hung on his body. His face was dirty, as if he had not washed his face for half a month. The exposed parts of his neck, wrists and ankles were all covered with layers of dust. There was a cut on his shoulder. He followed his brother and sister with a clear light in his eyes. He looked around and hid behind his second sister Xiaoyao timidly. But Xiaoyao was similar to him. In addition to ill-fitting clothes, her hair was also messy. Chin didn't care about the child at all. When Hohat saw these brothers and sisters, she thought of her past self. What was the difference between her past self and her current brothers and sisters? Hohat? Why are you here? My mother said that you are rich now, and don't recognize us. You are an ungrateful person. The eldest Lu Debao saw Hohat with hatred in his eyes. Hohat thanked her friends and sent them away. She walked over and bent down to pick up Lu Erbao. As soon as she got close, Hohat smelled a sour and smelly smell on Lu Erbao. And the smell of urine almost made her vomit. What are you doing? Put down Erbao? Lu Debao thought Hohat was going to do something to Lu Erbao. So he rushed forward to grab him. Hohat is 3 years older than Lu Debao. She has been eating well in the Wan family for the past 2 years, and has grown a lot. Lu Debao can't touch Hohat at all. Hohat pushed Lu Debao away and said disdainfully, "Behave yourself, or I won't give you food in a while. And you and your vicious mother will starve to death." Lu Debao was very angry that Hohat dared to hit him. When she was at home, she never dared to touch him. Just as he was about to fight back, he heard Hohat say that there was food. Now there was nothing more tempting than food. "Do you have food? Give it to me quickly. I'm starving to death," Lu Debao said, and directly touched Hohat with both hands, trying to grab food. Hohat's eyes gradually became sharp. This child is really unruly. Grandma Wan is right. She has to teach these people a lesson. Hohat kicked Lu Debao, who was touching her, down, and put down Lu Erbao, and went forward to beat Lu Debao. "Lu Debao, remember? I am your sister. You must call me sister when we meet in the future. If you call me Hohat again, I will beat you every time I see you," Hohat said while beating him. Lu Debao was so hungry that he had no strength to begin with. And he was no match for Hohat. So he could only be beaten. He was soon beaten into a pig-like face by Hohat. Sister, I know I was wrong. Please stop beating me." Lu Debao finally felt remorseful as he screamed. Hohat's hands were also hurt, so she shook them a few times before standing up. She looked down at Lu Debao and said in a stiff tone, "Hurry up and get up. Don't lie on the ground and pretend to be dead." How could Lu Debao dare to object? But he was still very unconvinced in his heart. After all, the person he had always oppressed was now riding on his head. But in front of strength, he had to admit defeat. Lu Debao got up from the ground. stood in front of Hohat with an unconvinced look, and said with his neck stiff, "Don't be complacent. You are only a few years older than me, and eat better than me. So you can beat me. Otherwise you are not my opponent at all. I won't bother with you today. I will deal with you when I grow up." Hohat looked at this naughty child. Feeling tired, she took out an oil paper bag from her waist, took out a steamed bun from it, and handed it to Ludabeo. "Then I will wait for you to grow up. Don't starve to death now. Otherwise you won't have the chance to grow up. Eat quickly." Ludabeo saw the food and didn't have time to get angry. He snatched the steamed bun from Hohat's hand, ate it voraciously, and almost choked to death. Hohat carefully brought the water bag and hurried over. "Slow down. If you choke to death, you won't be able to eat it in the future. And you can't deal with me." Ludabeo drank a sip of water from Hohat's hand, and continued to lower his head to eat the steamed bun. This was the first time he had eaten white flour steamed buns since he was a child. He didn't expect them to be so fragrant. No wonder white flour steamed buns are so expensive. Moreover, this steamed bun is very fluffy and very tempting. Ludabeo ate a big steamed bun in one breath, wiped his mouth and looked at Hohat. "Are there any more? You only care about yourself and don't care about your brothers and sisters? Look at your second brother. He is only 2 years old. He can't walk steadily. He falls every few steps. And you don't know to hold him?" Ludabeo wiped his mouth and looked indifferent. "I don't have the strength to walk myself. How can I care about him? Do you have any more steamed buns?" Ludabeo asked again impatiently. Hohat was too lazy to pay attention to him. This child has been crooked for so many years. It's hard to straighten him overnight. He still has to be taught slowly. If it doesn't work, he will be beaten until he is convinced. Chapter 374. Hohat took the opportunity to teach his brother and sister-in-law. "Ludabeo, you are asking me for food now. I am your breadwinner. You should be more respectful when you talk to me in the future. Otherwise, I will feed my buns to dogs instead of giving them to you. Also, I want to see my younger brother appear clean at night. And my younger sister too. At least you should take a bath. Right? Look at your 3 hands. The buns have black handprints on them. How did you eat them? What? There are still buns to eat at night?" Ludabeo's mind was all on eating, and he actively filtered out the other words Hohat said. Hohat took out 2 more buns from the oil paper bag and gave one to Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Erbao. And then looked at Ludabeo. "Didn't you hear what I said?" "I heard it. I heard it. You are so nagging." "That? Can you give me another bun? I'm not full yet." Ludabeo responded randomly, his eyes fixed on the bag in Hohat's hand. Hohat gave him the rest. "And there were still 2 in it. Hurry up and eat. But you can't tell Chin that I sent you food. Otherwise you won't be able to eat anything I sent you in the future. Do you understand?" "Yeah. I know. I know." Ludabeo got 2 steamed buns, one in each hand, and ate them with a mouthful on the left and the right, enjoying the delicious food. Lu Xiaoyao didn't talk much, and at this time he also lowered his head and ate them in big mouthfuls. Only Lu Erbao was a small person, who had no strength left due to hunger. He didn't know how many times he had fallen along the way. Hohat noticed that there were scratches on the little guy's arms. Hohat didn't care about Ludabeo and Lu Xiaoyao anymore. Squatted down, took the steamed bun from Lu Erbao, put him on her lap, and fed him the steamed bun crumbs bit by bit. The little guy was also very hungry, and before Hohat was ready to take a bite, his little mouth had already stretched out. "Erbao, who am I? Do you know me?" Hohat asked while feeding Erbao and coaxing him. Lu Erbao was only 2 years old when Hohat was sold. He was only a few months old. He had no impression of Hohat. When he heard Hohat's question, he looked at Hohat in confusion and shook his head. "I am the eldest sister. Remember? I will make you egg custard tonight. Okay?" Lu Erbao didn't know what egg custard was, but he nodded and said in a baby voice, "Okay. Then call me sister?" "Sister." Lu Erbao was very well behaved, but too thin. His face was not even as big as a palm. He was so thin that only a pair of bright eyes were left, because Lu Lauer and Chen's eyes were not big. This child did not have a pair of big eyes, but they were also very bright and clear. Hohat was warmed by Lu Erbao's well-behaved. She gently touched Lu Erbao's head and continued to feed him steamed buns bit by bit. Ludabeo had eaten and drunk enough and was still burping. "Hohat, I'm full, so I go back first. When will you bring me food tonight?" I can come and wait in advance. After Lu DeBeo had eaten, he acted like a big boss, and his tone was matter-of-fact. Hohat didn't even turn her head and said, "You won't have any tonight." "What? Why? You just said you would bring us food in the evening. Did you lie to us?" Lu DeBeo was immediately upset. "Humph. Why should I bring food to an ungrateful person? Even if I raise a dog, the dog still knows how to wag its tail at me and protect its owner. I raise you just to let you deal with me?" Hohat finished speaking and fed Lu Erbao another bite of steamed bun. Lu DeBeo opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything to refute for a long time. After all, he was only 6 years old, and he was usually a bully at home. If he really wanted to reason with her, he couldn't say anything, so he was stumped by Hohat's question. Lu Xiaoyao held half a steamed bun. Her eyes looked back and forth between Hohat and Lu DeBeo. Then she moved to Hohat's side with small steps, and timidly called out, "Big sister, I will listen to you in the future. Can you bring me food?" "I won't tell mother." Hohat looked at her 4-year-old sister in surprise. She didn't expect Xiaoyao to be so smart. She smiled in appreciation. "Of course. As long as you do what your sister says in the future, your sister will definitely raise you up." Lu Xiaoyao quickly hugged her thigh and said, "Yeah. I will definitely listen to your sister. Whatever your sister says is what it is." Lu DeBeo stared at Lu Xiaoyao hatefully, as if she was a traitor, then turned his neck and left. Hohat looked at Lu DeBeo's back, her eyes gradually cold. But she didn't call him back. She must straighten this child. Otherwise Xiaoyao might be sold like her in the future. But how many good families, like the one family, are there? "Sister." "Full?" Lu Erbao patted his belly happily, tilted his head, and said to Hohat. Hohat saw that there was still half a steamed bun left in her hand, so she gave it to Xiaoyao. Lu Erbao was small, and couldn't eat such a big steamed bun. Besides, he was still growing and couldn't just eat the steamed bun. Besides, he had clothes on, and it was going to get cold soon. The child was still bare-legged. What would he do when winter came? But Hohat didn't dare to make clothes for him openly. Otherwise Chen would find out, and would definitely use her bow to entangle her in the future. She didn't want to have anything to do with Chen now. Now she could only take one step at a time. Hohat explained to Xiaoyao and Lu Erbao again, "Do you two remember what your sister said? Don't tell your mother that I sent you food. Otherwise you won't be able to eat in the future. Do you understand?" "Yes. I know." "Sister, why don't you go home? Why do you live in someone else's house?" Lu Xiaoyao asked. "Because your mother is not my mother. And that home is not my home." "Okay. You should take your brother back quickly. Take a bath at home at night. Clean up your body, so that others will not despise you. We can be poor, but we can't be dirty," Hohat said earnestly. "And let the two little guys go back." Lu Erbao took a step back and looked back, his eyes full of reluctance. He felt that this strange sister was so gentle, better than his mother, and he was reluctant to go home. After Hohat returned home, she worked even harder. She wanted to use her labor to exchange for more delicious food for her brothers and sisters. Xiao Fubao was accompanying Wan Erseo to relieve her boredom. After lunch, she should have taken a nap. But Wan Erseo had slept for the whole morning and was not very sleepy at this moment. Xiao Fubao was an energetic girl. She ran to her mother's room, climbed onto the Kong, hugged Wan Erseo, and told her about Hohat. Wan Erseo then knew that Hohat's brothers and sisters had no food to eat. She also felt sad in her heart. Now everyone in the village has gradually swelled their wallets. Only Chen's family is still so poor, which is somewhat related to Chen herself. She silently kept this matter in mind, and did not say much to Xiao Fubao. She listened to her daughter talking for a long time, and suddenly there was no sound. Wan Erseo looked down, and saw that she was asleep. Chapter 375. Another Headhunter. After dinner, the village chief came to see Wan Lauer. "Jinju, go out and take a look. A few more people have been caught. They should be the spies you mentioned. They should be in the same group." The village chief was having dinner when the people who were assigned to patrol today came to tell him. Wan Lauer immediately followed the village chief out. "How did you deal with those people last night?" the village chief asked as he walked. "Those people were still locked up in the woodshed last night. I haven't figured out how to deal with them yet." Wan Lauer was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know whether to send them to the county government or release them directly. If he was sent to the county government, it seemed that there was no suitable charge to sentence him. If he was released directly, he was afraid that Zhou Biao would come to him directly. After all, these people were seriously injured. He was at a critical moment now. He didn't want to confront Zhou Biao at this time. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Besides, Zhou Biao's power has always been lingering at the border, and his foundation is deep, which is not comparable to him as a grassroots. Wan Lauer thought about it again and felt that this matter was still a bit tricky. And he was a little worried. Then let's lock them up first. If these guys find out anything tonight, we will catch them and make them disappear one by one. See if that person dares to send someone again, Jinyo said as he walked aside with his hands behind his back and slightly hunched back. Wan Lauer agreed with Jinyo's approach and was even more ruthless than him. When the two came to the entrance of the village, they saw that the patrol had subdued several people. The clothes of the people who came were similar to those of the people yesterday. It was clear that they came from the same place without asking. Village Chief Jinju, these two people stood outside our village for a long time in a sneaky way. Because they didn't enter the village, we didn't pay attention to them. Who knew that they were ready to climb over the fence as soon as it got dark? Fortunately, we kept an eye on their movements. Otherwise they would have succeeded. Chongsheng held a wooden stick and stuck it on the ground, with one hand on his waist, looking angrily at the two people squatting on the ground, who had been tied up by them. Chongsheng, thank you for your hard work. No one should come tonight. You should close the door of the village and go back quickly. I will take these two people back first. Wan Lauer patted Chongsheng on the shoulder and said. Jinyo and Wan Lauer took the two people back to Wan Lauer's house and locked them in the woodshed together. Look, do you recognize these people? Are they your accomplices? Are you here to find these people? Wan Lauer pushed the two people in hard. They staggered and almost tripped over several people in the house. But soon they bit over and vomited. Ugh! Ugh! Wan Lauer and Jinyo stood at the door and did not go in. How is it? Does it smell good inside? You can stay here with them today. Wan Lauer had no intention of retrial these people. There was no point, and it was a waste of time. Anyway, he already knew the other party's details and purpose. But he didn't dare to confront Zhou Biao yet. He knew that he could only guard against them. In fact, Wan Lauer could have relied on Wan Quan's power. But he didn't want to cause trouble for Wan Quan. So he had to think of other ways. Jin Ju, don't you ask them? Jin Yo saw that Wan Lauer had locked the door directly from the outside, and asked quickly. Village Chief, asking those questions is useless. Just lock them up for 2 days, and let them starve for 2 days. I will deal with them after I figure out a way to deal with Zhou Biao. The village chief had never heard of Zhou Biao. Nor did he know the past between Wan Lauer and Zhou Biao. He didn't want to ask. After talking to Wan Lauer for a few words, he thought of the contract he talked about this morning and asked, Jin Ju, have you finished the contract? I have already told them that if you finish it, everyone will agree to sign it, and everyone will understand. So no one disagrees. Village Chief, this matter was originally written according to what I said, but I thought it didn't work. So I went to the town to ask the mayor about the laws of the Qi. The mayor helped me write a more appropriate contract, which is more comprehensive and more based than what I wrote. I was also enlightened. Our Qi attaches great importance to merchants. What do you mean? The village chief was a little surprised that Wan Lauer would go directly to the mayor. The mayor said that after the new emperor ascended the throne, he paid more attention to business. If he wanted to make the Qi develop rapidly, he had to improve the status of businessmen. This year, many laws were issued to improve this industry, especially contracts. Both parties who sign the contract must strictly abide by it. Once a lawsuit occurs, the treaty agreed upon by both parties in the contract will be followed, and there will be corresponding penalties. Wan Lauer's request for advice was like a small knife in his buttocks, which opened his eyes. He also planned to ask someone who was familiar with the Qi's laws to teach them after he had money. Okay, since the mayor is giving us advice, it must be better than what we think. How about going to the workshop tomorrow morning to ask everyone to press their fingerprints? Okay, I've sorted it out, and I've asked someone to copy hundreds of copies, one for each person. The mayor said this will make it easier to manage. I take the contract to the workshop tomorrow morning and have everyone sign it one by one. Okay, I go back first. After sending Jinyo out, Wan Lauer turned back and locked the door, preparing to go back to his room, but heard shouting from the woodshed. You bold peasant. Why don't you ask who we are? How dare you lock us up in this filthy place? Just wait. I definitely deal with you when I get out. Wan Lauer paused on his way back to his room and turned to the woodshed. He opened the door of the woodshed, stood at the door, and looked into the room against the light. The room was dark, and he couldn't see anything. But the people inside could see him. Wan Lauer looked cold and hard, looking at the people in the dark coldly, and said in a deep voice, "I am a peasant." "So what? You are locked up by peasants now. And if you want to go out, you have to see if I am willing to let you go. If you don't behave, I will break your legs. And if you yell again, I will hang you up." The man was still a little unconvinced. And at this time a voice whispered, "Stop yelling. They are not easy to mess with. And they will call the grandparents and grandchildren. And we will be even more miserable. You should be quiet. Right? Don't implicate us." Wan Lauer locked the door again and left. And the yard suddenly became quiet. 6 or 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. And Wan Lousy came back that night. "Lousy? Why are you back? Is everything over there ready?" Wan Lauer heard that Wan Lousy had come back, and hurried back from the workshop. "Second brother, I have already paid the deposit there. It is indeed a prosperous city. But the rent of the shop is dozens of times higher than that of our town. The place I found is not a particularly prosperous area. But the rent is 50 taels of silver a month. The shop is not big. Only 2 rooms and 2 floors. And there is no backyard. However, this is already the most affordable shop. But the shopkeeper requires us to pay for 1 year at a time, which is 600 taels of silver." Wan Lauer sighed after hearing this. He had spent all the money in his hand, and only had 300 taels. Moreover, Shenyang might receive news soon, so the rent would not be cheap. "Okay, I know. You have worked hard. Take a good rest first, and I will think of a way." After Wan Lauer finished speaking, he returned to the room. Chapter 376. Life turns from cloudy to sunny. Sister-in-law Wan Er has almost recovered these days. She can walk on the ground. She is bathing Xiao Fubao. She feels someone coming in. She turns her head and sees that it is Wan Lauer. She doesn't care and continues to talk to Xiao Fubao while wiping his body. Wan Lauer took off his shoes and laid down in his clothes. But his eyes were wide open, and he looked like he was worried. Sister-in-law Wan Er dressed Xiao Fubao and carried him to the Kong. Seeing that Wan Lauer was still asleep and sighing, she realized something was wrong. "What's wrong? What's the problem?" As Wan Lauer's bedmate, sister-in-law Wan Er knows Wan Lauer best. He is usually very easygoing, and nothing will affect his sleep. After a day's work, he usually falls asleep as soon as he lies down. This is the first time like today. Wan Lauer didn't want to worry Wan Er's wife, so he casually said, "It's nothing. Don't think about it. Go to bed quickly." Wan Er's wife didn't believe it, and she didn't even pour the bath water. She sat on the con directly, sitting opposite Wan Lauer. "How can it be okay? You didn't say you didn't want me to worry, did you? But we are husband and wife, and we have been through such a hard exile. What else can't you tell me? I can bear it." Wan Lauer didn't want to sleep anymore, so he sat up. Little Fubao was washed fragrantly. Seeing that her father didn't tease her like before, she also keenly realized that the atmosphere was wrong, and quickly crawled over to sit in Wan Lauer's arms. "Daddy, what's wrong with you? Why are you unhappy?" Fubao hugged Wan Lauer's neck, looking at Wan Lauer with big eyes without blinking, full of confusion. Wan Lauer gently touched his daughter's head and smiled. "Daddy is fine. Just tired today. Fubao, don't worry. Go to bed quickly." "Okay." Little Fubao shook his head. Fubao is not sleepy. Fubao wants to sleep with Daddy. Wan Lauer glanced at Wan Erseo, and saw that she was also looking at him. Wan Lauer had no choice but to coax Fubao to sleep first. The strange thing is that he couldn't fall asleep just now, and after hugging Fubao, he fell asleep unconsciously. Wan Erseo looked at the father and daughter and shook her head helplessly. Who was coaxing whom? And the next day, Wan Lauer got up late for the rare time. When he got up, the sun was already high. Fubao had already gotten up and washed. But Fubao didn't go out to play as usual. Instead, she sat on the Kong and played with her own little wooden horse, always guarding Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer saw the little figure of little Fubao when he woke up. "Daughter, why didn't you go out to play?" Wan Lauer sat up, sleepy-eyed, feeling that he had slept well and was much more energetic. "Daddy, you're awake. I want to accompany you today and don't want to go out to play." Wan Lauer picked up little Fubao and walked out of the bedroom. Wherever he went, Little Fu Bao followed him like a follower, and was laughed at by Wan Er's wife and Wan Lao Hai all morning. After breakfast, Wan Lao Si found Wan Lauer again and talked about money. Wan Lauer's brows began to tangle again. Oh, so daddy can't sleep because he has no money to spend? Fu Bao has some. Fu Bao will give it to daddy. Little Fu Bao followed for so long and finally figured out why Wan Lauer was unhappy. She was sitting on Wan Lauer's legs at this time, trying to climb down to get her little money box. Wan Lauer didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew Fu Bao money box. It was filled with pocket money given to her to coax her, and red envelopes for the new year. The total amount was less than 5 taels of silver. Wan Lauer quickly grabbed little Fu Bao. Fu Bao, daddy doesn't need money. Don't worry about it. Go and play by yourself. Okay? Fu Bao didn't believe it at all. She thought that adults were short of money. She heard this from other children in the village. She wanted everyone in the village to have money and live happily. Daddy, you are lying. I don't believe it. You were so worried that you couldn't sleep last night. Why didn't you tell Mom? Wan Lauer knew that he couldn't hide it from his daughter. This girl was smarter than ordinary children. It was really hard to deceive her. When Wan Lauer was racking his brains to coax little Fu Bao away, Wan Xuan came. Uncle, a carriage and entourage came outside the village. Uncle Chansheng said that the other party came to ask for people. The village chief asked me to ask you what you are going to do? Wan Lauer was confused for a moment. Then he remembered that there were still a few people imprisoned in his woodshed who had not been released. Wan Lauer quickly stood up and said, "Let them in and bring them to our house." Xiao Fu Bao quickly took Wan Lauer's hand and followed her father. Wan Lao Si glanced in the direction of the woodshed and said, "Brother, these people have been detained for several days. That Mr. Zhou just came to ask for people. He is quite patient. If he doesn't come again, our woodshed will be full. We will have to ask him for living expenses and accommodation expenses for these people later." Wan Lao Si's eyes rolled around. He didn't plan to let these people go easily. He wanted to let Zhou Biao know that their family was not so easy to enter and leave. Then how much do you think is appropriate? Wan Lauer looked at Wan Lao Si and asked. At least 300 taels. Right. After all, our family has provided us with good food and drink for so many days. And they also ruined our firewood room. Wan Lao Si asked for 300 taels right away. And his intention was obvious. Extortion. Although Wan Lauer was just short of these 300 taels of silver. He felt that such means were not fair. And he felt a little uncomfortable. Isn't this a bad idea? If we offend someone to death, our business will be targeted before it even starts. Will we? Wan Lao Si laughed and said, "Second brother, what are you afraid of? Is his background as strong as ours? He doesn't have as strong connections as ours? You don't know how famous you are now. Do you? I didn't know until I went to the capital this time that your potato harvesting had spread to the capital. When I came back, I passed by the county and went to my eldest brother's house. My eldest brother asked me to tell you that the county magistrate has written a memorial about your merits and reported it to the prefect, and is waiting for the prefect to report it to the capital. My eldest brother didn't say much else, but from what he said, you might be rich. I came back late last night." And Wan Lao Er was absent-minded again. Wan Lao Si was also tired, so he didn't say much. Wan Lao Er was shocked by the news brought back by Wan Lao Si. "Are you telling the truth? But I didn't do anything. Why did the county magistrate report it?" This. Wan Lauer was so excited that he was a little incoherent. "I told you this because I wanted to say, second brother, we are no worse than that Mr. Zhou. You don't have to be afraid of him. The business world is like a battlefield. You have to fight on your own. Although our family has never been in business, we know people who are in business. This time when I went to the capital, I also met Brother Shen. Now that he is no longer the leader of the gang, his business is quite big. He was very happy when he heard that we were going to open a shop in the capital. He said that he would definitely go to support us when the time comes." Wan Lauer felt that his life had gone through a night, as if it had turned from cloudy to sunny. Now he seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He was not afraid of anything, and felt that Mr. Zhou was just like that. Chapter 377. Zhou Biao was defeated. Wan Lauer felt that the air he breathed was relaxed at this time, and his mentality was completely different from before. When the carriage stopped at the gate of the yard, he also came out to greet him. After all, it was not time to tear each other apart. Now he was in the dark, and the other party was in the light. He knew everything about Zhou Biao. But Zhou Biao didn't know the situation of their family. The people sent to inquire about it never came back. So he was anxious. Zhou Biao was helped down from the carriage by the housekeeper. He first took a look at the surrounding environment, then took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and covered his mouth and nose. His disgust was obvious. And then he looked up at the lintel of the Wan family. Wan Lauer just came out and saw Zhou Biao like an old man, being helped by the housekeeper to walk in. Wan Laosi quickly pulled Wan Lauer. According to the many people he had seen, he felt that Zhou Biao was not easy to deal with. The more humble you are, the more he will be arrogant. It is best to be tough and show your momentum from the beginning. Second brother, I come. You can talk later. Wan Laosi pulled Wan Lauer behind him and walked to the front. Wan Xuan also stood on the other side of Wan Laosi. Wan Laosi stood straight with a humble smile on his face, watching Zhou Biao walk into the yard with a look of disgust. Master, please be careful with your feet. This farm has chickens and ducks. There is a smell of chicken manure in the yard. Please don't step on it. The housekeeper followed closely behind, and did not forget to remind Zhou Biao. Zhou Biao quickly looked down at his feet, and found that it was still clean. At least this family was the cleanest along the way. Xiao Fubao watched Zhou Biao come in, listened to the housekeeper's words. Her eyes rolled, let go of Wan Lauer's hand and ran away. As soon as Zhou Biao stood still in the yard, Xiao Fubao carried half a basket of chicken manure in a small basket and ran all the way. When passing by Zhou Biao, her little body tilted and deliberately bumped into Zhou Biao. The basket was knocked over, and half of the chicken manure was poured on Zhou Biao. Where did the yellow-haired girl come from? Do you have eyes? The housekeeper hurriedly tried to pull Xiao Fubao away. Before the housekeeper could do anything, Xiao Fubao had already run away and hid behind Wan Lauer, revealing only half of his head and a pair of big black eyes. Blinking playfully, Wan Laosi and Wan Shuang tried hard to hold back their laughter. Wan Lauer quickly picked up Xiao Fubao and kissed her on the face. This girl was really brave. She did what he dared not do. Zhou Biao gritted his teeth and his face was almost as black as the bottom of a pot, since he was shipped by the old crow at the door of the mayor's house last time. He hated all kinds of animals, especially their feces. At this moment, Xiao Fubao directly sprinkled all the chicken manure on his precious clothes. His anger can be imagined. He looked at the little girl in Wan Lauer's hand, and then fixed his eyes on Wan Lauer. Only then did he realize that Wan Lauer was the one who had a grudge against him at the mayor's door. The little girl had grown up a lot compared to a few years ago, but he remembered those eyes. It was them. Is it you? Zhou Biao kicked the housekeeper, who was wiping his clothes away, and walked to Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer quickly imitated Zhou Biao's behavior just now. He disdainfully pulled a handkerchief from Xiao Fubao's collar and covered his daughter's mouth and nose. He said in a sarcastic tone, Daughter, we can't let people smoke us. Come. Dad will cover it for you. Zhou Biao's face was ashen at this time. He felt that the father and daughter were his nemesis. He was covered with shit every time they met. Oh, isn't this Mr. Zhou? Why did you come to our farmyard? What a rare guest. Hearing the noise, Mrs. Wan also came out of the house, followed by Lu. Zhou Biao's face turned even worse when he saw old lady Zhou. This old lady was not a good person either. Did he fall into a wolf's den today? Zhou Biao glared at the housekeeper fiercely, and secretly blamed the housekeeper for not checking it clearly. But Zhou Biao had also worked hard in the business world. Even if he didn't like this family at this time, he had to endure it first when he thought of the purpose of his visit. Moreover, even if he didn't endure it, he should not be a match for the fight. The people he brought didn't seem to be the match of these villagers. At this time, the door of the Wan family was surrounded by villagers. It was the village chief who said in the workshop that Zhou Biao wanted to steal the prescription, and everyone would have no money to make in the future. What could the villagers do when they heard this? They picked up their weapons and surrounded the yard of the second Wan family, almost like closing the door and beating the dog. Zhou Biao heard the noise outside and turned around. Oh my god! What a grand show! The people he brought with him had been captured by the villagers outside, and he was blocked in the Wan family's yard, unable to go in or out. He finally understood why the people he sent to investigate had fallen into oblivion. However, this also attracted Zhou Biao's attention. What secrets does this village have? How could everyone unite as one? He has been at the border for so many years, and he has always seen people fighting each other. This is the first time he has seen such a united village. This family is not simple. Zhou Biao suppressed his shock and anger again and again, and finally managed to squeeze out a smile. Old lady, since we last met a few years ago, are you still in good health? Old lady one stood under the eaves with her hands in her pockets, laughing loudly. Well, what's the point of being healthy or not? It's just the blessing of my children and grandchildren. One more day is a day. Zhou Biao narrowed his eyes. The old lady looked the same as a few years ago. She seemed to be much younger and in good spirits. She looked like a long-lived person. He felt uncomfortable in his heart, but still smiled. Old lady looks like a blessed person. Since we are old acquaintances, I won't beat around the bush. I just say it straight. A few of my housekeepers are missing. I heard that they disappeared near your village. I came here today to ask if you have seen them? Wan Laosi took over Zhou Biao's words and laughed sarcastically. Mr. Zhou, what you asked is unreasonable. Your housekeeper is in the town. Why did he disappear in our village? Mr. Zhou is not awake yet? Or you? Go back and wake up. Think it through. And then come back? Zhou Biao didn't want to stay here any longer. He didn't need to come here in person today, but he was really curious about what happened here. That's why he came here in person. The people in this village were arrested before they could even say a few words. What right did he have to speak? He didn't even dare to act arrogantly, so he could only go home with his tail between his legs. But he was very unwilling in his heart. He couldn't just go back like this. He had to find out where his people had gone. At this time, Zhou Biao heard a voice coming from a small room in the yard. Woo! Woo! Zhou Biao glanced at Wan Laosi. Little brother, who is locked up in that room of yours? Oh! Over there? That's my pig pen. There are 2 pigs in it. What's wrong? Master Zhou wants to taste the smell of pig manure again? Zhou Biao was choked by Wan Laosi's words. But he felt that the person in there must be his family's missing steward. But how could he get the other party to talk? Chapter 378 Dreaming of Marrying a Wife. Thinking of good things. When Zhou Biao was racking his brains, his housekeeper suddenly ran to the door of the woodshed, while no one was paying attention. However, the door was locked, and he could not open it. But he could push the door open a crack to look inside. What are you doing? If you run around in my house again, I will sue you for trespassing and put you in jail. Wan Laosi stepped forward angrily and pulled the housekeeper away. But it was too late. The housekeeper had seen the people inside through the crack in the door. He immediately shouted, Master, that's our housekeeper. They are all tied up. It stinks inside. Our people must have been abused by these unruly people. Zhou Biao's eyes were slightly cold. He pinched his palms and then looked at Wan Laosi. What do you say? Why did my servants appear in your firewood room? You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, I will go to the county government to sue you for kidnapping my family slaves. Wan Laosi was not afraid of Zhou Biao at all. He raised his mouth slightly, folded his arms, leaned against the wooden door, and pretended to be nonchalant and said, Okay, Master Zhou, please go and sue quickly. If you don't know the gate of the county government, I can show you the way. By the way, you can find a man named Wan Jingui when you go there. He is my eldest brother. Now he was promoted to the head of the county yamen. He knows that we are acquaintances. Maybe he can open a back door for you so that you can see the county magistrate earlier. Zhou Biao's face changed immediately when he heard this. He said, why this family is so fearless. It turns out that there is someone in the yamen. No wonder the whole village follows their lead. Wait, Wan Jingui. Why does this name sound so familiar? Wan Jingui? The general who was recently named the lieutenant general of Dezhou seems to have the surname Wan. I heard that his father was a constable in the yamen. Could it be this Wan Jingui? Zhou Biao originally traveled back and forth between the border and Jiangnan, and he was well informed, especially the changes of the border generals. Dezhou was not far from them, only half a month away, so he still heard about it. Not to mention that the imperial edict had been issued to Shitzi village. What is the relationship between the lieutenant general of Dezhou and your family? Zhou Biao's voice obviously changed a lot, with a hint of temptation and caution. Wan Laosi raised his eyebrows, and his expression faded a lot. He glanced at Zhou Biao. I don't know if it has anything to do with our family, but I know it has nothing to do with you. I advise you to ask less. Otherwise you will be embarrassed. Zhou Biao's face turned red and white when a young man said that. For many years, he had been pampered and had long been accustomed to being flattered. How could he have thought that a country boy would dare to ignore him and repeatedly choke him? Zhou Biao wanted to get angry, But he was afraid that if this Dezhou Zonlangjiang was really from their family, he really had to think carefully. His backstage didn't seem to be as strong as others, and he would be the one who would be unlucky. It's better to go back and check it out first. This kind of thing is easy to check. Just go to the town and ask. If he remembered correctly, this family seemed to have bought a shop in the town, but he didn't know what business they were doing. It seems that he still needs to check the other party's details carefully. Since you don't want to talk, I won't ask any more questions. But it is a fact that my servant is in your house. Since I'm here today, I'm going to take him away. You should release him quickly. I won't hold you accountable. We're even now. Zhou Biao looked like he was willing to forgive you. So you should just quit while you're ahead. Wan Laosi laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. I think you're dreaming of marrying a wife. And you're just thinking about good things. You won't hold us accountable? We didn't say we won't hold you accountable. Is it great that you're rich? What do you think of our family? A thunderstorm in June. It comes and goes as it pleases? You still want to hold me accountable? What are you holding me accountable for? Although Zhou Biao felt a little guilty, he asked confidently, making people feel that he was not at fault. We are neither a town nor a county town, let alone a prefectural city. I would like to ask Mr. Zhou, why do your servants come to our village repeatedly to gather intelligence? And they ask questions here and there. What are they doing? They just got lost when they went out. You are overthinking it. You also detain my people. You are lynching and violating the laws of our Daki. Zhou Biao said righteously, as if the one family had committed a serious crime. But if you let them go now, and let me take them away, I will not pursue your responsibility. I will just pretend that this incident never happened. Zhou Biao raised his head and said coldly, then you should sue me. By the way, your servants have signed that they were instructed by you to come to our village to gather information. But they were not lost. Considering that you and my second brother are old acquaintances, I will inform you in advance, so that you don't go to the county government and make a misunderstanding and get a beating. Wan Laosi came to Wan Lao Air while talking. Second brother, do you have the confession signed by those people? They are with me. I carry them with me. Wan Lao Air took out the confession he had been forced to confess. There were also the signatures of those people on it. The evidence was irrefutable, and Zhou Biao could not deny it. Then what do you want? Zhou Biao asked with gritted teeth. Wan Laosi took back the confession and returned it to Wan Lao Air. Then he looked at Zhou Biao and said, if you don't want to do anything, you can take the people back. But our family has provided food and drink for so long. Mr. Zhou is rich and powerful. Isn't it inappropriate not to show some appreciation? Zhou Biao was so angry that he laughed at Wan Laosi's words. It turned out that this person was waiting for him here. He was indeed a mud leg who was not presentable. Since he wanted money, it would be difficult to deal with it. Zhou Biao was not short of money. Zhou Biao finally got cocky for a while, raised his chin, looked at Wan Laosi with disdain, and said sarcastically, okay, since your family is so poor, I do a good deed every day. Tell me, how much money do you want to release the people? 10 taels of silver is enough. Right? Zhou Biao laughed and said to the housekeeper behind him, I don't know if these people have seen so much silver. 10 taels of silver is enough for their family to eat and drink for several years. The housekeeper quickly agreed, Master. You are right. Their family can't earn 2 taels of silver a year. These 10 taels of silver are a huge sum for them. Okay. Then you quickly get them 10 taels of silver. Considering that they are so poor and shameless. Give them the cakes I just ate in the carriage. Yes. Master. You are really a kind man. The housekeeper was about to get on the carriage after flattering, but was tripped by Wan Laosi's sneer. TSK. 10 taels of silver? Then why don't you just go back to where you came from? Our family doesn't need these 10 taels of silver. So get out of here. The housekeeper also got angry. He was usually a well-known person in the Zhou family. But today when he came to this small farmer's house, he was repeatedly scolded. And he was also angry. Chapter 379, Getting Silver. Boy, you are so arrogant. Since your family doesn't need the 10 taels of silver, just let them go. You want money again. And you say you don't need silver. Do you think my master gave you too little? Wan Laosi was not angry. He clapped his hands. Butler is smart. That's right. I won't talk nonsense with you. Without 400 taels of silver today, you can't take any of them away. I will take this confession to the county to sue you. I can tell you clearly, so that you can give up. What we are doing now is to share the worries of the court. If you dare to have crooked ideas and ask around, be careful to lose your head. Zhou Biao was frightened by Wan Lao's words and took a step back. Although he was greedy, he never dealt with the court. The money of the court was not something he could earn. If this family was really working for the court, he really had to think about it carefully. Master, don't listen to their nonsense. Why would the court let them do anything? They are all peasants. What can they do? They must be lying to us. The housekeeper saw that Zhou Biao was about to retreat, and quickly added fuel to the fire. But Zhou Biao had completely calmed down. He thought that none of the merchants in this town had come to inquire about the news so far. So was there any news that he didn't know? Shut up. Don't add fuel to the fire in front of me. I can tell the difference. Zhou Biao kicked the housekeeper and looked at Wan Lao Si and Wan Lao Er. The two men didn't change their expressions. They didn't seem to be lying. Besides, they were all country people, and they probably didn't have the courage to say so. That meant that this matter was not groundless. Zhou Biao made a prompt decision, pulled the purse from his waist, and threw it directly to Wan Lao Si. Wan Lao Si quickly reached out to catch it. It felt heavy in his hand. He opened his purse and looked inside. He saw a few silver bills inside. He took out the silver bills, and saw 2 with a face value of 100 taels, and 4 with a face value of 50 taels. There was also 50 taels of loose silver in the purse. This is the money you want. If there is more, I will consider it as buying the confession in your hand. Is that okay? Wan Laosi showed the silver to Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer nodded and handed the confession to Wan Laosi. Wan Laosi gave the silver to Wan Lauer for safekeeping, tore up the confession in front of Zhou Biao, and then threw it directly into the air. Master Zhou, I tore it up in front of you. Now there is no confession. You don't have to worry about me using the confession to threaten you in the future. You can take the person back. But if you dare to send someone to inquire about the news again, I promise that you will definitely go to jail next time. Remember what I said? Everything we do is to share the burden for the court. After saying this, Wan Laosi glanced at Wan Shuang, who ran over and opened the door of the woodshed. The housekeeper of the Zhou family went in and brought the person out, and he almost vomited. Zhou Biao looked at Wan Laosi meaningfully, then turned and went out. The villagers outside were alert and pointed sticks at Zhou Biao, and Zhou Biao looked back at Wan Laosi. Wan Laosi walked out slowly and said to the village chief, "Village chief, it was just a misunderstanding. It's okay. Let them go. I think Mr. Zhou will not visit our village casually in the future." Jinhai, are you sure this man can leave? He didn't. Jin Yo said half a sentence, and Wan Laosi interrupted him. Village chief, he doesn't know anything. He just came to ask for people. Our family can't support so many mouths. Let him go quickly. After all, we are a small family, not even as thick as Mr. Zhou's leg hair. These days are really wrong Mr. Zhou's servants. I hope they don't come next time. Otherwise it will be more painful. Wan Laosi glanced at Uncle Zhong with a smile, and Uncle Zhong was so scared that he quickly shrank his neck. These days are simply a nightmare of his life. He really hopes that he has never come to Shitsi village. Especially this family. Each one is more cruel than the other, starving them, and giving them a few buckets of water a day, and not letting them go out. They now smell worse than toilets. When the people saw them coming out, they had already covered their mouths and noses, rolling their eyes in disgust. It stinks. Did these people just get out of the manure pit? My manure pit is not as stinky as theirs. Thanks to my aunt's generosity, they can still tolerate their waste. Okay, everyone, get out of the way. Let them go. Don't mess up our village's land here. It's stinking. Jinju, you have to use water to wash the land later. The village chief's words made Uncle Zhong and his group so angry that they wanted to stuff their heads into their crotches. Zhou Biao angrily turned his face and got on the carriage, gritting his teeth and said, "Go back." The villagers followed the carriage all the time, and only dispersed after seeing these people all left the village. Wan Lauer was holding Zhou Biao's purse at this time, and his face finally brightened. Old four, you have a way to get so much money. You are born with a brain for business. Take the silver and go to the city to take over the shop in a few days. I think there will be news from Jingyang soon. It is not cheap to rent a yard in the county for a year, but it is definitely not comparable to the shop in our city. I estimate that it will cost dozens of taels of silver a year. The extra 50 taels should be enough. Wan Lauer talked to himself and handed the purse to Wan Laosi. Wan Laosi didn't take it. Second brother, I want you to go with me to Fuching in a few days. You have been to Fuching before. It's a good time to get familiar with it this time. You can also take Fubao to play. Fubao hasn't been to Fuching yet. Right? When little Fubao heard her fourth uncle mention her, she ran over and held Wan Laoxi's hand. Fourth uncle, Fubao wants to go. Fubao hasn't been there yet. Daddy said that Fuching is very fun and bigger than the county town. Fubao wants to buy delicious food and see fun things. Wan Laoxi picked up Fubao and said happily, okay. This time, fourth uncle will take you. Let's play for a few more days. After the shop is renovated, you and your father will come back together. Wow. Great. Fourth uncle is so nice. Little Fubao kissed Wan Laoxi on the face. Wan Lauer saw that his daughter was so happy, and he couldn't bear to spoil her fun. So he nodded in agreement. Fourth brother, what you just said about us helping the court. If Zhou Biao spreads it, wouldn't we be guilty of deceiving the emperor? Wan Lauer was a little worried. Wan Laoxi didn't care much and said, second brother, you are just too cautious. We have led the people of the whole town to grow potatoes, increased their income, and paid a lot of taxes to the Qi. This is not false? Of course we are helping the court, even if we take a step back and say that what we said is wrong. Who heard it? Can we still say that they are spreading rumors about us? Wan Laoxi had already thought of a countermeasure in his mind. For such unfounded words, he could just deny what he wanted to say, without witnesses. Who could convict him? Chapter 380 Qin's death. Wan Lauer felt that what Wan Laoxi said made sense, and he didn't dwell on it anymore. After dinner, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the Wan family. The Wan family members were sitting in the house talking, and Wan Shuang ran out to open the door. Who are you looking for? Wan Shuang asked, looking at a boy standing at the door. Lu Debao was a little timid when he saw that it was Wan Shuang who opened the door, but he couldn't help but pluck up the courage to ask, is Hohot at home? I want to find Hohot. Wan Shuang immediately guessed the other party's identity. He had recently heard that Hohot was secretly helping the brothers and sisters born by his stepmother. This should be the eldest Lu Debao. Right? Are you Lu Debao? Lu Debao looked at Wan Shuang in surprise. How did he know him? Lu Debao nodded. I am Lu Debao. I want to find Hohot. Can you call someone? No. First, Hohot is your sister. She has helped you guys for so many days. But you don't even have the minimum gratitude and you are so disrespectful to her. Second, it's not appropriate for you to find her so late. If your stepmother finds out, she will blame Hohot again. She has nothing to do with your family now. Don't come here to find her in the future. Wan Shuang finished speaking and was about to close the door. But Lu Debao quickly reached out to block the door. My mother is dead. We are all scared. I beg you. Please let my sister come out. Wan Shuang wanted to teach this brat a lesson. He almost clamped his hand. But he heard him say this. Wan Shuang didn't know what to say for a while. He knew he couldn't make the decision for Hohot. He still had to tell Hohot. As for what Hohot should do, it depends on her. Okay. I know. You wait here first. I ask her if she is willing to come to see you. Wan Shuang said. Turned back. Deliberately didn't close the door, leaving a gap. He knew Lu Debao should be helpless and scared at this time. Just like when they knew their mother was gone. Although his mother was not a good person. But it was different when people were gone. The heart is always empty. As if there is a place missing. That place can only be reached by mother. Lu Debao glanced at the dark sky outside. A little scared. But when he turned around, he could see the warm light in the upper room from the half-open door. The fear in his heart was immediately relieved a lot. And he was not so anxious. Wan Shuang entered the upper room and saw Hohot playing a wooden horse fighting game with Xiao Fubao on the Kong. Shuang. Who is it? When Mrs. Wan saw Wan Shuang coming in, she stopped talking and asked, Grandma. It's Lu Debao. Who came to see Hohot. Wan Shuang kept looking at Hohot while talking, and saw Hohot's back stiffen and her hand stop moving. Why is he coming to see Hohot now? It's dark. The chickens have gone to bed. How can he come to visit at this time? Mrs. Wan looked unhappy, and Hohot did not respond. Grandma. Lu Debao said that Chen was gone, and there were only 3 of them at home. He was afraid, so he came to see Hohot. Mrs. Wan was also surprised, and Hohot turned around quickly. Second brother. Where is Lu Debao? Hohot quickly got off the Kong and put on her shoes. During this time, she secretly sent food to the children and guided the 2 children. Now the two children are much cleaner and more obedient than at the beginning. They know to call sister when they meet, and say thank you when they leave. Everything is going in a good direction. She thought that Chin would be able to get food during this period, so she would not have to secretly send food. Unexpectedly, Chin was gone. Did she starve to death? Waiting at the gate, Ho-Hot ran out quickly. After the other members of the Wan family looked at each other, they immediately followed out. Lu Debao, you came out alone. Where are Xiaoyao and Erbao? As soon as Ho-Hot appeared at the gate, Lu Debao suddenly rushed up and hugged Ho-Hot's waist, crying and shouting, "Big sister, mother is dead. I'm so scared. I don't know who to look for. I can only come to you. Second sister and second brother are at home with mother." Ho-Hot was stunned for a moment. This was the first time she heard Lu Debao call her sister. Her eyes were a little sore. She gently patted Lu Debao on the back and said softly, "Debao, don't be afraid. Big sister is here. Big sister won't starve you." "Ho-Hot, what are you going to do?" Old Lady One came out with a group of people and heard Ho-Hot say this. Wan Erseo came forward and took a look at Lu Debao. He was much cleaner than he remembered. Although his hair was not combed neatly, at least he was no longer as disheveled as a madman. "Debao, you are the eldest son in the family. Your mother has died, and you have to keep vigil. No matter what. You should bury your mother first. Your sister is still a child, and she has nothing to do with your family anymore. You should go find your uncle and ask him to help you with your mother's funeral." Wan Erseo looked at the children so young. Their father was in prison, and their mother was gone. How could these little ones live? She immediately sympathized with the children and couldn't help but point out a way for them. Lu Debao stood up, sobbed and looked at Wan Erseo and said, "Aunt, I went there, but they didn't open the door. When they heard it was me, they chased me away. I said my mother was dead, and they opened the door and beat me to leave. Look, they just beat me on my arm." Lu Debao rolled up his sleeves and saw that there were indeed a few red marks on his thin arm, and it was still a little red and swollen. Wan Erseo had no choice but to look at Old Lady Wan. "Second daughter-in-law, we can't intervene in this matter. This is the Lu family's business. We have no relationship with them. If we intervene in this matter, the Lu family may blame us and say that we are meddling in other people's business. When the time comes, we will be meddling in other people's business. Grandma One has made it very clear. Ho-Hot also knows what kind of family the Lu family is. She also thinks that what Grandma One said is right. Grandma. But Debao, Xiaoyao and Erbao are still so young. They can't handle Chen's funeral. I am also a woman, and it is not easy for me to come forward. This matter still needs Debao to handle it. I have an idea. Please tell me and ask Grandma to help me see if it's okay?" Grandma One nodded. She was not wrong about Ho-Hot. This child has a tough heart and is doing things steadily now. If the method Ho-Hot said is feasible, she doesn't mind secretly helping these children. After all, their one family made a fortune with Fubao blessing. Now she can do good deeds and accumulate merit for the Wan family. "Ho-Hot, tell me what you think." Ho-Hot touched Lu Debao's head and said, "I want to ask the village chief to help me and ask the villagers to help me with Chen's funeral. I will pay for it. I still have some savings. It can be regarded as she raised me, and I will send her off. In the future, Lu Ho-Hot, will not owe her anything. But I don't have enough money, so I can only buy a thin coffin for her burial." After listening, Mrs. Wan thought about it and said, "This method is feasible. If the people in the Lu family don't care about Chen's affairs, then the village chief can only come forward. We can't let Chen's body stink in the house. Ho-Hot, take Debao and ask your second uncle to accompany you to the village chief's house. First, ask someone to go to the Lu family to set up the mourning shed and move the body out. As for your brother and sister, wait until Chen's funeral is over before talking about it." Mrs. Wan told Wan Lauer to take Ho-Hot and Lu Debao to the village chief's house quickly. "Okay, mother. I go right away." Wan Lauer went back and put on a coat, then took Ho-Hot and Lu Debao to find the village chief. This time, he would not be able to come back at night. Old Lady One sat on the Kong and was not sleepy. After a while, she heard voices coming from outside the yard, and the sound of people walking back and forth, and the quiet village was broken by this noise. Soon, many people came to the Chen family's yard. Everyone volunteered to help, and many of them came because of their poor family, although Chen was not a good person. After all, He was dead now. And death was like the extinguishing of a light. And all the hatred was dissipated. Those who should help should still help. This is the simple folk customs in the village. And it is also the hometown sentiment. Chapter 381 Poor Children. Lou de Bao was arranged by the village chief to kneel in the spirit shed to thank the visitors. In fact, no one came. But Lou de Bao, as the eldest son of the Lou family, had to keep vigil. Osmanthus brought Xiaoyao and Lou Erbao to the yard. Xiaoyao was so scared that she cried loudly. Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were red and swollen. She threw herself on Hohot and couldn't get off. Lou Erbao was still young and had no feeling about death. He just sat beside Chin's body and gently pushed Chin's body, shouting, "It's cold. Erbao is hungry. It's cold. Get up." Lou Erbao saw that Chin didn't move, and crawled over to pry Chin's eyes with his little hands, trying to make Chin open her eyes. But no matter how hard he tried, Chin would not open her eyes again. "It's cold. It's Erbao." Lou Erbao pushed Chin and patted his chest. Tears began to well up in his eyes. Lou de Bao stood up, hugged Lou Erbao into his arms, and gently stroked Lou Erbao's head. "Erbao, we will have no mother in the future." "We?" Lou de Bao said. His voice choked, and he couldn't say the next words. But Lou Erbao understood. His eyes were confused, but he was thinking in his heart, "Isn't his mother like this?" The village chief called the people who specialized in weddings and funerals in the village to arrange for Chin. Hohot looked at the dilapidated yard, Chin lying quietly on the ground, and her hatred for Chin also dissipated. People are dead. What else do you care about? The life that the living will face is the most difficult. Hohot glanced at her younger siblings, and she was a little confused. She was just a child. How would she go in the future? She was just a servant of the Wan family. How could she support her 3 younger siblings? Besides, Erbao was only 2 years old, and she needed someone to take care of her, in order to let her younger siblings have food. She had been working from dawn to dusk, so as not to owe the master a favor. She originally planned to help them for a cold winter, and when the spring came next year, life would definitely be better than now. But Chin suddenly passed away. This undoubtedly added a heavy burden to Hohot. She was tired just thinking about her 3 younger siblings. She could ignore them, but when she looked at the young Lou Erbao, and Xiaoyao who was hugging her thigh, her clear eyes, and her fragile little body, she was filled with pity. The whole yard was filled with Xiaoyao's crying, Lou de Bao's sobbing, and the village chief, and those people discussing tomorrow's funeral. Hohot stood stupidly in the middle of the yard, feeling that she was the only one in the world at this moment. She was completely immersed in her own thoughts, unable to extricate herself, staring blankly at everything in front of her. Hohot! Hohot! Hohot suddenly came out of her thoughts, and was awakened by someone. "Uncle Village Chief? You called me?" Hohot was still looking at the village chief in a daze. "What's wrong with you? Why are you standing here in a daze? Hurry up and take your second brother away. Take Xiaoyao away too. And take them to your uncle's house to stay for 2 days. Uncle Village Chief. You know my uncle. He hasn't shown his face until now. He won't let us go into his house. I take my brothers and sisters here, and let them send their mother off for the last time. They are too young. It's very cold at night. Don't you see we are all wearing coats? If they get frozen, it will be even more troublesome. Are you going to take care of them?" Hohot looked at Lou Erbao sniffing in Lou de Bao's arms. A small ball. She quickly took Xiaoyao and walked over. "De Bao, give Erbao to me." Lou de Bao looked up at Hohot, and slowly handed Lou Erbao to her. "Sister, what should we do in the future?" Lou de Bao's eyes were red. His voice was hoarse, and he had completely lost his former stubbornness and willfulness, and became a pitiful creature. "Let's get through this first. Life will always go on. However, from now on, you are the backbone of this family. If you listen to me and change your bad habits, you may be able to survive. Otherwise, I can't help you. You know that I was sold to someone else's family. I can't make my own decisions. I can only help you a limited amount. So, don't worry. Sister, I will listen to you. Next year, I will open up some of our land and grow potatoes with everyone. I will make money to support my brothers and sisters. Sister, just don't ignore us." Lou de Bao quickly expressed his opinion. Osmanthus was relieved and sad to hear this. What can Lou de Bao do when he is only 6 years old? When she was 6 years old, she had never farmed. although she did a lot of work. Most of it was within her ability. But she thought it was difficult for a 6-year-old child to farm. However, jade cannot be made into a useful object without being polished. She did not object to Lu Debao's plan for the time being, but took Lu Erbao over. She did not listen to the village chief's order to take him to her uncle's house, but directly carried him into the house. Hohat didn't want to deal with Lu Laoda. She knew her aunt too well. She was vindictive and narrow-minded. A few years ago, Qin had a fight with her. After that, they didn't have any contact. They pretended to be strangers when they met on the road. How could they expect such a person to take in their children? Moreover, under the guidance of Mrs. Wan, Hohat developed the habit of not liking to read people's faces and had more opinions of her own. The village chief saw Hohat holding Lu Erbao and pulling Xiaoyao into the east room, sighed, and said nothing more. The yard would definitely be more chaotic tomorrow. He was also worried that the child would bump into something. Since Hohat had her own ideas, he couldn't say much. He didn't want to send the child to Lu Laoda unless it was absolutely necessary. Lu Laoda and his wife were both vindictive and narrow-minded. The village chief looked down on such people from the bottom of his heart. Hohat put Lu Erbao on the Kong and touched Lu Erbao's little feet. It was cold to the touch, like stone. Erbao, are your feet cold? Lu Erbao's speech was not particularly clear. He nodded gently when he heard the words, and suddenly remembered that there was no light at home and his sister could not see. So he quickly said, yeah, cold. Hohat was distressed and tears came out. It was September, and people could wear coats at night. But Lu Erbao didn't even have a pair of shoes and ran around barefoot all day. Even when everyone in the village was poor in the past, other people's children could at least have a pair of straw sandals to wear. Not to mention that everyone in the village has some money now. And children in every household are wearing warm coarse cloth shoes at this time. Only Qin's children are still running around barefoot. Erbao, sister will boil some hot water for you. Let's wash our feet before going to bed. Okay? Okay. Erbao responded in a baby voice. Hohat carried Xiaoyao onto the Kong and told her, Xiaoyao, take good care of your brother, and don't let him fall off the Kong. I go boil some water for you to wash. Yes, big sister. I take good care of Erbao. Hohat smiled and touched Xiaoyao's head, praising her for being great, and then turned to the kitchen next door. Chapter 382 Wan Shuang helps. Osmanthus entered the familiar kitchen again after 2 years. Nothing had changed. The only difference was that the kitchen was dirty and messy, and the rice and water jars were empty. Osmanthus opened the lid of the water jar and found that there was nothing inside. The water jar had already been covered with a layer of dust, and it was unknown how many days it had not been filled with water. It was even more impossible that there was rice in the rice jar. Otherwise Qin would not have starved to death. Osmanthus sighed and could only carry the bucket back to the Wan family, preparing to fetch 2.5 buckets of water first. The village chief invited everyone to help, and now she has not even had a sip of hot water. And Osmanthus felt bad. Osmanthus returned to the Wan family and found that the door of the Wan family was not closed, but wide open, and there was a light on in the house, which was in the room of old lady Wan. Osmanthus' eyes were wet, and she knew that this must have been left for her by her grandmother on purpose. Osmanthus carried the bucket into the yard, and fetched 2.5 buckets of water quietly, ready to carry it back. Hohat, let me do it. Do you think your brother and his family need anything? Bring some from home. Wan Shuang stood at the door of the side room without knowing when, and said in a deep voice. Only then did Hohat see clearly that there was someone watching her in the dark night. Second brother? Did I wake you up? Hohat was a little embarrassed, holding the carrying pole and standing there. No, I haven't rested yet. I heard some noise in the yard, so I came out to see. I saw it was you, and thought you wanted to help, so I came out to ask. Hohat waved her hand and said, No, second brother. I can do it. I can carry this half bucket of water. You should rest quickly. Wan Shuang had already walked over, picked up the half bucket of water in front of Hohat, and poured it into another wooden barrel, and then filled the empty barrel with water, and silently took the carrying pole from Hohat. Let me do it. This is a man's job. You should go back and take care of your brother and sister-in-law. Your half bucket of water is not enough. There are so many people helping at home. They should be allowed to drink something hot. Right? Wan Shuang bent down and gritted his teeth to pick up the 2 buckets of water, but saw Hohat still standing there stupidly. Let's go. What are you standing for? Wan Shuang said, and went out with the water. Ho-Hot then reacted and hurriedly followed him. Second brother, you only need to help me carry this one trip. I can do the rest by myself. You should go home and rest. You talk too much nonsense. You would have gone home if you had the time to talk nonsense. Ho-Hot shut up embarrassedly after hearing what Wan Shuang said. She couldn't help but run faster and ran back home. After Wan Shuang brought the water, Ho-Hot washed the water tank first before pouring the water in. Wan Shuang did not leave. After Ho-Hot emptied the bucket, he went back to fetch water with the empty bucket. Second brother? No need. These 2 buckets of water are enough. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and boil a pot of hot water and light a fire in the yard. Don't let people get cold when they come to help. If there is no dry firewood at home, Grandma said, go back and get it. If there is a temporary shortage of utensils at home, you can also take them from home and bring them back when the time comes. Grandma said that you are not the original Ho-Hot now. You will be a member of our Wan family in the future. Remember? After Wan Shuang finished speaking, he continued to help Ho-Hot fetch water. Ho-Hot squatted on the floor of the kitchen and covered her face and cried. After turning all the grievances and happiness in her heart into tears, she wiped her tears and stood up and immediately got busy. Compared with a quarter of an hour ago, she is more motivated now. There was an oil lamp in the kitchen. The dim light could not penetrate the darkness, but it was better than the pitch black. Ho-Hot also cleaned the pot and took out all the bowls, chopsticks and cups in the kitchen and put them in the pot with boiling water. On another stove, she boiled hot water, preparing to wash Lu Erbo and Xiaoyao, and settle the 2 little guys first. There was dry firewood under the stove, so Ho-Hot didn't need to worry about it. She carried all the remaining dry firewood into the yard. Dear uncles and aunts, you are so kind to help us. We don't have anything to treat you. We can't let you freeze. I light a fire for you. Right? Ho-Hot put the dry firewood in the southeast corner of the yard, which was more sheltered from the wind and some distance away from Chen's morning shed. Ho-Hot is really capable now. No wonder your Uncle Jinju often praises you for being diligent and smart. It's true that people are born with the right water. This girl is like a completely different person from before. Ho-Hot, stop working. Go take care of your brothers and sisters first. Your uncles and aunts know the situation of your family and won't care. But the fire is lit and everyone is warm. This night will be much better. The village chief came over and said to Ho-Hot in a gentle voice. Ho-Hot nodded and took out a purse from her body. This was the money she had saved. It was all here. I don't know if it is enough to hold Chen's funeral. Uncle Village Chief, this is all my savings. Take it. All expenses for tomorrow's entertainment will be paid from this. But you know my family's situation. I can't take out more. Just use this. If it's not enough, I find another way. The village chief took Ho-Hot's purse. It was quite heavy. It seemed that Jinju had paid this girl a lot of wages in the past 2 years. Ho-Hot, you don't need so much. We all know your family's situation. These uncles and aunts are all here to help you spontaneously. No one wants money. You just need to go to the town early tomorrow morning to buy some incense, candles, paper money, and a thin coffin. It's also a token of your kindness. You don't have to worry about meals. Just hot water. Uncle Village Chief, if you have enough money, it's okay to prepare a few meals. Although you can't have big fish and meat, you can steam a few pots of steamed buns and make a pot of stew. It's also Ho-Hot's intention. I can't let everyone help my family with an empty stomach. Right? I would feel bad if I did that. Since you said so, I do it. When I go to the town to buy tomorrow, you can go with me. You can see what you need and I help you buy it back. And then catch up with your Uncle Jinju's ox cart. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Village Chief. I go and boil a bowl of hot water for everyone to warm up. Ho-Hot felt that this late autumn had been warmed by all kinds of warmth, and it was destined that this severe winter would not be too cold. After Ho-Hot arranged everything outside, she came into the house with hot water, ready to wash her brothers and sisters and soak their feet. But she found Xiaoyao had fallen asleep holding her bow. Ho-Hot took the oil lamp from the kitchen and saw that Xiaoyao's small body was holding her bow in her arms. Neither of them had covered themselves with a blanket, and their feet were bare. Their feet were black and cold to the touch. Ho-Hot felt a little sad and quickly washed them gently. Despite this, neither of them woke up. It seemed that they were really sleepy. Ho-Hot brought the only tattered quilt left in the house to cover the two of them. And then she put down the coarse cloth curtain and went out. Chapter 383 Chen's death has a hidden story. Hohat went out and saw Lu Debao kneeling beside Chen's body. He might have fallen asleep while kneeling because he was tired of crying. Hohat went over and woke Lu Debao up. Debao, wake up. Lu Debao was not sleeping very soundly. It was good that he didn't fall down while kneeling. He woke up after Hohat patted him. Big sister? What's wrong? Lu Debao rubbed his eyes quickly, afraid that Hohat would be angry and see him dozing off while keeping vigil. Debao, if you are sleepy, go to sleep for a while. You are still young. No one will say that you don't know the rules. I watch you. When you wake up, come and take my place. Lu Debao was a little entangled. He glanced at the village chief and saw that they were not chatting. Some people were dozing against the wall, and no one paid attention to them. Only Hohat cared about him. Lu Debao felt mixed emotions at this time. Looking at Chen's body on the ground, he felt deeply for the first time that he would have no mother in the future, and no one would care about him anymore, except for this half-blood sister. He could not rely on anyone. Sister, I'm not sleepy. You go and rest for a while. I can still do it. Hohat felt that Lu Debao seemed to have grown up overnight. He was no longer the rebellious and willful in front of her some time ago. The little man felt that his back had bent down. Okay. Don't show off. Your mother will go out the day after tomorrow. You have to stay up all night tomorrow night. You are still young. No one will blame you for these rules. Go to bed quickly. If you are ill, no one will take care of your sister-in-law. Lu Debao looked up at the east room, and his little hand couldn't help but clenched it. Finally, he got up from the ground helplessly, because he knelt for too long. His feet were numb. Fortunately, Hohat helped him. Otherwise he would have fallen directly on Chen. After persuading Lu Debao to leave, Hohat sat alone beside Chen. There was a fire in the morning shed, and people kept adding firewood. Wan Xuan also brought a load of firewood just now, which could barely last until dawn. Hohat looked at Chen's clothes, which were a little torn and her cheeks were sunken. It was obvious that she had lost a lot of weight during this period. Hohat sighed, got up and brought a basin of hot water, ready to wash Chen's body. Although Chen didn't have many decent clothes, Hohat thought it was better to let her go cleanly. So she prepared to change her clothes. Hohat's ability was limited, and she didn't have extra money to buy a set of funeral clothes for Chen. So she could only help Chen change into the most decent clothes in her life. The village chief saw Hohat washing Chen, so he turned around and said to the women who came to help, "Go and help Hohat. That poor child. How could she do such a thing? It's not so easy to change clothes for the dead. Not to mention that it's so cold. Chen's body should have been stiff. You should also be careful." "Okay. I go." Chengxing's wife stood up and walked over. "Hohat, Auntie is here to help you. Do you want to change your mother's clothes?" "Auntie, I want to change her clothes so that she can die peacefully and bless my brothers and sisters to grow up safely." Chengxing's wife sighed and squatted down. "Alas," when Chen left, "the most pitiful ones are Bao and Xiaoyao, who are still so young. How will they live in the future?" Hohat pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She wiped Chen's face and hands by herself, and then went to untie Chen's clothes. "Huh? This?" Hohat's hand stopped immediately. She found that although Chen's clothes looked like they were well dressed, the buttons were open. She felt very strange. Didn't Chen starve to death? She still had the strength to take off her clothes? Hohat was confused and quickly reached out to pull Chen's clothes. Chen was only wearing an outer coat, without even a belly band inside, but her body was covered with red marks, and there was a purple mark on her neck. Chengxing's wife was sorting out Chen's clothes to change. She put two pieces together first, so that it would be easy to put them on at once. As soon as she sorted them out, she turned around and saw Hohat standing there in a daze. She looked over and saw the marks on Chen's body. She was shocked and immediately reached out to pull Hohat over. "Hohat, go in first. This is not for you to see. I come and clean your mother and change her clothes." Chengxing's wife was shocked and frightened. She was an experienced person and must know what happened to Chen. This was clearly left after she had sex with someone. But Hohat was an innocent little girl. She definitely didn't know the reason, so she was a little stunned. It seems that Chen's death is not as simple as it seems on the surface. And what happened to her? Is she sick? Is this disease contagious? Bao and the others. Hohat was a little anxious. She saw the marks on Chen's body, which reminded her of smallpox. Could Chen have died of the disease? Chongqing's wife was a little amused. This silly girl. Okay. It's okay. You think too much. This matter is not as serious as you think. It's not something you, a girl, should ask about. Hurry up and go in. I'm going to change her clothes. After Hohat was persuaded by Chongqing's wife to go into the house, Chongqing's wife quickly untied Chen's skirt and found that there were indeed signs of being violated. Who did it? Chongqing's wife looked at the village chief and the others, and was a little undecided. But she was sure that Chen was not only starved to death, but must have been raped before she died. Chongqing's wife looked at Chen's wrist again and found that there were bruises on her wrist, which was obviously caused by someone pressing hard. Village chief, I have something to tell you. Come here. Chongqing's wife thought about it, and still felt that she couldn't hide it. It's not that she and Chen have a good relationship, but she just thinks that man is too beastly. The village chief was discussing going to the town tomorrow morning and decided to go with a few people. He was called over by Chongqing's wife. Chongqing's wife. What's the matter? Have you changed your clothes? The village chief took a look at Chen's body and saw that the clothes had not changed much. Village chief. When I was changing Chen's clothes just now, I found that Chen had been raped. She might not have died of starvation. What? The village chief's voice suddenly rose, but he soon calmed down. Can you tell me in detail? This is not a trivial matter. The village chief's voice also became colder. This is the second time it has happened. The last time was a few years ago. However, since the gangs disappeared from the border, their side is not so chaotic, and there are fewer deaths. Chongqing's wife told the village chief in detail what she had just discovered. Don't make it public yet. I asked some children tomorrow morning. They can't be unaware of someone coming to their house. There must be some clues. We may have to report this to the police and let the government handle it. Do you want to change your clothes? No. Don't move Chen's body. I report it to the police tomorrow. The people from the county government may come and take Chen's body away. It has nothing to do with us. We can skip the funeral and save some money. The village chief took a look at Chen's body and shook his head. What's going on? I don't know what kind of person would rape Chen. I'm really hungry. Chapter 384 True Love in the World. The next day, before dawn, Hohat got up. Lu Debao heard the noise and got up from the Kong. Big sister? Hohat gathered her hair with her hands and looked back to see Lu Debao looking at her with a trace of panic in his eyes. Debao, Erbo and Xiaoyao are in your care. I will go to the town with the village chief to buy things for today. I estimate that I will be back in the afternoon. Lu Debao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Hohat was going back to the one family and didn't want them anymore. Well, okay. Lu Debao quickly got off the Kong and ran out. The two came outside, but found that only Chongqing and his wife, as well as the village chief, were in the yard. Everyone else was gone. Hohat was surprised. She was called to bed by Chongqing's wife last night, but she fell asleep unexpectedly. What happened? Hohat glanced at Chen's body in the yard, which had been covered with a torn sheet. Uncle Village Chief. What's going on? Hohat hurried over to ask the village chief. Hohat, your mother might have been killed, but we are not sure. So we need to report the case to the county government and let the government take over. I will disperse everyone, and you will wait at home while your uncle Cha Sheng and I go to the county town. Hohat was a little dumbfounded. The incident was completely beyond her expectations. Debao, come here. Uncle wants to ask you something. In order to find out the situation, the village chief called Lu Debao aside to ask him a question. Debao, were you at home all the time yesterday? Lu Debao shook his head. No. My eldest sister would secretly send us food at noon and evening every day, and she would watch us finish eating before letting us go back. There was no point staying at home. After eating, we would play in the village for a long time, and when it was getting dark, we would go to the place agreed with my eldest sister to have dinner, and then go home to sleep after dinner. The village chief didn't know what to say after hearing this. Should he say that the child didn't know how to take care of his mother? But such a big child is the age when adults need to take care of him. So he had to ask again, did you find anything different when you came back last night? Lu Debao shook his head again. No. We came back as usual, and first put Erbao and Xiaoyao on the Kong to sleep. I went to see my mother, and she was still lying on the Kong, and I thought she was asleep, so I didn't call her. Then how did you find out that she was dead? The village chief felt that Lu Debao's words were somewhat contradictory. I heard my mother calling me in the middle of the night. When I went to see her, I found that she was silent. I called her, but she didn't respond. Then I realized that my mother was dead. Then you didn't hear anything else? No, Uncle Village Chief. What happened to my mother? You just said that my mother was killed? But she didn't bleed or have any scars. How could she be killed? My mother must have starved to death. She wanted to sell us for money to buy food. There was no food at home. But she couldn't leave the house. She didn't even have the strength to sell us. She must have starved to death. Uncle Village Chief, don't go to the county government. Hurry up and bury my mother, so that she can rest in peace as soon as possible. Debao, this is not up to us. You are still young and don't understand. Forget it. You stay with your mother. I leave first. After the village chief finished speaking, he took Changsheng out of the yard. Lu Debao clenched his little hands, and his face turned pale. Hohat saw that he was not quite right, and hurried forward to ask, Debao, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why don't you go back and rest first? It's okay, big sister. I just think the village chief is meddling in other people's business. Hohat felt a little awkward listening to Lu Debao's words. Although she hated Chen, she didn't want Chen to die. At most, she just didn't associate with Chen. Why didn't Lu Debao want the village chief to report this matter when he knew that Chen was murdered? Hohat couldn't figure it out. Maybe Debao was still young and couldn't accept Chen's departure for a while. So he wanted to bury Chen as soon as possible. Hohat didn't think much about it, and wanted to coax Lu Debao into rest. But Lu Debao got angry, and knelt down next to Chen's body. Motionless. Hohat couldn't persuade him. So she went in to see the two children. Xiaoyao and Erbao were still sleeping soundly. There was nothing to do at the moment. There was no need to entertain the people from the village, who came to help today. And there was no need to hold Chen's funeral. Hohat didn't have to stay in this home all the time. The memories of this home were painful for her. Unless it was necessary. She didn't want to stay any longer. Hohat tucked the two little ones in, and walked out of the house. Debao, I go back first. You take care of Xiaoyao and Erbao. I bring you breakfast later. Lu Debao nodded woodenly, and didn't say anything. Hohat glanced at Lu Debao, didn't say anything else, and left directly. Back at the Wan family, Wan Erseo was already making breakfast. Hohat went to the warehouse and skillfully dug half a bag of potato residue, mixed it with some rotten cabbage leaves, chopped it into small pieces, and put it in the big pot in the yard that was specially used to cook feed. After it cooled down, it was put into the trough in the chicken coop. After doing all this, the water in the trough was changed again. After feeding the chickens, she went to feed the rabbits. This year, all the rabbits were supplied to the Wan family's own shop in the town. They made spicy rabbit heads, spicy rabbit meat, and rabbit meat hot pot. The business was very good. Now there are more than 100 mother rabbits and baby rabbits in the family. There are more than a dozen pregnant mother rabbits who are about to give birth. Dozens of baby rabbits will be added this month. When the baby rabbits are born, the weather is getting colder, and Hohat needs to take more careful care. Rabbits are picky about food. Since the Wan family raised rabbits, they planted a lot of carrots every year and stored a lot of hay. These two are the key foods to ensure the rapid growth of rabbits in winter. The Wan family cellar will be filled with carrots in another month. Enough for so many rabbits to eat for a whole winter. Hohat's movements had already alarmed the Wan family. But everyone tacitly did not deliberately come forward to ask about their well-being. When Hohat was almost done, Wan Erseo came out of the kitchen and handed Hohat a bowl of egg custard as usual. Hohat, you must have been exhausted last night. Come and have a bowl of egg custard to settle your stomach. Auntie has almost prepared breakfast. You can bring some back to your brothers and sisters later. I made a lot of steamed buns, fried a big pot of potatoes, and boiled half a pot of eggs. You can eat first. Auntie will pack the food for you. You don't have to do the housework today. Just take care of it. If you need any help, tell me. Hohat quickly washed her hands and took the egg custard with both hands. The porcelain bowl was warm in her hands, and the temperature was just right. It can be seen that Wan Erseo had cooled it down for a while in advance. Auntie, thank you. Hohat didn't know what to say. Only these 3 words could express her inner feelings at this moment. We are all family. What are you thanking me for? Eat it while it's hot. See if Auntie's cooking skills have become rusty? Hohat quickly lowered her head and held the bowl to drink it in big gulps. A tear fell into the egg custard. What she drank was not only a bowl of egg custard, but also a bowl of warmth. A bowl that was enough to support her to continue living. Chapter 385. This matter is difficult to handle. Ho-Ha drank the egg custard in one breath, raised her head, and had a bright smile on her face. Auntie, it's delicious. Your cooking skills are even better. It's good to taste. Wash your hands and eat. Okay. Ho-Ha responded crisply. Sister Ho-Ha, you are back? Where did you go last night? I couldn't find you. Mother said you were in trouble. Why didn't you tell Fubao? Fubao put on his clothes and shoes by himself, and ran out with messy hair. It was obvious that he had just got up. Fubao, come! I will comb your hair and tell you slowly. Wan Erseo smiled at the two maids and went into the kitchen with an empty bowl. In the east wing, Mrs. Wan sat on the con, listening to Ho-Ha's voice outside, and sighed softly. This child. During breakfast, Mrs. Wan asked about Ho-Ha's situation last night. Ho-Ha told everything she knew. When she said that Chen seemed to have been killed, the Wan family members were also not calm. No wonder your village chief uncle didn't come to our house to borrow the ox cart this morning. They must have walked to the town and then took a horse carriage to the county town. Old Lady Wan guessed, and then looked at Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi and said, you two hurry up and eat. Doesn't Laosi have to go to the prefecture? After eating, Lauer, you can catch up with the ox cart and catch up with the village chief and his people. Just send them to the town, and take the horse carriage to the county town with Laosi. Yes. Wan Lao responded and took a big bite of the steamed bun. Wan Laosi also accelerated his movements. The two of them swallowed a steamed bun in 2 or 3 bites and drank a bowl of rice porridge. After breakfast, Wan Lauer drove the ox cart and took Wan Laosi to catch up with the village chief. Wan Air's wife had already packed the steamed buns and eggs for Ho-Ha to take to her brothers and sisters. Sister Ho-Ha, I want to go too. Xiao Fubao quickly grabbed Ho-Ha's wrist and stopped her from leaving. Fubao, I can't take you this time. Can I come back to accompany you in the evening? Wan Erseo also hurried to persuade. Fubao, your sister Ho-Ha is busy and can't take care of you. She will be back after she finishes her work today. Fubao can go to help. Fubao will help. Daddy praises Fubao for being capable. Fubao blinked his eyes, looking confident, and his little chin was raised. This has nothing to do with you. It's your sister Ho-Ha who is not convenient to take you. She has to deal with housework. Mother also knows that our Fubao is capable. Dabai hasn't been fed yet. Your sister Ho-Ha is busy. How about you help mother feed Dabai? Fubao was a little entangled. He looked at Dabai, who was quacking in the yard, and then at Ho-Ha. He didn't know how to choose. But in the end, he listened to Wan Erseo's words and didn't go with her. He stayed to feed Dabai. Ho-Ha, think about what to do with your brother and sister-in-law when you go back. Now they are orphans. Logically, they should be raised by your Lu family. But from what Dabeo said yesterday, they probably won't agree. In the end, the village chief may have to intervene. Old Lady Wan reminded Ho-Ha. Grandma, I understand. Don't worry. I go and ask Dabeo what they think. Second sister Wan sent Ho-Ha out and came back. Mother, do you think the Lu family will be willing to take in these children? The Lu family's eldest wife and her family all work in our workshop. They earn a lot of money every day. It shouldn't be a problem to raise a few more children now. But I heard that the eldest wife and Shin don't seem to get along, and they are petty and vindictive. Second sister Wan closed the door and whispered to Old Lady Wan. This matter is difficult to handle, and it is hard to say how Chen died. If she really died suddenly, it will be even more difficult to handle these children. Listening to Ho-Ha's description, I think Chen was probably abused by someone. But the child is young and doesn't know much. However, Changxing's wife should know. You wait. You will know in the evening. Old Lady Wan slowly returned to the house. The autumn is getting stronger, and the temperature in the morning is a little low. Old Lady Wan has cold legs and can't stand such weather. She has put on cotton pants. After standing outside for such a long time, she felt the cold air rushing up from her ankles. If she doesn't go back to the con to warm up, her legs will hurt again at night. Since coming to the border, life at home has been better and conditions have improved. Her cold legs are much better now than before. In addition, the con is heated in the house as soon as winter comes, and she sits on the con all day, so she doesn't suffer much. Second sister-in-law Wan and Lu went to the kitchen. After they finished cleaning up, they planned to go to the workshop to take a look. They should be able to hear something they don't know over there. Xiao Fubao fed to Bai obediently. Seeing that there was no one in the yard and she had nothing to do, Wan Yu sat under the eaves playing with the wooden horse. She rolled her eyes and ran over to whisper to Wan Yu, "Brother, I want to go find Sister Hohat. Can you tell my mother later?" Since the last time Xiao Fubao disappeared, he has learned his lesson and will always leave a message when he goes out. "No." Wan Yu quickly threw away the wooden horse and turned around to hug Fubao's waist. "If you want to go, go to the nest." Wan Yu patted his chest and pointed outside, meaning to follow Fubao. Fubao glanced at the kitchen and heard Wan Erseo and Lu talking. She turned her head and walked to the door of the kitchen with Wan Yu. "Mom, fourth aunt, I've finished feeding to Bai, and I'm going to go out and play with my brother." "Okay?" Wan Erseo was washing the pot. She turned her head and saw the two holding hands, so she didn't take it to heart, but still said, "Okay, go. But you are not allowed to leave the village. Understand?" "Hey, don't worry. Mother, we play in the drying yard." Wan Erseo didn't say anything after hearing this. She knew that the children in the village liked to run wild in the drying yard. There were many children there, and little Fubao would have playmates. "Okay, go and take good care of your brother." Lu also smiled and agreed. Fubao happily agreed and ran out happily. This girl, Wan Erseo smiled, glanced at the backs of the two, and continued to work with her head down. Little Fubao ran out of the door and ran straight to Hohat's house. "Sister, wait for me." Wan Yu's short legs ran slowly, and she couldn't keep up with Fubao. Fubao stood there and waited for a while, then took Wan Yu and walked slowly. Fubao is now very familiar with the village. She still remembers the location of Hohat's house, which is above and behind the village. The two of them went uphill all the way to Hohat's house. Wan Yu was panting and had to rest for a while. Fubao was a little anxious. "Brother, come on. Sister, carry you." Fubao squatted down and let Wan Yu climb on his back. But Wan Yu was a little fat. He climbed on Fubao's back. Fubao wanted to stand up, but his legs went soft. They both fell flat on their backs and got covered in dust. They were already covered in dust before they even got to Hohat's house. "Sister, it hurts?" "Hulu." Wan Yu held up her little hand with tears in her eyes and asked Fubao to blow on it. Fubao herself had fallen hard, but when she saw Wan Yu's appearance, she immediately ran over and helped Wan Yu blow on it. "Brother, don't cry. Sister will blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." Fubao's own hand was also scratched, but she didn't care to look at it, and hurried to comfort her brother. Chapter 386. Fubao uses his special power again. Fubao held Wan Yu's chubby little hand, blew on it for a long time, and then asked, "Does it still hurt?" Wan Yu nodded, then shook her head. "No pain." "Then sister will help you up." "Okay. Don't tell fourth aunt when you go home." "Okay. Okay." "You won't tell." Wan Yu covered her mouth tightly with her chubby little hand, and looked at Fubao with a pair of clear black eyes. Little Fubao pinched Wan Yu's little face. "You are so good. Sister will take you out to play in the future." Wan Yu nodded quickly, and the two continued to go to Hohat's house. This time, both of them walked slower. The distance was not far at first, but because of Wan Yu, little Fubao walked for 3/4 of an hour, and both of them were injured. We're here. I saw the crooked tree at Sister Hohat's house. Look, that's the one." Fubao pointed to a thatched house not far ahead, with a crooked jujube tree growing outside the yard. The most common fruit tree in Shitsi village is the jujube tree, followed by the persimmon tree. Almost every household will plant these two trees. At this season, after the leaves on the persimmon tree fall, the red persimmons hang on the branches like small lanterns, adding a beautiful scenery to this bleak late autumn. Fubao led Wan Yu to the door of Hohat's house. The gate of the yard was closed, and there was no one at the door. Originally, many people came to help today, but when they heard that the cause of Chen's death had changed and they needed to report to the police, they all left. Some went to work, and some went home. "Sister, bird." Wan Yu pointed at the crow on the fence of Chen's yard and shouted. Fubao also saw it. At this time, there were many crows in the yard of Chen's house. There were also a few circling on the fence, on the roof, and in the air. "I haven't seen so many crows before. Why did they all run to Sister Hohat's house?" Fubao felt strange and hurried to knock on the door. Sister Hohot, I'm here to play with you. Please open the door. Fu Bao shouted outside with a loud voice. Strangely, Fu Bao's voice was not particularly loud, but it shook off the crows that were either stopping or flying around Chen's house. They made rough calls, which made the ears of the listeners extremely uncomfortable. They seemed reluctant and helpless, and flew away with their wings. When Hohot came out to open the door, there was no crow left. Fu Bao? Why are you here? Hohot just heard the shouting and thought she had heard it wrong. So she hurried out to see. It turned out to be Fu Bao. Not only Fu Bao, but also Wan Yu. This was a big deal. She hurried out and turned around to close the door, because Chen's body was in the temporary mourning shed in the yard. Children's eyes were too clear. She was afraid that Fu Bao would see something he shouldn't see. If he was scared to death, it would be a big trouble. This was also the reason why the Wan family opposed Fu Bao coming to Hohot. Sister Hohot, we came to play with you. I have fed the big white goose and finished the work. Come and help you with the work. Fu Bao was still excited to see Hohot. Fu Bao, bring your brother out. Does your aunt know? Hohot squatted down and saw that both of them were covered in dirt. And she saw at a glance that Fu Bao's little hand holding hers was broken. Hohot became even more anxious, pulled Fu Bao's hand, and asked distressfully, Fu Bao, what's wrong with your hand? Fu Bao quickly pulled back his little hand, put it behind his back, and said with a grin, It's okay. It's okay. Sister Hohot, don't you let us go to your house to see? Fu Bao wanted to interrupt, but was seen through by Hohot at a glance. If you don't tell me what's wrong with your hand, I won't let you in. Hohot deliberately frowned and frightened little Fu Bao. Okay, I said. Sister Hohot, don't be angry. My brother and I fell when we came here and broke our hands. But it's healed now. You see, Fu Bao doesn't feel any pain at all. And my brother doesn't feel any pain either. Right? Little Fu Bao seemed to want to convince Hohot to believe her, and quickly winked at Wan Yu. But Wan Yu was still too young to understand the meaning of Fu Bao blinking. Sister, what's wrong with your eyes? Wan Yu pointed at Fu Bao's eyes and asked. Fu Bao sighed secretly. This drag? He really shouldn't have brought him here. Hohot was amused by Fu Bao's expression, and couldn't help pinching Fu Bao's little face. You are such a naughty boy. But you really can't go into the yard today. There are scary things in the yard, and you can't look at them. As soon as Hohot finished speaking, Fu Bao asked crisply, Sister Hohot, are you talking about dead people? Hohot was stunned by Fu Bao's words. How could this girl say it so lightly? Have she seen it? Fu Bao, did you see anything? Yes, I saw black air in your house. Grandma said that where there is black air, there are dead people or people who are unlucky. I am 4 years old and can understand what you are saying. I heard you say that your stepmother is dead. And I am not afraid. Fu Bao said it seriously, but it embarrassed Hohot. She glanced at the little Wan Yu next to her and felt a little embarrassed. Fu Bao, I know you are brave and you are not afraid. But your brother is afraid? We can't scare your brother. Right? No. You is not afraid. Wan Yu stuttered. Hohot was so angry at the two little guys that she scratched her head. Okay. You can come in. But you are not allowed to look around or run around. Otherwise, I will carry you out immediately. Well, okay. Fu Bao immediately responded that as long as she could go in, everything could be discussed. She was also very curious about what the dead looked like. Hohot finally let the two in. After the two entered the yard, their eyes were never idle, and everything around them was very novel. And the two were soon attracted by the mourning shed. Chen's body was placed on the ground in the mourning shed. Chun was petite and skinny. She was covered with a torn bed sheet, with only a small bulge. Sister Hohot, is that your stepmother? Fu Bao pointed at Chen's body curiously. Yes. Yes. Hohot's attention was always on the two little guys. She was really afraid that Fu Bao would suddenly get angry and lift the bed sheet. However, Hohot's worry was unnecessary. Fu Bao did not continue to move forward, but stared at Liu Debao, who was kneeling on the ground, tilting his head to look at him. Sister Hohot, is that your younger brother? Yes. His name is Liu Debao, and he is 2 years older than you. The black air in your yard did not come from your stepmother, but from him. It's strange. He is still so young. How could there be black air? Fu Bao, you can't say this casually. Don't tell anyone after you leave this door. Understand? Hohot was almost scared to death by Fu Bao's words. She knew that Fubao seemed to have a special talent in some aspect, but she had never seen it. Fubao said twice today that she saw black air. This made Hohat's heart rise to her throat. If people knew what Fubao could see, wouldn't they take Fubao away? And Fubao said that the black air came from Debeo. So does that mean Debeo is going to die? Or is he going to be unlucky? Hohat couldn't help but look at Lu Debeo. Chapter 387. Boss 1 returns to the village to handle a case. Lu Debeo was kneeling on the ground at this time. His eyes were a little dull, and he did not listen to what Fubao and Hohat said. Fubao listened to Hohat's words and nodded. Sister Hohat. Fubao knows. Grandma has told Fubao. But Sister Hohat is not an outsider. She will not harm Fubao. Hohat was so moved by Fubao's trust that she gently touched Fubao's head. After Fubao played in the yard for a while, Hohat personally sent him back. Wan Urseo was scared when she heard that Fubao ran to Hohat's house secretly. But after carefully observing the condition of little Fubao, she found that there was no change. Just a scratch on her hand, which had been simply cleaned by Hohat. Wan Urseo did not have time to teach Fubao a lesson, so she went to the house to get medicine to apply to her. Lu beat Wan Yu up, and Wan Yu cried loudly. Fubao hid behind Wan Urseo in fear, holding Wan Urseo's clothes tightly. She always thought that fourth aunt was kind, but she didn't expect her to be so fierce. Hohat returned home and saw Xiaoyao and Lu Erbao were awake. She quickly shared the steamed buns and eggs she brought back with them. Hohat took Xiaoyao and Erbao into the east room, thinking of what the village chief asked Lu Debeo this morning, and the omen that Xiao Fubao said when he came. She kept an eye on them. Peony, I ask you a few questions. Tell me if you know anything. Okay? Peony was chewing a steamed bun. Hearing that, she quickly sat down and looked at Hohat seriously. Yes. Okay. Hohat glanced outside the door and saw Lu Debeo still kneeling there. So she whispered, Peony, I want to ask you, did you hear any noise yesterday? Peony's eyes rolled slightly, and she quickly shook her head. No. I went to bed very early yesterday. Later, my brother woke me up and said that my mother was dead. I was scared and cried. Hohat didn't let go of Peony's expression. She knew that Peony was lying. Her face turned black, and she stood up and said, If you didn't tell the truth, then I won't care about you. I'm going back. You be hungry in the future. I don't like children who lie. Peony couldn't help being scared. She immediately grabbed the corner of Hohat's clothes, her face full of panic. Sister, don't leave us. I said. I heard someone coming to our house last night. And there was my mother's cry. But my brother said I heard it wrong and forbade me to say it. I should not tell anyone who asked me, because if I did, he would sell me out. Hohat felt a chill down her spine. If what Xiaoyao said was true, then Lu Debeo had been lying since morning. But why did he lie? Could Chen's death have anything to do with him? Xiaoyao, what else do you know? Tell your sister everything, or your brother will die. Hohat didn't dare to think that if this was really done by a 6-year-old child, then Lu Debeo's mind was really vicious. He didn't even let his own mother go. How could he be expected to take care of his younger siblings? Xiaoyao shook her head. I don't know anything else. Later, I fell asleep. And then my brother woke me up and said that my mother was dead. Hohat let go of Xiaoyao's hand and paced back and forth in the room. Her heart was in turmoil. She didn't know what to do now. But she must not let Lu Debeo know what she asked Xiaoyao. Peony, don't tell anyone what your sister asked you just now. Understand? If someone comes to ask you questions at night, you should answer as your brother taught you. And don't say a word about anything else. Okay. I know. Peony nodded quickly. Guhua asked Xiaoyao to watch her about playing on the Kong and not go out. And she walked out. There was no one else at home, because everyone knew that Chen died suddenly, and no one dared to come to the door. So the yard was particularly quiet inside and outside. After Fubao left, Chen's house was surrounded by crows again. They screamed with rough voices and circled over Chen's body. Hohat tied a piece of rag with a stick and waved it in the air, which drove away many crows. But she was thinking about how to ask Lu Debeo. At noon the next day, the village chief came back, and the county constable and coroner came with him. As the head of the police, Wan Lauda personally led people back to Shitsi village. This was his first time to handle a case alone, and he returned home in glory, which was a great honor. Wan Lauda and his group rode into Shitsi village. Wan Laoda's arrival caused an uproar in the village. Isn't that the head of the Wan family? Oh! Look at him. How majestic he is now. Look at this outfit. He is different. He looks much more energetic. If the village chief hadn't said it was Wan Jingui, I wouldn't have dared to recognize him. Speak softly. He is now the head of the police. Did you call him that name randomly? Look at me. I was quick-witted and got trolled. I deserve to be beaten. The onlookers had just finished work at noon. And it was still early. They had originally planned to go home. But now everyone unconsciously followed Wan Laoda and others and went to Chin's house. Ho-Hot heard the sound of horse hooves and noise in the yard. Looking at the sky, she guessed that the village chief had brought people back. So she ran over to open the yard door. Ho-Hot, hurry up. The official is coming. The village chief saw Ho-Hot open the door and immediately asked Ho-Hot to stand back. Ho-Hot was very scared at first. But when she looked up and saw that the person in the lead was Wan Laoda, her fear was relieved a lot, and she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the officials were officials after all, and their aura was not comparable to that of ordinary people. They also had a big knife on their waists, which made people retreat even more. Where is the deceased? Wan Laoda stood at the door of the yard and asked in a deep voice. It's in the morning shed. Everyone follow me. The village chief had to lead the way in front. He had no choice. The Liu family only had a few children, and the eldest wife of the Liu family didn't even show up. Wan Laoda walked straight in the direction indicated by the village chief without looking sideways. The coroner followed behind, and several other constables immediately blocked the gate of the Liu family. The people who were watching outside wanted to take a peek, but they were stopped outside by the constable's swords. They had to stand on tiptoe from a distance, stretching their necks to look inside, and whispering to each other from time to time. I heard from Chongqing's wife that Qin was killed by someone. Who do you think is so hungry? Qin is skin and bones, and her body smells bad. But there are still people who can eat her. Maybe she is a seriously ill person. I heard that some people have such special fetishes. Haven't you heard that rich people buy children for sex? There are all kinds of people in this world. Okay. Stop talking. Qin died a violent death. You are not afraid that her ghost will haunt you. And you are still talking about her at her door. Everyone was so scared that they immediately shut up and dared not say bad things about Qin anymore. In the yard, the coroner had already begun to do a rough examination of Qin's body and record it. Boss Wan looked around the house and finally set his sights on Liu Debao. Chapter 388. Boss Wan questioned Liu Debao and became suspicious, because the village chief didn't know that there was a hidden story behind Qin's death at the beginning. The scene was severely damaged, and there was basically no useful information. The only way to get information was from the children in this family. Of the 4 children in the Liu family, Ho-Hot was the oldest. But she had been sold a long time ago. She was definitely not at home on the night of the incident. The one who could provide useful information was Liu Debao. And then Xiaoyao. Although Xiaoyao was only 4 years old. Children would not lie. And the information, they said, could sometimes become the key to solving the case. Boss Wan walked to Liu Debao and squatted down. But Liu Debao couldn't help shrinking his neck, and his little hands were tightly clenched into fists. It can be seen that he was very nervous. Debao, I'm your Uncle Wan. I have a few questions for you. Just answer them truthfully. Don't be afraid. Looking at Liu Debao, Wan Laoda thought of his eldest son, Wan Quan. He didn't care much about Wan Quan because of his bad relationship with Wan Deseo. As a result, Quaner and he don't have a good relationship now. The fate of the 2 children is similar, which makes Wan Laoda feel sympathy. Liu Debao slowly raised his head. His little face was pale with fear and his body couldn't help shaking. Debao, you get up first. Can we go to the side and talk? Wan Laoda directly picked up Liu Debao from the ground. But Liu Debao's legs had completely lost consciousness because he had been kneeling for too long. He couldn't stand at all. As soon as Wan Laoda let go, Liu Debao fell to the side. Be careful. Wan Laoda quickly reached out and grabbed him. Ho-Hot stood at the gate of the yard and watched Liu Debao's reaction. Her guess was confirmed. She was almost certain that Qin's death was related to Liu Debao. But how did he do it? Why did he kill Qin? What good would it do to him if Qin died? Ho-Hot racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out. But she felt that there must be something hidden in it. She must have overlooked some important information. She didn't ask Xiaoyao yesterday. But now it was obviously too late. She secretly sweated for Liu Debao. Boss One helped Lu Debao to a corner, and Hohat ran into the house to move 2 square stools. Uncle Juan, you've worked hard. Come sit down and talk. Boss One glanced at Hohat, nodded, and took the stool. Hohat quickly put another stool under Lu Debao and helped him sit down. Lu Debao calmed down a lot because of Hohat's arrival. He swallowed his saliva unconsciously, sat down slowly, and his body stopped shaking. Seeing that she had nothing to do, Hohat prepared to leave and went to the house to look after the 2 children. But Lu Debao suddenly grabbed her wrist, his eyes full of pleading. Sister, stay with me. I'm scared. A hint of obscure look flashed across Hohat's eyes, and she hesitated to speak. Finally, she looked at Boss One and asked, Uncle Juan, can I stay here? It's okay. Debao is scared. You stay with him. He can remember more. Hohat stayed like this, listening to Boss One asking Lu Debao some questions about the case. Debao, when did you find out that your mother was dead? It was probably around the night before yesterday at 11 p.m. Lu Debao recalled. Then how did you find out your mother was gone? That night, when I was half asleep, I heard my mother calling me. When I went to see her, I found that she was still quiet. I called her, but she didn't respond. Then I realized that my mother was dead. Hohat couldn't help but frown. This was exactly the same answer that the village chief had given him when he asked him about it. It was as if he had memorized it in advance. It was completely different from what Xiaoyao said. Debao was lying, but she didn't expose him. Then did you hear any other noises? For example, did anyone come in? Lu Debao was obviously nervous. After all, the person he was questioning this time was an official, not the village chief. Lu Debao couldn't answer fluently. He was nervous and stuttered when he spoke. I seemed to hear something. But I thought it was a wild cat. So I ignored it. Wan Lao saw that Lu Debao was very nervous, and smiled and comforted him. Debao, don't be nervous. We just want to find out who the murderer is for your mother's death, and give your mother justice as soon as possible. Don't you want to catch the murderer as soon as possible? Lu Debao was frightened and lowered his head quickly. After all, he was still young and couldn't be perfect. Well, I also hope to find the murderer as soon as possible and give my mother justice. Lu Debao's voice was muffled, and there was a crying tone, as if he had been suppressed for a long time. Wan Lao patted Lu Debao's shoulder and sighed. He knew that the lives of these children would be more difficult in the future, but they had to live no matter how difficult it was. Debao, when you got up, didn't you find anything different in your mother's room? Lu Debao shook his head. No, the room is too dark. Our family is poor, and my mother usually doesn't let us light the lamp. This is true, and Wan Lao also knows it. After all, poor families don't have money to buy lamp oil. They go to bed when it gets dark just to save lamp oil. Okay, Uncle knows. Then have any suspicious people come to your house to inquire about the news these 2 days? No, I have been keeping vigil for my mother these 2 days. Except for the night before yesterday, when the village chief uncle brought people from the village to keep vigil all night. No one else has come. Okay, you go and rest for a while. Go and call your brothers and sisters. Lu Debao was obviously extremely nervous, and quickly raised his head and asked, my brothers and sisters are still young and don't know anything. They can't tell me any useful information. Just ask me if you have any questions. At this time, Wan Lao felt that Lu Debao seemed to be a little bit wrong, and he couldn't help but squint at Lu Debao. This look scared Lu Debao, and he lowered his head directly. After a moment of silence, Wan Lao asked, Debao, I just looked around your house. There is not a single grain of rice in your rice jar, and there is a layer of dust. It is obvious that you have been out of food for some time. How did your family of 4 survive these days? Uncle Juan, I secretly helped them. I used my wages to buy steamed buns and eggs from second aunt and secretly gave them to my brothers and sisters. That's why they survived. Guihua hurriedly explained. That means you only gave food to your brothers and sisters, not to Chen? Guihua shook her head. No. Then how did Chen survive these days? Wan Lao's voice was obviously more majestic than before, and he looked at Lu Debao with a scrutinizing look. Once he had doubts in his heart. Lu Debao's behavior just now seemed a bit abrupt. Chapter 389. Lu Debao confessed. Wan Lao's eyes kept staring at Lu Debao. Lu Debao was already panicking and feeling guilty, now that he was being stared at by Wan Lao. His heart, which had just calmed down, became even more panicked. And he began to make more small movements. He pinched the corner of his clothes, poked the ground with his toes, and scratched his head. But he never dared to look at Juan Lauda. "Debeo, answer my question. How did your mother survive these days?" Lu Debeo said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Drinking water. We feed her water every day. She can't survive so many days even if she is fed water." "Right. If you don't tell the truth, I can only take you to the county government for questioning." Lu Debeo was so scared that he hid behind Hohat and looked at Juan Lauda timidly. "I don't know either. I don't know anything. Don't ask me. I've told you everything I know." Lu Debeo suddenly burst into tears, like a suppressed volcano erupting, crying hysterically. Hohat was startled by Lu Debeo's crying. Although Lu Debeo would cry these days, he had never cried so violently like today. His crying was filled with the explosion of repression, as well as strong grievance, fear, and guilt. Hohat didn't know how to comfort him for a while. "Debeo, you cry. It will be better if you cry," Hohat could only say softly. Listening to Lu Debeo's crying, Boss One couldn't help but sigh. But the case had to be handled. "Hohat, take Debeo in first. Call Xiao out. I asked Xiao some questions." As soon as Boss One finished speaking, Hohat suddenly smelled a smell of urine. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Debeo, and saw that water was dripping from his pants, and there was a puddle of water under him. He had actually peed his pants. Boss One also noticed it at this time, and he couldn't help but frown. "It's me. No need to ask. Don't make things difficult for my brothers and sisters. It's my mother who wants to find someone to sell my brothers and sisters, saying that they can't work and need to eat, and the family can't afford to support them. 7 days ago, she was still able to get off the con, and she went out once. When she came back, she got some food, but she ate it all by herself and didn't share it with us. She also told me that we won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. I know she took the deposit from someone else, and someone will come to take my brothers and sisters away in a few days. They are still so young. I heard from my father that such young children must be sold to dirty places. I begged my mother not to sell them, and she beat me. You see, this is my mother pinching me. She said that if I dared to make a fuss, she would sell me too. I had no choice but to ask the children in the same village for honeysuckle and make water for my mother to drink. I heard that this can make people have diarrhea. My mother had diarrhea all day after drinking it, and she couldn't get off the con. She slept on. She scolded us all day on the con and said that someone would come to take my siblings away tomorrow. I wanted to return the deposit she collected, but my mother had already spent all the money on food. If I couldn't get the money together, I couldn't save my siblings, so I thought of selling my mother to the lame man in the neighboring village. We Daki people believe that women should obey their husbands after becoming nuns, and obey their sons after their husbands die. My father is not here, so I am the master of our family. So I paid 1 or 2 taels of silver, and the lame man agreed. But I didn't expect that the lame man would kill my mother. I didn't want her to die. I just didn't want her to sell us again. How could I know that she would be killed? If I knew she would die, I would definitely not sell her. Sir, I really didn't mean it. Please don't arrest me. My siblings are still young, and they still need my care." After Lu Debeo finished speaking, he knelt down, grabbed Juan Lauda's clothes, and begged bitterly. Boss One also found it unbelievable. It turned out that this case was so complicated. Although Lu Debeo did not commit any crime, he let the wolf into the house. However, the most urgent task now is to quickly go to the neighboring village to find the lame man. He is a great suspect. Debeo, you get up first. You are not the murderer. Why didn't you say it earlier? Boss One pulled Lu Debeo up. I'm scared. Because I indirectly killed my mother. I'm afraid that you will take me to jail. I don't want to go to jail, Lu Debeo said with tears. Boss One sighed, knowing that it was not easy for this child. After all, he was only 6 years old. What good solution could he think of? Debeo, are you sure that it was the lame man who came to your house that night? Lu Debeo nodded quickly. I am sure. He also gave me 1 or 2 taels of silver, saying that he couldn't wait to marry my mother, and said that according to the custom here, a virgin girl cannot get married during the day. He told me not to care about it anymore, and not to come out no matter what noise I heard, and to take good care of my brother and sister-in-law. Because I took the silver, I did what he said. But not long after, I heard my mother screaming something wrong. So I hurried over to see, and found that my mother was dead. And the lame man also ran away. Boss Juan patted Lu DeBeo on the head and walked over to ask the coroner, has the cause of Chen's death been determined? The coroner fumigated his hands with mugwort and said, it's basically confirmed. She died of suffocation. There are obvious pinch marks on Chen's neck. Her face is purple and blue. Her eyeballs are bulging. There is hemorrhage under the conjunctiva. And her eyes are rolled up. After hearing this, Boss Juan immediately turned around and walked out of the yard. He said to the constables who were maintaining order outside, let's go. The suspect has been locked. Let's go and get him immediately. But Boss Juan and others were too late. Lane packed up and ran away that night. He was originally a bachelor in his 40s. The first time he touched a woman was Chen. He played a little too radically. Chen was originally weak and couldn't stand it. He killed her directly. Lane knew that his murder would definitely be exposed. After he escaped back, he simply packed up his things and ran away. 2 days have passed. It is difficult to find someone at such a large border. Boss Juan had to take someone who was familiar with the lame man back to the yamen to paint a portrait. Chen's body was also taken away. And Lu DeBeo was also taken back to the yamen by Boss Juan. He was a witness in this matter, and needed to sign and seal. Chen's matter came to an end. The government soon issued a warrant to arrest suspects everywhere. As for whether they could be caught, it was hard to say. Lu DeBeo was released after a few days. Although what he did made people feel very immoral. He was also to protect his younger brother and sister-in-law. Moreover, he was not a murderer or an accomplice. He was reprimanded and educated by the county magistrate for a day before he was allowed to return. Hohad helped Lu DeBeo clean up the house inside and out. The 3 brothers and sisters would have to live on their own in the future. Hohad used the money she saved to buy food for them. Taught Lu DeBeo to make simple porridge. And gave them a few eggs and grain-steamed buns from time to time. Lu DeBeo has changed a lot now, and has become much more diligent. The village chief wanted the eldest wife of the Lu family to take care of the brothers and sisters. But Lu DeBeo firmly disagreed. He wanted to set up his own family. No one could take advantage of the 3 brothers and sisters in the future. His own mother could sell them. Not to mention his uncle's family, who always hated them. He would rather starve to death at home than be sold. The days passed slowly. And Shitsi village fell into an ordinary and busy rhythm again. It seemed that everyone had forgotten Zhou Biao, who came to Shitsi village to inquire about the news. But he had not forgotten the humiliation he suffered in the Wan family, and had been looking for opportunities to retaliate. Chapter 390. Hu Xingyang returns. Hu Xingyang finally came back this day. Second uncle, I'm back. Hu Xingyang hired a carriage to go back to the village. This time he used his own private money. This year he earned a lot of money. He helped the Wan family collect potatoes as a manager and helped Wan Lauer manage the workshop. Wan Lauer paid him wages. But when collecting potatoes, Hu Xingyang knew that it must be the Wan family who saw that they were living a poor life and deliberately helped them secretly. Originally, helping the Wan family collect potatoes was indeed hiring him as a manager. But as for managing the workshop, they were originally a cooperative relationship, and he should fulfill his responsibilities. This was his job. But the Wan family still offered him a high price of 1 or 2 silver coins a month. When Hu Xingyang received the silver, he secretly vowed to return it to the Wan family double in the future. This time, Hu Xingyang was out for more than 20 days. He visited all the counties under the jurisdiction of the prefecture. Stayed in each county for 2 days. Checked the local prices and housing prices, as well as the distances between counties, and the routes to each county town. He took notes. Wan Lauer welcomed Hu Xingyang in with surprise. Xingyang, why did you take so long this time? If you don't come back, I will go to look for you. You kid. Uncle is worried to death. Wan Lauer's face was full of surprise. And he put his arm around Hu Xingyang's shoulders and went into the upper room. The border area is vast, and communication depends entirely on cattle and horses. But cattle and horses are not fast. It often takes half a month to send a letter. And once the person goes out, it is impossible to contact. I want to send a piece of colored paper and a letter. But where can I find them? Second uncle, this time I am not only looking for a workshop, but I have also run all the counties under the jurisdiction of the entire prefecture. It has delayed a lot of time and made you worry. You really deserve to be beaten. Hu Xingyang hurriedly bowed his hands with a respectful smile on his face. Wan Lauer patted Hu Xingyang's shoulder with a smile. How could Uncle hit you? I can't wait to hurt you. You are very thoughtful. It's just that you have worked hard. You have been running around so many places alone for so many days. You must be exhausted. Right? Uncle will welcome you tonight, and ask your second aunt to cook you a table of delicious food to reward you. Then I trouble your second aunt. I'm craving your braised pork. Wan Lauer laughed. Okay. I tell your second aunt in a while. The family just cut the meat today. The fat and lean meat are just right. Ask your second aunt to cook more. There will be enough braised pork tonight. Okay. The two chatted and laughed as they entered the house and sat down. Wan Shuang heard that Hu Xingyang was back and ran back from the workshop immediately. Brother Xingyang? You are finally back. We were talking about you this morning. If you don't come back, your second uncle will go to look for you. Wan Shuang. How is the workshop recently? Hu Xingyang stood up and greeted Wan Shuang. The two exchanged pleasantries and sat down again. Your brother Xingyang said that he went to all the counties in our prefecture this time. Let's listen to his experience and learn more. Wan Lauer felt that he would open branches in various places in the prefecture in the future, and it would be better to go to various counties to investigate sooner rather than later. Hu Xingyang had done it, so they felt more confident. Okay, I tell you about my experience this time. This trip really broadened my horizons. People say that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. That's probably what they mean. I always hear people in our village talk about how good the places outside are. I just envy them, and never thought that I would go to so many places one day. After I walked through all the counties this time, I found that the closer the county is to the capital, the richer it is. For example, the counties far from the capital are remote and poorer. However, because we have open border trade, we are expected to surpass those counties in recent years. However, there is one thing that is really a happy event. The news of our large-scale potato planting has spread to all the counties, and everyone is asking about it now. Wan Lauer couldn't help but smile widely when he heard the news brought back by Hu Xingyang. The corners of his mouth were almost gritting to his ears. He himself didn't know that the large-scale potato planting in their town had such a big impact. As the leader, he must be very proud. After all, it is not easy to go from a farmer with nothing to where he is now. Wan Lauer is also a human being, and his mentality has definitely changed. However, he only talks about this with Wan Er's wife in bed, and he is still a humble rural man outside. In fact, it is precisely because of the simplicity that Wan Lauer has always exuded from the bottom of his heart that everyone does not feel jealous. Brother Xingyang, what if everyone grows potatoes next year? We can't harvest so many? Wan Shuang asked with some concern. You don't have to worry about this. Isn't it the government that decides what the people plant? Before the government offices in the counties issue orders, they should still focus on growing grain and won't rashly plant potatoes. When it comes to grain, the government won't let the people do whatever they want. Wan Shuang was relieved and continued to listen to Hu Xingyang. After visiting so many places, I wrote down several slightly larger counties. The prices there are also higher than ours. If we open a branch there, our selling price may be higher than that of other counties, because the rent there is also 10% higher than ours. So I did not choose to open a workshop in those places. I chose the central Qingping County. This county is located in the middle, and the distance from the prefectural city and the surrounding counties is about the same. If it is used to transport potato flour, it is the most cost-effective, and renting a yard is not expensive. I asked the price of a 2-yard house, which is 1 tael of silver per month. It is just a remote location. The most important thing is that there is a well in the yard. Our workshop does not need to be located in a too prosperous area, but it must have a well. After calculating, I think this yard is the most cost-effective. Hu Xingyang handed the simplified map he made to Wan Lauer for a look. Well, it's good. This location is good, and you have made good considerations. But have you found out the source of this yard? Wan Lauer was worried that they had just started on the right track. If the landlord suddenly raised the price for them at this time, they would have to find a house temporarily. It would be a waste of time. The most important thing is that the production would be delayed, and that would cost money. Uncle, don't worry. I've already found out. The owner of this house has gone to the interior of the country and rented out the house to an agent. He said he won't be back for 10 years. But there is only one requirement, which is to take good care of the house and pay 1 year's rent in one go. Wan Lauer was overjoyed. Doesn't this meet their requirements? That's great. I was afraid they wouldn't give a long-term lease. In that case, let's sign the contract this morning and start the workshop. Your fourth uncle's house has also been rented. It's being renovated now. It will be almost done in a few days. Hu Zhenyang nodded. Uncle, I go sign the contract tomorrow, and we be ready to start work. Everything is going on the right track. As long as production and sales are on the right track, the goods can be turned into silver. And there will be money to invest in opening branches. It's just that it's easy to open a store, but it's hard to find talent. Wan Lauer started thinking about finding people again. Chapter 391, Advice Before Departure. After thinking about it, Wan Lauer said to Hu Zhenyang, I will go to Qiping County with you tomorrow. I will use a bullock cart to take some potato flour to Qiping County. The bullock cart can carry more and save the freight. After I go there, I will help you open the workshop first. After the potato flour is produced, I will directly take the potato flour to the prefectural city. By then, the shops in the prefectural city should have been ready. That's really great. I was afraid that I couldn't handle it alone. With my second uncle helping to open the workshop, I don't have to worry about it. Besides, we still need to find workers temporarily, which takes time. Don't worry about it. Take your time. We can't afford to make mistakes in a hurry, Wan Lauer said seriously. After all, he has invested all his family savings in this business. If he fails, it will be fatal. Hu Zhenyang also nodded solemnly. For him, this business is the capital for their family to turn around. He attaches more importance to it than Wan Lauer. Don't worry, Uncle Heir. Nothing will go wrong. I will be careful. Wan Lauer looked at Wan Shuang again. Shuang, Uncle may not be back until the end of the year. The house is left to you. You should pay everyone on time every month. The money is with your Aunt Heir. I will tell her in the evening, and she will give it to you on the due date. Okay, Uncle Heir. Don't worry about the house. I can handle it. Wan Shuang is full of confidence, because he has long been familiar with these things at home. As long as he does some accounts at ordinary times, he will basically be free. All the potatoes have been harvested. Now it's just production. He can manage it alone. In addition, the village chief is watching the workshop, so he doesn't have to worry too much. After the three of them finished discussing, when they had dinner in the evening, Wan Lauer told his family that he was going out. Mrs. Wan and Wan Erseo didn't say anything, but little Fubao dropped his bowl, crawled to sit beside Wan Lauer, and nudged his little head into Wan Lauer's arms. Wan Lauer quickly picked up his daughter and put her on his lap. Daughter, what's wrong? Can't bear to leave Daddy? Yes, that's why Fubao wants to go with Daddy. Fubao also wants to see other places. Daddy can't leave Fubao alone. Little Fubao raised his chubby little face, blinked a pair of bright grape-like eyes, and showed two deep dimples on his face, acting cute to Wan Lauer. How could Wan Lauer stand Fubao like this? He was about to agree. Wan Heir's wife was simply disgusted. This father was good in everything, but he spoiled his daughter too much. She immediately stopped Wan Lauer before he could speak. Fubao, your father is going to work, not to play. If you go, he can't take good care of you. And mother is worried. Can we stay at home? After everything is done over there, mother will take you to play. No. Humph. Fubao will go. Fubao will go to protect Daddy. With Fubao here, no one dares to bully Daddy. Fubao sat on Wan Lauer's lap, his hands on his waist, his little mouth pouting, his little nose twisted, his little face raised up, and snorted. Old Lady Wan ate slowly, glanced at Wan Heir's wife, and when she saw that she was going to say something, she coughed lightly. Wan Heir's wife secretly glanced at Old Lady Wan, and when she saw that Old Lady Wan quickly retracted her gaze, she knew that Old Lady Wan agreed to Fubao going out. Although Wan Heir's wife was worried in her heart, she was worried that Wan Lauer, a big man, could not take good care of Fubao. That Fubao could not eat well. And what to do if Fubao got sick? All kinds of thoughts and worries flashed through Wan Heir's wife's mind quickly. And in the end, she could only swallow them silently and stop talking. Seeing that her mother no longer objected, Fubao happily hugged Wan Lauer's neck and kissed Wan Lauer on the face. Daddy, Mom agreed. You must take Fubao with you. Wan Lauer was fascinated by Fubao kiss and quickly agreed with a smile. Go. Fubao wants to go. Daddy will take you. Okay. Daddy is so nice. Wan Heir's wife looked at Fubao excited like a bird just out of the cage. and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. Her worries just now were also half gone. After all, the child's happiness is more important than anything else. The next morning, Wan Er's wife came out with big and small bags. Except for Wan Lauer's 2 sets of clothes. The rest were all Fu Bao. Wan Lauer felt that he had been abandoned by his wife. Looking at his own small bag and then looking at his daughter's dozen bags, he felt a little disappointed. This is what my daughter wears this month. These are what she will wear next month and beyond. I estimate that it will snow next month. Remember to add more clothes for her. I have put all the clothes she wears every day together and tied them up with cloth strips. You only need to take out a set of clothes when you change your daughter's clothes. After washing the dirty clothes, dry them and tie them up using my method to avoid making a mess. Wan Lauer felt his head was numb as he listened to his wife's rambling. He regretted agreeing to take Fu Bao out. Was it so much trouble to take care of a child? Isn't it enough to wear these clothes to keep warm? Why do they need so many sets? I really don't understand. But he feels a little stressed when he sees his daughter dressed up like a fairy by Wan Er's wife every day. He doesn't know what his daughter will become in his hands in the future. Hu Xingyang had packed up and came to the Wan family. He saw that the luggage on the ox cart was half loaded. He couldn't help covering his eyes. He thought that his luggage seemed to be just a bundle, which was really shabby. But after listening to Wan Er's wife's words for a while, he realized that all these were Fu Bao alone. He took another look at a bundle in Wan Lauer's hand and immediately cast a sympathetic look. Second aunt, don't worry. I'm here to see Sister Fu Bao. I often take care of my sister at home. They're about the same age, and I can take good care of her. Zhengyang, thank you for your hard work. Your second uncle is a good worker. I'm really worried that he can't take good care of Fu Bao. I feel relieved with you here. After putting everything away, Wan Erseo smiled at Hu Xingyang. Fu Bao was wearing a yellow jacket and pants today. Wan Erseo also put a red hooded coat on her. There was a circle of snow-white rabbit fur around the hat, which made little Fu Bao look even more lovely. Brother Xingyang. Mother, I can take care of myself. Fu Bao is very capable. Don't worry. I will take care of Daddy. Fu Bao smiled and opened his arms, threw himself on Wan Erseo, and gave her a big hug. Wan Erseo's heart was about to melt. She felt that she had already started to miss her daughter before Fu Bao left. She really wanted to tie her daughter to her belt. Wan Erseo squatted down, touched Fu Bao's little face, and told him, Fu Bao, don't run around outside. Follow Daddy closely. Okay. Mom also put your Dabai in a cage for you. If your dad is unreliable, you can rely on Dabai. Dabai can help you. Wan Lauer has good hearing and looked at his wife with resentment. Mother, can you give me some face? I'm not that bad. Am I? Not as good as a goose? Wan Erseo didn't even look at Wan Lauer, and continued to say to Fu Bao, don't eat raw food outside. Eat cold food, or your stomach will hurt. Also, if you encounter delicious food, don't eat too much at once. It will easily cause indigestion and make your stomach uncomfortable. Also, Wan Erseo talked a lot, but Fu Bao didn't get impatient. Instead, he listened to Wan Erseo patiently and said with a smile, okay, Mother, I remember everything. Don't miss Fu Bao too much when you are at home. Fu Bao will bring you fun and delicious things when he comes back. Fu Bao brought all the money. After saying this, little Fu Bao patted a bulging little bundle under his cloak, which was full of copper coins. Wan Erseo didn't notice it just now, and she was a little amused. Chapter 392 Departure. My dear, don't you feel tired? Wan Erseo took the small bag off Fu Bao and weighed it in her hand. It was quite heavy. Mother, it's not heavy. Fu Bao can carry it. Fu Bao will buy delicious food for Mother. Wan Erseo was inexplicably moved. She had shallow eye sockets and tears welled up in her eyes. This time Fu Bao would be away from her for several months. She felt that life would be difficult just thinking about it. Mother, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Did Fu Bao do something wrong? Did he make you angry? Fu Bao was a little anxious and quickly wiped the tears from Wan Erseo. Fu Bao, Mother is fine. I just cried happily when I thought about my Fu Bao growing up. Wan Erseo hugged Fu Bao, picked her up, and put her on the ox cart. Wan Lao came out of the house and handed a silver note to Wan Lauer. Second brother, Mother knows you don't have much money. This is Mother's savings. You can use it first. When you have money, you can give it to me. Old Lady Wan handed a silver note of 100 taels to second brother Wan. Mother? You? Second brother Wan was a little surprised. He didn't tell his mother about the silver. How did she know? Okay. Take it quickly. Mother doesn't have any more. You can use it first. This is what you have given me over the years. I didn't spend it. I asked your eldest brother to exchange it for silver notes, for me, and saved it. Second brother Wan's eyes were also a little moist. He was so old, and still needed his mother's help. He lowered his head to take the silver note, and said sullenly, "Thank you, Mother." Old Lady Wan looked at Xiao Fubao again and smiled. Me asked, "Fubao, aren't you going to say goodbye to Grandma? You're only thinking about your mother." "Not Grandma. Grandma. Fubao is thinking about her. Fubao will buy delicious food for Grandma. And also for fourth aunt. Your sister Hohot. Second brother. And you all? Okay. My Fubao is really filial. Grandma will wait to eat the good things that our Fubao will give to Grandma. Yeah. Okay. Fubao will pull a bullet card back." Little Fubao opened his short arms, and made a big bullet card. Everyone was amused by Fubao appearance. Although they all knew that Fubao little copper coins could not buy much. Everyone was very happy that the little girl had this heart. Wan Lauer pulled dozens of bags of potato flour from the warehouse, and put them on the bullet card. And put little Fubao sitting next to him. "Zhengyang. Let's go!" "Okay, Uncle." Hu Zhengyang climbed onto the ox cart and sat on the top. The horse carriage he rented had already gone back. So he could take Wan Lauer's ox cart to Qiping County today. Wan Erseo supported Wan Laotai, and took everyone in the family to send Wan Lauer and his friends to the door of their house. "Daddy, you have to take good care of your daughter." Wan Erseo was so reluctant at this time that she finally turned it into a warning. "I know. You guys should go back quickly." Sister. Wan Yu suddenly let go of Lu's hand and chased the ox cart from behind. He wanted to go too. Lu was so scared that she ran over and hugged the little guy back. "Your sister is going to buy you something delicious. She will be back soon. You wait at home." Wan Yu looked at the ox cart going away with half belief and half doubt. He felt that his mother was fooling him. But he was still young and couldn't say it. There were 2 bubbles of tears in his big eyes. He didn't cry until he saw the ox cart gradually disappear on the dirt road. From Shitsi Village to Qiping County. You don't have to go through Xianing County. Qiping County is located to the east of Xianing County, and to the northeast of Shitsi Village. If you want to go to Qiping County, you have to pass through Hongyang County before you can get to Qiping County. Because Xianing, Hongyang, and Qiping counties intersect. And Qiping County is connected to the prefectural city. Qiping County is relatively wealthy compared to the other 2 counties. They set off early in the morning. And all they saw along the way were desolate and bleak scenes. Withered wormwood can be seen everywhere on the roadside. And Lus is rolled up by the autumn wind and comes towards them. Wan Lauer quickly put the hat on his daughter and covered Fubao's mouth and nose with a handkerchief. "Daddy, look! A rabbit." Fubao pointed at a gray hare and shouted excitedly. Although there were many rabbits at home, the sudden sight of a running hare still made little Fubao so excited that she almost jumped off the ox cart. Little Fubao's behavior scared her father heart. "Oh, my daughter, you better sit tight. If you fall down, your mother will definitely skin me alive." Wan Lauer felt that it was not safe for Fubao to sit next to him. So he picked up his daughter and put her in front of him for safety. Fubao stuck out her tongue playfully and finally calmed down a little. "Second uncle, why don't you let Sister Fubao come up and sit? It's farther from here. And I can also see her." "Okay. You catch her." Wan Lauer raised his hands and sent Fubao to the potato flour bag. Hu Zhengyang had already cleared out a small hole on top for Fubao to sit on. He piled the bag higher and made the middle more concave, which was just enough for Fubao to sit in without being blown by the wind or worrying about Fubao falling down. And it also provided a wide field of vision. Fubao really liked it. "Brother Zhengyang, your place is so good." "Fubao likes it." Little Fubao looked around curiously. His big eyes were so busy that he couldn't keep up. Wan Lauer looked at the vast sky. Blue sky and white clouds. And occasional flocks of birds flying by. He suddenly became interested and sang the Xinyanyu he learned from others. Hu Zhengyang grew up in the border area, and he was good at singing Xinyanyu. At the beginning, Wan Lauer started, and soon Hu Zhengyang joined in. One voice was deep and low, and the other was crisp and high. The chorus of the 2 people was actually unique. Little Fubao was fascinated for a while. The singing was sprinkled on the sun-covered dirt road. leaving 2 deep breaths. The ox cart squeaked and moved forward slowly, carrying the hopes of several people and Fubao joy, and drove into Hongyang County. It was already sunset, and they had to find an inn in Hongyang County to stay. It was not safe to travel at night, and the cattle also needed to rest and eat. Second uncle, Fubao is asleep. We are now in Hongyang County. We can reach the nearest town in another hour. If we want to enter the county, I am afraid the city gates are closed. Let's stay in a nearby town for a night. Hu Xingyang has been to Hongyang County and knows there is a town here. Okay. Then let's stay in the town for a night and leave early tomorrow morning. In the afterglow of the setting sun, 3 people and an ox cart slowly drove towards the town. An hour's distance is not far or near, but the sun sets quickly, and it gets dark quickly in the late autumn evening. Wan Lauer was driving the ox cart in front, but he didn't notice that someone was following the wheel tracks all the way behind him. And even Hu Zhengyang, who was sitting on a high place, didn't notice it. They took advantage of the darkness and sped up, getting closer and closer to Wan Lauer and his men, and were about to surround the ox cart, when Xiao Fubao was in deep sleep. She suddenly turned over and opened her eyes. She felt someone was staring at them. Chapter 393 Fubao meets again. Old friend. Daddy. I want to pee. Little Fubao rubbed his eyes. His voice was a little soft, and he sounded sleepy. Fubao. Come. Brother Xingyang will carry you down. Little Fubao opened his arms and hugged Hu Xingyang's neck, and was picked up by him. Wan Lauer didn't hear what Fubao said. It was already dark, and a crescent moon in the sky was shining on the earth. The road in the distance was not clear. Second uncle. Fubao wants to pee. Please stop for a while. Hu Zhengyang turned around and said to Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer quickly stopped the water buffalo, and the ox cart slowly stopped. Fubao. Come. Daddy will carry you. Wan Lauer stood up from the ox cart and took Fubao off the ox cart. Fubao felt more and more that she was being stared at. She couldn't help twisting her body in Wan Lauer's arms, trying to see the surrounding situation clearly. However, the night was not as bright as the day. Although the moon could illuminate the road, it could not see far, let alone see what was in the distance. Daddy, where is Dabai? Wan Lauer put Fubao on the ground and was about to take off her pants. Fubao asked quickly. Dabai? Is it in the car? What's wrong? Do you want to play with Dabai? Yes. Daddy, can you let Dabai out? I hold it to sleep. Dabai is warm. Okay. After you pee, Daddy will let Dabai out and let you hold it to sleep. Wan Lauer said dotingly. Daddy, I'm fine. Shall we go? Fubao squatted down for a while and stood up. So soon? Come. Dad will help you pull up your pants. No need. Dad, I can do it myself. Mom has taught me. Wan Lauer was afraid of being scolded by Wan Er's wife when he returned home, so he had to do everything himself. After watching Fubao put his clothes together, he picked Fubao up and walked back. At this time, Dabai, who had been quietly staying in the cage, suddenly cried quack for some reason. Hu Xingyang and Wan Lauer were both startled, but only little Fubao looked at the darkness calmly at this time, with a pair of eyes shining brightly. Without blinking, Brother Zhengyang, let Dabai out quickly. Little Fubao shouted loudly to Hu Zhengyang on the ox cart. Dabai has always been raised by little Fubao, and Dabai's alertness is the highest among the geese. So Wan Er's wife brought it out to Fubao. Fubao, what's wrong? Hu Xingyang was a little confused. They were on their way. Wouldn't it be a nuisance to let Dabai out? If Dabai ran around, they would have to chase the goose and delay their journey. Wan Lauer also found something wrong at this time. Because Dabai grew up in the Wan family, Wan Lauer might pay less attention to him. But Dabai had indeed saved their family several times. This time, Dabai's reaction was very abnormal. Could it be someone? Zhengyang, listen to Fubao and let Dabai out. As soon as Wan Lauer spoke, Hu Zhengyang did not delay any longer. He quickly turned over the grain bag and went to the back of the cart. Dabai was put in a cage by Wan Er's wife and tied to the back of the cart. Hu Zhengyang untied the rope and opened the cage in the moonlight. Dabai took the opportunity to rush out of the cage and jumped off the ox cart with a pair of big wings flapping. Wan Lauer had also run to the back of the ox cart with Fubao in his arms. Uncle, I told you not to let Dabai out. Look, it's gone. It's so dark. Where can we chase it? Hu Zhengyang watched Dabai running so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. He could only see a blurry white dot. Wan Lauer also felt a little regretful. Did he think wrong? Could it be that Dubai was crying because he was anxious about being locked up? After all, this was the first time Dubai went out far away. It was used to freedom at home. But before Wan Lauer could finish his words, he heard a scream from not far away. Ah! Why is it this beast again? Today I must pluck out all your hair and peel off your skin. Hu Xingyang and Wan Lauer were stunned in place. And their faces changed. Only little Fubao waved his arms. Daddy, go and save Dubai. They are bad guys. Xingyang, you keep an eye on Fubao. I go and see what's going on. No. Second uncle, you keep an eye on Sister Fubao. I go and see. Hu Xingyang didn't give Wan Lauer a chance to refute, and ran away. Fubao was a little anxious, and his little body was fluttering to get down. Daddy, don't stand there. Let's go over there quickly. Brother Xingyang is no match for those people. Fubao was so anxious, and her father was still like a wooden stake. Okay. Let's go. Wan Lauer looked around and didn't find any suitable guy. It seemed that they couldn't just run over like this. Girl, wait for Daddy. Daddy will go get the bullwhip and beat them to death. Wan Lauer put Fubao on the ground and turned to get his bullwhip. Fubao didn't have time to wait. As soon as he landed, he ran away with his short legs. In fact, the distance was not far. Fubao saw a figure flashing in front of him after running for a while. She was small, so no one noticed her at all. Moreover, she had good eyesight and saw 5 people in front of her at a glance. One of them was being attacked by Dubai, and the others were beating Hu Xingyang. Stop it. Don't hit my brother Xingyang. I'm going to fight you. Fubao shouted domineeringly, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his white and tender wrists, and rushed over shouting. His posture was very handsome, and he fell very quickly. Before he rushed over, he was tripped by a piece of yellow earth on the ground and fell out. Fubao wanted to cry, but had no tears. He closed his eyes in fear and screamed. Ah! You are shameless to fall to the ground. Fubao covered his face with both hands. Unexpectedly, the expected pain did not come, and he was lifted up by a pair of big hands. My daughter, how are you? Did you fall? Fubao was so excited when she heard Wan Lauer's voice that she was already in Wan Lauer's warm embrace. Daddy, it's good that you came. Otherwise Fubao would have been beaten into a bean cake face. Wan Lauer was confused. What is this bean cake face? It's a flat face as yellow as beans. Fubao saw her father frowning with some confusion in his eyes, and hurriedly explained. But at this time, Wan Lauer was not in the mood to pay attention to his daughter's imagination, because someone had already surrounded the father and daughter. It's this little girl. She is simply not a human. She brought a few big geese by herself and knocked all of us down. Today she only brought 1 goose. Let's see how arrogant she is. The one who spoke was the one whose nose was broken by Fubao last time. This time, he also wanted to make up for his crime and took the initiative to ask Zhou Biao to follow Wan Lauer. Zhou Biao never gave up monitoring Shitzi village, but the monitoring was more covert. So the man with a broken nose took the initiative to request to perform the mission in order to get back his position. They waited outside Shitzi village for so many days, and finally waited for Wan Lauer to come out. Fubao glanced at the person who was talking. She still remembered him, and immediately pointed at him and laughed. Dad, this is my defeated opponent. His nose hasn't healed yet. And he came again. Does your nose still hurt? Fubao smiled and pointed at the other person and asked. Not afraid at all. And specifically asked about his scar. Chapter 394 The Two Sides Fight. Shen Yong was laughed at by Xiao Fubao. He was already very angry. He was actually defeated by a little girl. Now he was laughed at by the little girl herself. Shen Yong was immediately furious and stretched out his hand toward Xiao Fubao. Wan Lauer was not a pushover. He held Fubao in one hand to avoid Shen Yong's attack and swung the whip with the other hand. The whip seemed to have eyes and fell directly on Shen Yong's face. Even Wan Lauer was surprised. When did he become so powerful with the whip? The whip hit Shen Yong's nose bridge. The nose bridge and eyes are the most vulnerable parts of the face. Injury to these 2 places can make people want to die. But Wan Lauer happened to hit Shen Yong's old wound. Shen Yong was knocked down by Wan Lauer at the first sight. There was a bloody whip mark on his face, which rubbed the corner of his eye and hit his eye a little more. When Wan Lauer took back his whip, the tip of the whip was suddenly blown away by the wind and fell on a person next to him. The tip of Wan Lauer's whip was made of iron sheets, and it would make a sound when it was swung. But this time the tip of the whip hit the neck of the person next to him, and the sharp iron sheet scratched his neck. Ah! The man screamed and immediately covered his neck. He found that his neck was sticky and obviously bleeding. Wan Lauer was startled by the other party's scream. He took a look at his whip. Is this the whip he usually uses? Why does this whip seem to have eyes today? It specially chooses tricky angles to run on people? However, this gave Wan Lauer confidence. He felt that his whip could help a lot. This whip had already injured 2 people. Wan Lauer looked at the 3 people. One was entangled by Dabai. One was beating Hu Xingyang. And the other stood not far from him. At this time, he seemed to be timid and was retreating. Wan Lauer ignored the man who was retreating for the time being, and ran towards Hu Xingyang with the whip in his hand. Xingyang, Uncle is here to save you. Wan Lauer took advantage of the other party's attention on Hu Xingyang and swung the whip in his hand again. This whip hit the other party hard. But because the other party was wearing thick clothes, he was not seriously injured. You dare to sneak attack me? The man turned around, with an angry face, threw Hu Xingyang away, and rushed towards Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer originally thought that this whip would still have the effect of hurting people, but it didn't. The other party didn't seem to be injured, and was even angered by his whip. Don't come over. If you come over again, I will fight. The whip in my hand is not vegetarian. Wan Lauer tried to calm himself, and the whip in his hand also cracked, but it seemed to have no effect. The man didn't seem to be afraid of the whip in Wan Lauer's hand at all. You bitch. Do you know how to use a whip? Let me teach you how to use a whip. This is not how you use a whip. The man was about to reach out to grab the whip from Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer held Fubao in one hand, and his movements were not very flexible, so he was really caught by the other party. But Wan Lauer refused to let go. He couldn't let the whip fall into the hands of the other party. Otherwise he, Fubao, and Hu Xingyang would all be finished. Wan Lauer's hand tightly grasped the handle of the whip. The man couldn't grab it, so he kicked Wan Lauer's leg. Wan Lauer's knees softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Daddy? Fubao felt very distressed. His little face turned cold, and he angrily reached out and grabbed the hair that the other party stretched out. I pull out your hair if you kick my daddy, and you want to pull out my Dabai. But I'm the only one who can bully my Dabai. And you hit my daddy, and I let you hit my daddy, and I let you hit my daddy. Fubao was very angry, and she didn't stop talking or using her hands. She pulled out a bunch of the man's hair, which was still bloody, because his hair was held by Fubao. He was in pain and tears came out. He wanted to resist, but Fubao's little hands were even stronger. And the man was in pain and tears came out. But Fubao didn't let go. The man had to let go of Wan Lauer's whip and used both hands to pry Fubao's little hands. Wan Lauer was free, and whipped the man with one whip after another. After several whips, the man's skin was finally torn. After Fubao pulled out a handful of hair, the man rolled on the ground after being whipped by Wan Lauer. And Wan Lauer was not willing to let him go. He beat Hu Xingyang badly, although he didn't know how badly Hu Xingyang was injured. Wan Lauer didn't see him get up from the ground for a long time, so he knew that the child must be seriously injured. Fubao, go and see how your brother Xingyang is doing? Dad is here to teach these people a lesson. Fubao hurried over and gently pushed Hu Xingyang. Brother Xingyang, are you in pain? Fubao will give you a blow and it will stop hurting. Fubao stretched out his little hand and touched Hu Xingyang's body, and found that Hu Xingyang's face was covered with blood. Fubao, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. Hu Xingyang barely supported himself with his hands and sat up. He felt as if his body was falling apart. When he came over, he was surrounded by these people. Before he could resist, he was pushed to the ground by them. After a round of punches and kicks, he felt pain all over his body. Although he protected his head with both hands, he was still kicked in the face by several people, and his nose was bleeding. Fubao wanted to reach out to help Hu Xingyang, but she was too young to help him up. Wan Lauer had already beaten the people who beat Hu Xingyang to the ground. When Wan Lauer was beating vigorously, he was suddenly knocked down from behind. Come here quickly. I knock him down and take his whip. Xingyang took the opportunity to attack from behind. He was not seriously injured, but his nose was bleeding a lot. Now that he recovered, he took the opportunity to attack. Daddy Fubao ran over immediately. Hu Xingyang also supported himself and climbed up from the ground, touched a stone, and stumbled over. Fubao had already laid on Xingyang's back. pulling his hair with one hand and biting his ear with his mouth. Shin Yong screamed in pain from Fu Bao bite, and immediately let go of Wan Lao, and turned over to press Fu Bao behind him. Fu Bao quickly let go of his hands and mouth, and his small body rolled on the ground and rolled to the side, leaving Shin Yong empty. Hu Xingyang had already staggered over with a stone in his hand, and hit Shin Yong on the forehead with a stone, and Shin Yong fainted on the spot. Dabai had already pulled down the pants of another person at this time, but Dabai was not much better. It was dealing with two people at the same time, and its neck had been clamped from behind by another person, and there was another person with a wounded neck who came up from behind to attack Hu Xingyang. Chapter 395. Hu Xingyang is seriously injured. Brother Xingyang, be careful. Little Fu Bao just happened to see the person who rushed up from behind Hu Xingyang. Hu Xingyang had already tried his best to help Wan Lao, but that blow exhausted him. Even if Fu Bao reminded him, he had no strength to dodge and fainted directly, falling to the ground limply. The person behind him was originally a quick sneak attack. The moment Hu Xingyang fell, he missed and was tripped by Hu Xingyang's body. He fell again and landed on his face first, causing a second injury to his nose. After being rescued by Hu Xingyang and little Fu Bao, Wan Lao immediately stood up with a whip. This was a good opportunity. He took the whip and whipped Shin Yong hard. Gaga. Fu Bao, who was watching Wan Lao beating people, heard Dabai's unusual cry and immediately got up from the ground and ran towards Dabai. No matter how powerful Dabai is, it is still a big white goose and cannot deal with two adults. At this time, it is being held in the hands of a man who is pinching Dabai's neck and trying to break it. Dabai, let Dabai go. You bad guy. Fu Bao rushed towards the other party like a small cannonball. The man was twisting Dabai's neck hard. Dabai was held in the other party's hand and flapped his wings all the time, and he could no longer scream. The man only felt a shadow rushing towards him, and he subconsciously dodged to the side, and his hand loosened a little. Dabai was originally fat and strong, fed by Xiao Fu Bao and Ho Hot, weighing more than 10 pounds. The man was not careful, and Dabai flexibly broke free from the other party's hands. Dabai was very smart and did not fight, but spread his wings and ran away. After Dabai broke free, the man looked back at Xiao Fu Bao angrily. Xiao Fu Bao missed, and the force was not released. She rushed forward for a long distance before stopping, but before she turned around, she was picked up by a big hand. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be a little girl. Since you want to save your big white goose, then you can go back with me. The man caught Xiao Fu Bao and was about to run. Wan Lao had already dealt with 3 people, and there were 2 more. One was almost dealt with by Dabai, and the last one, the one who had just escaped, was the one who caught Xiao Fu Bao. Wan Lao picked up a stone from the ground and hit the heads of the 2 people who were beaten by him twice. After watching the other party fainted, he caught up with the man who had just been dealt with by Dabai and knocked him unconscious with a stone. Then he felt relieved to chase the person who had taken Fu Bao away. Xiao Fu Bao weighed nearly 30 kilograms, and the other party couldn't run fast with Xiao Fu Bao in his arms. It was easy for him to catch up with him. In less than a quarter of an hour, Wan Lao caught up with the man. Where are you going to run? Wan Lao was panting with exhaustion, supporting his knees with his hands, bending over and breathing heavily. The other party also collapsed on the ground with exhaustion. But he did not let go of Fu Bao, but cursed Fu Bao in his heart. This dead girl. So heavy. Why does she eat so many good things for no reason? She is so fat. It's exhausting. If Fu Bao heard his inner voice, she would probably kill him. Although Fu Bao is small, she is cute and beautiful. Don't come over. If you dare to come over, I will strangle this little girl to death. The man's hand was already on Fu Bao's neck. Wan Lao was scared to death and quickly raised his hands to surrender. Don't hurt him. As long as you let her go, I will let you go and never hurt you. The man's eyes flashed, and he slowly stood up from the ground. But his hand had not yet been put down from Fu Bao's neck. If you let me go, you have to ask me if I am willing to let you go. Throw me the whip in your hand. The man was in a completely active position at this time. Wan Lao threw the whip in his hand without hesitation. The man stepped on the whip with his foot, hooked it with his foot, and threw the whip into the air. Fu Bao had been looking for an opportunity to escape. Just as the man reached out to catch the whip, his hand left Fu Bao's neck. Fu Bao hugged the man's neck with her backhand and bit the man's ear. This angle can not only ensure that she will not be strangled by the man again, but she can also attack the other party. Wan Lauer's brain turned particularly fast at this time. At the same time as the man screamed, he had already rushed over. He threw the man to the ground directly. After a successful pounce, Wan Lauer did not linger on. He hugged Fubao and climbed up from the man, and pulled out his whip by the way. Fubao, follow me and watch me beat this bad guy. Okay. I will beat him up. He pinched me so hard that I almost died. Fubao pointed at his neck and complained to Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer was so distressed that he swung the whip in his hand. If he had relied on luck before, this whip was a solid one based on strength. He didn't care about anything and just hit the man in the face. He didn't stop until the man's face was beaten to pieces and covered with whip marks. At this moment, Wan Lauer seemed to have completed some kind of transformation. He had to become stronger to protect his daughter. Tell me, who sent you? Why did you follow our ox cart? What's the purpose? Wan Lauer squatted down, pointed the whip at the other party's bloody face, and asked sternly, Humph, you don't want to say it, right? Then I strip you and continue to whip you. Let's see if you are stubborn or my whip is powerful. The man couldn't speak anymore. His mouth was beaten to pieces by Wan Lauer. He couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. MMM. MMM. The man could only make a few sounds from his mouth, and couldn't say anything else. Daddy, it seems that you broke his mouth. He can't say anything. Let's go back and ask those people. Fubao also squatted beside Wan Lauer, looking at the man on the ground. Well, my daughter is smart. Let's go back and see how your brother Xingyang is doing. Wan Lauer dragged this man back. He planned to go to the Hongyang County office tomorrow and hand these people over to the county magistrate as robbers. He took Fubao back to the place just now. Seeing that the men had not woken up yet, he tied the man with a rope and tied him to the back of the ox cart. Fubao, Dad will carry you to the ox cart first, and Dad will tie up those bad guys. We will send them to see the officials tomorrow. Well, okay. Fubao opened his arms and was carried to the ox cart by Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer took great pains to get all the people on the ox cart, and also carried Hu Xingyang on the ox cart, and then drove the ox cart to the nearest town. It was already midnight, and all the inns in the town were closed. However, since there were not many foreign merchants in the town, and it was the transition from autumn to winter, there were even fewer people. Wan Lauer stayed there at midnight, and the boss also warmly entertained him. Boss, I was robbed by robbers on the road, and was rescued by a passing warrior. I have tied these people up, and will send them to the county government tomorrow. Please give me a bigger room so that I can watch them. When the boss heard that they were robbers, he was a little scared at first, but after taking a closer look at the appearance of several people, he was relieved. All of them were unconscious. The boss also thoughtfully brought ropes to Wan Lauer and asked Wan Lauer to tie them up tightly. Everyone had the same feeling about robbers, and hated them. After Wan Lauer thanked him, he got them into the room with the help of the boss. Wan Lauer threw several people together casually and lay on the ground, not caring whether the ground was cold or not, as long as they were not frozen to death. He hurried to see Hu Xingyang. At this time, with the lights on in the store, Wan Lauer could see clearly that Hu Xingyang's injuries were more serious than he thought. It seemed that he had to stay in bed for a while, and he had to find a doctor as soon as possible. However, the store owner said that the doctors in the town did not accept night work, so he could only wait until tomorrow morning to send Hu Xingyang to the clinic. Fortunately, Hu Xingyang was fine overnight. The next morning, Wan Lauer sent Hu Xingyang to the clinic. After taking his pulse, the doctor said that Hu Xingyang had signs of bleeding in his internal organs and needed to be well taken care of. He prescribed a month's worth of medicine. Wan Lauer put Hu Xingyang in the inn to recover temporarily, and he took a few people and Xiao Fubao to the county government. Finding a deserted place on the road, Wan Lauer got one of them off the ox cart and began to interrogate him. Chapter 396 The Result of Interrogation by Wan Lauer. Who sent you? Why are you following us? What do you want to do? Wan Lauer held a bull whip and shouted at Xingyang. Xingyang's nose had collapsed completely. He now had to breathe through his mouth. After being dragged down by Wan Lauer, he was terrified. He now kept a distance from the father and daughter. No one in this family was easy to mess with. Why didn't he learn a lesson? At first, he thought that only the old woman and the girl were powerful. Now it seems that the man is not a good person either. He shouldn't have volunteered to get involved in this muddy water. If they were sent to the Hong County government as robbers, their lives would be over. Shenyang's eyes kept turning, and he was thinking about how to convince Wan Lauer to let him go. When he heard Wan Lauer's question, he immediately spilled it out like pouring beans. I tell you. But I have one condition. Can you let me go? We are really not robbers. Shenyang took a deep breath after saying that. Wan Lauer whipped Shenyang without saying anything, his face full of anger. He was scared when he thought about these people wanting Fubao life last night, and he wanted to kill them and dump their bodies. But Wan Lauer didn't break his bottom line in the end, and chose to hand them over to the government. You have the right to negotiate conditions now? Don't be long-winded. Tell me quickly. If you don't tell me, I will change someone. But then I will tell the county magistrate that you are the leader of these robbers, and you kill people. Wan Lauer's eyes turned cold, and Shenyang shuddered with fear. He thought Wan Lauer looked honest and simple, but he didn't expect him to have such a fierce side. No. I say, we are Mr. Zhou's men. He has sent us to secretly monitor your Shitzi village. Whenever someone from your family goes out to do something, someone will monitor them all the way, and let us take the opportunity to act. It would be best if we can catch you and ask what you are doing. Wan Lauer's face became darker and darker. It was this Zhou Biao again, and he was really haunting. Wan Lauer felt that he was now a piece of fat meat, being targeted by Zhou Biao, the hungry wolf. If he didn't get rid of the wolf, he would be in danger at all times. But how to get rid of Zhou Biao? This is difficult for Wan Lauer. After all, the gap between their status is too big. Zhou Biao is a businessman who has been doing business for many years, and he is cunning and wealthy. He has a group of slaves, and the guards are sent at will. And what about him? A farmer who wants to open a store has to rely on extorting money from Zhou Biao to rent a shop. But he wants to overthrow Zhou Biao. If people know about it, they will laugh and say that he is overestimating his own abilities. But Wan Lauer felt that if he didn't get rid of him, his future would be like walking on thin ice. While they were running the shop, they had to be careful of being attacked from behind. Wan Lauer was caught in a dilemma for a while. He had never felt so powerless. Even when he had no money, he had never been so anxious. Now the whole village depends on him for food. Everyone has praised him to a new height. He has a greater responsibility on his shoulders. He can't just stop working. Now his success or failure is related to the livelihood of the whole town, and the county magistrate's expectations of him. He can't give up easily. Wan Lauer decided to take it one step at a time. People think of ways. He believes that one day, he can defeat Zhou Biao and drive away this annoying fly. But now he has to deal with the little followers of this fly first. These followers are more annoying. Wan Lauer didn't say anything, picked up Shenyang's collar, and dragged him back to the ox cart. There were 4 people on the ox cart. They watched Wan Lauer interrogate Shenyang and realized that this person was not easy to mess with, especially the whip in his hand. Almost half of them were beaten by this whip. Wan Lauer glared at the others fiercely. They were so scared that they immediately lowered their heads and dared not look at Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer snorted coldly, walked over, and continued to drive the ox cart. When Xiao Fubao saw Wan Lauer coming, he quickly moved his position and moved his little butt to the side. Fubao was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, but they were so dirty that they were unbearable to look at. Wan Lauer didn't know how to comb hair, so he tied a ponytail for Fubao casually, which was still a little loose. It had only been less than a quarter of an hour, and it had been half scattered by the shaking. Wan Lauer looked at Fubao with disheveled hair and dirty body, and couldn't help thinking that raising a child was really hard work. But he didn't feel guilty at all. He felt that Fubao's happiness was the most important thing, and she didn't need to dress up beautifully when going out. Otherwise it would easily attract others' covetousness. Wan Lauer didn't admit that he didn't have the ability to dress his daughter beautifully, and could only comfort himself in his heart. The father and daughter drove the ox cart to the Hong County government office together. It took 2 hours to reach Hong County, although the route was quite off. Wan Lauer wanted to make these people spend the rest of their lives in prison in Hong County. The ox cart slowly drove to the gate of the county government office. It was past lunchtime. Fubao had eaten a meat bun and a bowl of white porridge in the morning. Her stomach was growling with hunger, but she was very sensible and did not make a fuss. Instead, she followed Wan Lauer obediently and walked into the county government office. There were several yamen runners sitting on the steps at the gate of the county government office, lazily basking in the sun, some leaning against the pillars to take a nap. and some chatting. They ignored Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer couldn't help wondering in his heart. How could these yamen runners be so lazy in this county government office? He had been to the county government office of Xianing County several times. The yamen runners at the gate stood straight, with a big knife on his waist. When they stood at the gate of the county government office, no people dared to approach without permission, showing the majesty of the government office to the fullest. Now, looking back at the yamen runners of the Hongyang County government office, they were all sloppy, with loose clothes and crooked hats. They didn't look like yamen runners at all, but like street hooligans. Wan Lauer walked forward with Fu Bao, bowed slightly and nodded, and asked with a smile on his face, "Sir, we encountered robbers on the road and caught them. We want to hand them over to the county government for handling. I wonder if I can see the county magistrate?" "Explain what happened." A yamen runner glanced at Wan Lauer, leaned against the pillar, crossed his arms, and said condescendingly, "The magistrate is busy with all kinds of things. Can you, a commoner, see him whenever you want? You said you caught a robber. So he is a robber? How can you, a commoner, have the ability to catch a robber? To the robbers? I think you are a troublemaker." Wan Lauer was frightened by the other party's words and immediately took a step back, bowed his hands and bent his waist and said, "Sir, I did catch the robbers and sent them to the county government. If the county government doesn't care, I will have to send them to the prefectural capital." "Humph! You troublemaker. You dare to threaten your grandfather? I think you deserve a beating. Go around Hong County and see who dares to talk to me like that." The yamen runner took off the big knife from his waist and was going to beat Wan Lauer with the scabbard. Chapter 397 Fu Bao vs. Yamen Runner. Wan Lauer certainly wouldn't stand there and let him beat him. He quickly spread out to the side, picked up Fu Bao, and ran back to the ox cart. "Oh, you're so brave? You still dare to hide? You come here and stand here. Let me calm down, or I make you pay for it." The yamen runner's voice was already angry. It seemed that no one dared to disobey him. Otherwise he wouldn't be so fearless. This was at the gate of the county government office. The county government office was a sacred place for the people to uphold justice. But this yamen runner was pointing at a citizen and shouting and swearing, which was defiled. And the other yamen runners also looked like they were watching a good show. It seemed that they were birds of a feather. They not only watched the show, but also fanned the flames. "Oh, Wang Sheng, your prestige is not good enough? No one is buying into your tricks. It seems you hit a wall today?" Wang Sheng loves his face. He is the brother-in-law of the former county magistrate. Apart from the county magistrate, he is the most powerful person in the county office. No one dares to say anything when he says one thing, and everyone has always flattered him. Over time, he has developed an arrogant character. A few days ago, his brother-in-law, the county magistrate of Hongyang County, Li Zimu, used his wife Wang's dowry to give a big gift to a noble in Beijing, which happened to fill a vacancy of a 6th-rank official in Beijing. He will take up the post soon. And now he has no time to care about the official business in the county office, and is busy welcoming and seeing off people. When relatives and friends heard that Li Zimu was going to be promoted, they all came to curry favor with him. The backyard of the county office was so lively that the yamen runners in front of him had no intention of doing their job. Wang Sheng was Wang's half-brother. He could not inherit the Wang family's property, so he came to Wang for help. Wang talked to Li Zimu and found him a job as a yamen runner. But Wang Sheng was a playboy. As soon as he entered the county yamen, he made a mess among the yamen runners. When he was on duty, he was lazy. When he was not on duty, he visited brothels, drank wine, gambled, and bet. Now that he was humiliated by Wan Lauer, how could he let it go? No matter how he threatened, Wan Lauer would not go over, and he was even ready to leave with a bullet cart. Wang Sheng was furious. He had murder cases before, but he just didn't make them public. Today, Wan Lauer forced him to kill in public. His brother-in-law was about to be promoted to the capital, and he was going to ask Wang to take him with him. So even if he had a murder case, he was not afraid. He didn't believe that an ordinary person would dare to go against the government. Wang Sheng drew out his sword and rushed towards Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer was terrified and subconsciously protected little Fu Bao in front of his chest. With his back facing Wang Sheng, he was holding Fu Bao, and he would definitely not be able to run away from the yamen runners. He was afraid that his life would be lost today. Wan Lauer felt sad. His career had not yet begun, but his life was about to end. He was very unwilling. If he died, what would happen to his Fubao? Wan Lauer held Fubao tightly. His eyes were red, and a feeling of powerlessness and helplessness filled his body. This was the powerlessness brought by class, and it was a gap that he could never cross. Wan Lauer slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the moment when the big knife fell. He tried his best to avoid the vital parts. Maybe the other party would let him go after he vented his anger. He just hoped to return home with one breath. Even if he died, he would die at home. Stop! A cold and majestic voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked at the person who made the sound. Wang Xing's big knife was only 1 inch away from hitting Wan Lauer's back. But it stopped abruptly at this time. Fu Bao got her head out of Wan Lauer's arms, and saw that Wang Sheng was holding the big knife to chop her father. How could Fu Bao be willing? You bad guy. You dare to hurt my father. I will tell my big brother. He is a general. Let him chop off your head. Fu Bao stood on the ox cart, with her hands on her waist, looking angry. Because she was so cute. She looked harmless, but a little cute. Wang Sheng was just called to stop. He took a look at the other person, and saw that it was a middle-aged man, wearing a green long gown, and carrying a bundle on his shoulder. There were 2 old men beside him. The old men were wearing patched clothes, and the man's long gown was washed white. It was obvious that it was a few years old. Wang Sheng came from a wealthy family. When he saw these people, he knew that these 3 were poor. With deep disgust in his eyes, he curled his lips and said, "Where did you come from? You stinky beggars? This is the important place of the government office. How can you make trouble? Get out of here quickly, while I am busy now and have no time to deal with you. Don't meddle in other people's business." After Wang Sheng finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Fu Bao, and directly ignored what Fu Bao had just said. But the middle-aged man standing not far away couldn't help squinting his eyes. But he didn't respond to Wang Sheng's words, but watched coldly to see how rampant this yamen runner could be. Humph! Your eldest brother is a general. My elder brother is a prince. How can a general come from a family of peasants like you? Gold cakes can rain from the sky. Oh! I haven't seen such a pretty little girl yet. By the way, Master Qian seems to like a little girl as old as you. This is really a piece of cake that can be found without any effort. Wang Sheng put down his sword and reached out to grab Fu Bao. Fu Bao didn't hide at all. She stared with a pair of angry big eyes, and had already aimed at Wang Sheng's ears. Fu Bao now has rich experience in fighting, and knows how to attack the opponent's weak points. She stood straight, deliberately raised her chin, and provoked Wang Sheng with disdain. Humph! If you have the ability, come and catch me. If you don't have the ability, don't talk big. Wan Lauer was frightened by Fu Bao's words, and broke into a cold sweat. He almost called Fu Bao auntie. Girl, can we stop talking? Dad will take you back. Go back? Do you think you can still go? If you mess with me? Wang Sheng, I will make sure you have no way to heaven or earth. Wang Sheng said, as he kicked Wan Lauer out, and reached out to grab Xiao Fu Bao standing on the ox cart. Xiao Fu Bao didn't wait for Wang Sheng to catch her and flew over. Wang Sheng was startled by Fu Bao's action. But then he raised his head and laughed. Interesting. You little girl are quite sensible, and know how to throw yourself into my arms. So I will accept you with reluctance. Ah! Fu Bao took advantage of Wang Sheng's relaxed vigilance, and when he was too proud of himself, he put one hand around his neck, opened his little mouth, and bit Wang Sheng's ear fiercely. And with the other hand, he grabbed Wang Sheng's hair, and refused to let go. Wang Sheng screamed and tried to pull away little Fu Bao. But little Fu Bao used her leg-locking skills to hang her little body tightly on Wang Sheng's chest. And Wang Sheng couldn't pull it off no matter how hard he tried. The middle-aged man on the side was stunned. But Wang Sheng was not a pushover. He often fought with others, and he fell heavily to the ground. If he really fell to the ground, Fu Bao would definitely be injured by him. Wan Lauer saw the scene when he got up from the ground. He jumped forward and stretched out his hand to grab one of Wang Sheng's legs. Wang Sheng's body slowed down for a moment. But only for a moment. And then he fell faster. Wan Lauer rolled over on the ground and used Fu Bao as a cushion. He groaned, and Fu Bao opened his mouth in pain and let go of his little hand. There were 2 deep millet teeth marks on Wang Sheng's ears, and blood was still flowing down. Fu Bao still had a handful of hair in his hand. Chapter 398 New County Magistrate. The middle-aged man was about to raise his feet but stopped again. This father and daughter are a bit fierce. But he likes it. Wang Sheng got up from the ground first. touched his ears, touched his hands full of blood, and touched his head again, and found that there was a piece of hair missing. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, looking at the father and daughter on the ground. The broken bodies could not relieve his rage at this time. He must let this father and daughter experience all the hardships in the world before going to hell. Are you all dead? Why don't you help? These two unruly people deliberately murdered the officials. Why don't you arrest them and put them in jail? Wait for them to burn the county government. Wang Xing gritted his teeth and covered his ears with one hand, looking at Fu Bao with ferocious eyes. Fu Bao was lying on Wan Lauer's body and kissing Wan Lauer's chest at this time, because she saw Wan Lauer holding his chest and groaning. Knowing that her father was injured, Fu Bao felt distressed. Daddy, it's all Fu Bao's fault. Fu Bao said he would protect you. But Fu Bao was incapable and failed to protect Daddy. Fu Bao's cry was full of self-blame. The little person cried very suppressedly, which made passers-by stop and watch. Everyone was moved by Fu Bao's behavior. Such a young child knows how to feel sorry for her father. This child is really filial. My daughter knows how to be naughty and run around all over the alley. If she had half the care of this girl, I would have no worries. This father and daughter are so pitiful. How did they meet this little bully? Speak softly. If he hears you, you will be in trouble. Let's go quickly. This is not what we should see. At this time, Wan Lauer's cow, Moo, called twice. The cow's call immediately attracted the attention of the two old men behind the middle-aged man. They came out excitedly and ran towards Wan Lauer's cow. Others were also attracted by the cow's cry and the movements of the two old people, and they all looked towards them, forgetting Wan Lauer and Xiao Fubao for a moment. Old woman, look, this is our cow. Old man Lu gently stroked the cow's nose with his wrinkled hands. The cow seemed to respond and rubbed against old man Lu's palm intimately. Old woman Lu also excitedly stepped forward and touched the cow's body, tears streaming down her face. Isn't this our old friend? In order to treat my illness, I sold it to a good family. Now it seems that this family has taken good care of our old friend. The old couple then thought of taking a closer look at the person lying on the ground. Because they were old and had poor eyesight, they didn't see Wan Lauer's face clearly just now. Moreover, Wan Lauer was now fatter and dressed better than a few years ago, and Fu Bao was a few years older. It was possible that old man Lu didn't recognize him at first. He lay down beside Wan Lauer and looked at him carefully for a while before he was shocked and said, "Oh, my God, isn't this the benefactor who bought our cow that year? Saner, come and take a look. This is the benefactor who bought our cow that year. If he hadn't given more money, you wouldn't be able to see your mother." The middle-aged man was Lu Hongyu, who went to Beijing to take the imperial examination that year. He was the youngest son of the old couple. The old couple had 3 sons in total, 2 of whom died young, leaving only this son, whose nickname was Saner. Lu Hongyu relied on his classmates to get a job as the county magistrate of Hongyang County. He came back a few days ago and went back to his hometown first to pick up his elderly parents and prepare to hand over to the previous county magistrate. Unexpectedly, he encountered this scene when he took office today. After Lu Hongyu returned home, he listened to his parents talking about what happened in the past few years, and felt guilty, now that their benefactor was in front of him, and he witnessed the whole process. He could sentence this yamen runner to jail without even a witness. Where did you come from? You old woman. Old man? Get out of here. Don't delay our work, or we will arrest you all. A bailiff came up and was about to attack old man Lu and old lady Lu. Who dares to do that? In broad daylight. As public servants, you dare to attack unarmed civilians and bully the elderly. Where do you put our laws of the Great Qi? Are you worthy of the clothes you wear? Lu Hongyu stood in front of the bailiff with an imposing manner. The yamen runner was really forced back a few steps by Lu Yuhong's aura at first. He thought to himself, although this man is dressed in ordinary clothes, his temperament is not that of ordinary people. Could it be that this man has some origin? Wang Sheng shouted at the side, "Why are you pretending? Where did this unruly citizen come from? How dare you speak nonsense in our yamen? I think you are tired of living. Since you don't want to leave, then follow the father and daughter into the prison." Wang Sheng immediately winked at several yamen runners on the side, and the yamen runners on the side rushed up and prepared to take Lu Hongyu and his parents down. Lu Hongyu shouted, "How dare you? Open your dog eyes and see clearly. What is this? If you can't read, call your master out." Lu Hongyu took out his imperial edict from his body and threw it on the face of the Yamen runner. The Yamen runner quickly reached out to catch it. He was in doubt. After slowly opening it and reading it word by word, his forehead was already covered with cold sweat. This is actually their new county magistrate? This is over. It's all over. This Yamen runner didn't have Wang Sheng's strong backing. His family was a butcher. They had some family wealth. So they paid to get a Yamen runner. Now, his Yamen runner job is over. He fell to the ground. The other Yamen runners didn't understand what was going on. They kicked the Yamen runner on the ground and whispered, "Zhang Chong. What's wrong with you?" Zhang Chong didn't say anything. They took the documents from Zhang Chong and read them. They were so scared that they immediately knelt on the ground, lowered their heads, and dared not speak. Only Wang Sheng was still standing there. "You, what are you doing?" Wang Sheng was also a little panicked. Wang Sheng quickly knelt down to welcome the new county magistrate. A Yamen runner who was closest to Wang Sheng quickly pulled the hem of Wang Sheng's clothes. "What? New county magistrate? He is the new county magistrate?" Wang Sheng not only did not kneel down, but also laughed. "Ha ha ha. How is it possible? How can he be a county magistrate when he is so shabby? Is this a fake?" The other Yamen runners thought that what Wang Sheng said made sense, and they all raised their heads to carefully look at Lu Hongyu's clothes. But after looking for a long time, except for the shabby clothes, his demeanor and conversation were not like those of ordinary people. Several people quickly lowered their heads, and no matter what Wang Sheng said, they did not stand up. Lu Hongyu sneered and threw out another certificate of appointment, which was equivalent to his identity certificate. Now even Wang Sheng could not laugh. He had begun to sweat on his back. The certificate of appointment and the imperial edict showed that this person was indeed the new county magistrate. Chapter 399, What is the relationship between you and the Lieutenant General of Dizhou? Lu Hongyu looked at Wang Sheng with a cold look, and Wang Sheng had to kneel down slowly under Lu Hongyu's gaze. "Hello, Lord Lu." Several people knelt on one knee at the same time and saluted respectfully. Lu Hongyu's expression eased a little, but he did not let these people get up immediately, but asked in a deep voice, "Where is your lordly now? Go and inform them that the new county magistrate Lu Hongyu has come to take office, and ask him to come and hand over the seal so that I can handle the case." Lu Hongyu couldn't help but look at the father and daughter of Wan Lauer. He felt that this little girl was very smart and different from other children he had seen. Wang Sheng wanted to go in and report immediately, but as soon as he moved, Lu Hongyu stopped him in a stern voice. "Stop. Stay. Go." Lu Hongyu pointed at a random person, as if this person had not taken action just now, but was just watching the excitement from the side. He thought that he and Wang Sheng and others should be in a relationship, or they were forced to do the same. Lu Hongyu had already analyzed Wang Sheng. As far as he knew, those who could act arrogantly in the county government must be relatives of the county magistrate. If he asked him to report the news, wouldn't it be to make trouble for himself? Although Li Zimu would go to Beijing to take office in a few days, it would be easy for him to secretly trip him up before he left. After all, he had been operating here for more than 10 years, and his network of relationships must be complicated. Wang Sheng was named, so he had to suppress his anger and knelt down obediently. At this moment, he hated Lu Hongyu so much that even if he couldn't complain to his brother-in-law now, he would complain to this official at night and let his brother-in-law punish him to vent his anger. Lu Hongyu naturally didn't know what Wang Sheng was thinking. He walked to Wan Lauer and helped him up from the ground. "I don't know what your name is." Lu Hongyu had completely lost his fierce look. His face was warm and gentle, and his elegance was fully revealed. He looked like a scholar. Wan Lauer immediately bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, sir. I am Wan Jinju, a commoner from Shizi village, Jinwu town, Xianing county." Lu Hongyu's face changed slightly, and he quickly helped Wan Lauer up with both hands, and asked in a low voice, "May I ask what is the relationship between you and the Lieutenant General of Dizhou?" Lu Hongyu just heard Xiao Fubao say that her elder brother was a general. Lu Hongyu guessed that Fubao elder brother should not be more than 20 years old. There are only two people in Daki who have become generals at such a young age. One is the little war god Wan Qingma, and the other is Wan Quan, who was brought up by him personally and is in the limelight this year. Wan Qingma was born in the capital and could not have any relationship with the person in front of him. There is only Wan Quan, who is said to be from a peasant family, became famous in one battle, and was named a general. The general mentioned by the little girl just now should be Wan Quan. and the two have the same surname. There are not many people with the surname Wan in the Daki army. From this, Lu Hongyu guessed that Wan Quan was the general mentioned by Fu Bao. As expected, Wan Lauer said softly, "The Lieutenant General of Dezhou is my nephew." Fu Bao said sweetly at this time, "Sir, my brother and my father have a good relationship. I heard from my mother that my elder brother was brought up by my mother since he was a child. Moreover, after my aunt passed away, my elder brother and my family have a better relationship. My elder brother also wrote letters to my father, but not to my uncle. My grandmother said that my uncle was jealous of my father." Fu Bao, "Don't talk nonsense." Wan Lauer quickly lowered his head and gently scolded, "Sir, the little girl is young and ignorant. Please don't blame me." Wan Lauer coughed softly and said respectfully. Lu Hongyu was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the general of the Central Army would have a good relationship with his second uncle. He arrived outside the Great Wall from the capital and heard many people talking about who the general's biological father was. No one knew that the general's life was also very rough. If his father didn't love him and his mother didn't love him, how could he have a good relationship with the second house? Lu Hongyu thought about it for a while, then looked at Fu Bao and said gently, "Girl, how old are you this year?" "I'm more than 4 years old. I will be 5 after the Chinese New Year. Daddy said that I can go to private school. My name is Fu Bao." "Not girl." Fu Bao was not shy at all. He answered generously and took the initiative to say his name. This made Lu Hongyu look at her with a higher opinion. This girl is interesting. She will definitely be a good seedling in the future. But this family is really different. They love their daughter so much. They take their daughter with them when they go out to do things and let their daughter study. This is very similar to those ladies in the capital. But there are many differences. The girl in front of me is more real, with a lively and bright personality, and her eyes are full of spirituality. Fu Bao, your father seems to be seriously injured. Do you want to ask a doctor to see your father?" "Yes. Yes. Fu Bao will take your father to see a doctor." "Sir, can we take these bad guys off first? They are robbers. They wanted to rob us last night. Luckily, my father and brother Xingyang caught them. But brother Xingyang is still recovering in the inn. They were the ones who injured brother Xingyang. Please help us." After Fu Bao finished speaking, she imitated Wan Lauer, clasped her hands together, and bowed to Lu Hongyu, which made Lu Hongyu laugh. The little girl looked like she was greeting the new year. "Ha ha ha. Okay. I help you. I put these people in jail first. You take your father to see a doctor, and we talk about it when you come back." Old man Lu and mother-in-law Lu hurriedly came up and asked, "Why don't we go with him? How can such a young child take an adult to see a doctor? He can't even tell the direction." But Fu Bao raised his head and said crisply, "Grandma, I can ask for directions and won't get lost. Fu Bao is awesome. I can take my dad to see a doctor. I see you don't seem to be feeling well. Why don't you go back and rest?" Lu Posey's face was indeed a little ugly. She was dizzy after sitting in the carriage for such a long time. In addition, she was not in good health to begin with. She was indeed a little tired and needed to rest quickly. This girl is quite sensible and really likable. How could the Yamen runners have the heart to kill such a good girl? It's too painful to hurt, Lu Posey said as she stepped forward and touched Fu Bao's head. However, after the fight just now, Fu Bao originally Lu's hair had completely spread out, and the black hair that was even to his back was now softly spread out behind him. Lu Posey couldn't help but sigh. This father is not good at taking care of children. He can't even figure out the hair. Wan Lauer, who was standing aside, blushed and whitened, and dug his feet into the ground in embarrassment. He had tried his best, but he didn't expect that his daughter's beautiful hairstyle would not only look ugly, but also be simply made up. Now it's not even made up. Chapter 400 Fu Bao Wish. Lu Hongyu pointed at a few Yamen runners and unloaded all the people tied to Wan Lauer's cart. Lu Hongyu stood aside and observed for a while, and found that these people did not look like robbers, although their injuries were quite serious and their clothes were dirty. It was obvious that the clothes of these people were made of fine cotton cloth, and their skin was delicate, unlike the rough and dark skin of the robbers. Lu Hongyu did not ask questions immediately, but said to Wan Lauer, "Okay, you can go to the doctor first, and you have to record your statement when you come back. I wait for you at the county government office." Wan Lauer thanked him profusely, then drove the ox cart and took Fu Bao away. Fu Bao called everyone along the way. Uncle, Aunt, Grandpa, Auntie. She was very sweet and polite. An enthusiastic aunt took the father and daughter directly to the clinic. The doctor was an old doctor in his 60s. But his medical skills were not bad. And he was not a quack. After checking Wan Lauer's pulse, he prescribed some medicine. You were injured by an external object, which caused slight damage to your internal organs. But it's okay. Take the medicine and take good care of yourself. And you will be fine. Don't drink alcohol. Avoid meat and fish. And rest more. You will be almost well in half a month. Wan Lauer paid the medical expenses, took the medicine, and took Fubao back to the yamen. At this time, there were no people at the gate of the yamen. And the guards at the gate of the yamen were not the ones Wan Lauer saw when he came, but a new group. Dad, why are these people not the same as before? Will they let us in? Fubao held Wan Lauer's hand and raised his little head and asked. It's okay. The new magistrate asked us to record our statements. We must have explained it. We know if we go over and ask. Wan Lauer took Fubao forward and asked respectfully, Officer, we are the victims who just sent the robbers here. The new county magistrate asked us to record our statements. I wonder if the court is open now. A yamen runner looked at Wan Lauer and said solemnly, Wait. I go ask the magistrate. Wan Lauer smiled and said, Then I trouble you. Sir. Fubao felt very uncomfortable when she saw Wan Lauer was injured and had to smile at others. She secretly pulled Wan Lauer's big hand. Wan Lauer felt Fubao's little action and quickly looked down. Seeing that her daughter's eyes were full of tears, Wan Lauer quickly squatted down and wanted to pick up Fubao. Daddy, Fubao won't let you hold her. Fubao has grown up. Little Fubao quickly dodged, and Wan Lauer reached out and grabbed nothing. Fubao, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Wan Lauer was already blaming himself in his heart. He was so careless. Fubao must have been hit just now. Why didn't he think of taking his daughter to see a doctor? Wan Lauer hit his head hard, his face full of regret. Daddy, why did you hit yourself? You are not allowed to hit yourself. Fubao is not feeling uncomfortable. Fubao rushed over and hugged Wan Lauer's neck, feeling even more distressed. Fubao, why are you crying? Wan Lauer felt a little strange. Little Fubao hurriedly explained carefully. Fubao doesn't want Daddy to be wronged. It would be great if Daddy could be an official. Then, he wouldn't have to look at these people's faces. And he would have to kowtow to them and force a smile. Fubao felt uncomfortable. Wan Lauer laughed. Oh, how come my Fubao knows so many words? Daddy has never heard of them. What do they mean? Fubao was in no mood to joke with Wan Lauer. He smiled perfunctorily and said, Daddy, I learned these from my brother and fourth uncle. But Fubao really doesn't want Daddy to be wronged. Wan Lauer was deeply moved. He touched Fubao's head and said softly, Fubao, you also know that Daddy is not your real father. Daddy has no ability. He is not destined to be an official in this life. We are from the mudlegs. We can grow the land well, and do this business well. Then we will try to save more dowry for you. This is Daddy's wish. As for being an official, let your brother work hard. Maybe he can get a position in 10 years. Then our Wan family will be prosperous. Fubao will be an official's daughter in the future, and will never have to suffer grievances again. Fubao shook his head. No. Fubao wants Daddy to be an official. Brother to be a higher official. What's wrong with being a peasant? There are so many people in our country, eating the food grown by peasants. If it weren't for us, they would have nothing to eat. Wan Lauer quickly covered Fubao's mouth, but his face was full of smiles. Girl, we can't say this. This is not what a little girl says. Don't learn from big men. They are rough. You are different from them. You are precious. Fubao blinked and asked, Daddy, what's so good about being precious? Don't we all have to eat, drink, defecate and urinate? The stools of my aunt and Fubao are both smelly. People in the village say that my aunt is precious now. But her stools are the same as ours? She doesn't have 2 more eyes than us. Does she? Wan Lauer was choked by Fubao's question. Even a child could understand such a simple truth. But he was trapped by the secular world. Wan Lauer's deep-rooted class ideology loosened a little at this time. Perhaps if he grows the land well, he can also be awarded a position? Since his daughter wants him to be an official, can he also be rewarded according to his merits, like Wan Quan? As long as he makes enough contributions to the Qi, can he also be rewarded according to his merits among the mudlegs? Wan Lauer decided to study farming more after returning. No matter what, he would try his best to realize his daughter's wish. He couldn't bear to see the tears of grievance in his daughter's eyes. Is your surname Wan? The Yamen runner who had just gone in to report came out and asked loudly. That's right. My surname is Wan. And I am from Xianing County. Wan Lauer wanted to bend down to answer. But when he thought his daughter didn't like it, he straightened his back and bowed his hands slightly. The Yamen runner didn't care and said, Come with me. But Fu Bao noticed the change in Wan Lauer. And she was actually happy in her heart. She thought such a father was good looking. Wan Lauer wanted to squat down and hug Fu Bao. But Fu Bao climbed up the steps first. Wan Lauer shook his head with a smile on his face. And shouted softly from behind, Fu Bao. Slow down. Don't bump into it. No. I run fast. Daddy. Come and catch me? Fu Bao said and ran up with a giggle. The Yamen runner led the way in front. And Wan Lauer followed all the way. When he passed the lobby, he didn't stop, but went around the lobby and continued to walk in. It was not until he entered the door of the second hall that the Yamen runner stopped. Wan Lauer quickly took Fu Bao to stand still. Daughter, this is not our home. Don't run around. Be careful not to bump into the nobles. Fu Bao nodded. I know. Daddy? The Yamen runner came in and reported. Sir, the man has been brought in. Let him in. A slightly anxious voice said. Wan Lauer could tell that this man was not the new county magistrate he met at the county gate.